instance, he once coveted little Lee's 2 innate divine abilities. He considered using his superpower to learn them. Ultimately, he discovered without the corresponding divine power, even if little Lee shared the method to operate the divine skills, he couldn't cultivate those skills. It was then that he understood the secret of the heavenly gifted divine power. Of course, it might also be because his realm is too low to comprehend the essence of the divine skills, hence the limitation. Perhaps when his realm becomes sufficiently advanced, he might independently condense the divine power seed and possibly cultivate the divine skills. At any rate, even with his superpower assisting him now, he still cannot reach that stage. Not only the heavenly gifted divine power, even the Taoist chapter Lu Qing acquired is the same. He cannot pass it directly and completely to his master. At most, he can share the insights and wisdom he gained from the Taoist chapter with his master. The jade scroll he gave to his master contains his insights into the golden core realm derived from the Taoist chapter and many cultivation techniques. Of course, because Lin Zhirui was nearby, Lu Qing couldn't explicitly discuss these matters with his master. After all, heavenly gifted divine power is considered one of the strongest trump cards for every cultivator. The fewer people know about it, the better. In the coming days, things would be much more relaxed. To celebrate his master's success in crossing the tribulation and entering the golden core realm, Lu Qing personally cooked, preparing a lavish table of dishes. In between, he went to the river to fish for many spirit fish as ingredients, much to little Lee's delight. After the meal, the elder doctor began seclusion, aiming to thoroughly familiarize himself with the power of the golden core realm and consolidate his cultivation. As for Lu Qing, early the next morning, after sending little Yan and the others to the Wei family's detached house and requesting Mrs. Wei to take care of them for a while, he then summoned the golden small boat, bringing Lin Zhirui with him, heading straight towards Central State. With Lu Qing's current cultivation, propelling his golden small boat is naturally extremely fast. One great state after another was swiftly passed by him. Before long, he suddenly uttered a hymn and stopped, looking down below. "Young Master Lu, what's the matter?" Lin Zhirui was marveling at the speed of the golden small boat, and seeing Lu Qing stop, couldn't help but ask. But then he saw Lu Qing just staring downwards, his expression somewhat strange. He couldn't help but lean out to look below, and then his body trembled. "Isn't this Azure Dragon Pass? Have we really arrived here so quickly?" "No, it's Azure Dragon City." Lin Zhirui's eyes suddenly widened, both in shock at arriving at Azure Dragon Pass so quickly, and more in awe at the scene before them. Below, the massive Azure Dragon City lay sprawling on the earth, but from their vantage point, they saw that the entire outline of Azure Dragon City was quite peculiar. At a glance, it looked very much like the claw of an immense mutant beast imprinted on the flat earth. And not far from Azure Dragon City, on the Azure Dragon Mountain range beyond the Great Bridge, there was a straight rift stretching for 100 miles, piercing through the mountain range. The rift appeared like a sword mark, as if countless years ago, someone had unleashed a sword chi that sliced the entire Azure Dragon Mountain range in half. This. Lin Zhirui looked at the shocking scene below, momentarily lost for words. He never imagined that Azure Dragon City and first-tier Sky Canyon, when viewed from above, would present such a breathtaking sight. As Lu Qing gazed at the landscape below, he felt more than Lin Zhirui did. In a trance, he seemed to see, countless eons ago, a person and a beast engaged in battle. The person slashed out a sky-reaching sword chi, while the beast struck with an earth-shattering claw mark. The sword chi and claw mark clashed fiercely, equally matched, ultimately landing upon the earth. The sword chi cleaved Azure Dragon Mountain range in half, while the claw mark imprinted a vast insignia on the ground. Even after so many years, the sword mark and claw mark still remain, untouched by time. These sword and claw marks must have been left by incredibly advanced beings, at the very least, formidable experts who advanced far in the primordial spirit realm. It's very likely they are not from this world, Lu Qing silently pondered, feeling the ancient aura emanating from the marks. After achieving perfection in the Golden Core 9 revolutions, the next breakthrough would be the mysterious and unpredictable primordial spirit realm. The primordial spirit realm is divided into 9 tribulations, with each tribulation marking a transformation. But according to the inheritance from Li Hu sect and Coldwater Palace, there's no concept of 9 tribulations in the primordial spirit realm. Even their inheritances at most only allow cultivation to the initial entry of primordial spirit realm. Beyond that, any further cultivation must be explored independently, because even the founding ancestors of these cultivation sects could only reach the initial entry of primordial spirit realm at most. Even according to Yan, during the ancient immortal cultivation era, although primordial spirit great powers varied in strength, the differences weren't too exaggerated. It can be inferred that the vast majority of primordial spirit great powers in the ancient immortal cultivation era were at most at the level of the first or second tribulation of the primordial spirit realm. Hence, they naturally wouldn't know that the entire primordial spirit realm actually consists of 9 tribulations. Lu Qing knows about the concept of 9 tribulations in the primordial spirit realm through the cultivation techniques and notes left by the gray-robed brothers. And now, seeing the claw mark in Azure Dragon City and the sword mark in First Tier Sky, so grand and remaining untouched through countless millennia, still emanating a faint ancient aura. Clearly, these are not things that cultivators of the first or second tribulation of the primordial spirit realm could achieve. I didn't expect so many millennia have passed. Even the last cultivation era has faded into nothingness, yet these sword and claw marks remain unchanged. Within the leaving fire tripod, Yan suddenly sighed. Lu Qing's heart stirred. Senior Yan, do you know the origin of these sword and claw marks? Of course not. Unexpectedly, Yan shook his head. These sword and claw marks have been here for countless millennia. They were already here at the beginning of the last cultivation era. But no one knows how long they've existed, nor who left them. It's only known that they contain mysterious power, seemingly able to be eternally maintained in this form without change. Hearing Yan's response, Lu Qing was not surprised. The last time he came to Central State, he had already observed First-Tier Sky Canyon with his superpower. He knew that was a sword mark left by a mysterious power more than 10,000 years ago. The last cultivation era was just 30,000 years ago, so naturally, it wouldn't know the origin of the sword and claw marks. Back then, he was within it, able to observe only part of the sword mark, the claw mark not at all, not as clear as now, where everything is in full view. Young master, these sword and claw marks were extremely famous during the ancient immortal cultivation era. Almost every accomplished cultivator capable of flight would come to admire them. It's rumored that a great power in the primordial spirit realm once comprehended an extraordinary inheritance from them. Young master, with your unparalleled talent, if you ponder them well, you might also gain something. Yan's voice sounded in Lu Qing's mind. Contains an extraordinary inheritance within. Lu Qing looked downward. I wonder if the superpower can reveal any clues. Lu Qing felt the subtle ancient aura from the sword mark and claw mark and immediately activated his superpower, looking downwards. The first thing he looked at was the massive claw mark where Azure Dragon City was located. After observing for a while, nothing unusual appeared in his vision. Lu Qing wasn't in a hurry and continued to focus his gaze. Nearby, Lin Zhirui noticed Lu Qing's serious expression. Although he didn't know the reason, he didn't dare disturb him and waited quietly. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qing finally sensed a change in his vision. A dense, almost tangible, nearly black-purple superpower light emerged from the huge claw mark. Immediately after, several strips of information floated out. Still purple, Lu Qing was slightly taken aback upon seeing the superpower light from the claw mark. All along, when observing objects with his superpower, the highest level superpower light presented was always purple. He thought that investigating this ancient claw mark would show a different color, but it was still purple. Could it be that the highest level of superpower light that the superpower can present is purple? A thought couldn't help but surface in Lu Qing's mind. However, these were trivial matters, and he quickly set them aside, focusing on the few pieces of information. Lion Claw Mark, a mark left by the 5 Tribulation Mutant Beast Suan-Nai. Mutant Beast Suan-Nai, one of the 9 sons of the 9 Tribulation Mutant Beast ancestor dragon, born as a primordial spirit realm mutant beast, extraordinarily powerful. In the ancient era more than 100,000 years ago, Suan-Nai traveled the world and sparred with a mysterious powerful being in this realm, leaving this claw mark. Inheritance found. Would you like to download the simulation? Mutant Beast Suan-Nai, a 5 Tribulation mutant beast. When Lu Qing read the content of those pieces of information, he felt indescribable shock in his heart. He wasn't wrong, this claw mark was indeed left by a powerful primordial spirit realm mutant beast named Suan-Nai. Moreover, one of the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon, a 9 Tribulation mutant beast, Lu Qing sensed that just a few lines of information held an overwhelming amount of hidden information. After pondering in his heart for a while, he then shifted his gaze to the sky-breaking sword mark. As for the inheritance on the lion claw mark, he wasn't in a hurry to download the simulation. With experience from this time, Lu Qing was even more composed. After staring at the massive sword mark for a little over a quarter of an hour, the same intensely rich purple superpower light emerged. Several strips of information floated out. Sky-breaking sword mark, a sword mark left by the mysterious great power of the 6 Tribulation primordial spirit realm, Potion Taoist. Potion Taoist, an ancient powerful figure, founder of the sky-breaking sword sect, was already a practitioner of the 6 Tribulation primordial spirit realm 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago in the ancient era, Potion Taoist traveled the world and by chance encountered Suan-Nai, the son of the ancestor dragon, and sparred in this realm, leaving this sword mark. Inheritance found. Would you like to download the simulation? Potion Taoist, a 6 Tribulation primordial spirit realm power. After reading the information, Lu Qing was once again shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the one who left the sword mark had an even higher realm, being a powerful existence at the sixth tribulation primordial spirit realm. More importantly, both the potion Taoist and the mutant beast Suannai had reached such cultivation 100,000 years ago. Now, after 100,000 years have passed, who knows how powerful they have become. After a moment of awe, Lu Qing looked at the strips of information floating over the sky-breaking sword mark and chose to download. Downloading, current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Download complete, would you like to simulate? Lu Qing chose to simulate. Simulating, current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Simulation complete, would you like to learn? This time, Lu Qing did not choose to learn immediately. After all, this relates to an inheritance associated with a sixth tribulation primordial spirit great power, something extraordinary indeed. He is currently high in the sky, and if the transmission is too vast, affecting his heart and mind, unable to control the golden flying boat, he might fall from the sky, which would be quite a mess. So he is not in a hurry to learn, but looks again at the giant claw mark, choosing to download it. Not long after, once the awe-inspiring transmission of the giant claw mark was downloaded and simulated completely, Lu Qing, steering the golden small boat, along with Lin Zhirui, landed upon a peak of the Azure Dragon Mountain range and then put away the golden small boat. Young Master Lu, what is this? Lin Zhirui appeared puzzled. Earlier up in the sky, watching both the sword mark and the claw imprint, I gained some insights. I need to contemplate them first. Please Zhai Rui, assist me by acting as protector. Lu Qing explained briefly and then closed his eyes, watching that sword mark and claw imprint, having gained insights. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhirui trembled all over. He had also seen the sword mark and claw imprint earlier in the high altitude, but apart from feeling shaken in heart and mind, he had no special insights. Yet now Lu Qing said he had insights and needed to close up and contemplate. Lin Zhirui looked at Lu Qing, who had already closed eyes and started contemplating, and could only sigh inwardly. Indeed, the difference in innate talent between him and young Master Lu is beyond calculation. Faced with the same opportunities, Lu Qing could gain insights, while he remained without any harvest. After a moment of lamentation, Lin Zhirui also sat cross-legged, quietly waiting by the side. If Lu Qing was in such a hurry to close up and contemplate, it must be an extraordinary insight. Cultivators most value their own cultivation. He dared not urge Lu Qing at this moment. Surely, the young master can gain insights from that sword mark and claw imprint. In the ancient immortal cultivation era, those few primordial spirit great powers could all gain enlightenment from it. The young master's cultivation talent is far more extraordinary. How could there possibly be no harvest? Inside the leaving fire tripod, Yan saw Lu Qing enter contemplation state, revealing a smile. At the same time, it heightened its vigilance internally, acting as protector for Lu Qing. Although Lin Zhirui wasn't likely to dare act against Lu Qing, it did not want to let its guard down. Regarding Lin Zhirui and Yan's thoughts, Lu Qing was naturally unaware. At this moment, he had already activated superpower, pulling out those two transmissions still downloadable and simulatable. Firstly, his focus was on the transmission of sky-breaking sword mark, choosing to learn it. Immediately, he felt a shock in his heart and mind, appearing in a bizarre space. The next instant, a remarkably awe-inspiring scene unfolded before him, only to see himself standing upright, standing in midair, holding an ordinary iron sword. In front of him, there lay a huge mutant beast resembling a lion, lazily lying atop the clouds. As Lu Qing was taken aback, only to see that mutant beast suddenly speak, "Since that's the case, I in my own respect shall spar with you a move." Having said that, the mutant beast lifted a front paw, waved it casually, and a condensed paw imprint traced a mysterious trajectory flying towards him. Once this claw imprint appeared, the emitted power was incredibly terrifying. The space stagnated as a result, like a territory imprinting towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing was greatly shocked. Such an attack was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. "Hahaha, I've heard that His Highness Suani received a tailored mysterious skill from your esteemed father, so let me truly experience it." This voice came from Lu Qing's mouth, but it was not his own voice at all. Lu Qing was taken aback at first, but quickly came to realize. At this moment, this body wasn't his. He should have been possessing the body of the potion Taoist. Upon realizing this, Lu Qing immediately calmed his heart and mind, starting to wholeheartedly feel. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt his body move involuntarily. Then a twist of the wrist unleashed a sky-reaching sword energy, formidable enough to break through everything, facing the mysterious claw imprint. Boom, sword energy collided with the claw imprint, and immeasurable power burst forth, ripping even space, exposing terrifying black cracks. Ultimately, the sword energy and claw imprint stalemated for quite some time, exhausting their power, flying in opposite directions, falling on the earth below. The sword chi and the claw mark landed on the earth, one cutting a giant line and slicing it in half. the other imprinted a massive claw mark on the vast land. Lu Qing could naturally discern that this was the source of the Azure Dragon City's claw mark and the linear sword mark. After the sword chi and claw mark landed, he saw the exotic beast Suoni across from him, staring at its front paw. A shallow sword mark appeared on it, with a wisp of golden blood seeping out. It dripped downwards and eventually fell into a broad, rushing river. Good. As expected of a powerful expert of the sixth tribulation, the sky-breaking sword chi lives up to its reputation. Potion, friend, with this move I've lost. The exotic beast Suoni waved at the wound on its paw. Its mind moved, expelling a strand of sword chi, immediately healing the wound completely. Prince Suoni's physical body is impressive. My sword chi at most can only scratch you slightly. It's really nothing. The potion Taoist shook his head, seemingly not proud of it. Being able to wound me is already quite remarkable. The exotic beast Suoni said lightly, I have a Tao artifact given by my father for protection. Though I did not activate it, it still has considerable defensive power. Yet you managed to break its defense and wound my physical body. Among the sixth stage of primordial spirit, you are considered top-notch. Prince Suoni flatteringly praised. The potion, Taoist modestly stated. Pitter-patter as they conversed, a disturbance suddenly arose from the vast river beneath them. A gigantic whale beast leaped out of the river and fell back, splashing water into the sky. Soon after, several grotesque-looking fish rushed towards the whale beast. Then several powerful underwater creatures joined the battle. They seemed to be vying for something. The potion Taoist was first slightly dazed, then he understood something. Prince Suoni, it seems these native creatures are not entirely ignorant. They all know the value of your blood. The son of the ancestor dragon, the five tribulation exotic beast Suoni, how noble its bloodline. Even just a wisp is enough to drive the native creatures of this small world insane. They're just fools, but this is also their opportunity. The exotic beast Suoni didn't seem too concerned. That wisp of blood from before was insignificant to it, and it disdained to trouble some creatures that hadn't even developed spiritual wisdom. The potion Taoist nodded silently at these words. In legend, among the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon, most were violent in nature, but Prince Suoni was exceptionally gentle. Seeing it today, it truly is so. Potion, friend, this small world is too weak, a little force, and space breaks it's really not a good place for a duel. Why don't we move to another place and have a proper spar? At this moment, the exotic beast Suoni suddenly suggested. Sounds good. I'm also feeling a bit itchy to fight. Let's find another place and have a serious spar. The potion Taoist agreed directly. In the next moment, the figures of one person and one beast had vanished from the spot, and Lu Qing's heart and spirit consciousness also suddenly retreated at this time. When he regained his senses, he found he had returned to his physical body. At the same time, a mysterious cultivation technique appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, Lu Qing was too immersed in the shock from before to care about these. His heart and spirit were still submerged in the previous shock. He hadn't expected that this time's simulated inheritance would be so special. Instead of receiving various insights, it allowed him to possess the potion, Taoist, and feel the detailed process of slashing out that sword. In other words, it was as if he had personally slashed out that earth-shattering sword, experiencing the divine skills and mighty power of a sixth tribulation primordial spirit expert. The sense of shock was truly unparalleled. After a long time, Lu Qing's emotions only slightly calmed, shifting his focus to the inheritance he had just gained. When he finished, he was once again stunned. It was a supreme inheritance called Sky-Breaking Sword Chi. Even entry required being in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, which meant, at the moment, he had no qualification to cultivate this supreme inheritance. As expected of the inheritance of a sixth tribulation primordial spirit expert, even the cultivation threshold is this high. After a while, Lu Qing came back to his senses, sighed, and then turned his gaze to the inheritance of the lion claw mark. When he decided to learn it, the next moment, his heart and spirit once again experienced a trance. When he awoke, he saw a Taoist with an ordinary appearance, wielding a long sword, standing opposite him. Sure enough, he had possessed the exotic beast Suoni, but unlike when he possessed the potion Taoist. Upon possessing the exotic beast Suoni, his first sensation was power. Boundless and massive power. The physical body of the exotic beast Suoni was impossibly strong. It felt like even a slight exertion could shatter this small world entirely, causing space to quake and shatter, leading to boundless disaster. No wonder in the previous sky-breaking sword mark inheritance, it mentioned that this small world couldn't fully display it. For them, sparring in this world is probably like dueling in a delicate porcelain vase. Even slightly serious, they might cause space to collapse, the small world to break, and cause a disaster within thousands of miles. The subsequent time was not worth much elaboration. Lu Qing experienced the previous events again. However, this time he experienced it from the perspective of the exotic beast Suoni, comprehending the process of unleashing that claw print. Once the exotic beast Suoni and potion Taoist departed, Lu Qing's heart and spirit returned to his body. At the same time, a cultivation technique called Divine Dragon Nine Seals surfaced in his mind. Clearly, this was the imprint technique inheritance of the exotic beast Suoni. However, as Lu Qing expected, this inheritance requires the primordial spirit realm to begin cultivation. Moreover, the inheritance of Divine Dragon Nine Seals is incomplete, presenting only the cultivation method for the first 5 seals. It is likely related to the realm of the exotic beast Suoni at the time. After all, when it unleashed that imprint technique, it was at the primordial spirit 5 tribulations realm. Most crucially, this Divine Dragon Nine Seals inheritance has an exceedingly stringent cultivation requirement. It demands that the living creatures possess the bloodline of the ancestor dragon to cultivate. Otherwise, those who do not meet this requirement are forced to cultivate it. They either cannot enter the path, failing to achieve outcomes, or they cannot withstand the backlash force of Divine Dragon Nine Seals, leading to annihilation of form and spirit. The cultivation requirements for Divine Dragon Nine Seals are indeed quite harsh. Upon understanding the cultivation technique Divine Dragon Nine Seals, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. It's expected of a cultivation method for exotic beasts with many restrictions. Not only does it require the primordial spirit realm to begin, it also requires the bloodline of the ancestor dragon to cultivate. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't cultivate it himself, he could pass it to Little Yan and the 5 elements in the future. Now it seems that this idea might fall short. However, even though he cannot cultivate, the significance conveyed when the exotic beast Suoni unleashed that claw in the inheritance illusion still holds great value. Lu Qing estimated that just by comprehending the significance of that claw, he could create a very good cultivation technique. One must know that was the significance unleashed by a 5 tribulations exotic beast. If not for simulating the illusion with superpower to watch directly, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that terrifying heart and spirit impact. Well, after all, it's an inherited gift. There's no need to be too greedy. Sky-breaking sword Qi alone is an unsurpassed inheritance that countless primordial spirit realms dream of. Lu Qing regretted a little, but quickly came to terms. After all, from the notes derived from the superpower probing, he knew that the ancestor dragon is a 9 tribulations level exotic beast. Such an existence holds incomparably precious bloodline. How could one possibly obtain it? No, wait. Suddenly, Lu Qing paused, recalling a scene. Previously in the inheritance illusion, the exotic beast Suoni was cut by the sword Qi of Potion Taoist, and a thread of golden blood seeped out, dropping into the great river, where numerous strange fish and exotic beasts in the river competed for it. Also, when he first caught the dragon whisker fish in the small river outside the village, it showed that it contained a trace of serpent bloodline. The combination immediately led Lu Qing to think a lot. He further recalled when Suoni saw many exotic beasts in the river vying for its blood, he mentioned it as the chance for those fools. That exotic beast Suoni is one of the 9 offspring of the ancestor dragon, and its bloodline is more pure than anything except the ancestor dragon itself. Who knows who managed to seize that bloodline of Suoni back then? Now 100,000 years have passed, whether the bloodline has been passed down and propagated. Lu Qing pondered for a while, finally shaking his head. After all, it was from 100,000 years ago, long beyond investigation. Moreover, after so long, who knows if that bloodline has been reduced to nothing. Still, Lu Qing remembered this matter. After contemplating for a while, Lu Qing felt assured of nothing missed, finally opening his eyes. Then he saw Lin Zhirui standing far away, looking at him with a face full of surprise and uncertainty. "Zhirui, what's with you?" Lu Qing felt a bit puzzled. "Young master, while you were secluded in contemplation just now, an immensely terrifying aura appeared over you, and this lad couldn't endure it, having to retreat." Yan's voice resonated in Lu Qing's mind. Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately showed a look of apology. "Sorry, Zhirui. I was too absorbed in comprehension just now and failed to control my aura." "No problem, young master Lu. Have you finished your contemplation?" Lin Zhirui smiled, not taking offense. He naturally knew Lu Qing wasn't intentional. Ultimately, it was due to the disparity in cultivation between him and Lu Qing that he couldn't endure even a trace of aura. "Yes, I've temporarily finished the contemplation. We can continue our journey." Lu Qing summoned the golden small boat. Soon, he took Lin Zhirui with him, soaring once again, flying towards the direction of the Holy Mountain. As they crossed the Azure Dragon Mountain range, they officially entered Central State, and Lu Qing immediately felt invigorated. The surrounding nature's spiritual energy was incomparably dense, much stronger than in the outer states. Even Jiulai Village, where he had set up a big array once more, paled in comparison. Only the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit vein land beneath the Changhan Mountain range was stronger than this place. Truly worthy of being the center of this world, the density of spiritual energy here in Central State has reached such an extraordinary level, Lu Qing couldn't help but praise. Lin Zhirui was equally shocked. He hadn't returned to Central State for a long time. He didn't expect the spiritual energy here to have revived to this extent. After expressing their amazement, Lu Qing felt a stir in his heart again. Upon entering Central State, he sensed a tremor from both the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Fire Spirit Pearl in his forehead acupoint, the ever-elusive 3 strands of spiritual pearl resonance from different directions, one of which suddenly intensified. It's the spiritual pearl located in Central State. I can feel its position right in the direction of the Holy Mountain. After a brief sense, Lu Qing was initially surprised, then smiled. It was quite a coincidence, conveniently en route, sparing him the trouble of detouring. Immediately, Lu Qing urged his mana, increasing the speed of the golden small boat by another notch, speeding rapidly towards the Holy Mountain. Then, as vast mountain ranges and extensive territories were crossed, Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Until the outline of the Holy Mountain appeared in his vision, he finally confirmed it. The spiritual pearl resonance wasn't just coming from the direction of the Holy Mountain, it was right within the Holy Mountain itself. He wondered if it was hidden at some place within the mountain, or was in possession of a saint master. As thoughts swirled in Lu Qing's mind, the streak of light that was the golden small boat arrived above the Holy Mountain in just a few breaths, stopping to hover high in the sky. On the Holy Mountain, 3 saint masters who were cultivating suddenly felt an immensely powerful aura appear. All were greatly astonished, waking from their cultivation state, looking up in shock. Upon seeing Lu Qing and Lin Zhirui on the golden small boat, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing guests had arrived, not enemies. Yet the astonishment in their hearts had not completely dissipated, although they had long anticipated Lu Qing's power. However, when they truly faced Lu Qing, they couldn't help but be shocked. That aura emitted by Lu Qing earlier was truly terrifying, even more terrifying than when they faced those 2 extraterrestrial guests before. To have distinguished guests come from afar, is it not delightful? Lu Xiaodao visiting the Holy Mountain truly brings radiance to the spiritual sacred mountain, the first saint master said aloud, after calming his mind. At the same time, with the second and third saint master, they used their movement technique to reach the summit of the Holy Mountain. Lu Qing maneuvered the golden small boat, slowly descending from high in the sky. Together with Lin Zhirui, he came down from the golden small boat, then put it away. The 3 saint masters observed this with slight expressions. They knew something about the golden small boat. Flying artifacts were rare, and golden ones even rarer. As far as they knew, only a supreme elder of Suspended Mountain possessed one, yet it was now in Lu Qing's possession, the source of which was obvious. However, the 3 saint masters said nothing, simply smiled at Lu Qing and Lin Zhirui. Greetings to the 3 saint masters. Lin Zhirui, upon coming down, respectfully saluted the 3 saint masters. No need for such formalities. The first saint master nodded initially to indicate. Then Lu Qing greeted, I've long admired your reputation. Today I, an old man, am fortunate to meet you. Indeed a heroic youth, a peerless prodigy, truly admirable. The saint master praises me too highly. Lu Qing slightly returned the salute. Although he had conflicts with the 3rd saint master before, it did not hinder his admiration for what the 3 saint masters had done. After all, just the ban on the innate realm back then had greatly benefited countless ordinary people in the world. Upon sensing Lu Qing's amiable demeanor, the 2nd and 3rd saint masters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least they knew that Lu Qing likely bore no resentment over past events. After all, the pressure that Lu Qing brought them was immense. That unfathomable aura, regardless of how they tried to perceive it, gave them no clue about Lu Qing's cultivation realm. Lu Xiaodao, this place is humble. Why not join us elders at our cave mansion for a gathering? After exchanging polite greetings, the first saint master extended the invitation. Then I shall intrude. Lu Qing nodded gladly. He was also somewhat curious about the hidden sanctuary of the 3 saint masters, whose prowess had shaken the world for over 1,000 years. After all, as the center of this world, the Holy Mountain held a special significance. Even in an era of depleted spiritual energy, it allowed the 3 saint masters to break limits and cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. This alone is proof of its extraordinary nature. Now, with the revival of heavens and earth lasting so long, this grand mountain is perhaps even more mystical. At least Lu Qing felt that the spiritual energy atop the Holy Mountain was already not inferior to the spirit vein land beneath Long Hatred Mountain. As for Lin Zhirui, he was even more excited. Though one of Tianji Building's finest disciples, he had never had the privilege to meet the saint masters alone on the mountain, let alone be invited to their cultivation cave mansion. Soon, led by the 3 saint masters, Lu Qing and Lin Zhirui arrived at a cave mansion. Though the cave mansion was not large, it was only slightly bigger than the Jade Cave within the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, upon entering, Lu Qing's body suddenly shuddered. Spiritual charm within the cave was already unbelievably dense. Even compared to the spirit vein land beneath Changbai Mountain, it was far superior. Lu Qing could feel that if he secluded himself here for a while, his cultivation would greatly improve. As for Lin Zhurui, with his great success of innate realm cultivation, the density of spiritual energy here even gave him a sense of suffocation. He felt as though his cultivation was on the brink of a breakthrough just from staying here briefly. The first Saint Master had been observing Lu Qing's expression. Seeing his surprised look, he couldn't help but smile. Lu Xiaoda, what do you think of this cave mansion? It's truly worthy of being on the holy mountain. The density of spiritual charm in this cave is something I've rarely seen. Lu Qing expressed his amazement sincerely. Since that's the case, we'll gift this cave mansion to Lu Xiaoda. What do you think? The first Saint Master continued. Gift it to me. Lu Qing was initially stunned, but then slowly regained his composure. Saint Master Elder, one should not accept without merit. Such a precious cave mansion is beyond my acceptance. The first Saint Master said nothing this time, simply smiling as he looked at Lu Qing. Yet Lu Qing understood intuitively. Saint Master Elder means that as long as I agree to your proposal, this cave mansion will be mine. The first Saint Master replied, indeed, since it's a proposal from the three of us, we can't let Lu Xiaodo suffer any loss. Lu Qing remained silent. Though he'd already made up his mind before coming, he couldn't deny that the first Saint Master's proposal was highly tempting. Currently, he lacked neither cultivation technique, realm, nor magical treasure. The only thing missing was sufficient spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. The spiritual energy within this holy mountain cave mansion was richer compared to the spirit vein land beneath Long Hatred Mountain. For him, it was undoubtedly an excellent place for cultivation. The three Saint Masters did not rush Lu Qing, quietly waiting, allowing him to contemplate. After a moment, Lu Qing suddenly smiled. Saint Master Elders, to be honest, I had already decided on this proposal before coming. Truthfully, I have always admired the Elders. For 1,000 years, it is precisely the holy mountain that has upheld the order of this world, making it possible for various states to maintain a relatively stable situation. At least rarely does such a thing occur where innate strong people intimidate the weak, indiscriminately killing ordinary citizens. The Elders' achievements are nothing short of immeasurable merit. Lu Qing's words were not flattery, but a heartfelt expression of admiration. The Holy Mountain's ban on innates indeed contributed greatly to the stability of the world. At least when Wang Kangyi from Heavenly Blue Sect plotted against the Wei family's leaving Fire Tripod, it was precisely the fear of the ban that gave the Wei family a glimmer of respite. Otherwise, let alone the Wei family, it's likely the entire county would have been razed long ago. It would have been impossible to wait for him and his master to rescue and resolve the crisis. To gain Lu Xiaodao's recognition means our deeds weren't in vain. Upon hearing Lu Qing's praise, all three Saint Masters couldn't help but smile. If the praise had come from others, they wouldn't feel much. After all, they had received numerous more lavish compliments over their millennia of revered status. But if the one praising was Lu Qing, that was different. Being praised by the one who could be deemed the strongest in the current world, even they couldn't help but feel gratified. So Lu Xiaodao, does this mean? The first Saint Master asked expectantly. In fact, I had already decided before coming to the Holy Mountain to join forces with the three elders and contribute to the welfare of the world. Lu Qing replied. The three Saint Masters were instantly overjoyed. Then I shall send out invitations, inviting numerous sects and forces from across the lands to come to the holy city to discuss this matter, said the first Saint Master. I will follow the arrangements of the seniors, Lu Qing nodded. Seeing Lu Qing agree, the first Saint Master hesitated no longer. He immediately sent out a message. And with the sending of this message, the vast force of the Holy Mountain began to operate. Many somewhat strong presences departed from the foot of the mountain, heading in all directions. Clearly, they had already made preparations before Lu Qing's arrival. Lu Qing didn't mind this, instead looking toward the second Saint Master. Third Saint Master Senior, I have something I wish to consult with you. You have something to consult with me. The third Saint Master was taken aback, completely not expecting Lu Qing to suddenly say this. Even the first and second Saint Masters were quite surprised. For a moment, they even thought Lu Qing might be seeking to settle old scores with the third Saint Master. Indeed, Junior wishes to ask if you have a spiritual pearl magical treasure in your possession. Spiritual pearl magical treasure. The third Saint Master was first stunned, then realized. With a flip of his hand, a white bead suddenly appeared in his palm. Is what Lu Xiaoda refers to perhaps this golden spirit pearl? As soon as the third Saint Master pointed out the white treasure bead in his hand, sharp auras permeated the surrounding area, pricking the divine soul and skin of people with a subtle pain. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately smiled. Indeed, it is this golden spirit pearl. Third Saint, this golden spirit pearl is of great use to me. May I ask if the senior could give it to me? Does Lu Xiaoda wish for this golden spirit pearl? The third Saint Master's face showed a look of difficulty. Lu Xiaoda, to be frank, this golden spirit pearl is extremely compatible with my cultivation in the way of the sword, and is one of my most important magical treasures. If I were without this golden spirit pearl, my sword Dao strength would fearfully decrease by at least 30. The first and second Saint Masters stood by without speaking. They were also aware of how important this golden spirit pearl was to their third brother. Naturally, Junior would not let Senior part with it for nothing. Lu Qing smiled. I am willing to exchange it with a sword move. A sword move. The third Saint Master instantly took interest. Following the path of the sword, he was highly sensitive to various sword Dao inheritances. His golden spirit pearl was a treasure comparable to top-grade magical treasures. Lu Qing actually said he would exchange it with a sword move inheritance, which both shocked and intrigued him. What kind of sword move could make Lu Qing feel it worthy to compare with a top-grade magical treasure? My master is a sword Dao expert. Under his careful instruction, I have learned a bit of his sword Dao essence. Earlier, as I passed by the Azure Dragon Pass and observed the first-tier Sky Canyon, I had an epiphany. Combining with my master's sword Dao inheritance, I comprehended a sword move. I invite the senior to see it clearly. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, he immediately formed a sword with his fingers, and a wisp of sword chi condensed at his fingertip, slowly piercing towards the third Saint Master. When this wisp of sword chi emerged, all three Saint Masters' complexions changed, except Lin Zhirui, who still looked confused. Although the power of the sword chi condensed by Lu Qing was not strong, in their perception, this wisp of sword chi was extremely terrifying. The aura it revealed carried the intent of cutting through everything, annihilating all things. It pierced their heart and spirit, making them tremble. Especially the third Saint Master, who was directly facing the sword move, his whole body stiffened, and his divine soul was in a daze. In his eyes, nothing else remained but that wisp of sword chi from Lu Qing. He seemed to see an unparalleled and peerlessly sharp sky-reaching sword energy slashing towards him, intending to cut away everything about him, whether his physical body or divine soul will, entirely obliterating it. Just when the third Saint Master thought he was sure to die, suddenly, all the illusions before his eyes vanished. Only Lu Qing remained, smiling at him with his sword point long withdrawn. That terrifying wisp of sword chi was also nowhere to be seen. Third Saint Master Senior, how is my sword move? Is it enough to exchange for your golden spirit pearl? Lu Qing asked with a smile. The third Saint Master slightly circulated his mana within to dispel the cold sweat that had just seeped out from his back. Then he looked at Lu Qing with a solemn expression. Lu Xiaodo, you say this sword move was realized on your way here. Indeed, Lu Qing nodded. The first-tier Sky Canyon of Azure Dragon Pass appears like a sky-reaching sword mark. The junior was passing through at high altitude, happened upon that sword mark canyon, and had an insight. After a round of contemplation, he realized this sword move from it. Yes, the move that Lu Qing just performed. At this moment, Lin Zhirui couldn't help but say, yes, Saint Master. Earlier, when we passed by Azure Dragon Pass, young Master Lu felt something, so he temporarily went into seclusion for a while. Otherwise, we would have arrived here earlier. It turned out to be true. With this realization, the three Saint Masters couldn't help but gasp. For so long, they already knew that Lu Qing's cultivation talent was unparalleled. Since the revival of heaven and earth, the first one to cross the tribulation, his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. In just a few short years, he had reached the Golden Core realm. Now he suddenly appears to be the top person in the world, slaying Golden Core experts as easily as cutting through tofu. But now, hearing Lu Qing say that the sword move just now came to him during a brief seclusion, caused by a feeling he had while coming over, the three Saint Masters were still incredibly shocked. Setting aside the sword move executed by Lu Qing, its grandeur and loftiness had almost entirely surpassed the Golden Core realm. They had no doubt that if Lu Qing were to unleash his full power, even this holy mountain might not withstand the sharpness of his sword move. Such a frightening and terrifying sword move, yet it was comprehended at will. How could the three Saint Masters not find it unbelievable? After a while, the third Saint Master finally managed to calm his emotions somewhat. He looked at Lu Qing with a hint of fervor in his eyes. Lu Xiaodo, are you truly willing to exchange this sword move with me for the golden spirit pearl? His tone, completely opposite of the previous hesitation. Of course, it depends on whether the third Saint Master is willing to part with it. Lu Qing nodded. Agreed. The third Saint Master did not hesitate upon hearing this. He took out the golden spirit pearl, and as he channeled his heart and spirit, the pearl first emitted a burst of dazzling white light, then dimmed to become an ordinary-looking bead. Lu Xiaodo here, the divine soul mark on the golden spirit pearl has been removed by me. It now belongs to you. The third Saint Master handed the golden spirit pearl to Lu Qing, third brother. The first and second Saint Masters were shocked. They hadn't anticipated the third Saint Master would make such a decisive decision. They knew just how precious the third brother considered this golden spirit pearl, a purely gold element magical treasure, perfectly suited for the sword Dao he cultivated. Without this golden spirit pearl, the third brother's power would decrease by several levels. It might even obstruct his future cultivation path. Big brother, second brother, I can sense that Lu Xiaodao's sword move is extremely important to me. Perhaps my hope of entering the primordial spirit realm and shedding my bindings lies within it, the third Saint Master stated firmly. Hearing the third Saint Master mention entering the primordial spirit realm and shedding bindings, the first and second Saint Masters fell silent. They did not cultivate the path of the sword, so although Lu Qing's sword move shocked them, they couldn't see its true essence. If its value is truly as third brother claims, then exchanging it for a golden spirit pearl is indeed not a loss. On the contrary, they might have greatly profited. After all, their greatest hope in cultivation is to one day enter the primordial spirit realm and free themselves from the bindings of this holy mountain. Even inviting Lu Qing here this time aimed to leverage his strength to fulfill their long-cherished wish. The ultimate goal was towards this end. Now the third Saint Master even says that Lu Qing's sword move is of such great importance to him. Then whatever it takes to exchange for it is worth it. Seeing the golden spirit pearl extended by the third Saint Master, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. He actually thought the other party would hesitate a little longer. He hadn't expected such decisiveness. It seems that the three who have been trapped in this holy mountain for a millennium crave freedom even more than he anticipated, without first taking the golden spirit pearl. Lu Qing retrieved a jade scroll inscribed with runes from his universal chi bag. Then a surge of powerful divine soul power emerged, entering the jade scroll to inscribe it. After some time, he withdrew the divine soul power and handed the jade scroll over. Third Saint Master, please. The third Saint Master received the jade scroll as if it were a treasured possession. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, he would have eagerly secluded himself to comprehend and cultivate it immediately. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled slightly and also put away the golden spirit pearl. What he inscribed for the third Saint Master was certainly not the complete inheritance of the sky-breaking sword chi. For this supreme inheritance, he doesn't even have the qualification to cultivate it himself, let alone inscribe it into a jade scroll. Such an inheritance requires the corresponding intent to be able to comprehend it. With his current realm, he is not capable of inscribing the sky-breaking sword chi into a jade scroll. What he inscribed for the third Saint Master was from combining his master's sword energy domain and a trace from the inheritance illusion realm. Viewing Potion Taoist's earth-shattering strike, he comprehended a trace of the sky-breaking sword chi intent and deduced a sword move from it. However, despite this trace of intent being quite superficial compared to the true sky-breaking sword chi, it is still extraordinarily remarkable. The third Saint Master's intuition was indeed correct. If he can thoroughly comprehend that trace of intent, it is not impossible for him to enter the primordial spirit realm in the future. In the time that followed, Lu Qing discussed the Tao with the three Saint Masters. While it was a discussion, in reality, it was more of Lu Qing speaking and the three Saint Masters listening. Towards the end, it became a session where the three Saint Masters consecutively presented their usual cultivation confusions to Lu Qing for guidance, and Lu Qing openly resolved their cultivation questions one by one. Every word was a gem, with answers so clear and comprehensible that the three Saint Masters felt enlightened and suddenly understood. Friend Lu Xiao, listening to your words is indeed more rewarding than decades of secluded bitter cultivation. This guidance truly made us feel enlightened and greatly benefited, spoke the first Saint Master gratefully. The other two Saint Masters also showed expressions of gratitude. Lu Qing's answers just now unraveled many cultivation puzzles that had troubled them for who knows how many years. This enhanced their understanding of the Golden Core realm significantly. They now have a clearer understanding and direction of how to proceed on the path of cultivation. Frankly speaking, just this guidance alone would warrant making Lu Qing their master without any exaggeration. At the same time, all three were profoundly shocked in their hearts. If previously they thought Lu Qing's rapid progress was solely due to his exceptional talent, achieving the Golden Core in just a few years, after receiving this guidance from Lu Qing, their perception was turned upside down. Lu Qing is not only exceptionally talented in cultivation, his foundational accumulation is also tremendously profound. His deep understanding of cultivation far exceeded their imagination. He does not seem like another cultivator of the same realm, but rather like an existence on a higher level. No wonder he could create such a high and unfathomable, profoundly artistic sword move just from a feeling of insight. Moreover, the esoteric concepts Lu Qing mentioned about Golden Core 3 grades and Golden Core 9 revolutions opened their eyes. These are mysteries they had never known, not even mentioned in the inheritances they received. At this moment, the three Saint Masters were genuinely convinced by Lu Qing, adoring him with utmost respect. If it were not for the restraints of their identities and ages, they would indeed feel an impulse to bow and take Lu Qing as their master. These are just some insights, no need to be so polite, Lu Qing said with a smile. It is said that the core is divided into 3 grades and the realm into 9 transitions. The Golden Core realm has 9 stages in total. Saint Masters, you have condensed low-grade golden cores while crossing the tribulation, and at most can reach the golden core third transition. If you wish to break through further, you need to find a way to refine the golden core and elevate the grade of your magic power golden core. Once the grade of the golden core is elevated, breaking through the realm will naturally become much easier. This should be your main direction in future cultivation. May I ask, friend Luzayo, how does one refine the golden core and elevate its grade? The first Saint Master inquired humbly. The methods for refining the golden core and enhancing its grade are the secret traditions of each sect, but they mainly boil down to two methods. First is to refine the golden core with certain rare objects, but such things are usually hard to come by. The second is to use a special secret method, coupled with great willpower and steadfastness, to slowly grind and enhance it over time. As for the specific techniques, I know very little about them, so you'll have to comprehend and ponder them on your own. Lu Qing said slowly. It is not that he is being selfish, but he truly does not know the specific methods for refining the golden core. Even in the cultivation technique Jade Scroll left by those two gray-robed brothers, there are only mentions of it without any specific golden core refining secrets. It seems that the method of refining the golden core must be a very precious heritage, even in the larger world, not allowed to be casually passed down to disciples. At least they now have a very clear direction for their future path of cultivation. No longer like before, having to slowly explore and cultivate on their own, or when they have doubts, having no one to ask. Almost simultaneously, the three of them stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Qing. Lu Qing did not avoid it and accepted their bow with poise. What he imparted to them, though it wasn't specific cultivation technique, was even more valuable cultivation experience. As it said, true teaching is in a single sentence. False teaching fills 1,000 books. Sometimes, a true insight requires only a single sentence to open up a person's mind, leading them to a sudden enlightenment. What's more, what he told the three of them were rules summarized by unknown numbers of past masters and immortal Tao experts in a grand world. This is truly the supreme truth of cultivation, naturally invaluable to these small worlds with incomplete cultivation systems. Therefore, Lu Qing fully deserved this salute. Lin Zhurui, standing aside, was somewhat dumbfounded by this scene, because what the three Saint Masters were performing was the disciples' salute. That is to say, the Saint Masters considered that the guidance Lu Qing just gave them was enough for him to be regarded as their teacher. This made Lin Zhurui, who had always been in awe of the three Saint Masters, feel utterly shocked. After a session of discussing Tao, the three Saint Masters rose to take their leave, preparing to exit the cave mansion. Guidance Lu Qing gave them this time brought them great rewards, and even more comprehension arose in their hearts. This made them almost impatient to go into seclusion for comprehension. Lu Qing naturally saw their thoughts and did not attempt to hold them back. After Lin Zhurui also took his leave, he comfortably settled in the cave mansion. With a subtle movement of his heart and spirit, he took out the golden spirit pearl. Lu Qing extended a trace of divine soul power, penetrating inside. Since the third saint had already erased his original divine soul mark, he easily imprinted his divine soul mark into the golden spirit pearl, refining it. Once the golden spirit pearl recognized its master, it immediately transformed into a stream of light, entering the forehead acupoint of Lu Qing, and quickly reached the center of the acupoint space. However, unlike the last time when the fire spirit pearl attempted to seize the central position, the golden spirit pearl obediently followed the mysterious trajectory, revolving around the earth spirit pearl. There was no desire for contention, resembling a solitary swordsman, doing only what it believed to be right. As the golden spirit pearl revolved a few times, a peculiar connection was established among the three spiritual pearls. All of a sudden, Lu Qing felt a much stronger connection to the remaining two spiritual pearls. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a while. A realization arose in his heart. Among the remaining two spiritual pearls, the wood spirit pearl lies in the extreme west, while the water spirit pearl resides in the East Sea. Once matters at the Holy Mountain are settled, I shall set out to collect these remaining two pearls. Lu Qing was very much looking forward to seeing what changes would occur once the 5 elemental pearls were gathered together. The perfect golden core he had condensed was intangible and complete, embodying the 5 elements. The 5 elemental pearls naturally resonated deeply with him. He had a premonition that once he completed the collection of all 5 pearls, he would likely reap tremendous benefits. After indulging in the thought for a moment, Lu Qing calmed his mind. He took out the communication jade token and roughly conveyed the situation to his master, indicating that he might be staying at the Holy Mountain for some time. He then entered a state of cultivation. The spiritual charm within the Holy Mountain cave mansion was so abundant, he couldn't allow it to go to waste. While Lu Qing secluded himself in cultivation within the Holy Mountain, the entire world began to tremble with the actions of the Holy Mountain. The Bright Moon sect was one of the notable major sects in the Central State. Even before the spiritual energy recovery, it held significant influence in Central State. Occupying vast territories in Central State, it feared almost no other forces except for the Holy Mountain. Of course, after years of earth changes and spiritual energy recovery, with the gain of abundant resources, many elders within the sect broke through to new realms, greatly increasing their strength. Especially recently, when two supreme elders within the sect successfully crossed the tribulation and achieved the Golden Core realm. The attitude of the Bright Moon sect towards the Holy Mountain had become somewhat ambiguous. So now, observing those Holy Mountain envoys in the palace hall, the sect master's expression was somewhat amused. Lord Envoy, you say that the three saint masters intend to hold a sacred assembly, inviting all sects and factions to the holy city to discuss major matters. Indeed, the three saint masters feel that ever since the spiritual energy recovery, the world has once again become chaotic, and the survival of the masses has become difficult. Therefore, they wish to invite the sects across the world to the holy city in a month to hold a sacred assembly, to discuss and confirm the order post-spiritual energy recovery, maintaining world stability, to avoid a situation where people are in dire straits and unnecessary killings increase. This is an invitation marked jointly by the three saint masters, and I request Master Su to take a look. A Holy Mountain envoy dressed in white stepped forward, handing over a golden invitation with both hands solemnly. The Bright Moon sect master's expression shifted slightly, and the invitation moved with no wind, suddenly flying out and landing in his hand. Upon opening the invitation, a faint pressure greeted him, causing his heart and spirit to pause momentarily. As seen at the end of the invitation, 3 mana imprints of different shapes appeared upon it, and the contents of the invitation were as the white-clothed envoy had spoken. After sensing and contemplating the 3 imprints for a while, the Bright Moon sect master's heart and spirit felt a slight reverence. He lifted his head, revealing a smile. Please inform the 3 saint masters that my Bright Moon sect will definitely attend on time. The white-clothed envoy nodded. Since the invitation has been delivered, Sect Master Su, we have other invitations to deliver to various sects, so we will take our leave first. As the Holy Mountain envoys left, the face of the Bright Moon sect master gradually turned serious, becoming somewhat unpredictable. He stared at the invitation for a long while, suddenly speaking, "Great Elder, Second Elder, what do you think of this matter?" 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the Bright Moon sect master, one of whom took the invitation from his hand and began to look at it, especially over those 3 mana imprints, examining and sensing them for quite some time. With some admiration, he said, "Worthy of being the old monsters that have occupied the Holy Mountain for 1,000 years, the mana of these 3 old monsters is much stronger than mine." The other figure also took the invitation to sense it. Yes, the other 2 are all right, but that first Saint Master, his mana faintly causes the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. His realm is extraordinary. I'm afraid even if we both go up together, we might not be his match. The first Saint Master is so formidable. The Bright Moon sect master was somewhat shaken upon hearing it. He had yet to cross the tribulation to achieve a golden core, and although he could sense the terrifying nature of the 3 mana imprints, he couldn't fully differentiate the differences among them. Hearing the 2 elders' apprehension about the first Saint Master astonished him. Indeed, since the spiritual energy recovery, this is the first existence to have achieved the Golden Core realm, truly not to be underestimated. In my opinion, this individual's realm has likely surpassed ours. The Great Elder sighed. Great Elder, regarding this sacred assembly, the sect master of the Minjiu sect inquired hesitantly. Let's go and have a look. It's a good chance to see what medicine these 3 old monsters are selling in their gourd. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere of the Bright Moon sect, another major sect in Central State, the elders of the Giyuan sect were currently sneering at the invitation, holding a sacred assembly to discuss major affairs, re-establish the world's order. Do those 3 old monsters still think it's the past where they decide everything? What qualifies them to set the rules of the world once again? Indeed, they are just 3 old beings unable to leave the Holy Mountain. Even if they have reached the Golden Core realm, do they still wish to control the world? Those old monsters are obstinately persistent. It's time to let them wake up. Precisely, this sacred assembly is an opportunity for our Giyuan sect. The control of this world is about time to change. West State Qingyang Temple. Several old Taoists were also looking at a golden invitation. Those 3 from the Holy Mountain actually have the audacity to want to re-establish world order. The 3 of them cannot leave the Holy Mountain. Are they not afraid this time might ruin the reputation of the Holy Mountain? Interesting, I'm somewhat curious about what gives them this confidence. Let's go and see. After all, the world has been quite chaotic lately. It's time to calm it down. Northern State Cold Water Palace. Han Lingshuang was looking at the golden invitation in front of her, lost in thought. In front of her, several trusted aides were also looking at that invitation. Palace Master, what do you think the three from the Holy Mountain intend by holding this sacred meeting? Finally, a young man couldn't help but ask, what else could it be? Restricted by heaven and earth rules, every time we open an entrance to the four great secret places, a large amount of spiritual energy is consumed. Thus, we cannot casually enter and exit the secret realm, spending most of the time resting and recuperating in the secret land. Therefore, for nearly 1,000 years, the world has been almost entirely under the control of the Holy Mountain. Now, with changes in heaven and earth, the world order has shifted significantly. The Holy Mountain's control over the entire world has long been weak and nominal. This time, holding the sacred meeting, it must be to re-establish order and reclaim control over the world. Another woman analyzed, but is it possible? Someone wondered nowadays, unlike 1,000 years ago, with the suppression of heaven and earth rules, apart from our four great secret places and the Holy Mountain, other martial artists cannot break the limits. At most, they can only cultivate to the innate perfection realm. According to reports from below, heavenly tribulation thunder has been sounding frequently in the past year. Presumably, quite a few strong figures who have been suppressed by heaven and earth have already crossed the lightning tribulation and entered the golden core realm. Even if the three from the Holy Mountain have also entered the golden core realm, but with their true forms unable to leave the Holy Mountain, to reclaim control over the world again seems increasingly impossible. Indeed, what are those three thinking? This move is not a wise choice. Someone nodded in agreement. The three saint masters of the Holy Mountain, with their true bodies unable to leave the Holy Mountain, while known to few, it is no longer an absolute secret. Especially the four great secret places, long aware of this. After all, 1,000 years ago, three powerful figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, able to surpass limits. How could they not draw attention? For 1,000 years, though the three saint masters have never actively revealed their inability to leave the Holy Mountain. But there are many clever people in the world. Various clues have led many to suspect. Only before the revival of heaven and earth, the three saint masters, even with their true bodies absent, could still sweep across the world with puppet dharma bodies. Thus the sects of the world accepted the Holy Mountain's status. But now the world order has changed, so they truly don't look favorably at the outcome of the meeting called by the three. It's possible that it might even lead the Holy Mountain to calamity. Alright, never mind what those three from the Holy Mountain are thinking. The key now is whether our cold water palace will attend this sacred meeting. At this time, a middle-aged man interrupted the discussion candidly. The other few quieted down immediately. Indeed, everything else is minor. The immediate difficulty is whether Cold Water Palace will attend this sacred meeting. Everyone turned to Han Lingshuang. As Palace Master, the final decision rests with her. In the previous discussion, Han Lingshuang had not interjected. She was continually contemplating the invitation for a long time, finally lifted her head. Our Cold Water Palace will attend this sacred meeting, and I will personally go. Palace Master. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Palace Master, you can't. You are about to cross the tribulation. What's most important is closing in seclusion for cultivation, preparing for crossing the tribulation. This kind of meeting can be attended by me leading the team. Why must you personally go? The middle-aged man urged anxiously. Indeed, we can go, Palace Master. What's essential is your cultivation. The others also urged. You all cannot hold the scene. Han Lingshuang shook her head. This sacred meeting is bound for turbulence. Many sect forces will likely give it their all to display power and compete for interests. Our Cold Water Palace, though not interested in disputes, cannot appear weak. If we show weakness, unknown forces will see it as a chance to bite us. Therefore, this sacred meeting I must attend. Your strength is not enough, but your cultivation, Palace Master. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Continuing in seclusion will not easily enhance it further. Unless crossing the lightning tribulation, achieving golden core can then improve again. Lately, I've been honing myself, yet have felt no breakthrough opportunity. But upon receiving this invitation, I suddenly sense something. I can feel that my chance to enter the golden core realm might lie within this sacred meeting. Han Lingshuang's gaze fell again on the invitation before her. There was some oddity in her mind. This unusual feeling is why she continued staring at the invitation. She was curious. Why should her opportunity to break through to golden core manifest in this sacred meeting? Could there be some fortune waiting for her at the Holy Mountain? The opportunity to break through. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't say much more. If it's true, Palace Master must absolutely go this time. As fellow cultivators, they knew well that the chance to break through is rare and precious. Missing it could mean an indefinite wait for the next one. Since this is the case, we are willing to follow Palace Master to the Holy City to attend the sacred meeting. Unable to persuade, everyone merely expressed their stance. Han Lingshuang nodded. Very well. You'll have the opportunity to see how many exceptional figures have emerged in the world since Heaven and Earth revival. As envoys dispatched by the Holy Mountain sect visited various sect forces, delivering invitations. About the sacred event, it has gradually spread across various states of the world and become the most anticipated grand event since the Earth's revival. Countless cultivators, upon learning of this, have set off, eager to head to Central State. Even without receiving an invitation, they are unwilling to miss such a grand event. Even Kang County, far in Kang State, has heard of this news. The Holy Mountain is going to hold the sacred event in the Holy City. For such a grand occasion, I truly wish I could attend and experience it myself. At the County Lord Mansion, Yan Kanghai looked at the secret communication in his hand, his eyes showing amazement. But he knew this was impossible. Being a county lord, he himself cannot easily leave his jurisdiction. Although due to recent events, his father's side had lifted the ban on him, allowing him to return to the royal capital at any time. But Yan Kanghai is no fool. How could he leave Kang County at a time like this? Having witnessed Lu Qing's divine skills, he deeply realized that this person is far stronger than he had ever imagined. Kang County is the place closest to Jiulai Village, and the Wei family, closely associated with Lu Qing, also resides in the county. Additionally, his friend Lin Zhurui is also familiar with Lu Qing. With such an opportunity so close at hand, how could he not think of seizing it? Thus, no matter what, he cannot leave Kang County to return to the royal capital. I wonder if that one will receive an invitation from the Holy Mountain, and also where Zhurui has been wandering lately. Otherwise, I could ask him about the situation. While Yan Kanghai was pondering, a figure appeared outside the study. Master, Shadow Guard 1 has a report, speak. Yan Kanghai continued looking at the secret communication, not raising his head. This Shadow Guard is an elite he personally trained, dedicated to gathering information for him. Just now, several white-clothed envoys entered the county and headed to the Wei family. Judging by their attire, they should be the widely rumored Holy Mountain envoys. What did you say? Yan Kanghai suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. Lord Envoy, you aren't joking, are you? In the Wei family, housekeeper Wei also looked shocked, incredulously staring at the several enigmatic white-clothed envoys before him. Just earlier, these individuals visited, took out a golden invitation, and said it was a Holy Mountain invitation for their Wei family to attend the sacred event in the Holy City. Housekeeper Wei naturally knew about the widely rumored sacred event, but he never imagined that their Wei family would actually receive an invitation. For a moment, he felt at a loss, unable to believe the scene before him was real. It's certainly not a joke. The leading white-clothed envoy said solemnly, "This invitation bears the mana imprint of the three saint masters themselves and cannot be faked. As long as Manager Wei presents this to your family head, they can naturally discern it." Housekeeper Wei received the invitation somewhat absent-mindedly. He opened it, seeing the three mysterious imprints inside. Though unable to verify its authenticity, he knew it wasn't something that could be easily forged. Rest assured, Lord Envoy. Once the family head returns, I'll present it to him immediately, Housekeeper Wei said seriously. The white-clothed envoy smiled upon hearing this. That's very good. We have other duties to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Lord Envoy, won't you stay for a meal? Food and drink have been prepared. Housekeeper Wei hastily said, no need to trouble us. As the words fell, the figures of the white-clothed envoys slowly dissipated. Seeing such profound methods from the other side, Housekeeper Wei felt even more apprehensive. He dared not delay, immediately arranged horses, and with several guard commanders, headed to Jiulai Village with the golden invitation in hand. At Jiulai Village's courtyard, when Wei Shanhai and others saw the invitation, they were equally astonished. They immediately took the invitation to the half-mountain small courtyard to seek Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, do you think this invitation is real or fake? In the courtyard, the elder doctor examined the golden invitation, while Wei Shanhai felt somewhat anxious. He never thought the Holy Mountain would send their Wei family an exclusive invitation. No matter how he thought about it, their Wei family didn't possess such qualifications, so he first suspected the invitation was fake. Yet the imprints on the invitation were indeed mysterious, so he dared not be certain. These three imprints were indeed left by three Golden Core Realm experts. After examining the invitation for a while, the elder doctor nodded. So saying the invitation is real, Wei Shanhai opened his eyes wide. It should be beyond doubt, the elder doctor said. He had seen the third Saint Master in Central State before, though it was just the puppet Dharma body, but one of the three imprints on this invitation shared the same source of power with that third Saint Master. Moreover, the Wei family is just a small family, and certainly not qualified enough for three Golden Core Realm experts to collaborate in deceiving them. But why? How does our insignificant Wei family have the virtue or ability to warrant a Holy Mountain invitation specifically for us? After receiving the elder doctor's confirmation, Wei Shanhai was even more incredulous. However, the elder doctor merely smiled at him. Wei Shanhai, feeling the elder doctor's gaze, was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Dr. Chen, did the Holy Mountain send invitations to you and young Master Lu? Logically, the elder doctor and Lu Qing are both Golden Core Realm experts. The Holy Mountain should ideally invite them as masters and disciples. I haven't received an invitation, but Ah Ching has, and he and Jai Rui have already left for Central State ahead of time. Young Master Lu went to Central State. Wei Shanhai realized. Previously, Lu Qing sent little Yan and little Li to the courtyard and said he would be out for a while. Turns out he went to Central State with Lin Zhurui. Lu Qing and Lin Zhurui went to Central State, and then their Wei family received an invitation from the Holy Mountain. For a moment, Wei Shanhai sharply sensed some kind of connection. The elder doctor saw his contemplation and smiled. No need to overthink. Since the Holy Mountain sent your Wei family an invitation, there must be a reason. If you're willing, you might as well go to gain some experience. If you delay, you might miss the grand event. Hearing the elder doctor, Wei Shanhai was immediately moved. If it were just them, heading to Central State would indeed be challenging. After all, the outside world is not peaceful, and Central State is teeming with strong individuals and masterful experts. The sacred event hosted by the Holy Mountain, everyone knows, will inevitably stir unimaginable winds when the time comes. If they go with their weak limbs, they might just be unfortunate collateral damage. But if Lu Qing is also in Central State, then it's different. Dr. Chen, aren't you going? Wei Shanhai asked. I prefer tranquility, so I won't join the bustle. Elder Doctor shook his head. Besides, Jilai Village needs someone to watch over it, so you should go instead. Wei Shanhai looked at the precious herbs outside the half-mountain small courtyard and the surrounding dense nature's spiritual energy, nodding involuntarily. Nowadays, Jilai Village is truly considered an immortal blessed land. Anything taken out could probably incite external martial artists to fight over it, so it indeed needs someone to guard it. Then I'll go back and think it through. Wei Shanhai left the half-mountain small courtyard and returned to the other courtyard. After contemplating, he finally decided to go to Central State and attend the grand event. Of course, besides Lu Qing also being in Central State, making him feel more supported. More importantly, his cultivation has been stalled in the innate perfection realm for a long time, yet he has been unable to sense that moment of breakthrough. For this, he even consulted Lu Qing and the elder doctor several times. Even with guidance, he could not overcome that obstacle. This caused Wei Shanhai to feel despair at times, thinking he might be stuck in the innate realm for life. But now, the invitation from the Holy Mountain made him feel a slight inspiration. This event will undoubtedly attract numerous strong figures from all over the world. The scene then will be unimaginably grand. Perhaps from it, he can find the opportunity for his own breakthrough. Mentor, is this the holy city? Before the gates of the holy city, a bustling crowd gathered, with countless people lingering here. A young man gazed at the majestic and massive city gate exuding an aura of dignity, his face filled with disbelief. Initially, when entering Tianji Building, the grandeur of Xunwu City had already left him deeply impressed. He hadn't expected the holy city to be even more majestic and magnificent than Xunwu City. He found it difficult to imagine what kind of person could reside in such a grand city. Beside him, an elder in plain robes also revealed a surprised expression. The holy city, compared to his youthful travels here, seemed even more imposing. However, upon hearing his disciple's exclamation, he smiled. Indeed, this is the holy city, the most majestic and magnificent grand city in the world, and the center of Central State. The center of Central State. The young man looked at the grand city in front of him, then at the even more vast and towering holy mountain beside it, with its peak entirely hidden from view. The stirring emotion within his heart surged even more. He felt that coming with his mentor this time was truly worthwhile. Just the sights along the journey had broadened his horizons significantly. Now, seeing this majestic holy city, he thought that if he could settle in such a grand city in this lifetime, it would not be in vain. The elder in plain robes looked at the gleam in his beloved disciple's eyes and couldn't help but smile. This disciple had extraordinary cultivation talent, and his future achievements would undoubtedly far surpass his mentor's. Therefore, he brought him along on these travels to expand his vision and increase his knowledge. Otherwise, staying in that small mountain village would narrow his perspective, wasting his talent and making it difficult to achieve greater success. Accompanied by his disciple, the elder in plain robes proceeded towards the holy city. Upon reaching the city gates, they were intercepted by a guard. You two cannot enter the holy city so casually. The holy city actually doesn't allow entry. The elder in plain robes was surprised. Over 100 years ago, when I came to travel, the holy city had no entry restrictions, allowing free passage. Indeed, it was like that before, but now, with the sacred gathering imminent, the Saint Master has ordered that until the sacred gathering concludes, the holy city only allows entry to sect forces with invitations and warriors above the innate realm. The guard, facing the inquiry, seemed accustomed to it, calmly explaining, "My mentor is at the innate perfection realm." When the young man heard this, he proudly lifted his head. The elder in plain robes paused, then smiled and said, "My unruly disciple doesn't know any better. Please forgive him, guard." Yet he understood why so many people lingered outside the gates. Among those people, the strongest aura was merely postnatal perfection. It turned out they were blocked outside the city, unable to enter the holy city. You are at the innate perfection realm. The guard, hearing the young man's words, looked at the elder in plain robes. This old man has limited talent. After over 100 years of cultivation, I have barely reached the innate perfection realm. The elder in plain robes smiled slightly, releasing a subtle aura, emanating an innate essence of the perfection realm around. The surrounding postnatal realm martial artists felt this innate essence and the slight innate pressure, respectfully gazing at the elder. Despite the changes in the world and spiritual energy recovery having been several years, the status of the innate realm has long ceased to be as exalted as before, yet it remains an object of reverence for these postnatal realm martial artists. Even the guard, sensing this aura, became more solemn. He carefully discerned it, then nodded. Indeed, it is innate perfection. According to the regulations, innate perfection may accompany up to 3 disciples inside. You may enter. Watching the elder and his disciple proceed into the holy city, the postnatal realm martial artists outside the gates showed envious gazes. Yet they dared not express any dissatisfaction because the guard at the city gates was at the great success of innate realm. They were far beyond what they could provoke. Feeling this, the young man held his head high with pride. Someone at the innate perfection realm has entered, Brother Chi. Can you recognize his identity? As the young man and elder entered the city, a group of 7 or 8 young individuals, sitting at the best window side seats of a nearby tavern, watched the commotion at the city gates. These 7 or 8 young people, each with remarkable aura and distinctive temperament, were clearly core disciples nurtured by major sects. One in white attire smiled at another in black clothing and asked, innate perfection and so advanced in age, judging by the appearance of this elder. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Mu Qianfeng, the green radiant sword, who was renowned across the northern states over 70 years ago. Brother Zhurui, am I right? The black-clad youth referred to as Brother Qi analyzed confidently after some thought. His last sentence, however, was directed at another quiet and reserved youth. That person was certainly Lin Zhurui. Upon hearing the inquiry from the black-clad youth, Lin Zhurui glanced at the mentor and disciple. Then he smiled and said, Brother Qi indeed has keen insight. That person is certainly the green radiant sword who once made a name for himself in the northern territories. Unexpectedly, after disappearing for years, he appears in the holy city for this occasion. The intelligence from Tianji building is unrivaled. Since Lin Zhurui spoke this way, it must be accurate. Everyone looked at the black-clad youth with a touch of admiration in their gazes. Haha, Brother Qi is indeed well-read and knowledgeable, able to recognize even seniors who have been in seclusion for decades at a glance. I truly admire you. The young man in white who first asked the question laughed heartily. Brother Wang, you're too kind. I just have a fondness for collecting the life stories of these past masters, nothing more. The young man in dark clothes replied modestly. However, he couldn't hide the slight pride on his face. At this moment, a young woman with a beautiful appearance asked doubtfully, I've also heard the elders in my sect mention the name Mu Qianfeng. Decades ago, he was a renowned figure, known to be at the great success of the innate realm at the time. Now, after so many years, even with several years of spiritual energy resurgence, it's strange that he is only at the perfect innate realm now. I know a little about this, the dark-clothed young man said. It's rumored that before he vanished back then, he had a conflict with the Heavenly Blue sect of the northern border. He fought bravely against several supreme elders of the Heavenly Blue sect, killed 2 of them, but was severely injured himself and fled, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps the war back then severely damaged his foundation, which is why he hasn't made much progress after all these years. The Heavenly Blue sect, didn't they already arrive at the Holy City 3 days ago? He dares to appear here, isn't he afraid that the Heavenly Blue sect will trouble him? Someone asked in surprise. That's unknown. Perhaps he thinks that with the assembly about to be held, with all the world's forces gathered, the Heavenly Blue sect wouldn't dare to act rashly, the young man in dark clothes said. Everyone thought about it and found it very reasonable. Especially since the intention of the Holy Mountain in holding the assembly, this time is quite clear, which is to re-establish order to maintain stability in the current chaotic world. Regardless of whether it can be done in the end, in such a situation, the Heavenly Blue sect should be cautious about being the one to stand out. Speaking of which, for this assembly, about half of the sect forces in the world must have already arrived. Brother Qi, what do you think will be the outcome of this assembly? Will the Saint Master's ideas be realized? At this point, a beautiful woman suddenly asked. Everyone else fell silent at these words. No one expected the woman to dare to ask such a question. Even the young man in dark clothes was momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted and laughed. Junior Sister Liu, you must be joking. How could I possibly predict such world events? Really, but I think the Saint Master's ideas might be difficult to achieve. It's no longer like it was 1,000 years ago. The world's situation has changed. The Saint Masters might have the will but not the power to control the grand scheme anymore. The beautiful woman spoke eloquently, and her words shook everyone's heart and spirit. making them look at her in astonishment. None of them expected her to be so bold, to openly criticize the Saint Masters. Many also glanced subtly towards Lin Zhurui. Everyone knew about the relationship between Tianji Building and the Holy Mountain. How would he react to her criticism of the Saint Masters? However, to their surprise, Lin Zhurui remained calm, showing no reaction at all, as if he hadn't heard the woman's words. Such an attitude left everyone stunned again. Those with lively minds couldn't help but think more deeply. The beautiful woman was one of the core true disciples of Gyuan sect, one of the largest sects in Central State. To some extent, she could represent the attitude of Gyuan sect. Was her speech just now a hint of Gyuan sect's will? As the restaurant fell into a strange silence, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the city gate. What a magnificent one-horned dragon horse. What grand power would use such mutant beasts to pull their carriage? Why do I feel that the aura of these two dragon horses is much stronger than ours? Wait, I think I've heard of this carriage before. The sudden noise interrupted the silence in the restaurant. Everyone involuntarily looked towards the city gate. Then all eyes went wide in astonishment. At the city gate, a huge carriage was parked. The carriage was engraved with mysterious patterns, looking quite enigmatic. The most eye-catching were the two tall, snow-white, sharp-horned divine horses in front. The chi blood emitted by those divine horses was incredibly powerful, matching that of an innate realm expert. Innate-level exotic beast dragon horses. The people in the restaurant, all core true disciples from top sects of Central State, naturally had keen eyesight. They immediately recognized the extraordinariness of the two majestic horses. These were two exotic beast dragon horses that had reached the innate realm. Which sect force owns this carriage, using innate-level exotic beasts to pull it? Instantly, the young talents in the restaurant were astonished. Even though it's been several years since the world began to recover, bringing forth many exotic beasts and spirit beasts due to spiritual energy nourishment, but those that reach the innate realm are still extremely rare and hard to capture and tame. At least none of their sects were so extravagant as to use innate-level exotic beast dragon horses for their carriages. Immediately, everyone instinctively wanted to check the situation with the carriage. However, just as they released their divine soul power to sense the carriage's situation, their divine soul power, upon touching the carriage, suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain at their heart and spirit. All of them couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Their released divine soul power shrank back quickly, like a snake recoiling, to their forehead acupoint, their faces turning pale, and looked at the carriage in shock. It was clear that the carriage had been refined by a master, not only able to defend against the probing of others' divine souls, but also capable of counterattacks. Wait, I feel like I've heard of this carriage and these dragon horses somewhere before. At this moment, the young man in dark clothes suddenly had a change in expression, as if remembering something. But before he could recall it fully, he saw someone exit the carriage. It was a middle-aged man, slightly gaunt with ordinary features. His aura wasn't strong, only just entering the innate realm, but the thing in his hand shocked everyone. It was a golden invitation card. An invitation from the Holy Mountain. The people in the restaurant immediately recognized the origin of the invitation card, and they were more certain of the unusual background of the carriage. Being able to receive an invitation from the Holy Mountain meant being a universally renowned force, but they still didn't know which force this was. As everyone was still wondering, a figure leaped down from among them. Landing on the street, he walked towards the city gate. Brother Zhurui. Everyone saw that it was Lin Zhurui. They watched as Lin Zhurui walked directly to the city gate, first exchanging greetings with the middle-aged man holding the invitation card. Then, after explaining something to the guards, he led the mysterious carriage into the city, seeing Lin Zhurui chatting amicably with the middle-aged man, looking very familiar. The people in the restaurant immediately understood. Clearly, Lin Zhurui was acquainted with the owner of the carriage. At this moment, the young man in dark clothes, who had been racking his brain, looked at the two exotic beast dragon horses and finally had a flash of insight, suddenly remembering something. He paled and exclaimed, "I remember now. This is the carriage of that person back then." Brother Chi, what exactly are you talking about? Does Brother Chi know the origin of this carriage? The crowd saw the shocked expression on the dark-clothed youth and quickly asked. The dark-clothed youth took a deep breath, calming himself down. He continued to look at the carriage and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this carriage should be the one that, back in the day, stirred up great waves in the holy city." After the spiritual energy recovered, it was the first in the world to trigger a heavenly tribulation and successfully cross it, being the vehicle of that figure. The dark-clothed youth spoke a long string of words, causing the crowd to be unable to react for a moment. But as they mulled over these words, their eyes couldn't help but gradually widen, because they already knew who the dark-clothed youth was referring to. "Brother Chi, are you saying that this carriage is the vehicle of that figure?" The white-clothed youth surnamed Wang asked in disbelief. "It should be no mistake," the dark-clothed youth affirmed. "Back then, when that figure first arrived in Central State, he stirred up quite a storm. The first tribulation crossing after the spiritual energy recovery, he single-handedly defeated and slaughtered numerous monks of the suspended mountain. He suppressed the entire holy city, leaving no one daring to make a sound. Even the third saint was defeated by him. He was truly unrivaled, the best in Central State. Because of this, the vehicle he rode back then was remembered by many. The white-horned dragon horse, the wind-controlling chariot, these are the marks of the carriage he rode. Look, isn't that carriage below exactly like the one in the legends? Listening to the dark-clothed youth's description, the crowd looked at the carriage again and indeed found it to be so. So, the Holy Mountain has also sent an invitation to that figure. The white-clothed youth surnamed Wang murmured. But soon he realized, no, wasn't it rumored that he was at odds with the Holy Mountain back then? Not only was the third saint defeated by him, but when the three saints later invited him to the Holy Mountain, he not only refused but also left the holy city immediately. Why would the Holy Mountain invite him now? Why? Of course, because of that figure's strength. The beautiful woman from earlier sneered. That figure is vaguely acknowledged as the world's #1 person now, with unfathomable cultivation. The Holy Mountain wouldn't dare not send him an invitation if it provoked his displeasure. That would indeed be big trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. Given that figure's current cultivation and status at such a world-renowned event, if the Holy Mountain didn't invite him, and if he felt disrespected, who knows what would happen. So that figure is really here. At this point, the crowd began to believe it was indeed possible that he had come. Instantly, everyone felt a shock within, because just as the dark-clothed youth had said, the fame of that figure was just too resounding. He already carried the vague title of the world's #1, and just his name was enough to make countless sect forces feel apprehensive. After all, if another sect had a golden core true man who had crossed the heavenly tribulation, it would be a matter for celebration. But that figure could easily slay golden core realm beings. No sect would not feel a mix of fear and reverence towards such a terrifying figure. No wonder earlier Brother Zhurui went so eagerly to greet him. It is said that he and that figure have a deep connection. Now it seems, the rumors are indeed not false. After a while, someone suddenly remarked with envy. Indeed, it is said that when that figure first came to Central State, he stayed at the Tianji building. This is also why in these 2 years, though Central State has been in turmoil, the Tianji building hasn't been affected. Part of the reason is due to that figure's presence. To have connected with such a figure so long ago, the Tianji building indeed lives up to its reputation as the sect with the most informed messages in the world. The people in the wine shop watched as the carriage slowly moved away, followed by Lin Zhurui. Their eyes were filled with an undeniable envy. They couldn't help it, though they were proud, and each could be considered a genius of their sect true core heirs. Compared to that figure, they seemed so insignificant. They weren't even on the same level. For that figure's realm, even a few words of guidance might benefit them for a lifetime. How could they not feel envious and jealous? However, envy aside, everyone immediately relayed the news to their respective sect quarters. Soon enough, most forces in the Holy City knew about the legendary carriage entering the city. The Holy Mountain even invited that person. Are you sure that figure has come? I wonder what his attitude towards this grand event will be. It's rumored that he doesn't get along with those 3 old monsters of the Holy Mountain. Perhaps it's a good opportunity for us. With even him coming, it seems our plans should change a bit. With such a figure here, this event is getting more and more interesting. I heard that figure still looks like a young man this time. I must see if he truly is as demonic as the legends say. Upon learning that the legendary carriage had arrived at the Holy City, for a time the responses of the various sect forces within the city were mixed. Some were apprehensive, some fearful, some curious. There was no end to it. But without exception, every sect force unconsciously focused their attention on that side. In this way, under numerous watchful eyes, the carriage leisurely followed Lin Zhurui into the Tianji building, disappearing from people's sight. Even divine soul sensing ability couldn't perceive the situation within the Tianji building. Since the heavenly mechanism Tower Master entered the Foundation establishment realm, the place of Tianji building has undergone some mysterious changes. Even those in the Golden Core realm cannot easily investigate the situation inside. Moreover, in the case of uncertainty whether that person is really inside the carriage, who would dare to be so bold as to forcibly investigate the situation inside? Therefore, in the end, many sect forces in the city still could not determine whether that person really came to the Holy City. Are you sure the esteemed one also came to the Holy City? In a quiet residence, Han Lingshuang received this news with a face full of surprise. That's what they say outside, but no one has actually seen the esteemed one's figure. However, that carriage is indeed the one the esteemed one rode when he first came to Central State. The one responding was one of the disciples Cold Water Palace sent to Central State for opportunity back then. He had also seen the carriage Lu Qing and the others rode when they left. Since it's the esteemed one's carriage, even if the person inside is not him, He must be someone very close to him. I wonder if little Yan is in the carriage. Han Lingshuang's face didn't diminish in joy even after hearing the disciple's explanation. Moreover, she somewhat understood why she felt a sense of breakthrough potential in the holy city when receiving the invitation. If the esteemed one is indeed in the holy city, then everything makes sense. Should I go pay my respects to the esteemed one? Han Lingshuang had just entertained this thought when she quickly dismissed it. It's no good. If the esteemed one wishes to see me, with his divine skills, he might have sensed my location long ago. Since he hasn't, visiting hastily might just make him unhappy. Thinking of this, Han Lingshuang suppressed her thoughts forcefully, but knowing Lu Qing might be in the holy city, her heart settled much. The cold water palace arrived at the holy city a few days ago, and it was in these few days that she felt a deep sense of crisis. Many forces in the holy city no longer treated cold water palace with the respect due to the 4 great secret places. Some arrogant ones even showed various kinds of disdain between lines, though Han Lingshuang had long anticipated such situations. But to say there's no pressure at all would certainly be false. She even had a premonition that during this holy meeting, some sect forces might seize the opportunity to provoke them. Cold Water Palace. Originally, Han Lingshuang was somewhat worried, but now she felt an inexplicable relief. But at the end of the day, it's because my prowess is too weak. If I could enter the Golden Core realm, all these problems could be easily solved. Relaxing her heart and spirit, a determined look appeared on Han Lingshuang's face. After letting the disciple leave, she closed her eyes and entered the cultivation state. She could feel that soon, just a bit more, she could touch that realm. Mr. Zhai Rui, where is young Master Lu? At Tianji building, Wei Shanhai got off the carriage and inquired. Besides him, Ma Gu was present, along with the brothers Wei Ziyan and Wei Zihao. As for others, Wei Xing had to stay home to oversee the Wei family, and Hu Zezhai happened to have an insight, with cultivation improving, went closing for breakthroughs. So just the 4 of them came to the holy city this time. Young Master Lu is in the holy mountain undergoing seclusion and quiet cultivation. Senior Wei, if you need to see him, I can pass on the message. Lin Zhirui smiled. No need, no need. Wei Shanhai waved his hand repeatedly. They dared not disturb Lu Qing's cultivation. Just knowing Lu Qing is here will suffice. With that, they felt much more at ease somehow. Well then, Senior Wei, you all just settled down here, but for these days it's better not to go out as the city is not very stable now. Lin Zhirui advised. Okay, we understand. Wei Shanhai and others nodded. In fact, they sensed it on the way over. The carriage has been ray-carved with talisman erased by Lu Qing, can shield from external divine soul power probing, also allows them to sense the external agitation. Thus they could feel there are many presences in the city stronger than theirs now. Under such circumstances, these few naturally would have the prudence not to roam freely, while settling down at Tianji building. On the holy mountain, inside that cave mansion enriched with spiritual charm, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. A divine light appeared in his eyes, arresting hearts, but he quickly concealed them again. Lu Qing showed a slight smile on his face, finally broke through, entered the second transition realm. Feeling the river like mana flow within, Lu Qing's heart couldn't help but filled with sentiments. A month had passed. He's been secluded in this holy mountain cave mansion for a full month. Unexpectedly, it still took a full month to officially break through. The power of the perfect golden core is undoubtedly more formidable than that of the top-grade golden core, but likewise, because it is too perfect, its cultivation becomes extraordinarily difficult. Each little improvement requires a huge amount of resources. Lu Qing originally thought this holy mountain cave mansion might allow him to cultivate beyond golden core third transition, but now he dares not be certain. Never mind, take one step at a time. One can't be too greedy, wanting both strong golden core power and easy cultivation. There's no such fortunate thing in the world. After a moment of sentiment, Lu Qing adjusted his mindset, stood up and walked outside. According to the estimates, the holy meeting is about to commence in a few days. Now that he has broken through, the remaining time won't lead to significant improvements. He might as well take walks to relax the mind. He's been at this holy mountain so long, yet hasn't explored it thoroughly. Leaving the cave mansion, Lu Qing randomly picked a direction to stroll, enjoying the mountain scenery. The holy mountain, being the foremost giant mountain in this world, is considered magnificent. The entire mountain body is even larger than the holy city at its foot. Thus the mountain scenery is equally grand. Flowing clouds and waterfalls, ancient trees of millennia, visible everywhere. Lu Qing even discovered numerous spiritual medicines and materials within, making his heart itch. He couldn't help but pick some to put in his Kainkun one bag. Recently, the master sighed that with spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense, the mutation of poisonous insects and snakes in the mountain is accelerating. The venom contained within is becoming increasingly fierce. With his medicinal herbs, detoxification is getting harder and harder. A villager recently was accidentally bitten by a poisonous spider in the mountain. Had it not been timely sent, it might be irrecoverable. But that time, the medicine master concocted couldn't cleanse the spider venom due to insufficient potency. In the end, it was only his mana that saved that villager. Yet using mana to save people only addresses immediate urgency, doesn't offer broad feasibility. The true meaning of the medical Tao lies in allowing ordinary people to treat and save lives by learning the art. So, solving this conundrum still requires researching effective detoxifying formulas. Unfortunately, despite pondering intensely for long and researching many pharmaceutical principles, he still hasn't developed suitable formulas. Lu Qing noticed numerous unrecorded medicinal materials on Holy Mountain. Couldn't resist picking them, hoping the master could research their properties after returning. Thus, Lu Qing continued picking herbs on his journey. Thus, Lu Qing continued picking herbs on his journey. Thus, Lu Qing continued picking herbs on his journey. Seeing several third saint masters at the same time, Lu Qing was initially startled. Soon he realized those figures were not real living creatures. Just like when he first arrived in the holy city, they were puppet dharma bodies of the third saint master. Puppet dharma body. Lu Qing's heart stirred. Coincidentally, at this time, the third saint master, who was practicing swordsmanship, saw a figure nearby out of the corner of his eye as he turned. Greatly startled, he only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing clearly it was Lu Qing. Greetings, Lu Taoist friend. The third saint master stopped practicing swordsmanship. Several puppet avatars stood in place, while his true form stepped forward and saluted Lu Qing. However, he was still deeply shaken inside. Judging by Lu Qing's appearance, he had clearly been watching him practice swordsmanship for a while. At such a close distance, he hadn't noticed at all. It was imaginable. The gap in strength between him and Lu Qing was truly beyond imagination. Is this the strength of a high-grade magic power golden core? The third saint master thought silently. Ever since learning that magic power golden cores are divided into 3 grades, the 3 brothers privately discussed which grade of golden core Lu Qing had condensed. The final conclusion was that Lu Qing's magic power golden core was at least mid-grade high level, possibly a true top-grade golden core. Otherwise, since they were all recently transcending tribulations to the golden core realm, there was no reason for such a large difference in strength. It seems your proficiency in sword Tao has improved significantly during this period, senior, Lu Qing said with a smile. The sword intent the third saint master had just displayed already carried a hint of the essence that Lu Qing had executed back then. It must be that the opponent had also been diligently cultivating without rest over the past month. I owe much to the sword intent you recorded, Lu Taoist friend. It has benefited me greatly, the third saint master sincerely said. Sword intent is ultimately just a reference, for you to gain insights from it and integrate it into your sword Tao. It shows that you have your unique understanding of sword Tao, senior. The third saint master was named by King Feng, which Lu Qing had detected using his superpower the first time he came to the holy city, so he was not surprised. After chatting for a while, Lu Qing once again focused his gaze on the few figures at the edge of the cliff. These, senior saint master, are puppet dharma bodies. The third saint master was surprised. Lu Taoist friend also knows about puppet dharma bodies. I've heard of them, but I'm not very familiar. Back then when saint master sparred with me, it should have been one of these puppet dharma bodies, right? Lu Qing said with a smile. Lu Taoist friend has eyes like a torch, the third saint master said with admiration. Back then, Lu Qing had just entered the innate realm, far below his realm, yet he could recognize his puppet dharma body. Seeing Lu Qing scrutinizing the puppet dharma bodies, the third saint master was slightly moved. Lu Taoist friend, are you interested in the puppet Tao? Indeed, a little Lu Qing did not deny. This puppet Tao is quite marvelous, and its application in the realm of the divine soul seems innovative. Especially seeing the third saint master practicing swordsmanship simultaneously while controlling several puppet dharma bodies by himself, Lu Qing found it very novel. The third saint master thought for a moment, then suddenly took out a jade scroll. Lu Taoist friend, this jade scroll contains some inheritance from the puppet sect of the ancient immortal sect. It includes methods for controlling and refining puppets, as well as techniques for controlling them. Since Lu Taoist friend is interested, why not take it and study it? Senior, is this appropriate? Lu Qing was a bit surprised looking at the jade scroll the third saint master handed over. Lu Taoist friend, don't be polite. Although the inheritance of the puppet Tao is good, it pales compared to your guidance to our 3 brothers, so please accept it, the third saint master sincerely said. His words were not mere politeness but truly heartfelt. Since receiving Lu Qing's guidance last month, their cultivation had been progressing rapidly over the past month. They found their cultivation path unobstructed and clear. Even the eldest brother had reached the great success of the first transition of the Golden Core realm a few days ago. Seeing the distance to complete perfection is not too far. Thus, the 3 brothers truly realized how rare and valuable Lu Qing's guidance was. With Lu Qing's guidance, they even felt that they might not encounter significant confusion, even if they cultivated to the third transition of the Golden Core realm. The third Saint Master's earnestness unexpectedly left Lu Qing somewhat silent. After a few breaths, he smiled, took the jade scroll. In that case, I will accept graciously. Since the third Saint Master was so earnest, hesitating further would seem hypocritical. Moreover, Lu Qing indeed had a keen interest in the puppet Dao. Seeing Lu Qing accept the jade scroll, the third Saint Master also smiled. Interpersonal connections maintained solely by unilateral giving or taking are bound to be short-lived. Mutual exchange is essential for sustaining relationships. After chatting for a while, Lu Qing began to take his leave, so as not to disturb the third Saint Master's continued cultivation. Returning to the cave mansion, Lu Qing took out the jade scroll. He activated his superpower, looking onto it. Soon, a faint purple superpower light emerged from the jade scroll. Several strands of text floated out. Inheritance Jade Scroll, a special jade scroll documenting cultivation information. This jade scroll contains part of the inheritance from the puppet sect of the ancient cultivation sect. The puppet sect, focusing on controlling puppets for battle, was a very special sect in the last cultivation era. Inheritance detected. Proceed to download a simulation. Eyeing the floating text information, Lu Qing directly chose to download. Downloading current progress. Quarter of an hour later, superpower notification, download and simulation completed, ready for learning. Lu Qing directly chose to learn. The next moment, a vast amount of understanding and insight emerged from the depths of his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes and began to quietly absorb and contemplate. After a long while, when Lu Qing opened his eyes again, they were full of astonishment. The puppet sect's inheritance is indeed quite peculiar. The jade scroll given by the third Saint Master was indeed, as he had said, containing only a part of the puppet sect's inheritance. It mainly recorded the method for crafting puppet dharma bodies and the technique for controlling puppets. However, according to the Jade Scroll, the highest level of puppet dharma body recorded can only reach the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and the crafting of each puppet dharma body requires a large amount of rare materials. Even if Lu Qing wanted to craft it now, he was powerless. Therefore, after some contemplation, he temporarily put it aside. What truly surprised Lu Qing was the puppet control technique. The puppet sect's puppet control method is quite a unique divine soul cultivation technique. It's called unique because this cultivation technique is different from ordinary divine soul cultivation methods. It first requires differentiating a strand of divine soul power at the forehead acupoint, then using a unique technique to nurture it into a divine soul seed. Once the divine soul seed is nurtured, it can exist independently outside the main body, carrying the consciousness and power of the main body. The stronger the nurtured divine soul seed, the greater the power it can bear. Apart from strength, the aura of the divine soul seed is exactly like the main body. The puppet dharma body Lu Qing encountered, which the third Saint Master created, had no one able to see through it. This was because the divine soul seed inside the puppet dharma body originated from the same source as his. Soul-splitting technique, divine soul seed. Lu Qing pondered over the inheritance of the puppet sect. The more he pondered, the more he felt the profound mystery within. The senior who invented this technique was truly an extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, according to the Jade Scroll, the soul-splitting technique can only be performed 9 times at most by each cultivator. And each time a soul is split, the main body's divine soul will become weak, needing at least half a year of rest to fully recover. Although my divine soul is strong, recovery after splitting should take less than half a year. However, there will still be a weak period. With the sacred meeting about to convene, it is not suitable to cultivate this technique now. After contemplating, Lu Qing temporarily put aside thoughts of cultivating the puppet sex technique, yet he was quite joyful in his heart. Intuition told him that the puppet sex technique had great potential. If explored and developed properly, there might be a chance for it to become a remarkable abnormal technique. As for whether this is true, he would need to personally cultivate in the future to know. Settling his thoughts, Lu Qing once again entered into cultivation. In the cave, there was no concept of day, and night. Lu Qing was continuously immersed in cultivation. One day, he was suddenly awakened by a grand bell sound. He was about to investigate what happened when a stream of light flew in from outside the cave. Lu Qing saw it was a communication flying talisman and reached out to grab it. Probing within with his divine soul power, he immediately understood. So the sacred meeting is finally about to begin. He walked out of the cave mansion to the cliff in front of the holy mountain, gazing at the immense holy city below. Yet he did not rush down immediately. The 3 Saint Masters had previously informed him that this sacred meeting was of great importance. It concerned the future fate of all living beings. Nations and sect forces would definitely have disputes at the sacred meeting for their own benefit. The Saint Masters intended to first resolve these potential conflicts diplomatically to guide the sacred meeting in a positive direction. But can things really be resolved amicably? Lu Qing felt the holy city beneath becoming restless and shook his head. With the spiritual energy recovery, heaven and earth rules no longer suppress cultivation of the world's cultivators. Now many cultivators have broken through their limits, reaching ambition's realms and grasping powers they once dared not even imagine. Great power is the best catalyst for ambition. Those sect forces under the Holy Mountain's leadership might not be so easily compliant anymore. While Lu Qing was contemplating, the holy city began stirring after the bell chime. Numerous powerful cultivators from various sect forces raised their heads, looking towards the massive platform at the center of the holy city. Is it finally going to start? Ha ha ha, let us go. Whether our Gyuan sect can become the hegemon of Central State depends on this. I want to see what those three old monsters have up their sleeves. Master, will you be appearing at this sacred meeting? As the bell's reverberation dissipated, the personnel of the major sect forces started walking out of their stations, heading to the giant platform in the center of the holy city. A strong and solemn aura permeated the city, invisibly stirring gusts of wind. This indicated that something unusual was sure to happen at this sacred meeting. The atmosphere inside the city was heavy, while outside it was lively. The postnatal martial artists, without the qualification to enter the holy city, understood that the sacred meeting was officially beginning after hearing the bell. Each face revealed an extremely excited expression. The sacred meeting is finally about to begin. Who knows what remarkable events might occur this time? Records indicate that the last gathering was over 1,000 years ago, where the Holy Mountain crushed all rivals, becoming the world leader and enforcing many prohibitions. Who will rule after this holy meeting? Witnessing such a grand spectacle once in a millennium makes life worthwhile. Though unable to see what was happening inside the city, the martial artists outside couldn't help stretching their necks to peer in. As the solemn aura spilled over, the major sect forces finally arrived at the platform in the center of the holy city. The next moment, a powerful pressure descended abruptly. 3 streams of light flew from the holy mountain and in an instant arrived above the holy city, descending. As the light dissipated, 3 figures appeared, the 3 Saint Masters. Feeling the subtle golden core pressure emanating from the 3 Saint Masters, many powerful cultivators couldn't help but tense their minds. Rumors suggested that the 3 Saint Masters had overcome heavenly tribulation and achieved the golden core true man realm. But this had always been legend, never confirmed. Seeing them now, it was indeed true. However, not everyone was shaken by the golden core pressure of the 3 Saint Masters. Conversely, some who have also entered the golden core realm squinted their eyes upon sensing the aura emitted by the 3 Saint Masters. These 3 old monsters seem a bit off. Fellow cultivators. Under the scrutiny of many experts, the first Saint Master smiled gently and began to speak. The years have flown by, but in my heart it feels like yesterday. However, not everyone was shaken by the golden core pressure of the 3 Saint Masters. Conversely, some who have also entered the golden core realm squinted their eyes upon sensing the aura emitted by the 3 Saint Masters. These 3 old monsters seem a bit off. Fellow cultivators. Under the scrutiny of many experts, the first Saint Master smiled gently and began to speak. The years have flown by, but in my heart it feels like yesterday. Under the scrutiny of many experts, the first Saint Master smiled gently and began to speak. The years have flown by, but in my heart it feels like yesterday. The words of the first Saint Master touched the emotions of the many powerful individuals present, leaving them somewhat moved. It instantly softened the previously tense, confrontational atmosphere around them. The cultivators below the Golden Core Realm were not yet aware, but those of the same Golden Core Realm startled suddenly, becoming wary. This old guy, what a formidable divine soul secret technique. To be able to subtly and imperceptibly affect the hearts and spirits of so many strong individuals. A strong cultivator of the Golden Core Realm muttered in awe. All those qualified to attend this grand gathering were formidable individuals. The weakest among them were those who had reached the great success of innate realm. Needless to say, their determination was resolute. Yet the words of the first Saint Master, displaying some unknown divine soul secret technique, managed to silently affect everyone's heart and spirit. Even the Golden Core Realm cultivators present did not notice at first. However, now that it was discovered, someone promptly intervened to prevent the first Saint Master from continuing. Otherwise, the situation would once again fall under the control of the Holy Mountain. At that moment someone sighed. What the Saint Master says is true. Time is ruthless and fleeting. Even we cultivators, at the slightest slack, could very likely find ourselves stuck in a bottleneck, unable to break through, ultimately squandering time and turning to dust. Thus, for us cultivators to travel further on the path of cultivation, we must fight, compete with heaven, with earth, and even with man. Seize every resource, transform it into our cultivation, to climb to the pinnacle of the cultivation path. The last few sentences were firm and murderous in intent. Not only did they declare the speaker's determination, but they also completely swept away the atmosphere that the first Saint Master had just created. Those present were shaken by the killing intent, immediately snapping out of their mournful moods. They snapped to attention, subconsciously nodding in agreement with the words. Indeed, the path of cultivation is an act of defying heaven. Naturally, everything must be contested. Upon realizing this, the atmosphere at the scene instantly turned solemn again. Seeing the atmosphere he had just created being utterly destroyed in an instant, the first Saint Master's eyes narrowed slightly, looking toward the direction of the voice. They saw that it was an old man in a black robe speaking. The aura emanating from him also carried a faint golden core pressure. The first Saint Master, after a brief contemplation, remembered the old man's identity. He smiled faintly. So it is Mr. Meng from the Gyuan sect. I've heard Mr. Meng recently crossed a heavenly tribulation to achieve the golden core realm. It is indeed worthy of celebration. Our righteous path has gained another golden core true man. You flatter me. It was merely a lucky breakthrough. My meager cultivation cannot compare to you, Saint Master, the first golden core. Meng Dian slightly bowed, speaking humbly. According to records, the ages of the three Saint Masters of the Holy Mountain were at least over 1,000 years. Thus, even though Meng Dian was also of the golden core realm, his address of the elders was appropriate. However, his words stirred something in the hearts of the many powerful individuals. Rumor has it that the first Saint Master was indeed the first person to cross the tribulation and achieve the golden core after the world's revival. But whether he can bear the title of the first golden core is debatable. After all, that person is still there. Meng Dian's words seemed to be humble praise of the first Saint Master, but in reality they were putting him in a bind. It truly showed his sinister intentions. Could it be that at this grand event, the Gyuan sect intends to challenge the Holy Mountain? Sensing Meng Dian's attitude, some sharp-minded individuals immediately sensed something unusual. And thinking of that individual, many people were once again moved and began to look around. Yet after observing, they seemed to find no trace of that legendary figure. Mr. Meng's words make this old man feel quite ashamed. This old man merely took advantage of some age and has just cultivated a little longer, crossing the tribulation a bit earlier than you all. The title of the first golden core, I absolutely dare not assume. Now that the world is revived, talents emerge in large numbers. It won't be long before you all surpass this old man entirely. In the face of Meng Dian's words with hidden malice, the first Saint Master did not get angry but smiled faintly. Seeing that the first Saint Master would not take the bait, Meng Dian coldly chuckled. He continued, the first Saint Master is too modest. However, does the elder think that what I, the junior, just said is reasonable? Mr. Meng speaks very well. We cultivators do indeed need to compete for opportunities, cultivation techniques, and that one thread of vitality. The first Saint Master also expressed agreement with Meng Dian's earlier words. Seeing the first Saint Master nod, Meng Dian revealed a slightly triumphant smile. Since the esteemed Saint Master also agrees, then this is perfect, as many sects from around the world are gathered here for this grand event. We should take this opportunity to renegotiate how to divide this world. These words shocked the entire assembly. No one expected that just as the grand event had begun, Meng Dian directly challenged, wanting to divide the world. There were even those shocked at when the Gyuan sect became so daring. Everyone turned to the first Saint Master to see how he would respond. After all, the purpose of this grand meeting convened by the Holy Mountain was clearly stated in the invitations. It was to invite allies from across the world to discuss and establish new rules and order. The Gyuan sect's move was undoubtedly a direct provocation to the Holy Mountain. If the first Saint Master didn't make any response, the authority of the Holy Mountain might suffer as a result. However, to everyone's surprise, upon hearing Meng Dian's words, the first Saint Master's expression remained unchanged. Still with that smiling expression, "Oh, Mr. Meng, how do you intend to divide the world? Naturally, it should be divided according to strength." Meng Dian responded without hesitation, "We cultivators regard strength as supreme. When all is said and done, only the one with the strongest fists is justified. Likewise, the sect with more strength should control more cultivation resources. Saint Master, what do you think?" "That's correct." The first Saint Master nodded. "So I propose that during this holy assembly, we straightforwardly establish a charter to divide the territories under the dominion of each major sect according to their strength. The stronger ones will occupy more territories, while the weaker ones should voluntarily yield their excess territories. Even among neighboring territories, sects with weaker power need to regularly pay tribute to the stronger sects for stability." Meng Dian clearly had thought this through beforehand, so the words he spoke came out smoothly, without any hesitation. However, his proposal made everyone's hearts tense. Indeed, if it were really as he said, then among those present, aside from the few most powerful sect forces, the remaining majority of forces would find themselves in a precarious situation. Wouldn't they at any time be at risk of becoming subordinates to those strong forces? Instantly, the giant stone platform started to stir and buzz with noise. Those sect forces with relatively weaker strength directly expressed their opposition. Even the people from Coldwater Palace showed expressions of shock and anger. If they really follow through with this, wouldn't those without Golden Core Realm have to submit to others? On the contrary, the leaders of those sects with the deepest foundations and strongest forces showed a hint of interest on their faces. Meng Dian looked at the stone platform becoming noisy and showed a trace of impatience on his face. He suddenly shouted, "All of you shut up." Suddenly his demeanor exploded, and the powerful golden core pressure swept across the entire place, instantly silencing all voices. Everyone looked at Meng Dian in amazement. Those with weaker cultivation felt as if a great mountain was pressing on them, almost suffocated under the terrifying golden core pressure, almost fainting. You wastes in the path of cultivation, naturally everything is respect for strength. Since your strength is weak, you should honestly bow your head to me. If anyone dares to defy, they might as well resist. However, if the sect gets wiped out, don't blame others for being ruthless. Listening to Meng Dian's blatant threat, those sects with relatively weaker strength showed expressions of shock and anger on their faces. However, feeling the terrifying aura he was emitting at the moment, no one dared to verbally refute for a moment. Seeing the heroes around the venue intimidated by him, many of whom were once his seniors he needed to look up to. Meng Dian's face became more smug, such a scene he had only experienced in dreams before. Now he finally got his wish fulfilled. Feeling the frightful gazes around him, Meng Dian felt thoroughly pleased. The speed of his internal magic power golden core circulation increased further, faintly showing signs of advancement. "Please calm down, Mr. Meng." Just when Meng Dian was content and complacent, a gentle voice sounded. At the same time, a gentle aura enveloped the entire giant stone platform, dissolving most of the golden core pressure emitted by Meng Dian, causing those innate realm whose bodies had been oppressed by his aura almost to faint to suddenly relax and take deep breaths. This scene directly made Meng Dian's expression tense, and other Golden Core Realm cultivators' eyes slightly froze. Yet the first Saint Master who dissolved Meng Dian's Golden Core pressure seemed aware of nothing, still kept smiling. The convening of the Holy Assembly is originally to brainstorm, allowing fellow cultivators across the world to freely express views and provide smart strategies, to seek a piece of stability for the living beings across the world. Given this, why would Mr. Meng need to make such a big fuss? Seek a piece of stability for the living beings across the world. Meng Dian's face showed a hint of a sneer. "Saint Master, surely you aren't still thinking, like 1,000 years ago, to establish a prohibition preventing us cultivators from using our powers arbitrarily. Now that things are laid bare, I may as well speak frankly. If you, esteemed senior, still wish to bind us as 1,000 years ago with prohibitions, that's absolutely impossible. We cultivators have painstakingly cultivated to master supreme power. How can we restrain ourselves for the sake of mere weaklings? Wouldn't that be a waste of cultivation?" This speech of Meng Dian once again resonated with many powerful cultivators. Indeed, having endured hardships to cultivate, controlling mighty powers, how could they be easily bound? Looking at Meng Dian's righteous demeanor and the approving expressions of many cultivators present, the first Saint Master was momentarily speechless, then sighed quietly. Indeed, he knew that attempting to persuade these powerful sects whose ambitions had grown only with rhetoric is impossible, just as he was trying to organize words to continue persuading. Suddenly, another voice sounded. "Mr. Meng is right. We cultivators regard strength as supreme. How can we be constrained by mere mortals?" Speaks volumes that, over the millennia, the so-called Holy Mountain Prohibition is truly unreasonable. Venerable innate realm masters possess the world's greatest power, yet must avoid mortals, utterly ridiculous. Saint Master, I think the so-called Holy Order should indeed be changed. With the emergence of this voice, another surge of golden core pressure rose. Everyone looked over, only to see the speaker was a supreme elder of Bright Moon sect. I also think that the so-called Holy Mountain Prohibition indeed needs changing. Saint Master, times have changed. Sticking to old ways might be disadvantageous for our cultivation. It seems your ideas align well with those of us, Mr. Kyan. As these words were spoken, waves of powerful energy started appearing. Everyone was shocked to find that the speakers were all Golden Core Realm true men. Waves of formidable Golden Core aura enveloped the giant stone platform and subtly pressed towards the three Saint Masters at the stone platform's center. It seemed there was a sign of joining forces against them. The giant stone platform fell into silence instantly, with no one daring to speak. HMPH. Even the three Saint Masters never anticipated that events would suddenly evolve like this. Somewhat caught off guard by this, overwhelmed by so much combined Golden Core aura pressure, they couldn't fully resist for a moment and collectively retreated slightly. A movement so subtle was, of course, not overlooked by the attending strong cultivators. Immediately, a Golden Core Realm expert's eyes lit brightly. That Meng Dian from Giyuan sect no longer held back. His aura surged, suddenly oppressing the three Saint Masters. This action by Meng Dian naturally provoked reactions from other Golden Core Realm cultivators as well. They stopped probing, and all propelled their own auras, crushing towards the three Saint Masters. Such was the combined action of so many Golden Core Realm that directly forced the three Saint Masters to continuously retreat. Finally, the first Saint Master still managed to form a spell. A yellow glow emerged, enveloping him and the second and third Saint Masters, and only then stabilized their positions. Even the three Saint Masters never anticipated that events would suddenly evolve like this. Somewhat caught off guard by this, overwhelmed by so much combined Golden Core aura pressure, they couldn't fully resist for a moment and collectively retreated slightly. A movement so subtle was, of course, not overlooked by the attending strong cultivators. Immediately, a Golden Core Realm expert's eyes lit brightly. That Meng Dian from Giyuan sect no longer held back. His aura surged, suddenly oppressing the three Saint Masters. This action by Meng Dian naturally provoked reactions from other Golden Core Realm cultivators as well. They stopped probing, and all propelled their own auras, crushing towards the three Saint Masters. Such was the combined action of so many Golden Core Realm that directly forced the three Saint Masters to continuously retreat. Finally, the first Saint Master still managed to form a spell. A yellow glow emerged, enveloping him and the second and third Saint Masters, and only then stabilized their positions. On the huge stone platform, a deathly silence pervaded. Many powerful figures looked incredulously at the three Saint Masters. No one could believe it, that these three, who had dominated the world for 1,000 years and were revered with awe by countless people, yet were crushed to retreat continuously by the mere pressure of Giyuan sect's Meng Dian and others. Although Meng Dian and others were Golden Core true men, the three Saint Masters had also crossed the heavenly tribulation and entered the Golden Core Realm. Particularly Meng Dian's words, they shook everyone's hearts. For a moment, everyone was staring at the three Saint Masters, wanting to see how they would explain. Big brother, I've long said we couldn't hide it from them. The sharpness of a Golden Core Realm divine soul is not unknown to us. Only the puppet Dharma body of perfect foundation establishment cannot fully hide from their perception. At this time, the third Saint Master suddenly spoke. Everything must be tried at least once. The first Saint Master shook his head. Originally, he had the mindset of just trying, but now it seemed that they indeed couldn't hide from the spiritual sense of the Golden Core Realm. The conversation between the two directly caused a commotion. The meaning in the two Saint Masters' words was already obvious, essentially acknowledging Meng Dian's remarks. The true bodies of the three indeed could not leave the holy mountain, and what appeared before them now was merely a puppet Dharma body. Even those who had speculated, and those powers who were certain of this, showed an unexpected expression on their faces. Especially the strong ones who came from Qingyang Temple and the Cloud Water Secret Realm. They had been calm and composed from the beginning of the Holy Assembly to the end. Even when Meng Dian and others joined forces, their expressions didn't show much change, as if everything was within their expectations. Yet now they couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. They actually admitted it. What exactly are these three planning to do? The people from the three great secret places were all puzzled. The three Saint Masters, by this admission, practically exposed their weaknesses. With this, how could they still command obedience and continue the Holy Assembly? Sure enough, hearing the words of the first and third Saint Masters, Meng Dian and others showed expressions of delight. Revered Saint Masters, this is really unseemly on your part. For an important event like the Holy Assembly, the three of you only sent a puppet Dharma body. This is too dismissive of us, isn't it? Meng Dian looked at the three Saint Masters with a slight smile. If you wish to see our true bodies, it's very simple, just ascend to the sacred mountain directly, but do you dare? The third Saint Master said indifferently. Meng Dian and others stalled. To be honest, they didn't dare. These three old monsters had been cultivating on the holy mountain for 1,000 years. Presumably they had fortified it to an impregnable fortress, and coupled with the mountain's own mystic nature, who knows what methods could be employed. With such advantageous terrain, even with numerical superiority, they might not escape unscathed. HMPH, Big Brother knows that you are all timid, so he set the location of the Holy Assembly in the Holy City and not on the Holy Mountain. Otherwise, with your courage, you wouldn't dare to come, would you? The third Saint Master's cultivation was in the path of the sword, and his character was as straightforward as a sword, thus his words were naturally direct. Facing the arrogant Meng Dian and others, he naturally showed no good face. Seeing Meng Dian and others' expressions, he directly ridiculed them. You. Meng Dian didn't expect that the third Saint Master, also in the Golden Core Realm, would speak so rudely, and his face turned a little red. However, with his profound cultivation, he slightly circulated his mental method to suppress the anger in his heart, and his face returned to calmness. It seems that the third Saint Master has yet to realize the situation. since you have admitted that your true bodies cannot leave the holy mountain, and only the Dharma bodies came. Then this holy assembly shouldn't be presided over by you anymore. With your current power, I'm afraid it's no longer enough to command respect. Our power can't command respect, then whose power can, Mr. Meng? Yours. The third Saint Master continued to mock. If you all can value Meng, Meng certainly wouldn't decline, but as I said before, we cultivators should respect power. Now that the world is changing, spiritual energy is recovering. Not only is the righteous flourishing, but even the path of the evil demon shows signs of revival, since the true bodies of the three Saint Masters are confined and cannot travel. In the future, scaring off minor figures might become difficult. Therefore, I feel that the Holy Mountain is no longer suitable to serve as the leader of our righteous alliance. It's timely that this holy assembly is being held. I believe we should reselect a suitable sect to lead the righteous. Meng Dian's words directly shook the heroes. It was apparent that after confirming the true bodies of the three Saint Masters could not leave the Holy Mountain, he no longer intended to hide. He aims to directly seize the authority of the Holy Mountain, to overthrow them from the position of the head of righteous. A suitable sect, the one you speak of, wouldn't it be your Gyuan sect? The third Saint Master sneered. If my Gyuan sect can surpass all, then what's wrong with assuming the head of righteous? Meng Dian said proudly. At the same time, a formidable aura emanated from him. The powerful golden core pressure dominated the entire scene. There even seemed to be signs of suppressing the aura of other golden core realm powerhouses. The golden core realm cultivators of other sects, upon sensing Meng Dian's suddenly enhanced pressure, couldn't help but have a slight change in their expressions, because they found, at this moment, that Meng Dian gave them a feeling of unease. Did Meng Dian acquire some extraordinary magical treasure? Even the Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Qingyang Temple and the Cloud Water Secret Realm were becoming more solemn at this moment. According to their intelligence, it had only been half a year since Meng Dian passed the heavenly tribulation. Logically, even if he built up strength slowly, he shouldn't be this powerful. If he truly had such terrifying talent, the Gyuan sect wouldn't have been just one of the major sects in Central State in the past, but the strongest sect. The only explanation is that he somehow obtained some powerful magical treasure. Only with the augmentation of such a magical treasure could he unleash such a terrifying aura. No wonder Meng Dian is so confident, making trouble for the Holy Mountain right at the start of the Holy Assembly. It seems this is his backup. Suddenly, everyone came to a realization. Earlier, they found it odd that Meng Dian seemed too impatient. The Holy Assembly had just started, nothing had been discussed yet, and he directly challenged the three Saint Masters. Turns out he had enough confidence, wanting to seize power from the Holy Mountain before the formal start of the assembly. Seeing everyone intimidated by his aura, Meng Dian felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. The speed of the dark skill circulating within him also accelerated. He stared straight ahead, his aura growing more menacing. Three Saint Masters, I wonder, what do you think of my proposal just now? In the face of Meng Dian's increasingly fierce aura, the expression of the first Saint Master remained mostly unchanged. He sighed, in fact, as long as one's virtue is sufficient, anyone can take the position of the righteous head. Our Holy Mountain doesn't care too much about it. As long as the sect holding this position values the lives of all people and leads the righteous path. Then our Holy Mountain doesn't mind relinquishing this position. What harm is there in that? Upon hearing this, everyone was once again astonished. The first Saint Master seemed to be willing to let other sects assume the position of the righteous head. Even Meng Dian did not expect the first Saint Master to respond this way. He squinted his eyes, so the Holy Mountain is willing to step down and let the virtuous lead. Yes, the old man just said, as long as a sect can prioritize the lives of all, the Holy Mountain is willing to give up the position and honor them as the righteous head, said the first Saint Master decisively. Hearing the first Saint Master's straightforward answer, Meng Dian was instead caught off guard. He looked at the first Saint Master suspiciously, only to find that not only was the first Saint Master's expression calm, but the other two Saint Masters showed no opposition either. The other sect forces were the same. Their initial thought was that the Holy Mountain convened this assembly because the three Saint Masters were displeased with the changes in the world and wanted to regain control. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Is this a retreat to advance, or do they have other intentions? What exactly are these three old monsters plotting? For a moment, this thought crossed many people's minds again. Mr. Meng, what do you think? As long as your Gyuan sect can promise to prioritize the lives of all in the future, then even if we make you the head of the righteous path, it would be no problem, smiled the first Saint Master as he looked at Meng Dian. Meng Dian was silent for a moment before speaking. May I ask the elder Saint Master, what constitutes prioritizing the lives of all? That's easy to say, and speaking of it, it's also the reason why we three old men convened this holy assembly. Now that the world is changing due to the recovery of spiritual energy, talents are emerging, and the strong are plentiful, making the world chaotic. Many sects have sparked numerous conflicts to seize cultivation resources and sect territories, fighting fiercely with many casualties and even the destruction of sects. Moreover, ordinary people are displaced, unable to live peacefully. If the fighting continues, I'm afraid countless common people will die or be injured. So we three old men decided to convene a holy assembly, just like 1,000 years ago, inviting all sects to come up with some rules together. We hope that if there are disputes in the future, you can restrain yourselves and avoid places where common people gather and live. Be compassionate and do not treat the lives of ordinary people as ants, trampling on them at will. The first Saint Master's words were solemn, spoken slowly. His words shocked everyone's heart and spirit present. They couldn't speak for a moment, just stared in a daze at the three figures in the center of the huge stone platform. The first Saint Master then addressed Meng Dian again. Mr. Meng, didn't you just ask what constitutes prioritizing the lives of all? Our demands are not much. If your Gyuan sect wishes to be the head of the righteous path, it's simple. As long as you can ensure that in the future, you can restrain the world's cultivators, not to harm ordinary people without cause, providing a strand of vitality to the common people. Just like the things the Holy Mountain has done for thousands of years, then we old men will not mind recognizing your Gyuan sect as the head. These last few words, the first Saint Master said with unwavering firmness. This made everyone feel. As long as Meng Dian dared to nod, this old man would truly recognize Gyuan's sect as the righteous head. But did Meng Dian dare to nod? He really wanted to nod. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for some reason, his neck became extremely stiff. His face turned somewhat pale and he couldn't bring himself to nod. Are these three really just for the lives of all? In the location of the Qingyang Temple, an old Taoist with black hair and a black beard revealed amazement. Even he did not expect the reason the three Saint Masters convened the Holy Assembly was exactly as they said in the invitation. For the lives of all, to seek a thread of vitality. Our Qingyang Temple does not have the magnanimity of this holy mountain. Beside the black-bearded old Taoist, a Taoist with white hair and youthful features sighed. Before coming, he too speculated about the intentions of the three Saint Masters. It seems now that he, the Qingyang Temple Master, judged the intentions with a small-minded heart. Are these three old fellows truly just for the lives of all? From the location of the Cloudwater secret realm, a figure showed an astonished look. Indeed, these three are truly those with the utmost goodness. No wonder they are recognized by the esteemed one. Over at the Cold Water Palace, Han Lingshuang also smiled. When she hosted Lu Qing, there was some talk of the Holy Mountain. Lu Qing had spoken with considerable admiration for the three Saint Masters. Now she finally understood the reason. As for the remaining other sects, needless to say, they would never have thought the true reason the three Saint Masters convened the Holy Assembly was this. Involuntarily, all eyes fell on Meng Dian. The first Saint Master's words were already very clear. They all wanted to see if he dared to accept. It seems now that he, the Qingyang Temple Master, judged the intentions with a small-minded heart. Are these three old fellows truly just for the lives of all? From the location of the Cloudwater secret realm, a figure showed an astonished look. Indeed, these three are truly those with the utmost goodness. No wonder they are recognized by the esteemed one. Over at the Cold Water Palace, Han Lingshuang also smiled. When she hosted Lu Qing, there was some talk of the Holy Mountain. Lu Qing had spoken with considerable admiration for the three Saint Masters. Now she finally understood the reason. As for the remaining other sects, needless to say, they would never have thought the true reason the three Saint Masters convened the Holy Assembly was this. Involuntarily, all eyes fell on Meng Dian. The first Saint Master's words were already very clear. They all wanted to see if he dared to accept. They would never have thought the true reason the three Saint Masters convened the Holy Assembly was this. Involuntarily, all eyes fell on Meng Dian. The first Saint Master's words were already very clear. They all wanted to see if he dared to accept. They would never have thought the true reason the three Saint Masters convened the Holy Assembly was this. Involuntarily, all eyes fell on Meng Dian. The first Saint Master's words were already very clear. They all wanted to see if he dared to accept. Within the holy city, Meng Dian felt the countless gazes focused on him. At the beginning, he felt considerable pressure, but as his cultivation technique operated and waves emanated from a treasure within him, a trace of black aura surfaced in his eyes, barely noticeable to others. A surge of defiance suddenly arose in his heart. His body trembled and his momentum erupted once more, even more fierce than before. First Saint Master, what skill and deep calculation. You say everything is for the sake of the world's people, but in the end, you just want to use some kind of ban to imprison the world's cultivators to maintain your holy mountain's rule. For over 1,000 years, the world has continued to be controlled by your holy mountain long enough. Under your oppressive might, all innate realm cultivators are shackled, their minds deprived of freedom. Now, finally, the world is changing, spiritual energy is recovering. It is the best time for us cultivators to practice freely and break through bravely. but you three old fools still wish to restrain us. If our Giyuan sect truly agrees to your terms, wouldn't we just become accomplices to the tyranny? Today, our Giyuan sect will represent fellow cultivators of the world, completely breaking free from your three old fools' control. Your holy mountain will have to give up this position as the leader of the righteous. Meng Dian's body emanated a raging aura, his gaze cold and stern, closely fixing on the three Saint Masters. The next moment, a gray light appeared in his hand, directly striking at the three Saint Masters. What? Everyone was stunned. No one expected Meng Dian to suddenly take action, and judging by the power of the gray light, it was clearly no longer a mere probing, but a full-fledged killing strike. Even the three Saint Masters were amazed. They seemed equally surprised that Meng Dian, who was just caught in a predicament, would actually engage in battle directly. However, although Meng Dian's shot was abrupt, nearly a sneak attack, the three Saint Masters' response was not slow in the slightest. Almost at the moment the gray light was emitted, the first Saint Master had already cast a spell, enveloping the front of the three with a soil yellow light screen. Just as the soil yellow light screen emerged, the gray light collided upon it. Instantly, the yellow light screen quaked violently, cracks appeared. It showed signs of being unable to withstand the gray light. The third Saint Master noticed, his gaze condensed, drawing his longsword from his waist, slashing a sharp sword light onto the gray light. Boom! The sword light clashed with the gray light, releasing a powerful energy, causing the surrounding atmosphere to explode, generating a fierce whirlwind on the stone platform. Thankfully, the massive stone platform had the mystical array power protecting it. Otherwise, just this collision might have shattered the stone platform, sending rocks flying, and this scene further astonished everyone. All Golden Core Realm cultivators simultaneously narrowed their eyes. Meng Dian's attack actually required two Saint Masters to jointly counter it. Was his technique really that formidable, or were the three Saint Masters' Dharma bodies too weak? Mr. Meng, it seems you're planning to forego reasoning. Third Saint Master's gaze grew cold and tight. Reasoning. A stronger fist is reasoning. You three old monsters, this world has been dominated by you long enough. Now it's time to give up your position. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll destroy your useless Dharma bodies and see if you can still take a step beyond the holy mountain. Throwing out a casual gray light that left two Saint Masters struggling to cope, Meng Dian's confidence surged further. His expression grew increasingly arrogant. Destroy our Dharma bodies. If you have the ability, go ahead and try. The third Saint Master, being a strong character, couldn't hold back upon hearing Meng Dian's words. His sword intent began to turn frigid with cold aura appearing around him. HMPH, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Old fool, your time has passed, prepare to die. Seeing the three old fools still stubborn, Meng Dian immediately wasted no more words. In his hand, another gray light formed, shooting forward. However, this time the gray light was much larger than before, its power several times mightier. Wherever it passed, even the atmosphere turned gray, forming a distinctive trajectory. Here it comes. The third Saint Master, witnessing this, showed no weakness, gathering all his sword intent into the treasure sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light was slashed out, greeting the gray light. Wherever the sword light reached, cold aura emitted heavily, displaying the extraordinariness of this sword. But in the next moment, the third Saint Master's expression changed. How is this possible? His sword light instantly cut into the gray light. But unlike the previous collision, this time his sword light couldn't extinguish the gray light. On the contrary, the gray light quickly engulfed it, almost visibly dissipating and dissolving. Then, the gray light that devoured and dissolved the sword light expanded slightly, continuing to rush toward the third Saint Master. Seeing it about to strike the third Saint Master, a soil yellow light screen appeared, enveloping him. Simultaneously, a green light also fell onto the gray light. It was the first Saint Master and second Saint Master sensing the danger and assisting. Sizzle, the green light met the gray light, as if cold water fell onto a boiling oil pan, instantly boiling, just like the third Saint Master's sword light, quickly being dissolved. However, although it dissolved the green light, this time the gray light didn't expand, instead shrunk by half. Ultimately, it fell onto that earth yellow light curtain. Although it also shattered it with cracks, it was finally blocked. However, this scene almost made all the powerful beings present widen their eyes with surprise. Even those strong in the Golden Core Realm were no exception, because they had already seen it. The power of that sword by the third Saint Master just now was no less than theirs. In other words, even if it was not the true form that came, this sword of the third Saint Master still achieved the true level of the Golden Core Realm. Even the spells performed by the first and second Saint Masters afterward were equally extraordinary, also spells of the Golden Core Realm. Yet the three Saint Masters attacked simultaneously, only to barely block Meng Dian's attack in front of them. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the numerous Golden Core Realm powerhouses gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. What exactly was that gray light to possess such terrifying power? And Meng Dian, when did he cultivate such divine skills? Our great elder is mighty. In contrast to the shock of other sects, the disciples of the Gyuan sect cheered. Earlier, when the first saint master had them in words, they were quite fearful. Afraid that if one great elder did not respond well, their Gyuan sect's reputation would suffer and be ridiculed by the world. Unexpectedly, the great elder was so valiant that even with the combined efforts of the three saint masters, they almost met with defeat. With such a strong backing, what did they have to fear about being ridiculed by the world? Perhaps after today, the entire world will hold their Gyuan sect in awe. That gray light seems a bit off. Amid the cheers of Gyuan sect disciples, the white-haired old Taoist from Qingyang Temple shuddered and stared intently at Meng Dian. The gray light used by Meng Dian just now gave him an extremely unsettling feeling. It seemed like something extremely terrifying. "Old man, I didn't think you still had some tricks up your sleeve." Meng Dian was somewhat surprised to see his gray light being blocked by the first saint master and others. But quickly he gathered his surprise and sneered, "But do you think just blocking this strike is enough? What happened just now was only a warm-up. If you remain obstinate, don't blame me for destroying your three Dharma bodies and exterminating along with your three original divine souls." As his words fell, Meng Dian's body slowly floated up. Dense gray energy surged from his body, slowly forming a ferocious gray ghost claw in front of him. As soon as this ghost claw formed, its terrifying power swept across the entire scene. Not only did it make other powerful beings' hearts tremble, almost unable to stand under the pressure. Even those in the Golden Core realm shuddered, feeling a wave of unease surging from deep within their hearts. Their spiritual sense of the Golden Core realm told them that the gray ghost claw condensed by Meng Dian was enough to threaten their lives. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Upon seeing the gray ghost claw condensed by Meng Dian, the white-haired old Taoist from Qingyang Temple could no longer remain calm. He suddenly stood up, staring fixated at that gray ghost claw, because he finally recognized the origin of this ghost claw. How does this ghost claw look so much like the one recorded in our ancestral sect's secret scriptures? The Golden Core realm and the Cloud Water secret realm also shuddered at this moment, staring at that gray ghost claw. This gray energy, and this claw, I think I've seen it in our Cold Water Palace's secret scriptures. Over at the Cold Water Palace, Han Lingshuang also had a thoughtful expression. The deep foundation of the three great secret places, the ancient scriptures passed down from ancient times, all revealed a hint of the origin of the techniques used by Meng Dian. However, others could not recognize it. Even the three saint masters did not know the origin of that ghost claw. But they could feel the terrifying nature of the ghost claw condensed by Meng Dian, the emanating aura that made one's heart and spirit tremble, giving them the feeling that even if they truly were to come personally, they might not be able to resist it. "Old man, I ask you, are you far from bowing down and submitting to our Gyuan sect?" Meng Dian hovered in the air, like an evil god, exuding malevolent energy. "Meng Dian, you've cultivated such an evil technique and still wish to become the leader of the righteous. Has practicing your evil technique muddled your brain?" The third saint master was unafraid and ridiculed again. "Haha, what evil technique or not, as long as it's power, there is no distinction between righteousness and evil. Very well, you three old guys, since you are unwilling to submit, then die for me. As long as I eliminate you three obstacles, I won't believe anyone would dare defy my Gyuan sect." Having said that, Meng Dian activated the spell in his hand, and the gray ghost claw in front of him suddenly expanded more than tenfold. Transforming into a giant claw dozens of feet in size, it grabbed at the first saint master in them. As the giant claw descended, the gray energy on it transformed endlessly, condensing numerous skeletons and evil spirits, rolling and changing. Just watching it was enough to make one's heart skip a beat, terrifying to the extreme. This formidable might directly change the expressions of those in the Golden Core realm. They immediately understood that the three saint masters were in danger, because even with their strength, they feared they could not resist the power of this gigantic ghost claw. The three saint masters, now merely descended with Dharma bodies, were even less likely to escape, seeing that the Dharma bodies of the three saint masters were about to be destroyed by the terrifying ghost claw. At this moment, a sharp-minded Golden Core realm suddenly discovered that the faces of the three saint masters had no trace of panic. Just as doubts arose in his mind, at the next moment his gaze froze. He saw a figure who had unknowingly appeared quietly in front of the three saint masters, standing with hands behind his back with a calm expression. Facing the terrifying gray ghost claw that covered the sky, he merely whispered a single word: "Stop." With this word, something unbelievable happened. Only that terrifyingly powerful gray ghost claw suddenly froze mid-air, as if it had solidified in the air, not only unable to descend a bit. Even the swirling, changing gray energy on the claw was completely frozen, without a trace of movement. But they could feel the terrifying nature of the ghost claw condensed by Meng Dian, the emanating aura that made one's heart and spirit tremble, giving them the feeling that even if they truly were to come personally, they might not be able to resist it. "Old man, I ask you, are you far from bowing down and submitting to our Gyuan sect?" Meng Dian hovered in the air, like an evil god exuding malevolent energy. Meng Dian, you've cultivated such an evil technique and still wish to become the leader of the righteous. Has practicing your evil technique muddled your brain? The third Saint Master was unafraid and ridiculed again. Haha, what evil technique or not, as long as it's power, there is no distinction between righteousness and evil. Very well, you three old guys, since you are unwilling to submit, then die for me. As long as I eliminate you three obstacles, I won't believe anyone would dare defy my Gyuan sect. Having said that, Meng Dian activated the spell in his hand, and the gray ghost claw in front of him suddenly expanded more than tenfold. Transforming into a giant claw dozens of feet in size, it grabbed at the first Saint Master in them. As the giant claw descended, the gray energy on it transformed endlessly, condensing numerous skeletons and evil spirits, rolling and changing. Just watching it was enough to make one's heart skip a beat, terrifying to the extreme. This formidable might directly change the expressions of those in the Golden Core realm. They immediately understood that the three Saint Masters were in danger, because even with their strength, they might have difficulty resisting the power of that gigantic ghost claw. And now, with the three Saint Masters being mere Dharma bodies descending, it seemed even less likely they could escape, as the Dharma bodies of the three Saint Masters seemed destined to be crushed by the fearsome ghost claw. At this moment, a sharp-minded Golden Core realm suddenly realized that the faces of the three Saint Masters were not fraught with panic. Just as a doubt arose in his mind, the next moment, his gaze fixed. He saw a mysterious figure at some point, standing high above, with hands behind his back and an incomparably calm expression. Facing the terrifying, sky-covering gray ghost claw, the figure lightly uttered a single word, "Stop." Suddenly, something incredible happened. The terrifying and powerful gray ghost claw was instantly frozen in mid-air. It seemed as if it had solidified, with not a breath of gray energy escaping or moving. A cloth-robed youth suddenly appeared, and dispelled the terrifying and awe-inspiring gray chi ghost claw. This scene naturally left all the powerhouses present feeling extremely shocked. Keep in mind, the gray chi ghost claw that Meng Dian just unleashed even made many Golden Core realm cultivators shudder uncontrollably, unable to resist. Yet unexpectedly, it was completely dispelled and extinguished by the cloth-robed youth with such effortless ease. No one could even tell how he accomplished it. For a moment, everyone was staring dumbfoundedly at the cloth-robed youth. Some of the more quick-witted people had already guessed his identity, but most still hadn't come to their senses. Just then, all present saw three Saint Masters suddenly bowing together and offering a salute to Lu Qing. "Saint Masters, it seems you've run into some trouble," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Indeed, relying only on the three of us won't work. We must trouble Lu Xiaodo instead." The first Saint Master shook his head, sighing somewhat. They ultimately couldn't make all the sects in the world recognize their ideals like 1,000 years ago. "Leave it to me." Lu Qing didn't refuse, nodding his head. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, everyone around them immediately understood. This cloth-robed youth right before them really is the legend. For a moment, everyone's hearts were deeply shaken, and they kept their eyes fixed on Lu Qing. They had long heard of his formidable reputation, but for most, it was the first time they were seeing him in person. Lu Qing turned and looked at Meng Dian in midair, his gaze calm. "Meng Dian of the Gyuan sect. Your Gyuan sect intends to replace the Holy Mountain and take the position as the head of the righteous path." Feeling Lu Qing's gaze on him, Meng Dian's body suddenly went stiff. Even his heart and spirit mana were somewhat disrupted in flow. There's no choice of the reputation of the man before them might not be overly prominent across the world. After all, most cultivators aren't even qualified to know his name, but among top sects, it's incredibly renowned. For this one person is now the only one in the world with the terrifying capability to kill Golden Core realm cultivators. And just now, how effortlessly he extinguished his gray chi ghost claw. This too demonstrated that his strength had indeed reached an unfathomable, inscrutable level. However, despite his immense fear of Lu Qing, standing before so many powerhouses, Meng Dian forced his heart and spirit to calm. He managed to pull out a reluctant smile. "You must be Lu Qing Taoist. I am Meng Dian, great elder of Gyuan sect. Greetings, Mr. Lu Qing." Yet Lu Qing did not wish to exchange pleasantries with him. He simply said indifferently, "You haven't answered my question yet." Meng Dian stalled, seemingly not expecting Lu Qing to be so blunt before all the world's peers. Still, he said solemnly, "You must have seen as well. The true bodies of the three Saint Masters cannot leave the Holy Mountain, not fit in the current world situation to serve as the head of the righteous path. For the sake of our righteous path, both sentiment and reason dictate they should step down and let worthy ones take their place. Otherwise, with just the strength of the three Saint Masters' Dharma bodies, even I cannot defeat them. How could they intimidate the wicked men of the world and convince all of the world's peers of their authority? So you believe your Gyuan sect is qualified to assume this position then?" Lu Qing said, half smiling. "Capable individuals emerge in every generation." Naturally, my Giyuan sect doesn't dare claim to surpass all sects, but I'm still saying, the Holy Mountain is no longer qualified to be the head of the righteous path, Meng Dian stated righteously. And what if I say it is qualified? Lu Qing said indifferently. Meng Dian stalled. He stared at Lu Qing at a loss for words. But Lu Qing continued, you seem to greatly esteem the idea of the strong reigning supreme. So now I say I recognize the Holy Mountain as the head of the righteous path. Do you dare oppose it? Or say, does anyone here wish to oppose? This caused not only Meng Dian but also all the powerhouses from other sects to be stupefied, dumbfoundedly staring at the cloth-robed youth before them. It seems no one opposes. Lu Qing glanced around, seeing everyone silent, smiled, and said, Mr. Lu Qing, so are you agreeing with the methods of the three saint masters, aiming to constrain and restrain all of the world's cultivators? If you do this, aren't you afraid of becoming the enemy of the entire world's cultivators? At this moment, Meng Dian finally couldn't restrain himself and spoke, becoming the enemy of the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing shook his head. It seems that you may have some misconceptions about your own strength. What gave you all the assumption that you have the qualification to be my enemy? Upon finishing, a strand of aura emerged from Lu Qing's body. In the next moment, everyone felt a heaviness upon themselves, an indescribable terrifying pressure crushing their divine souls and physical bodies. And that pressure was growing increasingly heavy, as if a boundless giant mountain were descending from the sky, inch by inch. Constrain and restrain. Just asking you to abide by a few prohibitions. Hereafter in combat, try to avoid areas where ordinary civilians gather. Do not senselessly slaughter. Yet in your eyes it has become restraint upon you. A bunch of nonsensical beings. Even cultivation went to the dogs. You believe you've cultivated a little spiritual might, mastered a bit of power. Even if one steps into the immortal Tao and can be placed above other humans, can they be freely killed? Do not forget, you were not born with power either, but cultivated from ordinary people. These past few years, because of the disputes stirred by you useless lot, how many common folks have been displaced, suffering without livelihood. It is only because the three saint masters are merciful, wanting to give you a chance. This is why this holy gathering is convened, to deliberate anew a way to maintain worldly stability. Otherwise, according to my view, just kill all of you lot. The world would immediately be less than half as chaotic, and the common people wouldn't need to live so hard. Lu Qing spoke each word with increasing coldness. The aura around him grew increasingly terrifying. The silhouette of a red, ancient, and simple big cauldron gradually appeared behind him. Among all the powerhouses present, except for a few he spared, the others, whether in the innate realm, foundation establishment realm, or even golden core true men, were all suffocated by the boundless might he emanated, hardly able to breathe, could only look in sheer fear at Lu Qing, who seemed like a deity. Especially the golden core realms, they were even more incredulous, because they discovered they couldn't even muster a shred of strength, whether the divine soul power or mana within them were completely suppressed to death by this terrifying pressure. Even more frightening to them were Lu Qing's words. From his tone, he intends to slay them all here. It sounds absurd, yet at this moment, no one dares question if Lu Qing has such capability. The current scene already says it all. Lu Qing, with just his aura, has managed to suppress the entire arena. Even the golden core true men are unable to move. As the killing intent emanating from Lu Qing grew heavier, the fear in everyone's hearts intensified. Yet they were suppressed, unable even to open their mouths to plead for mercy. Upon realizing this, many people's eyes reflected despair. Finally, as some were about to be crushed alive by Lu Qing's aura, suddenly the first saint master sighed and stepped out. Lu Xiaodo, that's enough, spare them this time. Continue this way, I fear someone might not withstand your aura and suffer heart and spirit collapse to death. Saint Master Senior, you are still too merciful. Lu Qing shook his head, but he still heeded the first Saint Master's advice and withdrew his aura. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Qing retracted his aura on the massive stone platform, countless people could no longer hold steady, collapsing to the ground, sweating profusely, gasping for air, faces full of post-disaster relief. Look at Lu Qing with eyes filled with fear. Just now they truly believed they would be crushed to death by that terrifying aura. Respected one. On the cold water palace side, everyone's gaze at Lu Qing brimmed with indescribable admiration. Earlier, the Cold Water Palace was one of the few sect forces spared by Lu Qing without being subjected to oppression. Thus, they saw more clearly how Lu Qing, with mere aura, managed to completely suppress all the powerhouses present. True to the name, indeed the number one under heaven. At Qingyang Temple's point, the elderly Taoist, with both hair and beard white, wiped sweat off his forehead, looking at Lu Qing in the center with a calm demeanor, feeling apprehensive. Qingyang Temple didn't have the luck like the Cold Water Palace, likewise shrouded by Lu Qing's might just now. Even he, under Lu Qing's aura oppressive force, was incapable of moving, regardless of how he urged the magic power golden core within. Couldn't break through that terrifying suppressive force. The originally confident elderly Taoist was humbled, but this made the temple master of Qingyang Temple realize, before Lu Qing, he is just as vulnerable as anyone else. This one is forever beyond what we can provoke. At Cloud Water Secret Realm, the Golden Core Realm's heart was filled with shock. Upon coming this time, he carried sect treasure to guard against any eventuality. If any unexpected situations arose at the Holy Gathering, he could use the treasure to ensure the disciples' safety. But moments ago, under Lu Qing's aura oppression, he was horrified to find that he couldn't use the treasure within him at all. No matter how he urged, couldn't escape from his body, firmly pressed within the Danshan. By now, he understood Lu Qing's strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Not merely a single treasure, even if he carried a legendary spiritual artifact, before Lu Qing, there's no chance of victory. No chance of victory. It's fearing still unable to move before Lu Qing. At this moment, this Golden Core Realm immediately categorized Lu Qing as a terrifying existence their Cloud Water Secret Realm could never provoke, even if all three secret realms were the same, let alone other sect forces. In their hearts, Lu Qing had become the most revered existence. Look at Lu Qing with eyes filled with fear. Just now, they truly believed they would be crushed to death by that terrifying aura. Respected one. On the Cold Water Palace side, everyone's gaze at Lu Qing brimmed with indescribable admiration. Earlier, the Cold Water Palace was one of the few sect forces spared by Lu Qing without being subjected to oppression. Thus, they saw more clearly how Lu Qing, with mere aura, managed to completely suppress all the powerhouses present. True to the name, indeed the number one under heaven. At Qingyang Temple's point, the elderly Taoist, with both hair and beard white, wiped sweat off his forehead, looking at Lu Qing in the center with a calm demeanor, feeling apprehensive. Qingyang Temple didn't have the luck like the Cold Water Palace, likewise shrouded by Lu Qing's might just now. Even he, under Lu Qing's aura oppressive force, was incapable of moving, regardless of how he urged the magic power Golden Core within. Couldn't break through that terrifying suppressive force. The originally confident elderly Taoist was humbled, but this made the temple master of Qingyang Temple realize, before Lu Qing, he is just as vulnerable as anyone else. This one is forever beyond what we can provoke. At Cloud Water Secret Realm, the Golden Core Realm's heart was filled with shock. Upon coming this time, he carried sect treasure to guard against any eventuality. If any unexpected situations arose at the Holy Gathering, he could use the treasure to ensure the disciples' safety. But moments ago, under Lu Qing's aura oppression, he was horrified to find that he couldn't use the treasure within him at all. No matter how he urged, couldn't escape from his body, firmly pressed within the Danshan. By now, he understood Lu Qing's strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Not merely a single treasure, even if he carried a legendary spiritual artifact, before Lu Qing, there's no chance of victory. No chance of victory. It's fearing still unable to move before Lu Qing. At this moment, this Golden Core Realm immediately categorized Lu Qing as a terrifying existence their Cloud Water Secret Realm could never provoke, even if all three secret realms were the same, let alone other sect forces. In their hearts, Lu Qing had become the most revered existence. Watching as the sinister gray demonic claw, emanating an evil aura, was gradually extracted from Meng Dian's body, everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill down their spine. This thing, at first glance, was clearly not a righteous object. Is it possible that the artifact Meng Dian wielded just now was this evil magical treasure? Even though Meng Dian resisted with all his might, how could he withstand Lu Qing's power? Soon, the gray demonic claw was completely removed from his Danshan by Lu Qing. With the gray demonic claw extracted, Meng Dian's aura instantly plummeted, and a look of despair flashed in his eyes. But at this moment, no one had the time to pay him any attention, because everyone's gaze had been captivated by that gray demonic claw. They saw that once the gray demonic claw was extracted by Lu Qing, it hovered mid-air but did not settle down peacefully. Instead, it began to wriggle frantically, as if it were alive. The gray energy on the claw morphed into layers of sinister skulls, and invisible screams emanated from it, piercing through the divine soul, sending chills down everyone's spine. It was unimaginable where Meng Dian had found the courage to refine such an evil object into his body. However, no matter how much the gray demonic claw struggled and twisted, under Lu Qing's power, all was in vain. It was firmly suppressed, unable to do anything. The Netherworld Ghost Claw, so it truly is this evil treasure. At this moment, an elderly voice sounded, tinged with surprise. The crowd, upon hearing it, turned to look. The speaker was an old Taoist, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an immortal aura with white hair and beard. They all gasped in shock, because they recognized the location as Qingyang Temple, one of the three great secret places. Evidently, this must be a Taoist master from Qingyang Temple. This time at the Holy Gathering, the three great secret places had been very low-key, but being low-key does not mean everyone will ignore them. Now seeing this ethereal old Taoist speak, everyone felt a shiver inside. Oh, Senior knows the origin of this object. Lu Qing looked at the elderly Taoist. Meanwhile, he also nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Yangming Taoist standing beside the old Taoist. This nod made Yangming Taoist feel a bit excited. He didn't expect Lu Qing to actually greet him. The Netherworld Ghost Claw is the name of the evil treasure in your hand, young friend. It's the signature magical treasure of an evil path primordial spirit expert from the previous cultivation era. In the cultivation world of the last cultivation era, it was also a well-known evil spiritual artifact. An evil spiritual artifact from the previous cultivation era. Hearing this name, everyone was shocked at heart and spirit. For so long the world had been reviving, stories of the previous cultivation era were no longer secrets. Those who could attend the holy gathering were all from reputable and powerful sects, naturally having some knowledge of this. Upon hearing that the gray demonic claw was an evil treasure passed down from the previous cultivation era, and that it was also a legendary spiritual artifact, how could they not be shocked? At the same time, they finally understood why Meng Dian was so strong. It turns out he possessed such an evil spiritual artifact. Young master, this is indeed the signature magical treasure of an evil path primordial spirit named Netherworld Old Ghost from the ancient immortal cultivation era. At this moment, Yan also communicated to Lu Qing's divine soul. Lu Qing nodded slightly, but still presented another question to the old Taoist. An evil spiritual artifact from the previous cultivation era. If this is so, why did it pass down? There are rumors that towards the end of the last cultivation era, all primordial spirit great powers left this world. Senior, is it possible that the original owner of this evil treasure didn't make it onto the Breaking Realm ship? Lu Qing could naturally use his superpower to probe the origins of the gray demonic claw. But the informational notes his superpower could detect were ultimately limited, unable to clarify all the details. Regarding this matter, there are indeed records in the ancient texts passed down in our Qingyang temple, the old Taoist said. Towards the end of the ancient immortal cultivation era, indeed, many primordial spirit great powers in the cultivation world boarded the Breaking Realm ships and left this world. Even those from the demon sects followed them out. But some primordial spirit great powers did not make it onto the Breaking Realm ships. Among them was the owner of this Netherworld Ghost Claw, a primordial spirit great power named Yaoming Elder. This Yaoming Elder was an evil path loose cultivator primordial spirit great power from the ancient immortal cultivation era, solitary and solitary, disliking interacting with others. Moreover, he was cruel by nature, finding pleasure in tormenting living creatures, feared by everyone in the cultivation world as a demon. These evil path loose cultivator primordial spirits, most of whom were unencumbered and solitary. Thus, their actions were even more extreme than those of the demon sects. This caused the righteous immortal sects to loathe them, but they were also wary, not daring to offend them too much without absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling understanding. Even for these righteous sects, with vast resources and vast influences, when faced with powerful cultivators who were unencumbered, they generally wouldn't excessively offend them. Otherwise, once vengeance is brewed, it might be a matter of life and death feud. Even if they were able to kill their opponent, they might suffer significant losses themselves, making it more trouble than it's worth. Thinking of this, someone inconspicuously glanced at Lu Qing. Just like the Suspended Mountain, being one of the 4 great secret places, with a long-standing heritage and deep foundation. In the end, wasn't it also destroyed because it offended this one, and even the secret realm was annihilated? But this is only under usual circumstances. While everyone was lost in thought, the white-haired old Taoist continued to speak. At the end of the last cultivation era, the situation began to change. At that time, in order to craft the Breaking Realm ship, many primordial spirit great powers united and started to gather precious materials throughout the world. Among them, who suggested it remains unknown, but eventually, many righteous primordial spirit great powers began to join forces. They started exterminating and settling accounts with those loose evil cultivators with primordial spirits. Ultimately, the vast majority of loose evil cultivators with primordial spirits were slain under the alliance of righteous sects. Their inherited magical treasures were seized to refine the Breaking Realm ship. Only a very few loose evil cultivators either used secret techniques to escape or hid in advance and disappeared without a trace. Among those few, there was Yaoming Elder. Rumor has it, this Yaoming Elder was besieged by several righteous primordial spirit cultivators by the South Sea, but accidentally escaped into the deep sea using an evil technique, disappearing without a trace. The deep sea is the territory of the Sea Clan, so those righteous primordial spirit cultivators did not pursue deeply. Now it seems, Yaoming Elder eventually perished, and his famous magical treasure somehow ended up in the hands of Mr. Meng. The old Taoist looked at Meng Dian, who was now pale and weak. Clearly, the gray ghost claw was forcibly robbed from his Danshan by Lu Qing, causing him great harm. But in the eyes of the old Taoist, there was no sign of pity. Instead, there was a hint of coldness. This netherworld ghost claw is an evil spiritual artifact. This gray energy is condensed from the souls of countless living creatures. Mr. Meng could refine it to this extent. He must have refined quite a few living creatures, right? Once these words were spoken, everyone's heart and spirit trembled, and they all looked towards Meng Dian. Meng Dian shuddered, his face turned paler. He struggled, "Old Taoist, don't slander me. This magical treasure was obtained by accident. I worked hard to refine it. I've never harmed anyone." However, regarding his explanation, the old Taoist did not say anything, but still looked at him coldly. And all the strong ones recalled the evil aura emitted when Meng Dian previously used the terrifying ghost claw, and couldn't help but believe the old Taoist's words. At that time, Meng Dian didn't have a trace of a righteous cultivator, he was simply a demon. Feeling the gazes around him, Meng Dian's expression became noticeably flustered. Just as he wanted to argue, Lu Qing suddenly spoke. "The predecessor said that Yaoming Elder has perished, but I think not necessarily." "What are you saying, friend?" The old Taoist was shocked, looking at Lu Qing eagerly. Others also turned to look at Lu Qing. They saw Lu Qing looking at the gray ghost claw he had been suppressing the whole time. "Do you agree, Netherworld Old Ghost?" Netherworld Old Ghost. Within this gray ghost claw, everyone's gaze focused on the gray ghost claw. Then they noticed the gray ghost claw that was previously struggling and twisting had now become extremely quiet, calmly suspended in mid-air without any movement. While everyone was puzzled, Lu Qing smiled slightly. "Since you don't want to show up, then just die." After speaking, behind Lu Qing, the phantom of an ancient fire-red big cauldron appeared. Then the mouth of the cauldron opened and sucked the gray ghost claw directly into it. "We be a novel, centimeters." Countless transparent flames emerged in the phantom of the big cauldron, encircled the gray ghost claw, burning it. With Lu Qing's current cultivation, the Nanaming leaving fire he summoned was terrifying. Even without using the true body of the leaving fire tripod, the power of the flames couldn't be withstood by ordinary spiritual artifacts. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost Claw was a kind of evil spiritual artifact that was inherently restrained by the leaving fire tripod. Plus, it had once been severely damaged and had not yet returned to its peak state. Burned by the Nanaming leaving fire, the gray energy emitted sizzling sounds, accompanied by miserable screams, being burned into nothingness. Listening to the Netherworld Ghost Claw screaming like a living creature, enough to sting the divine soul, everyone couldn't help but change color. This evil magical treasure was indeed extremely strange. Just looking at it made one shiver. As the Nanaming leaving fire continued to burn, the amount of gray energy on the Netherworld Ghost Claw rapidly decreased. Soon, revealing its true form, a gray hideous bone claw, just as the Nanaming leaving fire continued to surge to refine the bone claw. Finally, the existence hiding deep within the bone claw couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, a large amount of gray energy surged out from the bone claw, temporarily resisting the burn of the Nanaming leaving fire. Among them, a part of the gray energy transformed into a gloomy ghost face, staring stubbornly at Lu Qing. "Kid, don't push your luck. Netherworld Old Ghost, you finally decided to appear." Lu Qing's heart and spirit moved, temporarily stopping the Nanaming leaving fire, looking at the gray ghost face calmly. And the strong ones around were already dumbfounded. Was there really another strange existence within this ghost claw? As for Meng Dian, he was completely stunned, with a face full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that within this magical treasure he had controlled for a long time and fully refined, there was always another hidden consciousness inside it. "Kid, how did you discover me?" The gray ghost face stared at Lu Qing, unable to understand how it was exposed. He thought he had hidden deep enough. Even that stupid Meng had not noticed his presence, yet the kid in front of him could detect his location in an instant and directly reveal his origins. This made the gray ghost face both shocked and absurd. What troubled him even more was that the opponent also controlled another spiritual artifact, the one that could restrain him. "Nanaming leaving fire, kid. I didn't expect the leaving fire tripod of the Li Hu sect to fall into your hands. Did you inherit the legacy of the leaving fire tripod? It seems you, old ghost, haven't recognized the current situation." Lu Qing shook his head. Suddenly, flames in the big cauldron phantom churned again, burning towards the gray ghost face. "Do you think you now qualify to question me?" The greatly enhanced Nanaming leaving fire burned the gray ghost face, instantly creating a large hole. That voice couldn't help but utter a painful cry, forced to summon more gray energy to resist the burn. But Nanaming leaving fire was the nemesis of gray energy. No matter how much gray energy was summoned, it was directly burned away, turned into nothingness. Watching the gray ghost face burn smaller and smaller, about to disappear completely, that voice finally couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, I admit defeat." The Nanaming leaving fire paused but did not dissipate, still surrounding the ghost claw, showing signs of attacking at any moment. The ghost face gray energy, upon seeing this, became even more gloomy. "This damn thing, why did that spiritual artifact happen to fall into this kid's hands? With other spiritual artifacts, he had ways to resist." The heart of the Yaoming elder was truly shocked. He never expected that this young man before him not only spotted his hiding place within the spiritual artifact at a glance. Now, even his state was described without a single error. For a moment, in the eyes of the Yaoming elder, Lu Qing became unfathomable. The soul-stealing technique was a secret technique that even in the ancient immortal cultivation era, only cultivators at the primordial spirit realm and above could master. Where did this boy from an era apart learn of such secret matters? Moreover, the Yaoming elder noticed that Lu Qing used the word again just now. Could it be that he has encountered other beings who used the soul-stealing technique before? The Yaoming elder looked at Lu Qing, his eyes full of suspicion and uncertainty. On the contrary, those around them were somewhat confused. After all, what Lu Qing said was still too advanced for them. I told you, you have no right to question me. Facing the blurted question from the Yaoming elder, Lu Qing did not answer him, instead speaking calmly. The Yaoming elder paused, filled with anger. In the tens of thousands of years he had lived, when had he ever been treated like this? Though this boy was somewhat sinister, if it were tens of thousands of years ago, he could have squeezed him to death with one hand. Now, having fallen to such a low point, humiliated by a wet behind-the-ears boy, how could he not be brimming with killing intent? Yet no matter how vicious his heart, the current situation was stronger than him. So the Yaoming elder forcibly suppressed the malicious energy in his heart, not acting on it, only coldly staring at Lu Qing. This young friend, what exactly do you intend? What do I intend? Lu Qing chuckled. You, hidden within this ghost claw, secretly manipulated Meng Dian, attempting to incite a conflict among the righteous path, disturbing the world. Intending to fish in troubled waters, using the chaos to refine living creatures and restore yourself. Do you think you can really deceive everyone, ghost and god alike, without being noticed? The Yaoming elder fell silent. He realized that this time he was indeed a bit reckless. In a state of incomplete recovery, he manipulated Meng Dian to seek seizing the top position of the righteous path. However, due to the uniqueness of his cultivation technique, without the aid of living souls, relying only on nature's spiritual energy, he did not know how many years or months it would take to restore his peak state. Only by thoroughly muddying the world's situation could he control Meng Dian and refine living creatures on a large scale. Thus, this time he manipulated Meng Dian to seize position at the holy meeting. Besides it being indeed a good opportunity, the more important factor stemmed from his internal arrogance. He believed with the presence of an ancient primordial spirit great power like him, controlling a group of Golden Core juniors should have been effortless. But who would have thought there would be a monster like Lu Qing around? Clearly just a wet behind-the-ears young man, yet his strength was even beyond his comprehension. Moreover, he wielded the leaving fire tripod which could restrain him. This turn of events was something entirely beyond the Yaoming elder's expectations. Previously, while hiding within Meng Dian's body, he had heard of Lu Qing's name and deeds. Although surprised, he still believed that no matter how heaven-defying a Golden Core Junior could be, he couldn't overturn the heavens. But who would have thought, upon truly facing Lu Qing, the other party would be so unfathomable? Young friend, your gaze is like a torch, your cultivation deep, I admire you. After a moment of silence, the Yaoming elder slowly spoke. I didn't expect such a peerless figure like you to emerge so soon after the world's recovery and the spiritual energy not yet abundant. This time I admit defeat. Tell me, what will it take for you to release this wisp of my remnant soul? Whether it's cultivation techniques or treasures, I can give them to you. Old as I am as a primordial spirit realm cultivator, the profound cultivation techniques and divine skills I know are countless. I can let you easily step into that supremely primordial spirit realm. I also know the locations of many cave mansions and how to open secret realms of ancient immortal sects. Whatever you desire, I can offer. There was a certain bewitchment in the tone of the Yaoming elder. The words spoken were shocking and full of temptation. Hearing them, the surrounding strong ones all showed eagerness, and their hearts surged. Even the old Taoist of firm golden core seemed to breathe more heavily. Only Lu Qing remained calm and composed, showing no movement of emotion. On the contrary, he looked at the gray, ghostly face formed by the Yaoming elder with a smile that was not a smile. With such a small amount of bewitchment technique, don't embarrass yourself by displaying it. Besides, your little cultivation technique inheritance, to me, is but superficial tricks unworthy of attention. Such words of humiliation made the Yaoming elder's face change color instantly. But Lu Qing ignored him and continued, as for why I forced you out, it is actually quite simple. I just wanted to see what a primordial spirit great power from a previous cultivation era looked like, and to refine and kill you in front of everyone here. As soon as the words fell within the illusory big cauldron, countless transparent flames rose up again, enveloping the gray ghostly face transformed by the Yaoming elder, along with that gray bone claw, burning them together. The nerve of you, boy! Lu Qing's sudden change of face directly caught the Yaoming elder off guard, utterly shocked and angered. But he didn't have time to rebuke anything, because he found that the Nanaming leaving fire driven by Lu Qing this time was even fiercer than before. In just a few breaths, it purified his gray, ghostly face, beginning to directly refine the essence of the netherworld ghost claw. The gray energy he wielded could not resist at all. The Yaoming elder knew that this time, Lu Qing was serious about it. Immediately, he couldn't care about anything else, and had to mobilize the full power of the netherworld ghost claw to resist. Otherwise, once the Nanaming leaving fire penetrates the interior of the ghost claw, he would truly fall into an inescapable predicament. However, when Yaoming elder fully resisted the Nanaming leaving fire, he was horrified to find out. The power of the Nanaming leaving fire activated by Lu Qing was far beyond his imagination. The gray energy of the netherworld ghost claw, surprisingly, had no power to resist. Just a touch, like snow meeting a red-hot iron, was quickly dissolved, burned into nothingness. Impossible, this kid is just at the golden core realm, so how could the Nanaming leaving fire he activates be so terrifying? Yaoming elder's heart was filled with disbelief. Although he couldn't see through Lu Qing's exact strength and realm, he was certain that Lu Qing had definitely not stepped into the primordial spirit realm. Because the present world had just recently resurrected, the heaven and earth rules had not yet evolved to the extent of giving birth to a primordial spirit great power. Not to mention the primordial spirit realm, even the late-stage golden core was impossible. But now, the power of the Nanaming leaving fire activated by Lu Qing had already far exceeded what the golden core realm could achieve. Even compared to the primordial spirit realm, it was likely not far off. Could it be that the artifact spirit of the leaving fire tripod is still alive and has recognized this boy as its master? But even so, just a golden core realm should not be able to fully activate the power of a middle-grade spiritual device. Yaoming elder's mind turned sharply, but he couldn't figure it out. Seeing the gray energy stored in the netherworld ghost claw about to be exhausted, while the Nanaming leaving fire was poised to break through the final defense layer and truly invade. Yaoming elder was completely anxious. He let out a series of frantic howls. Kid, are you really so ruthless to drive me to extinction like this? The righteous and evil cannot coexist. What sentiments can I speak of with an ancient old ghost like you? Lu Qing's gaze was icy. Not only did he not restrain the flames, but he reached out and clenched his hand. As he did so, the power of the Nanaming leaving fire in the illusory big cauldron surged again, compressing violently towards the center. With a boom, the final layer of gray energy was incinerated, rushing into the interior of the netherworld ghost claw. The powerful flames might directly burn through the restrictions inside, charging straight for the core. No, Yaoming elder did not expect that Lu Qing still had reserves. Seeing the Nanaming leaving fire like a tidal wave, surging violently, Yaoming elder was truly panicked. He hurriedly shouted, Taoist friend, have mercy, I am willing to submit, recognize you as my master, become your spiritual artifact. At this moment, Yaoming elder could no longer care about his ancient primordial spirit great power face and directly begged for mercy. A mere evil spiritual artifact, and you think you deserve to recognize me as your master. However, facing Yaoming elder's plea for mercy, Lu Qing showed disdain. The Nanaming leaving fire, already rushing into the netherworld ghost claw, mercilessly broke through the core restrictions, sweeping towards the wisp of spiritual nature into which Yaoming elder had transformed. Yaoming elder had abandoned his physical body and seized the artifact spirit. Even though he survived the calamity of heavenly human 5 decays and saved his life, but he was still severely damaged, inevitably falling into slumber. Plus, during this era of spiritual energy depletion for tens of thousands of years, he never received spiritual nourishment. This prevented him from fully recovering to this day, and his divine soul was not strong. Therefore, when surrounded by the Nanaming leaving fire, Yaoming elder was engulfed in boundless fear, feeling his divine soul power being quickly incinerated and disintegrated. The endless pain that pierced his heart and spirit couldn't suppress the panic within Yaoming elder. He screamed in terror, mercy, young friend, mercy, but in return there was even more surging Nanaming leaving fire. Feeling Lu Qing's intent to kill, Yaoming elder was utterly in despair. At this moment, infinite regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have been too hasty, he should have continued to lie low and slowly regain his power. In doing so, even if the recovery was slower, he would not have ended up in such a state. After tens of thousands of years of surviving so miserably, it ended in complete annihilation of body and soul. I hate, kid, you'll die a miserable death. As the last trace of spiritual nature was incinerated, Yaoming elder let out an extremely shrill curse. Then there was no more sound, and in endless regret and unwillingness he completely perished. Feeling Yaoming elder's disappearance, Lu Qing retracted his spell, and the surging Nanaming leaving fire gradually dissipated. The illusionary ancient red big cauldron also vanished. Only a white bone claw remained in midair. Lu Qing reached out his hand and took the white bone claw in hand. At this moment, the bone claw had completely transformed compared to before. Not only was it no longer ferocious, but it also exuded a jade-like quality, looking as though it had a sacred feel to it. Young master, this bone claw was originally an exotic treasure the netherworld old ghost acquired from who knows where. After tempering it with evil techniques for countless years, it became the netherworld ghost claw. Now that you have refined it with nanaming leaving fire, all the evil energy has dissipated, and all guilt is gone. It has probably become an extraordinary refining material. The voice of Yan echoed in Lu Qing's mind. As a grandmaster nearing the end of his life, Yan's vision in recognizing refining material was incredibly discerning. Moreover, when Lu Qing activated the nanaming leaving fire earlier, he also borrowed its power, so it already had some understanding of the material of this white bone claw. Upon hearing Yan's words, Lu Qing nodded slightly. He casually put away the white bone claw. There were other important things to attend to, refining artifacts and such could wait for later. After putting away the white bone claw, Lu Qing looked around. He saw that the surrounding powerhouses were all looking at him with an extremely reverent gaze. He was not surprised, or rather, this was the effect he desired. Just now, when refining the netherworld old ghost, why did he prefer to expend more effort by using the illusory big cauldron to refine, rather than directly using the leaving fire tripod? It was to strike fear by making an example, refining an ancient primordial spirit in front of so many people. Now it seems the effect was pretty decent. Seeing Lu Qing looking over, all the surrounding powerhouses instinctively avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. There's nothing to be done, this one was really too terrifying. What was that? Just know a genuine remnant soul of an ancient primordial spirit, great power, surviving from the previous cultivation era, carrying countless secrets. Lu Qing said he'd refine it to death, and he did, without leaving any room for survival. No matter how much tempted with numerous cultivation techniques and magical treasures, he remained unmoved. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness made all the powerful figures feel immense awe. At that moment, no one dared question that when Lu Qing said he would kill them all, he meant it. No one dared to meet his gaze when Lu Qing looked over, and his eyes finally fell on Meng Dian, lying on the ground staring up at him. Meng Dian, what else do you have to say? Lu Qing said coolly. His face paling, Meng Dian opened and closed his mouth, fear surfacing in his expression. Meng Dian, even if you were beguiled by that netherworld old ghost, without malice in your heart, that old ghost would not have been able to tempt you. Those living creatures that were refined truly died by your hands, so the sin on your hands, no matter how you try to justify it, can never be purified. With that, a transparent flame already enveloped Meng Dian. At this moment, the bone claw, which the netherworld old ghost had obtained from who knows where as an exotic treasure, and it transformed into the netherworld ghost claw after hundreds of years of refinement through an evil technique. Now refined by your nanaming leaving fire, all the evil is gone, all the guilt is purged. It is likely to have become a rather extraordinary refining material. Hearing Yan's words, Lu Qing nodded slightly. He casually picked up the white bone claw. Lu Qing glanced around. All the powerful figures around looked at him with deep awe. He was pleased. This was the effect he had originally wanted. Just having refined the netherworld old ghost, why did he prefer to spend more effort using the illusory big cauldron for refinement, rather than simply using it in the leaving fire tripod? It was precisely to annihilate the ancient primordial spirit in front of so many people. Now it seemed the effect was satisfactory. When Lu Qing looked over, all the strong ones around instinctively avoided his gaze. This one was simply too terrifying. What just happened? A genuine remnant of an ancient primordial spirit surviving from a previous cultivation era, to directly refine it to death without leaving any way out. No matter how tempted by countless cultivation techniques and magical treasures, he was utterly unmoved. Such decisive character, such ruthless means, made all the powerful figures feel immense reverence. At that moment, no one dared to question what Lu Qing had previously said about killing them all. Seeing Lu Qing's gaze, all the surrounding strong ones instinctively avoided his eyes, not daring to make eye contact. There was no helping it, this one was truly too terrifying. Lu Qing's gaze finally landed on Meng Dian lying on the ground. Feeling Lu Qing's gaze, Meng Dian shivered, fear now appearing in his eyes. Meng Dian, is there anything else you want to say? Lu Qing asked calmly. Meng Dian's face turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Although you were bewitched by that netherworld old ghost, if there were no evil thoughts in your heart, that netherworld old ghost couldn't have lured you. Those living creatures that were refined, they were indeed killed by your own hands. So the sins on your hands, no matter how you try to argue, are beyond redemption. As the last words fell, a transparent flame enveloped Meng Dian. Seeing their own great elder being slain by Lu Qing with a single burst of sword chi, the remaining members of the Giyuan sect stayed rooted on the spot, with not a single one daring to make a sound. They were not angry, on the contrary. Their hearts were filled with fear. They were afraid that Lu Qing might take out his anger on them and kill them as well. Of course, Lu Qing did not do so. He merely glanced at the disciples of the Giyuan sect. He said calmly, I understand that your great elder was beguiled by that netherworld old ghost, hence he committed sins. Therefore I left him intact. take his body back and give him a proper burial. The disciples of the Gyuan sect, upon hearing this, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and expressions of relief showed on their faces, having survived a disaster. They bowed deeply to Lu Qing one after another. Even the second elder, who was also at the Golden Core realm, was no exception. Before Lu Qing, he dared not exhibit any sign of disrespect. Then Lu Qing glanced around once more, finally fixing his gaze on the first Saint Master. Elder First Saint Master, I believe no one will have any objections to this holy meeting now. I will leave the rest to you. With that said, Lu Qing transformed into a stream of light, soaring upwards into the azure darkness, flying towards the holy mountain. Lu Qing's sudden departure astonished everyone, catching them off guard. No one expected him to leave so abruptly. However, once they confirmed that Lu Qing had truly left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. There was no choice. The pressure from this individual was simply too overwhelming. Even without exuding any aura, merely standing there was enough to make everyone tremble with fear. Now that he had left, the weight on their hearts was finally lifted. Ladies and gentlemen, can we officially begin this holy meeting? At this time, the voice of the first Saint Master rang out. Seeing the first Saint Master's smiling demeanor, all the powerful individuals felt a chill in their hearts. Previously, they all speculated about the purpose and confidence behind the holy mountain convening this holy meeting. Now they understood. It turned out they had invited that person. Wasn't it rumored that the three Saint Masters were at odds with that individual? Now it appears this was not the case at all. That person actually supported the holy mountain to such an extent it was unclear how the three Saint Masters had persuaded him. Although they couldn't figure it out, everyone knew the situation was settled. This holy meeting was now completely under the control of the holy mountain. Indeed, throughout the rest of the holy meeting, no sect force dared to come forth and cause trouble. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Of course, with the significant implications and widespread involvement of the holy meeting, it wouldn't conclude hastily. It wouldn't end in just a day or two. It was for this reason that Lu Qing left directly. He had no interest in staying there to discuss those tedious matters. Upon returning to the holy mountain, Lu Qing entered his cave mansion. He had already done what needed to be done. The matters remaining were ones the three Saint Masters were much more proficient at handling, leaving no need for his concern. Sitting cross-legged in the cave mansion, Lu Qing took out the white bone claw, activated superpower, and examined it. Not long after, a rich purple began to emerge from the bone claw. Several strips of writing floated into view. Heavenly Demon Bone Claw, a bone claw left behind after the death of an ancient sky demon. The ancient sky demon was an innate creature that emerged at the genesis of this world, born from the origin energy. The ancient sky demon was innately powerful, existing in the primordial spirit realm from birth, exceptionally formidable. This bone claw was nourished for tens of thousands of years by the resentment of countless living creatures, and was then purified by the nanaming leaving fire, with all resentment dispelled, reverting to its origin, undergoing some strange transformation. After reading all the information on the strips, a realization dawned in Lu Qing's eyes. No wonder this bone claw was so formidable. Previously, he was puzzled about what creature's claw could possess such power. It turned out to be a claw left behind by an ancient sky demon from the early formation of the world. Lu Qing was not entirely unfamiliar with this ancient sky demon. Back then, that demon cultivator had obtained a piece of the ancient sky demon's demon bone, and thus started causing turmoil. It was uncertain whether this heavenly demon bone claw and the demon bone obtained by the demon cultivator came from the same ancient sky demon. Having investigated the origin of the bone claw, Lu Qing stored it into his primordial bag. This bone claw had extraordinary material after Lu Qing used the nanaming leaving fire to destroy and purify the restrictions within, killing the artifact's spirit. Although it was no longer a spiritual artifact, it transformed into an even better refining material. If crafted properly, perhaps he could create a strong spiritual artifact. However, refining a spiritual artifact isn't something that can be completed quickly. It requires a long time of nurturing to possibly produce that hint of spiritual nature. Currently, he was not lacking spiritual artifacts, so there was no rush. Once there is a suitable opportunity in the future, he could slowly refine it. Now the most important thing for him was his own cultivation. Having just broken through to the second transformation of the Golden Core, it was a crucial time for rapid progress, and he could not afford to slack off. While the holy meeting in the holy city was in full swing, Lu Qing had already entered a deep cultivation state. Even though he wasn't present at the scene, the sect forces no longer dared to harbor any ulterior motives. They had no choice but to immerse themselves fully in the holy meeting discussions, striving to win benefits for themselves. Finally, 2 days later, in the central gigantic stone platform of the holy city, the first Saint Master appeared solemn, holding a jade tablet in his hand, and gazed around. Everyone, since there are no objections, the new decree will be established as discussed in this sacred council. Do you agree? Agree. Good. Let it be proclaimed accordingly. The representatives around from various major sect forces nodded one after another. Then, please, everyone, take an oath before the holy tablet and leave your heart and spirit imprint. With that, the first Saint Master extended his hand forward, and the jade tablet in his hand flew up, gradually enlarging in the air until it became a massive jade tablet several yards tall, landing on the ground and standing there. On the jade tablet, numerous characters were engraved, encapsulating the decree drafted by the sect forces in this sacred meeting. The representatives of the sect forces did not hesitate and stepped forward one by one to take the oath, and imprinted their heart and spirit on the jade tablet. When all the representatives of the sect forces had left their imprints on the holy tablet, the three Saint Masters also imprinted their heart and spirit on it. In the next moment, a supernatural event abruptly occurred. The holy tablet suddenly emitted a dazzling light that shot straight up into the azure darkness, piercing the heavens. A giant vortex appeared, absorbing that beam of light. Immediately after, each strong individual who left their heart and spirit imprint on the holy tablet felt a peculiar sensation. That was because their oath had been sensed by the heavenly will of this realm. In the future, if one violates the decree on the holy tablet, not only will one encounter backlash, but the fortune of their sect will also significantly diminish. Realizing this, all representatives of the sect forces came to understand the true purpose of the holy mountain in convening this sacred meeting. With changes in heaven and earth, spiritual energy recovery, and the evolution of heaven and earth rules, oaths made with heart and spirit have become more binding. For those who have sworn before the holy tablet, to avoid future backlash and a significant reduction in sect fortune, they not only must personally comply with the decree, but also restrain their disciples from defying the decree. Thus, the goal of the holy mountain was truly achieved. The representatives of the sect forces looked at each other, realizing they had ultimately been calculated against. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the decree was collectively discussed and formulated. Overall, the constraints on the cultivators were not very strong. Most importantly, cultivators must not indiscriminately harm ordinary people. This aspect was not difficult to achieve for the righteous cultivators among them. As for the conflicts among cultivators and the disputes and internal affairs of the sect forces, the holy mountain would not interfere. Therefore, as long as the decree against harming ordinary people is followed, the impact on various sect forces is not significant. On the contrary, some relatively weaker sect forces secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, everyone would be more inclined to follow the rules. They no longer need to constantly worry about other sects suddenly attacking, annexing, and destroying them. Thinking this way, the convening of this sacred meeting was indeed a good thing for them. While the sect forces were lost in various thoughts, the sky above underwent another transformation. Several golden lights descended from the heavens. Among them, 3 beams of golden light fell upon the 3 Saint Masters, and a much wider beam flew towards the holy mountain, entering the cave mansion where Lu Qing was in seclusion. Merit golden light, the abruptly surprising change naturally attracted everyone's attention. Among them, some knowledgeable cultivators immediately recognized the ancestry of the golden lights falling on the 3 Saint Masters. Those were indeed the legendary merit golden light, which only those who accumulate great merit could possibly gather. Such rich merit golden light. The merit golden light descends at such a time. The descent of merit golden light illustrates that the heavenly will also greatly acknowledges the sacred meeting fostered by the 3 Saint Masters, hence particularly descending merit. According to legend, merit golden light can bring fortune and avert mishaps. The 3 Saint Masters obtaining such abundant merit golden light will likely have a smoother cultivation journey in the future. A group of cultivators began discussing, looking at the merit golden light on the 3 Saint Masters, while their gaze was filled with intense envy. Although most of them had never personally witnessed the merit golden light, they had heard various related legends. The legends spoke of those endowed with merit golden light as individuals with great merit. They are naturally blessed by the heavens. If an ordinary person, they may have great luck, avoid dangers, and enjoy many fortunes and a long life. If a cultivator, then their fortune thrives, their cultivation path smoothens, and opportunities abound. In short, it's full of benefits. However, despite the many advantages of merit light, it is extremely challenging to obtain and condense. Some may spend a lifetime doing good without necessarily accumulating even a sliver of merit light. Only those who perform actions that benefit the world or the heavenly might be able to condense it. Hence, witnessing the 3 Saint Masters receive such an abundant amount of merit light, how could the people not feel envious? Nonetheless, even if they felt envious, they could only feel jealousy. This sacred meeting was originally convened and hosted by the 3 Saint Masters. Clearly, the heavenly will also considers the merits to belong to them. Since this is deemed by the heavenly will, despite envy and jealousy, they could only look on helplessly. Furthermore, the merit light obtained by the three saint masters isn't the most abundant. Moments ago, everyone saw a thicker and more concentrated beam flying toward the holy mountain. It's evident it was aimed at that individual. Thus, even if they harbored opinions, they dared not express a trace of it. This is merit golden light. Even the three saint masters were a bit bewildered by the sudden descent of merit golden light. The primary reason for convening the sacred meeting was their grand vow made long ago. They sought fulfillment of a wish, hoping for better advancement in cultivation, without too many other intentions. Yet they hadn't anticipated this sacred meeting would provoke a response from heaven and earth, earning them a special descent of merit light. This realization not only surprised them, but also filled their hearts with excitement. The descent of merit indicates that the heavenly will recognize their deeds this time. This is a tremendous encouragement for them. Merit golden light, in the cave mansion on the holy mountain, Lu Qing, who was in seclusion, was also awakened by the sudden merit golden light falling on him. He released his divine soul sensing, and after 10 breaths understood what was happening. So the sacred meeting has concluded, and the holy order has been deliberated upon and received recognition from many sect forces. I hadn't expected that the holy order could provoke a reaction from the heavenly will, causing the descent of merit light. It seems that siding with the saint masters this time turned out to be the right choice. Lu Qing, feeling the merit light flowing into his forehead acupoint, revealed a smile. This time, the amount of merit light he received was far more abundant than the merit golden light he obtained when he defeated the demon cultivator and saved the entire city in the state mansion. It's more than 10 times greater. Evidently, the heavenly will consider the establishment of the holy order to have tremendous benefits for the people of the world. This brings hope for condensing my merit robe. Lu Qing felt a sense of joy while experiencing the abundant merit light. He acquired 2 methods for utilizing merit golden light from the demon cultivator. One of these methods is to condense a merit robe using the merit light. During critical moments, it can automatically protect the owner and fend off various divine soul attacks and secret technique curses. Evidently, the heavenly will consider the establishment of this holy order to have tremendous benefits for the people of the world. This brings hope for condensing my merit robe. Lu Qing felt a sense of joy while experiencing the abundant merit light. He acquired 2 methods for utilizing merit golden light from the demon cultivator. One of these methods is to condense a merit robe using the merit light. During critical moments, it can automatically protect the owner and fend off various divine soul attacks and secret technique curses. In this world, the central state is the center of the world. Not only does it have vast territories, but it also possesses the richest spiritual energy and those many famous mountains and rivers, cave heaven-blessed land. Thus, since ancient times, the central state has been the place most coveted by cultivators worldwide. Beyond the central state, it is equally vast, divided into various large and small provinces. Going directly east, what one could see is the vast ocean. Heading north, there are endless ice fields. Heading southwards, one will see stretching high mountains and dense forests. As for going west, what one will eventually see is the sky full of sandstorms and the endless desert. And the extreme west is the desert within the desert. The place is as hot as a furnace, overwhelmingly scorching. The air is so dry, like that of searing heat. Ordinary people might burn their lungs with just a breath. Such harsh environments, by reason, should be sparsely populated and living creatures hard to exist. Yet in such a blistering dry desert, there exists a place, seen from afar, lush with greenery. Within it, some simple houses are scattered, evidently inhabited. Suddenly, above the calm, cloudless blue sky, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing still in midair. Lu Qing looked at the small oasis lush with greenery amidst the vast yellow sand below, eyes filled with wonder. I didn't expect in this intensely hot and supposedly lifeless zone of the desert, there would be such a small, vibrant oasis. Is it due to the wood spirit pearl's power? Feeling the waves of spiritual pearl energy from below, Lu Qing had a bit of realization. Indeed, he came here this time to retrieve that wood spirit pearl. However, the current situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. The wood spirit pearl seemed not to have fallen silent, but evolved a miracle of life in this desert. Lu Qing's figure slowly descended, observing the situation of the oasis below. This oasis is not large, only about 2 or 3 miles wide. It has dozens of simple houses within, indicating a fair population. Trees adorn the place, and children are seen chasing and playing among them. In the center of the oasis, there lies a shallow lake, with fish faintly swimming within. The whole oasis exudes an atmosphere of harmony and peace. As Lu Qing descended, he didn't conceal his figure or aura. Among the playful children, one happened to look up and saw Lu Qing gradually descending from the sky. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, eyes widened, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time, staring at the sky. After a while, he managed to shout, "Immortal." The other children followed his finger's direction to look, and the next moment, all of their eyes widened. The news of an immortal's appearance quickly spread throughout the oasis. Everyone who saw Lu Qing in the sky was utterly astonished. Soon, a very elderly man, urged by the crowd, slowly approached the front of the oasis. The elderly man saw Lu Qing standing still in midair. His cloudy eyes first widened, then he prostrated himself, performing a grand gesture of respect towards Lu Qing. "Greetings, exalted immortal. May I know what brings your excellency here?" With the old man's prostration, the crowd behind him all knelt down. "Are you the leader here?" Lu Qing said plainly. "Old man is the clan leader of the Qiu family of Yellow Sand Village," the elder replied. "I've come here to find a peculiar bead, possibly green in color. Do you have any clues?" Lu Qing asked directly. Upon hearing this, the elder's body suddenly trembled. The crowd behind him also became restless. Looking at Lu Qing, the elder felt full of bitterness. He knew that only the sacred artifact of the village could attract such a flying and earth-treading exalted immortal to come. But under Lu Qing's calm gaze, the elder dared not refrain from answering. "Exalted immortal, please understand, our village indeed has such a bead, but it is the sacred artifact handed down through generations in Yellow Sand Village. This oasis exists in this endless desert, entirely relying on that sacred artifact. We hope exalted immortal shows mercy and doesn't take away the artifact. Otherwise, without the sacred artifact's protection, we in Yellow Sand Village would be swallowed by the sands in no more than 3 days. All villagers would be buried under this yellow sand." The elder spoke while continuously kowtowing to Lu Qing. His tone was sorrowful, evoking sadness in the listeners. The villagers behind the elder also kowtowed to Lu Qing. Facing Lu Qing, this mysterious being who knows the flying technique, they dared not have any thoughts of resistance. They could only pray for his great mercy and restraint. Lu Qing looked at the villagers kneeling below. Among them, the majority didn't even have decent clothing, only covering their bodies with leaves or roughly woven items. One could tell, though living within the oasis, they absolutely couldn't be said to be living in comfort and happiness. Rather, they were merely surviving with effort. However, his expression showed no change. He only said blandly, "That bead is quite important to me, and I must take it away." Hearing this, despair appeared in the elder's eyes, but Lu Qing's next words stunned him suddenly. "However, I offer you a choice, which is, if you wish, I can take you all out of this desert and find a place of clean mountains and water outside to settle down." The villagers who heard these words were equally stunned. After a moment, the elder said in disbelief, "Exalted immortal, did you say you could take us out of this endless desert?" "Do you think I have any need to deceive you?" Lu Qing said calmly. "Of course, the choice is yours. If you wish to perish with this oasis in the endless desert, I won't object." The elder hesitated. Indeed, with someone like Lu Qing, there was truly no need to deceive them. If he truly harbored ill intentions, he could simply take it by force. It wasn't as though they could resist. "Immortal, this matter is of great importance. I need to consult with the clansmen." Though extremely tempted, the elder still spoke with great respect. "I can give you 15 minutes. Lu Qing nodded. The elder bowed his head to Lu Qing. Turning around, he was met with burning gazes. "Clan leader, what's there to discuss? Hurry and agree with the immortal." "Yes, it's rare for an immortal to offer to take us out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this chance, it's likely we'll never be able to leave here again. Clan leader, don't hesitate anymore." Enough. Hearing the urging of the clansmen, the elder knew there was no need for further discussion. Clearly, these guys were even more eager than himself, but he also understood why this was. Over the years, the village population had gradually increased, but the village itself was only so big. Though they could still sustain themselves, they were already stretching to make ends meet. If they continued like this, they would likely live more and more difficultly. Trapped in the endless desert, they couldn't even distinguish directions, let alone find their way out. So now that Lu Qing was willing to lead them out, it truly was a timely lifeline. Thinking of this, the elder no longer hesitated. Turning back, he knelt down before Lu Qing. "Immortal, we have all discussed it. We implore you to take us all out. We earnestly implore the immortal to take us all out." Other villagers also bowed down to Lu Qing again. Lu Qing smiled first. "Let me take a look at your sacred object, to see if it's what I need." Soon, Lu Qing was led to a not tall but very sturdy, and with extremely developed roots, old tree. The roots of the old tree even formed a small temple-like structure, guarding something within. That was indeed a treasure bead glowing with green light. "Immortal, this is the sacred object passed down for generations in Yellow Sand Village." The elder spoke anxiously. Before, he worried that Lu Qing was here to seize the village's sacred object. Now, he desperately hoped this was exactly what Lu Qing wanted, because only then would their clan have hope of leaving this endless desert. Lu Qing examined the green treasure bead. In fact, he had already confirmed before coming over that this was indeed the wood spirit pearl. Unlike the other continually dormant spiritual pearls, this wood spirit pearl was clearly always in a state of awakening. Whether the environment here stimulated its awakening, or if there were other reasons, he did not know. With a gesture, the wood spirit pearl trembled lightly within the root structure, about to fly out. But in the next instant, an unusual force fixed it in place, and the old tree's roots suddenly tightened, firmly enveloping the wood spirit pearl. At the same time, a wave of angry intent emerged from the old tree, as if angrily scolding something. This. This sudden change startled the elder, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Pointing at the old tree, his mouth fell open in shock. He hadn't expected this old tree, worshipped for hundreds of years by his clan, could move like a living being. Oh, has it developed spiritual nature? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The old tree hid deeply. Even he was somewhat deceived. Of course, this was also because his attention was focused on the wood spirit pearl. The rich wood element power from the wood spirit pearl also overshadowed the old tree's slight spiritual nature. However, how could a newly emerged, spiritually awakened old tree possibly pose a difficulty for Lu Qing? Suddenly, a wisp of transparent flame appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "Release the spiritual pearl, or I'll burn you to death." As the nanaming leaving fire emerged, the old tree's branches and leaves trembled. It instinctively sensed that the flame in Lu Qing's hand was extremely terrifying. If it touched it, given its level of cultivation, it would surely be unable to resist, likely to be burned clean in an instant. Yet to abandon the wood spirit pearl was something the old tree was extremely reluctant to do. Finally, the old tree sent a wave of grievances towards Lu Qing. "You say without the wood spirit pearl, you cannot resist the desert's heat and will gradually wither." Lu Qing sensed the wave from the old tree and came to a realization. "I will find a spirit mountain paradise for you, not only allowing you to root peacefully, but also enabling better cultivation in the future. After all, this is a desert, and the earth's energy is thin. Even with the wood spirit pearl, your cultivation will ultimately be difficult to achieve success." The old tree listened to Lu Qing's words. Its leaves gently trembled, as if contemplating something. Lu Qing was in no rush, standing there quietly. The nanaming leaving fire in his hand remained lit. He didn't act immediately, simply mindful that this old tree managed to develop spiritual nature in the endless desert, which was no easy feat. But if this fellow truly didn't recognize kindness, he wouldn't mind using it for firewood. Fortunately, although the old tree is a bit stiff, it's not foolish after all. After pondering for a moment, it finally made a decision and released a wave of energy. Among all things in the world, for trees, stones, grass, and insects to develop spiritual wisdom is exceedingly difficult. This old tree has spiritual wisdom, although its combat power is negligible. It is very useful for sorting earth energy, serving as the array eye, consolidating the array, and the like. After all, it's just a tree, it can be planted anywhere. Lu Qing wanting to offer protection isn't difficult at all. Upon hearing Lu Qing's assurance, the old tree emitted waves of joy. Without Lu Qing's prompting, it voluntarily loosened its roots and sent the wood spirit pearl to the front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing was not polite, he reached out and took it. Instantly, he felt an incredibly dense force of vitality emanating from the wood spirit pearl. The wood element power primarily governs vitality. The most peculiar aspect of the wood spirit pearl is the boundless vitality it contains within. It is precisely because of this that this oasis has been able to sustain itself for so long in the endless desert. After sending out the wood spirit pearl, a tremor came from the location of the old tree. It began to slowly withdraw, its vast root system deeply planted in the earth. Meanwhile, its body gradually shrank. Eventually, it turned into a small tree just over 3 feet tall, with countless tiny roots. Then, with a gentle leap, it came in front of Lu Qing. "You actually have such ability." Lu Qing was a bit surprised, but then smiled. With a wave of his hand, a vortex appeared out of thin air, absorbing the old tree into it. For correct content, please visit. The old tree was shocked the next moment. It felt itself fall into a mystical space. At this time, Lu Qing's voice sounded overhead. "Stay here for now. When we get out, I'll find a good place to release you. For correct content, please visit. For now, rely on the power of the wood spirit pearl to maintain yourself first." As his voice fell, a green treasure bead fell in front of the old tree. Upon hearing these words, the old tree felt somewhat reassured. Since Lu Qing even placed the wood spirit pearl inside, he surely wasn't deceiving it. It immediately extended several roots onto the wood spirit pearl, drawing in the wood element power within to sustain itself. Having settled the old tree, Lu Qing then looked at the chief of Yellow Sand Village, who was already stunned. "Old man, go and have your people pack up and prepare to leave this place with me." The old man awoke as if from a dream, quickly saying, "Yes, yes. Immortal, please wait a moment, we will prepare right away." With that, he hurriedly walked out, feeling incomparably excited. The divine means Lu Qing had just displayed truly showcased his vast divine skills. He no longer had the slightest doubt that Lu Qing could lead them out of this endless desert. The power of hope is always strong. The villagers of Yellow Sand Village did not let Lu Qing wait long before they all gathered in the center of the village. "Immortal, we are all ready." The old man, carrying a small bundle, came before Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. He glanced around and saw that, in fact, the villagers weren't carrying much. The most they had were some dried fish and other dried foods. Besides that, just some small baskets and such. Other items were very few. They didn't even seem to have pots and pans. It could be said they were pitiably poor, but this wasn't surprising either. After all, this small oasis itself had low production capacity, and resources were extremely scarce, so even with generations of accumulation, these villagers still didn't have much to take with them. Lu Qing said nothing more. He simply waved his hand, forming a vortex to collect all the villagers into the leaving fire tripod. Then he transformed into a stream of light, flying upwards into the azure darkness, heading out of the endless desert. Jiulai Village, Lu family. Lu Qing arrived at the courtyard, and with a thought, released the ancient tree from the leaving fire tripod. As for those villagers from Yellow Sand Village, he had already asked the Wei family to help, securing a piece of land nearby for them to settle. The ancient tree settled on the ground, initially bewildered, but soon, sensing the comforting environment and rich spiritual energy, it was overjoyed. This is my place of cultivation. You can settle here, help manage the earth's energy well, and guard the village, Lu Qing said to the ancient tree. The ancient tree shook its branches and leaves, nodding repeatedly. Then, eager to find a suitable spot in the courtyard, it started to take root. Its fine roots quickly expanded, penetrating the ground, extending deep underground. Meanwhile, the trunk above rapidly swelled from 3 feet tall to over 2 yards high. The lush leaves made the entire courtyard's atmosphere much fresher. The most impressive thing about the ancient tree was its massive root system. It continuously extended its roots deeper underground and began managing the surrounding earth's energy as instructed by Lu Qing. Just as it was about to spread its roots throughout Jiulai Village, suddenly, it sensed several strange fluctuations, and the trunk froze. At this time, Lu Qing's voice echoed. I almost forgot to tell you, there are other trees like you in the village. You should get along with each other and protect the village together, no fighting. Lu Qing was referring to the letter tree at the village entrance, the plum tree in the master's half-mountain small courtyard, and the ginseng in the medicine field. Over the years, under the continuous nourishment of the rich spiritual energy in the village, all had increased in spiritual nature. Compared to this ancient tree from Yellow Sand Village, they were no less formidable. Thus, sensing this newcomer trying to monopolize the village's spiritual charm and Earth's energy, they all sent warnings. The ancient tree heard Lu Qing's words and sensed the fluctuations from other trees. It realized that it wasn't the only wood elf here, so it slowly retracted some of its roots, occupying only the area around Lu Qing's house. Though the area it could occupy was smaller, it was still very pleased. The Earth's energy and spiritual charm here were far stronger than those in the depths of the endless desert in Yellow Sand Village, and there were a few of its kind here too. This made the ancient tree, lonely for countless years, very excited. After taking root, it immediately sent fluctuations to make friendly connections with its neighbors. Lu Qing did not disturb the communication among the wood elves. Seeing the ancient tree successfully rooted, he returned to the house, entered the quiet room, and took out the wood spirit pearl. The light green wood spirit pearl emitted waves of fresh air, with profound wood element power inside. Lu Qing observed the wood spirit pearl in his hand for a moment, then proceeded to explore it with his heart and spirit for refinement. The refinement process was smooth. After all, even the ancient tree could absorb the wood spirit pearl's power, showing that the treasure had not yet developed its own spiritual sense. So Lu Qing easily left his divine soul mark in the deepest part of the wood spirit pearl, completely refining it. Next, the wood spirit pearl transformed into a stream of light, entering Lu Qing's forehead acupoint, moving toward the center of the acupoint space, as if there was a certain tacit understanding. The golden spirit pearl and fire spirit pearl slightly moved aside, allowing the wood spirit pearl to merge in, rotating around the central earth spirit pearl. After a few rounds, the connection between the pearls was established. Lu Qing immediately felt a mysterious meaning arise in his heart and spirit. More importantly, after gathering the 4 spiritual pearls, his sensing of the last water spirit pearl became much stronger. He even faintly sensed that he seemed to have some ability to summon that water spirit pearl. Let's try it. Upon realizing this, Lu Qing sat cross-legged to meditate, following that sensation in his heart and spirit to start sensing. Then in a trance, an indistinct image appeared in his heart and spirit. In a dim space, a black bead was slowly rotating. Countless streams of water surrounded it, flowing. Judging by the atmosphere, it was exactly the last water spirit pearl Lu Qing needed. Lu Qing followed the feeling in his heart and began trying to summon this water spirit pearl. In the image, the black spiritual pearl trembled slightly, about to fly up. But the next moment, a shadow suddenly emerged, covering the water spirit pearl. At the same time, a cold snort suddenly rang out, shocking Lu Qing's heart and spirit. Immediately after, the sensed image began to distort, finally shattering like a water curtain. Once Lu Qing came to his senses, he found his sensing of the water spirit pearl had weakened significantly. Indeed, the water spirit pearl is in the hands of some mysterious being. Lu Qing recalled the shadow just now, which seemed like a giant claw. Obviously, the one holding the water spirit pearl was not human, and from the performance in the image, the being's strength was not weak. At least it was at the golden core realm or above. Furthermore, according to his sensing, the location of the water spirit pearl was deep in the East Sea, a place that has always been forbidden for the human race. The water spirit pearl couldn't possibly be in the hands of a human cultivator. However, this makes the matter troublesome. The water spirit pearl is controlled by a being and likely hidden under the deep sea. He wanted to obtain it to gather all 5 spiritual pearls, but it wouldn't be easy. However challenging it might be, Lu Qing had to give it a try. With this in mind, Lu Qing walked outside, and his heart and spirit began calling out. Very soon, a slender figure flew in swiftly from outside, landing in front of Lu Qing, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. It was precisely the colorful winged snake, Wu Xing. A wave of divine soul fluctuation emanated from Wu Xing's body. Lu Qing nodded. "Not bad, I have something for you to do. You'll accompany me on a trip later." The colorful winged snake was thrilled by these words, its body writhing, even its wings flapping with vigor. The master finally needed its assistance. "Ah Qing, where are you taking this stinky snake?" At this moment, a shadow darted in swiftly from outside, landing on Lu Qing's shoulder. Who else could it be but little Lei? Just now, they were all accompanying little Yan at the Wei family's detached house. All of a sudden, upon seeing the colorful winged snake heading towards the house, it followed along, overhearing Lu Qing's words. "I'm taking Wu Xing to the sea for a task, little Li. Do you want to come?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. "You're going to the sea?" Hearing this, little Li's face almost scrunched up with displeasure. The last time they only stayed by the seaside for a while, feeling the dense humidity which it really disliked. Going into the sea. Thinking about it, little Li shuddered immediately, shaking its head quickly. "Then I won't go, I'll stay home with little Yan. You guys go and come back soon. Stinky snake, remember to protect Ah Qing." The colorful winged snake, upon hearing this, immediately stood tall and proud. It seemed to say that with it there's nothing to worry about. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. He knew little Li would react this way. Though the little guy wasn't afraid of water, its aversion to it was deeply rooted. Upon hearing they were heading into the deep sea, it naturally didn't want to go. He intended to bring along Wu Xing because the colorful winged snake shared the same 5 elements as him. Not only was it adept at flying, but it excelled in water as well. The first time Lu Qing saw it in the secret realm, it was hiding in the water, waiting to ambush. This time, heading to the depths of the East Sea, bringing it along might prove helpful. Though Lu Qing was now hailed as the world's #1 among human clan cultivators, he hadn't become arrogant because of it. The sea was a forbidden zone for human race cultivators, mysterious and unpredictable. Who knows what terrifying entities lay within. Thus, it wouldn't hurt him to be prepared to the utmost. "Then little Lai, you stay home with little Yan, and also tell her we'll be back soon." After advising little Lai, Lu Qing took the colorful winged snake, summoned the golden small boat, and swiftly flew towards the east. With Lu Qing's current cultivation, propelling the golden small boat resulted in extreme speed. One domain after another rapidly passed beneath his feet. Before too long, the vast regions of the East Sea came into distant view. Lu Qing didn't pause following the sense within his heart. He directly flew towards the deep sea. Before long, Lu Qing had already ventured thousands of miles into the ocean's territory. The land behind him was completely out of sight. Only the occasional islands slightly jutting above the sea could serve as stepping stones. Finally, at a position 10,000 miles deep into the ocean's territory, Lu Qing came to a stop. He could sense that the water spirit pearl was deep below the sea directly beneath him. Yet, Lu Qing wasn't in a hurry to enter the water. Though he had refined a perfect golden core, mastering the 5 elements, his strength wouldn't be hindered even underwater. However, the seabed wasn't his territory, and unclear of the situation below, he refrained from venturing recklessly. And standing high in the air, he vaguely felt that beneath the sea, there seemed to be many enormous creatures lurking. One of the auras made him feel a heart-stopping fear. Hovering on the golden small boat, suspended high in the air, his eyes slightly closed, he began to meditate. Having come this far, his distance from the water spirit pearl had become extremely close. The previous feeling of summoning within his heart grew stronger once again, so he intended to channel that summoning power first. Even if it couldn't directly summon the water spirit pearl out, perhaps it might force out that mysterious presence. That way, it could save him a lot of effort. With his heart and spirit mobilized, Lu Qing followed the feeling in his heart, beginning to summon the water spirit pearl. In an instant, before his eyes, the previous scene appeared once more. Perceived within the deep darkness was the water spirit pearl. This time, the proximity greatly enhanced Lu Qing's summoning power to the water spirit pearl. After a certain fluctuation from the 4 great spiritual pearls within his forehead acupoint, the water spirit pearl seemed to gain a powerful reinforcement. Suddenly, it broke through the force binding it, rising rapidly from the seabed, rushing toward Lu Qing's position. Roar! Almost simultaneously, an enraged roar echoed from the depths of the sea. Soon after, an immense aura surged from the seabed. It was as if some ancient beast was awakening in the depths, chasing the water spirit pearl, rushing quickly towards the sea surface. Sensing this, Lu Qing immediately strengthened his mental summoning power. With such prompting, the water spirit pearl's ascension speed increased again. Yet even so, Lu Qing felt that the water spirit pearl's speed was no match for that mysterious presence. He feared it would be recaptured before it could breach the surface. He immediately commanded, "Wu Xing, go down, grab that black bead and bring it back to me." The colorful winged snake, upon hearing this, acted without hesitation, diving from the sky into the sea. Once in the water, the wings on the back of the colorful winged snake became harder than steel, and they began vibrating at extreme speed. At the same time, the water around it flowed rapidly as if it were alive. With the two forces combined, the colorful winged snake's speed soared dramatically. Remarkably, its speed in water exceeded its speed in flight by several degrees. In midair, Lu Qing was thrilled to witness this scene. Indeed, bringing Wu Xing was the right choice. The water speed it demonstrated far surpassed his own capabilities. For the task entrusted by Lu Qing, the colorful winged snake dared not slack off in the least. Fully unleashing its innate talents, its speed surged to an extreme. Very soon, it reached the deep seabed several miles below, spotting the black spirit bead Lu Qing had mentioned in one glance. At the same time, it also sensed the terrifying presence pursuing the black spirit bead, emitting a dread that shook even it. The colorful winged snake dared not delay and charged forward, seizing the black spirit bead in its mouth. With a nimble turn, it beat its wings again, rapidly escaping toward the sea surface. "You dare, little worm." The mysterious presence below the sea felt this scene and was immediately furious. Noticing the colorful winged snake was faster in water than it was, in a rage, it could no longer hold back any longer. Its size abruptly shrank significantly, yet its aura surged drastically, its speed spiking as it chased after the colorful winged snake. With this burst, its speed surpassed the colorful winged snake. The distance between the two began closing in. The colorful winged snake felt this, growing even more alarmed. Speed in water had always been its prideful talent. Unexpectedly, its first display before the master was overshadowed by a mysterious presence. The pressure from the mysterious presence behind the colorful winged snake was immensely strong. It dared not get distracted, desperately fleeing towards the sea surface. As the distance between both sides narrowed, the mysterious presence's eyes showed a cold, fierce glint. Just as it prepared to crush the worm beneath its claws, suddenly it felt a lightness in its body, a burst of brightness before its eyes, and the reptile, seemingly within its grasp, suddenly pulled away again. Did the worm get faster? No, I'm slowing down. Thoughts flashed through the mysterious presence's mind at lightning speed. In the fierce pursuit, somehow, they had already left the ocean, emerging above the surface, looking at the reptile spreading its wings and continuing to soar skyward. The mysterious presence's eyes burned with even greater fury, but in the next moment, its body shuddered, looking up suddenly. Then it saw a rustic big cauldron ablaze with flames, carrying a terrifying mite, crashing towards it. When the mysterious entity saw the leaving fire tripod coming down, it was already too late to dodge. It could only retract its head and claws, using its body to withstand the descending leaving fire tripod. Boom! The leaving fire tripod struck the mysterious entity, unleashing tremendous power at the same time. It also smashed it from mid-air back into the sea, causing a surge of waves. The seawater surged, directly creating a downpour within a 10-mile radius. Seeing the mysterious entity was merely knocked back into the sea by the leaving fire tripod and not shattered, he was somewhat surprised. Although the strike was made in haste and he hadn't used full force, the leaving fire tripod was a middle-grade spiritual device, able to take it head-on without shattering. This entity's physical body was terribly strong indeed. Lu Qing looked at the sea surface and felt that the mysterious entity's aura was only slightly weakened, showing no signs of severe injury. Its physical strength was almost unimaginable for a golden core realm spiritual beast. The multicolored winged snake quickly flew next to Lu Qing, spitting out the black spiritual pearl from its mouth. Lu Qing caught it and stored it in the Kainkun bag. Rumble. At this moment, countless waves rose from the sea, and a massive creature emerged. Lu Qing finally saw the true appearance of the mysterious entity. It was a gigantic monster with a fierce head resembling a dragon's, stout limbs, claws revealing a sharp glint, and a body covered in mystical patterned hard shells. The body alone was several miles large, far exceeding any creature he had ever seen. However, at this moment the hard shell had a dent, the shell cracked, with faint traces of blood seeping out. Evidently, though it managed to withstand the blow with its shell, it still took a toll. Now the monster was looking at Lu Qing and the multicolored winged snake with an extremely cold gaze. This made the multicolored winged snake tremble, involuntarily hiding behind Lu Qing. When the monster approached earlier, it really thought it was doomed to die in the sea. Moreover, it felt a compelling submissiveness emanating from the monster below. It was a fear from the depths of its bloodline, imposing an invisible pressure. If not for being enslaved by Lu Qing's divine soul, preventing betrayal to its master, it would have fled long ago. Lu Qing, however, quietly activated his superpower, looking towards it. Soon, rich purple superpower light emerged from the monster's body. Several lines of information floated out. Ancient dragon turtle, a powerful mutant beast living deep in the ocean. Cultivation, primordial spirit body, golden core, divine soul. This dragon turtle has the bloodline of Suan-Nai, son of the ancestor dragon, known as an ancient strange beast. Its body is extraordinarily strong, far surpassing spiritual beasts of the same level. Ancestral dragon bloodline, remarkably robust. Even the heavenly human 5 decays of the small world cannot completely annihilate it. This dragon turtle once severed its realm, entering a deep slumber to survive the spiritual energy exhaustion and the heavenly human 5 decays of the small world. Dragon turtle is long-lived, with this one's lifespan exceeding 40,000 years. Though dragon turtle's lifespan is long, its cultivation realm progresses much slower compared to ordinary spiritual beasts due to its massive size. The continuous lines of information left Lu Qing both astonished and delighted. He finally understood why the monster before him was so powerful, withstanding a hit from the leaving fire tripod without suffering serious injury, only cracking a part of its shell. As it turns out, it bears the ancestral dragon bloodline. The ancestor dragon is a 9-tribulation mutant beast, its power unimaginable. Even one of its 9 offspring, Suan-Nai, became a 6-tribulation mutant beast 10,000 years ago. The strength of its bloodline is evident, so the strand of bloodline that Suan-Nai shed back then was actually taken by the dragon turtle clan. After reading several lines of information, Lu Qing finally understood what was going on. Previously, in the canyon sword marks at Azure Dragon Pass and the lion claw mark, he obtained 2 inheritances. In the inheritance illusions, it showed in a sparring session 10,000 years ago, Suan-Nai lost to a strike by Potion Taoist. Its claw was slashed, shedding a strand of bloodline, which fell into the great river at Azure Dragon Pass, sparking a struggle among the river's mutant beasts. Now it appears in that bloodline contest, it was the dragon turtle clan that secured it. However, the current dragon turtle isn't the one that initially captured Suan-Nai's bloodline, but its descendant. After all, the information indicates its lifespan is only over 40,000 years. The sparring between Potion Taoist and Suan-Nai took place over 10,000 years ago. Nonetheless, the ancestral dragon bloodline is truly formidable. Even the depletion of spiritual energy and the heavenly human 5 decays cannot prevail against it. The present dragon turtle has lived for over 40,000 years. It is evident that it has existed since the last cultivation era and has survived until now. Unlike Plague Old Ghost and Netherworld Old Ghost, who relied on the soul-stealing technique, sacrificing their physical bodies to possess spiritual artifacts and survive, this dragon turtle endured the heavenly human 5 decays through its own bloodline, and it hasn't perished but only fallen into slumber due to realm regression. Now, with the changes in heaven and earth, spiritual energy recovery, it is evident this dragon turtle has awakened from its slumber. Yet, although awakened, its strength hasn't fully restored. Understanding all this, Lu Qing was both shocked and felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, not many years have passed since the spiritual energy recovery, and this dragon turtle hasn't restored its peak strength. Otherwise, against a primordial spirit realm dragon turtle with ancestral dragon bloodline, even with his perfect golden core, he would be no match. However, this matter gave Lu Qing a headache. Although the dragon turtle's realm had fallen, its physical body was undoubtedly at the primordial spirit realm level. He had seen earlier that even a strike from the leaving fire tripod could only leave a mark on its body, cracking its shell slightly. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, he had already invoked 40 to 50% of the leaving fire tripod's power. Seeing this, even if he fully powered the leaving fire tripod, it might be difficult to seriously injure it, let alone kill it. Moreover, when he had just taken the water spirit pearl, he had already discovered it. The water spirit pearl had been refined, with the divine soul mark of this dragon turtle inside it, controlled by it. It was just that the summoning power among the several spirit pearls was too mysterious, catching the dragon turtle off guard. But if the divine soul mark in the wood spirit pearl isn't removed, refining it would become extremely difficult. To remove the divine soul mark from the water spirit pearl, there are only a few methods. One is to kill the dragon turtle, and the divine soul mark would naturally disappear. 2 is to make the dragon turtle erase the divine soul mark itself. The last method is for Lu Qing to slowly wear away the divine soul mark in the water spirit pearl, like water grinding a stone. These 3 methods, the first 2 are needless to say. Looking at the dragon turtle's angry eyes below, one can tell that it's almost impossible. Even the third method isn't something Lu Qing can accomplish in a short time. After all, the dragon turtle was once a primordial spirit realm being. Its divine soul far surpasses the average golden core realm, although Lu Qing's own divine soul has its peculiarities. But if he wanted to erase the divine soul mark in the water spirit pearl while the dragon turtle was still alive, it would probably take tens if not hundreds of years to do so. And this is under the premise that the dragon turtle doesn't grow stronger. If during those tens or hundreds of years, the dragon turtle's strength recovers. By then, the Lu Qing he would face could be a terrifying dragon turtle carrying the ancestral dragon bloodline at primordial spirit realm level. Thinking of this, Lu Qing suddenly had a headache. Although he unexpectedly seized the water spirit pearl, refining it would likely require much effort. 2 ants, return my treasure bead, otherwise I'll leave you without a grave. Just as Lu Qing was feeling troubled, the dragon turtle floating on the ocean surface sent out an angry wave of divine soul. Feeling this divine soul wave, Lu Qing was first stunned, then delighted. The dragon turtle could communicate. That would make things much simpler. He composed himself, revealing a faint expression. Looking at the dragon turtle below, he said, I never thought there would still be an ancient dragon turtle in this deep sea. To survive the heavenly human 5 decays and live until now, only with a slight drop in realm, while the physical body remains. The bloodline of the ancient ancestral dragon is indeed extraordinary. Boy, what do you mean? Lu Qing's words directly shocked the dragon turtle. Its body stirred, causing waves to surge for dozens of miles. Its originally angry and cold eyes had turned into shock. It stared at Lu Qing intently, feeling incredulous. It couldn't believe that this little golden core realm ant could understand it so well. Not only its current physical condition was described perfectly, but even the origin of its bloodline, the greatest secret of its race, was known clearly. This was a secret that no one even in the last cultivation era knew. Find it hard to understand. Lu Qing, seeing the dragon turtle's shocked eyes, smiled, feeling more confident. Although your race is mysterious, its origins aren't entirely unknown. In ancient times, your race was just an ordinary giant turtle race. By chance, you obtained a trace of the bloodline of the ancestor dragon's offspring, Suannai. After refining it, you evolved into the dragon turtle race. Such secrets are unknown in this world, but in the outside world, they're not a secret. Lu Qing continued to reveal the secrets of the dragon turtle race, causing the dragon turtle below to widen its eyes even more. Finally, it couldn't help saying, boy, who exactly are you? The shock in the dragon turtle's heart was indescribable. The process of its race's evolution was recorded in its bloodline heritage. Besides the dragon turtle race, almost no other creature knew of it. And in this world, there was currently only this one dragon turtle left. How did this boy in front of it come to know such secrets? In the dragon turtle's perception, Lu Qing was just an ordinary golden core early-stage young man. Furthermore, judging from the divine soul aura emanating from him, his age was very young, not even comparable to a fraction of the years it had lived, but he held the deepest secrets of its race. This made the dragon turtle feel puzzled and suspicious, finding the young golden core realm boy before it suddenly unfathomable. Who I am is not important. Lu Qing's expression remained calm. This water spirit pearl is useful to me. May I ask if you could spare it for me? The dragon turtle fell into silence. If anyone else dared to speak to it like this, it could crush them with a mere swipe. But at this moment, the feeling Lu Qing gave it was too profound to grasp, so it dared not act rashly. However, the water spirit pearl was of great significance to it, relating to its speed in returning to the primordial spirit realm. To hand it over so easily was impossible. After a moment of silence, the dragon turtle spoke. The water spirit pearl is very important to me, and I must respectfully decline your request to take it. At this moment, the dragon turtle did not dare to address Lu Qing as boy or ant with contempt, but used an honorific title. In its heart, it had already regarded Lu Qing as a mysterious being worthy of equal dialogue. Lu Qing was not surprised by the dragon turtle's answer. After all, from the start, the other's rage had already shown its attachment to the water spirit pearl. He smiled and said, then what if I exchange something with you? Exchange. The dragon turtle was taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, I propose a trade of a cultivation technique for this water spirit pearl. Lu Qing nodded. A cultivation technique. The dragon turtle laughed. You must be joking. My race has always only cultivated our own family techniques without interest in others. If Lu Qing offered treasures for exchange, the dragon turtle might be interested to listen. But upon hearing it was a cultivation technique, it lost interest. The dragon turtle race had always only cultivated their own techniques, uninterested in other mutant beast techniques. Especially since Lu Qing, being human, couldn't possibly have a technique that would benefit it. However, Lu Qing's next words caused its eyes to widen sharply. What if I say this technique is related to the divine beast Suannai, who is closely connected to your race? Is what you say true? The dragon turtle was taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, I propose a trade of a cultivation technique for this water spirit pearl. Lu Qing nodded. A cultivation technique. The dragon turtle laughed. You must be joking. My race has always only cultivated our own family techniques, without interest in others. If Lu Qing offered treasures for exchange, the dragon turtle might be interested to listen. But upon hearing it was a cultivation technique, it lost interest. The dragon turtle race had always only cultivated their own techniques, uninterested in other mutant beast techniques. Especially since Lu Qing, being human, couldn't possibly have a technique that would benefit it. However, Lu Qing's next words caused its eyes to widen sharply. What if I say this technique is related to the divine beast Suanai, who is closely connected to your race? Is what you say true, especially since Lu Qing, being human, couldn't possibly have a technique that would benefit it? However, Lu Qing's next words caused its eyes to widen sharply. What if I say this technique is related to the divine beast Suanai, who is closely connected to your race? Is what you say true? So do you want to exchange? Regarding the dragon turtle's shock, Lu Qing was not surprised at all and asked calmly. The dragon turtle hesitated for a while before saying, "How do I know if what you say is true or false? Whether it's true or false, the senior can tell at a glance." Lu Qing casually sent out a divine soul fluctuation towards the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle hesitated at first, but sensing that Lu Qing's divine soul fluctuation wasn't strong, it ultimately didn't stop it, letting it fall onto its heart and spirit. As soon as it touched that wisp of divine soul fluctuation, the dragon turtle's heart and spirit trembled and its eyes widened suddenly. Divine power, as a powerful primordial spirit realm being surviving from the last cultivation era, with some inherited memories, the dragon turtle clan. The dragon turtle's knowledge far exceeded that of people in this era. It instantly recognized that the divine soul fluctuation Lu Qing released actually contained the power of divine skills. It immediately felt its heart and spirit shake. However, it had no time to continue being shocked, as it was completely captivated by the information contained in Lu Qing's divine soul fluctuation. What Lu Qing transmitted was an illusion. The illusion depicted a blurry, indistinctly powerful mutant beast lying on the clouds. Suddenly, that mysterious, blurred mutant beast casually swung its claw. A beam of claw light flew out, tearing through space, shaking the surroundings, its mighty power sweeping across the world. When the dragon turtle saw that claw light, it immediately felt its heart and spirit tremble, completely captivated. In its eyes, a dazed expression appeared. In the dragon turtle's view, the claw light swung out by the mysterious mutant beast was so mysterious that merely watching it, various insights emerged in its heart. However, just as it wished to continue its comprehension, the illusion quietly dissipated. The insights that had just arisen in the dragon turtle's mind were suddenly interrupted. No, the dragon turtle was anxious at heart. The claw light swung by the mysterious mutant beast in the illusion was extremely mysterious, containing profound truths. It had a feeling that if it could completely comprehend it, the realm that hadn't moved in tens of thousands of years might have the possibility of advancing further. But now the illusion dissipated, its insights were abruptly interrupted, causing great discomfort. In its urgency, the dragon turtle abruptly looked at Lu Qing, only to see Lu Qing with a half-smile expression, which made the dragon turtle's mind instantly clear. "Well, I didn't deceive the senior, did I?" Lu Qing asked. The dragon turtle calmed down and fell into contemplation. Although it still couldn't ascertain whether the cultivation technique Lu Qing mentioned was truly related to that figure, the illusion Lu Qing transmitted just now genuinely stirred something within its heart. The claw that the mysterious mutant beast swung out in the illusion shook its heart and spirit just by watching, causing continuous insights. So whether Lu Qing's words were true or not was no longer important. What's important is that this illusion indeed has great utility for it. It could very likely allow it to break through barriers and overcome the bottleneck that hadn't loosened in tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this, the dragon turtle had already made a decision in its heart. However, it did not display it immediately. Instead, it looked at Lu Qing and said, "I didn't expect that you have such an opportunity, actually bearing divine skills. It seems you should be the chosen prodigy of this era." "Oh, does the senior also know about divine skills?" Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Indeed, he had just used the mistaken divine skill. Otherwise, just relying on his own divine soul strength, it wouldn't be easy to mimic a trace of the exotic beast Suani's claw technique. It's a pity that this dragon turtle is too large, and its physical body is still at the primordial spirit realm level. Being able to control such a massive body, its divine soul surely wouldn't be weak. Even if its realm had fallen to the golden core realm, the divine soul remained terrifyingly strong. Lu Qing estimated that even if he fully exerted the mistaken divine skill, he might still be unable to do anything to this old dragon turtle. "I wouldn't say I know much about it, but in the last cultivation era, I encountered two prodigies from your human race. They also possessed divine skills and were quite formidable." The dragon turtle answered. "I see." Lu Qing nodded, unsurprised. Heavenly gifted divine powers were rare, but he never thought he was the only fortunate one. Each era has its prodigies. In the last cultivation era, for sure, there were many world-renowned prodigies favored by the heavens. Among them, those who obtained heavenly gifted divine powers, that would be quite normal. Not to mention, little Lee and his master also possessed divine skills. However, to impress even this old dragon turtle, the two it encountered must have been powerful figures at the primordial spirit realm level. Just don't know if those two ever boarded the breaking realm ship. Are you intending to use this claw technique to exchange for that water spirit pearl? The dragon turtle asked. Yes, would the senior be willing? Lu Qing nodded. The dragon turtle pondered for a moment and then asked, there are two questions. I wonder if the esteemed might be willing to tell. Please ask, senior. Where did you obtain the inheritance of this claw technique? And why are you so clear about the origin of my clan? It seems the senior still doesn't trust the junior. Lu Qing laughed. These are all the junior's secrets. I'm sorry I cannot divulge them. If the senior is unwilling to exchange, then so be it. At most, when the junior returns, I will spend 10 or 8 years to erase the divine soul mark within the water spirit pearl. This amount of time the junior can afford. After saying that, Lu Qing was ready to leave. Hold on, the dragon turtle saw the situation and quickly shouted. Lu Qing stopped. Are you willing now, senior? Seeing Lu Qing's stubbornness, the dragon turtle felt a headache coming on. If it was someone else saying such things, it would surely scoff. The divine soul mark it left behind wasn't something that could be easily erased. An individual in the golden core realm could hardly do it in a mere 10 or 8 years, let alone a century. However, it was Lu Qing speaking, and that made things different. This young man was too mysterious and clearly possessed skills specialized in the divine soul. If he intended to wear away the divine soul mark it left in the water spirit pearl with persistent effort, it couldn't guarantee it would withstand such an attempt. After pondering over it repeatedly, the dragon turtle reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll make an exchange with you. Lu Qing smiled. Then please, senior, let us first make a divine soul oath together, and then proceed with the exchange. Observing Lu Qing's thoroughness, the dragon turtle understood well that the young man came prepared. However, with such thoroughness, it felt slightly more at ease. Lu Qing's willingness to propose a divine soul oath showed the authenticity of the inheritance he offered and not a deception. It agreed, fine. Soon, both the human and the beast each made their divine soul oath. With a trace of heavenly Tao aura appearing in the sky above, the divine soul oaths took effect. Lu Qing took out the water spirit pearl and a jade scroll. He first flicked the water spirit pearl downward. Please, senior, erase the divine soul mark within the water spirit pearl. The dragon turtle received the water spirit pearl, with a hint of reluctance in its eyes. This water spirit pearl had accompanied it for tens of thousands of years, and now it was to leave it. Still, the dragon turtle understood how to make a choice. After caressing the water spirit pearl for a while, it resolutely erased the divine soul mark within it. Then it returned the pearl to Lu Qing above. The divine soul mark within the water spirit pearl has been erased by me. I hope you fulfill your promise. Receiving the water spirit pearl, Lu Qing checked it with his heart and spirit and found the divine soul mark completely erased. Immediately he smiled. Rest assured, senior, I am not one who breaks my word. With that, he flicked the jade scroll downward. Within this jade scroll is what senior desires. The dragon turtle caught the jade scroll and let its divine soul power enter it. Inside was a divine soul illusion of a mysterious mutant beast with an indistinct shape lying on the clouds. Suddenly, it swung a claw, and instantly the world seemed to change. The illusion within the jade scroll was much clearer than what Lu Qing had previously transmitted to it through his divine soul. Watching the trajectory of the mysterious beast's claw movement, the dragon turtle once again felt a surge of insights. Understanding that Lu Qing indeed did not deceive it, the dragon turtle was overjoyed. Upon watching the mysterious beast's claw again, it became even more certain of the claw technique's significance to it. If it could fully comprehend it, its realm would surely step further. Realizing this, the dragon turtle didn't feel losing the water spirit pearl was a big deal. After all, without the water spirit pearl, it would merely slow its recovery speed a bit. Its strength wouldn't be significantly affected. At most, it would spend a bit more time recovering. Nothing in this ocean could threaten it anyway. For the dragon turtle clan, time and patience are abundant. On the contrary, the illusion within the jade scroll held great potential to break through the realm bottleneck it had been struggling with for 100,000 years. In this exchange, the dragon turtle felt like it had profited rather than lost. Senior dragon turtle, due to my limited realm, the inheritance illusions inscribed in the jade scroll can only be accessed 10 times at most, so please use them wisely. At this moment, Lu Qing's voice sounded. 10 times, huh? The dragon turtle paused for a moment. It had already sensed this earlier. Each time an illusion in the jade scroll was explored, it would fade a little. Evidently, this was not a permanent inheritance, but it understood. Creating such illusionary inheritance jade scrolls was not a simple task. Each demonstration of the illusion consumed a portion of divine soul power. Even if it were to make such inheritance jade scrolls itself, it couldn't avoid this phenomenon. So it knew Lu Qing was not mocking it and was telling the truth. However, 10 times was quite sufficient. The dragon turtle's claw tightened a bit. Given its realm, if it couldn't comprehend after studying a cultivation technique 10 times, it would mean it was not destined for it. Moreover, from the sensation triggered by the claw technique, it might not even need 10 times to grasp its mysteries. Indeed, only 10 times. Due to my limited realm, the inscribed inheritance illusions can only reach this level. However, if Senior needs to draw insights after using all 10 opportunities, you may use this communication jade token to contact me. Then, Lu Qing flicked out another jade token, sending it downward. The dragon turtle caught the jade token, feeling somewhat astonished. In its countless years, it was the first time a human had given it a communication jade token. Even during the last cultivation era, the two human primordial spirit realm individuals it knew primarily regarded it with caution. Gazing deeply at Lu Qing, the dragon turtle didn't say anything and stored the jade token. While it was confident that it could gain insights before the inheritance jade scroll's uses were exhausted, there's always a chance if it couldn't break through its bottleneck, it would still need this young man. Seeing the dragon turtle accept the communication jade token, Lu Qing showed a slight smile. This dragon turtle was clearly the ruler of this sea region. If he could foster a good relationship with it, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. The endless deep sea had always been a forbidden zone difficult for the human race to explore. No one knew what treasures lay hidden beneath. This was a great opportunity. If he could build a favorable relationship with the old dragon turtle, who knows, he might have a chance to explore the endless deep sea. Even more crucially, Lu Qing was quite interested in the bloodline of the old dragon turtle. It was related to the bloodline of the ancestor dragon, a beast from the 9 tribulations. If he could obtain some of it, it would be greatly beneficial for him. Of course, this wasn't something to be rushed. Everything depended on truly harmonizing and befriending the dragon turtle. Senior, now that matters here are settled, I won't disturb your cultivation and will take my leave. Thus, Lu Qing activated the golden small boat beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of golden light and flying away with the colorful winged snake. The dragon turtle squinted its large eyes, staring at Lu Qing's departing figure without any action. Once Lu Qing had disappeared, it slowly sank into the sea and headed towards the deep sea. Lu Qing's presence made it realize that despite surviving the previous cultivation era, it wasn't necessarily invincible. Therefore, in the days to come, it should continue its cautious and low-profile cultivation. This had always been the cultivation philosophy upheld by the Dragon Turtle clan. It was a clan motto passed down from the ancestor. Even with the spiritual energy recovery, it remained hidden in the deep sea without venturing out. With its bloodline inheritance, it knew the truth: there's always a higher realm beyond, people beyond. Even if one could become invincible within one world, beyond that world are countless even stronger beings, like the being whose mere trace of bloodline gave birth to the Dragon Turtle clan's great existence. The sea churned and gradually returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. No one knew of the titanic encounter that occurred here. Riding the golden small boat, Lu Qing flew nonstop and soon returned to Jiulai village. As he arrived home, the sky was just at dusk. This journey to the depths of the East Sea had taken less than a day. "Ah Qing, you're back." Little Li sensed Lu Qing's presence and immediately rushed over. Little Yan was also home at the moment. "Yes, I'm back." Lu Qing appeased the two little ones and returned to the quiet room, taking out the water spirit pearl. "Finally, I've gathered the 5 spiritual beads." Holding the water spirit pearl in his palm, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After all, it's him. Even if someone else were in the golden core realm or even the primordial spirit realm, they would likely struggle to gather these 5 spiritual beads. These 5 spiritual beads fell into the hands of various strong cultivators, whether it's the Cold Water Palace or the Third Saint Master. Obtaining the spiritual beads from them isn't easy, especially the old dragon turtle, if it weren't for catching it off guard and having exactly what it wanted in hand. Even for a genuine primordial spirit realm cultivator, it would be difficult to take the water spirit pearl from it. With the old dragon turtle's skills, as long as it's in the sea, no one could really do anything to it. After appreciating it for a while, Lu Qing released his divine soul power, probing into the water spirit pearl. Since the old dragon turtle had completely erased the divine soul mark within, he easily left his own divine soul mark at the core of the water spirit pearl. After fully refining it, the water spirit pearl instantly turned into a stream of light, flying into the acupoint at the center of Lu Qing's forehead, heading towards the middle of the acupoint space. At the same time, the other spiritual beads, as if having a mutual understanding, made room for it, allowing it to merge in. The water spirit pearl smoothly entered, beginning to orbit around the earth spirit pearl following a mysterious trajectory. The gold, wood, water, and fire spiritual beads revolved slowly around the earth spirit pearl like stars, following a mysterious path. After several circles, the 5 spiritual beads suddenly trembled in unison, establishing a mysterious connection between them. A sense of perfect harmony emerged from them. The 5 spiritual beads were closely connected like a whole. With the 5 elements complete, the 5 colors intertwined in visible waves spread, and their power greatly increased, especially the earth spirit pearl at the center, which emitted a faint yellow glow, swelling in size abruptly. Then the light waves emitted by the other 4 spiritual beads also surged into the earth spirit pearl. Lu Qing watched the whole process attentively. He was very much looking forward to the effects after gathering the 5 spiritual beads. Upon seeing the light waves from the other 4 spiritual beads surge into the earth spirit pearl, immediately he felt a huge shock in his heart and spirit. His own divine soul began to strengthen rapidly, as if it had consumed some great tonic. The divine soul talisman nestled within the earth spirit pearl also shone brilliantly. The entire acupoint space at his forehead underwent dramatic changes. After a long time, when the acupoint at the center of his forehead calmed down, Lu Qing sensed that his divine soul power had at least increased severalfold. The acupoint space also transformed, not only becoming incredibly stable, the whole space was even suffused with a faint purple hue. Even the divine soul talisman in the earth spirit pearl emitted a faint purple light, appearing noble and mysterious. A purple forehead acupoint. When Lu Qing sensed the scene, he was momentarily stunned, because according to the cultivation technique inheritance he obtained, it seemed that only the forehead acupoint of a primordial spirit realm expert would glow purple, and he was merely in the second transition of the golden core realm, yet he had already reached this stage. This indicated that after this transformation, the stability of his forehead acupoint space had nearly reached the level of the primordial spirit realm, and my divine soul power. Lu Qing sensed his divine soul power, showing an astonished expression. Initially, he had condensed a perfect golden core, so the strength of his divine soul already far exceeded that of cultivators in the same realm. Now, after gathering the 5 spiritual beads, his divine soul power had surged several times again. Currently, strictly speaking in terms of the strength of divine soul power, Lu Qing estimated it was not much inferior to cultivators above the 7th transition of the golden core realm. Moreover, he could feel this wasn't the limit. What he just experienced was merely the most intense transformation. Now, the 5 spiritual beads were still nourishing his divine soul, causing his divine soul power to slowly grow. However, the rate of growth was much slower than before. He also felt that his physical body had strengthened quite a bit during this transformation, but it was still much weaker compared to the transformation of the divine soul. So that's it, these 5 spiritual beads were born from the 5 elements origin of this world. They inherently contain the power of law origin. With the 5 spiritual beads complete, the 5 elements gathered, circulating endlessly, they serve as the best nourishment for exotic treasures. Not only can they nourish the divine soul and physical body, increasing the power of both, they also possess extremely strong defensive effects, no inferior to any defensive spiritual artifact. Lu Qing felt all sorts of mysteries surfacing in his heart as he gazed at the 5 spiritual beads within his forehead acupoint space, slowly rotating as one. He opened his palm, and a brilliant weave of 5 colors appeared in his hand. Once the light emerged, the surrounding space began to distort. With the 5 spiritual beads collected, he also gained a new method, which was this 5-colored light. This light possessed extremely formidable power with the convergence of the 5 elements. It could destroy all things and even have a significant impact on space. Any ordinary cultivator in the golden core realm, if struck by this, might explode on the spot. This 5-colored light indeed seems to have a hint of the legendary 5-colored divine light's power. Lu Qing looked at the 5-colored light in his hand, muttering to himself. He recalled certain myths and legends from his past life. However, although this 5-colored light was powerful, using it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. Even now, condensing it, he could feel his spiritual energy surging out like a flood, being rapidly consumed. If used with full force with his current cultivation, he feared that after just a few uses, his spiritual energy would be entirely depleted. So while this 5-colored light was formidable, it could only be kept as a trump card, not to be used lightly. But Lu Qing was already sufficiently satisfied. Currently his dantian housed the lifebound magical treasure, the 5 elements gourd, and his forehead acupoint had the 5 elements spiritual pearls. These 2 exotic treasures, one enhancing the physical body and the other the divine soul, had an immensely nourishing effect on him, deepening his potential. Not only could they accelerate his cultivation speed, but they also perfectly protected his physical body and divine soul. With these 2 exotic treasures enhancing him, even if encountering a true primordial spirit realm, he likely wouldn't be without the power to resist. It was not in vain for him to have gone to such lengths to collect these 5 spiritual beads. Of course, these great benefits do not come without a price. As Lu Qing's physical body and divine soul potential increased again, it also meant that each level advancement would demand even more spiritual energy. And with the current concentration of spiritual energy in this world, it would be more challenging to satisfy his cultivation needs. It seems that in the future, I will have to retreat to the holy mountain more often. Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Although the spiritual energy around Jialai village was quite dense, sufficient for ordinary cultivators in the Golden Core realm, for him, it was still too limited. Even after gathering the 5 spiritual beads and his potential increasing again, even the spiritual vein land beneath Long Hatred Mountain would barely be adequate for him. The only place that could temporarily meet his cultivation needs was probably the Holy Mountain Cave Mansion. In a dense mountainous forest, several figures are rapidly rushing. One figure is fleeing at the front, while the remaining figures are in pursuit behind. All the figures emit a powerful aura, intimidating the birds and beasts in the mountains, causing them to tremble and flee in all directions. Li Bao, don't expect to escape. You have violated the Holy Mountain's prohibition. For a single spirit grass, you slaughtered hundreds of people in Miao's village, deserving of death. Do you think you can hide in this remote Cairo state and remain unnoticed? Even if you flee back to your sect, your Kangshan sect would absolutely not dare to harbor you. Surrender now and return with me to Holy Mountain to face judgment. The figure up ahead continues to flee, seemingly getting further away. The pursuers behind become anxious and the leader shouts loudly, "Ha ha ha, Holy Mountain's little brats, catch up to me if you can. It's merely the killing of some lowly people, and you want me to go to Holy Mountain and be assigned guilt. Bah, when you Holy Mountain lot leave, one day, when my divine skills reach great success, I'll flatten your so-called Holy Mountain. Even those 3 old saint masters will kneel before me and beg for mercy." The figure known as Li Bao laughed defiantly, his tone arrogant. The ones chasing him are merely newcomers to the initial innate realm. With his innate minor achievement cultivation, he is unafraid. If he didn't dread Holy Mountain's reputation, he would have turned back and wiped out these little brats. How dare you insult the Holy Mountain and the Saint Master? Hearing this, the pursuers become furious. As members of the Holy Mountain law enforcement team, both the Holy Mountain and its 3 Saint Masters hold unparalleled significance to them. To hear Li Bao dare to insult the Holy Mountain and the Saint Master, how could they not be angry? In their fury, the leading youth disregarded his heartache and pulled out a talisman from his bosom, activating it with his heart and spirit. The next moment, a streak of thunder light shot out from the talisman, rushing towards Li Bao ahead. What? Li Bao sensed the sudden deadly aura. Shocked in his heart, he instinctively rolled aside. Next, he felt a pain in his right arm as a bolt of thunder light grazed by him. An intense explosion came from ahead. Ah, my right arm. Li Bao looked at his side in terror to find his right arm missing. Only a small scorched stump remained on his body. His right arm had been completely severed and incinerated by that thunder light. Li Bao, let's see where else you can run now. While Li Bao clutches his severed arm, the pursuers have already caught up, encircling him and pointing their weapons at him. The leading youth holds out a white talisman aimed at him. The aura emitted from the talisman made Li Bao's heart palpitate. Li Bao, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender now and obediently follow us back to Holy Mountain. The youth wielding the talisman spoke calmly. A thunder light talisman. I didn't expect someone at merely the initial innate realm of law enforcer to possess such a talisman. Li Bao felt the deadly aura from the talisman. His face turned pale. He had long heard that Holy Mountain's enforcement teams could wield highly mystical talismans. Most were fundamental talismans like the featherweight talisman. As for formidable talismans like the thunder light talisman, mostly only enforcement teams at the innate great success, and above, even the Foundation establishment realm could possibly wield them. Unexpectedly, this team with merely initial innate realm members had someone possessing a thunder light talisman. No wonder these few at initial innate realm dared to chase someone like him, who was close to stepping into innate great success. Thinking about this, the youth felt a wave of heartache. This Thunderlight talisman was acquired with much effort, exchanged for accumulated merit. Originally intended as the trump card, it had to be used early on this mission. Knowing that the Thunderlight talisman could only be used 3 times at most, he previously used it once in a crisis. After this use, only one more opportunity remained for utilizing the Thunderlight talisman. Even capturing Li Bao's merit cannot make up for this loss. The youth's heart bled. For this capture, he was thoroughly prepared, even consulted an expert from the Tianji building to calculate Li Bao's hiding spot. He hadn't expected Li Bao to know an exceptionally skilled featherweight technique. Even with the featherweight talisman, they were still repeatedly shaken off due to his familiarity with the terrain. With the featherweight talisman's effect waning, if Li Bao escaped further, they would fail the mission. Reluctantly, the youth had to forego heartache and use his ultimate measure. With that resolved, the youth's eyes grew stern. Looking at Li Bao, he said, "Seal his cultivation, bind him." Yes, the other members of the enforcement team responded in unison. Then they took out spirit needles, inserted them into the major acupoints around Li Bao, completely sealing his cultivation and bound him with resilient ropes made from mutant beast sinews. Throughout the process, the youth kept the talisman pointed at Li Bao, deterring him from taking reckless action. At such close proximity, covered by the aura, any movement would be instantly countered by the Thunder Light Talisman. Merely a graze had cost him an arm. A direct hit would be certain death. Li Bao understood this, thus he did not resist and allowed them to seal his cultivation and bind him. However, his expression was already one of despair. He knows Holy Mountain's approach. The sins he committed this time were indeed grave. When taken back to Holy Mountain, whether facing immediate execution or indefinite imprisonment awaited, the youth and others disregarded Li Bao's thoughts. This person would slaughter entire villages for a single spirit grass. To call him vicious and cruel would not be insufficient. As members of Holy Mountain's enforcement, they loathed those who would mindlessly massacre innocents. If not for the need to take him back to claim merit, they would have killed him directly. The other squad members shared the same sentiment. Thus, once Li Bao's cultivation was sealed and he was bound, they unceremoniously dragged him, preparing to return to Holy Mountain quickly. The return journey bore no complications. Holy Mountain's enforcement squads are widely reputed. Even major sects, upon encountering them, would treat them respectfully, not daring to cause trouble, for they represent Holy Mountain. In Holy Mountain, besides the three Saint Masters, there's someone even more formidable. Any sect involved in the assembly in Central State a decade ago knows how terrifying that person was. Hurrying along the road, the youth and others finally returned to Central State. Watching the distant, towering Holy Mountain, a fervor shone in their eyes. Here is the translated text, HTML. The moment he saw the Holy Mountain, despair surfaced in Li Bao's eyes. On his way back to the Central State, he still fantasized that the sect might come to his rescue. After all, he was, at least, the son of the supreme elder of the Kangshan sect. However, the calm along the way made him realize that the sect had completely abandoned him. Now all that awaited him was the judgment of the Holy Mountain. The members of the enforcement squad had no concern for Li Bao's thoughts. They hurried back to the Holy Mountain and handed Li Bao over to the people at the punishment hall. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with them. Their task this time was merely to capture Li Bao. As for the subsequent interrogation, that was the business of the punishment hall. But they could be certain that after the punishment hall interrogated him and confirmed that he indeed killed the hundreds of people in Miao's village, that guy would absolutely not survive. The ban of the Holy Mountain is no joke. In the past decade, many strong figures tried to challenge the law, but so far, once any evil deed was exposed, not a single one escaped the punishment of the Holy Mountain. Even a Foundation establishment realm expert couldn't escape the capture of their enforcement squad. Senior brother, now that the task is complete, where are you going? We plan to go to the merit hall to see if there's anything to exchange for. Are you coming? After handing Li Bao over to the punishment hall, several other members of the enforcement squad asked the youth, I'm not going, you guys go ahead. At this thought, the youth's heart still ached a little. This task cost him a featherweight talisman and a thunder light talisman use, which was a significant depletion. The merit from capturing Li Bao couldn't make up for this loss. He thought for a moment and felt it was mainly because his strength was too poor. If his cultivation was at the innate realm early stage, with the aid of the featherweight talisman, he would have captured Li Bao without using the thunder light talisman. So he felt it wasn't a good idea to take on any tasks recently. He should instead focus on cultivation to see if he could advance further. The other enforcement squad members, upon hearing this, exchanged glances. They knew their senior brother had incurred a loss with this task and must not be in a good mood. So they said no more, fearing they might upset him. After parting with a few junior brothers, the youth walked towards his residence. As members of the enforcement squad, they were qualified to live on the Holy Mountain, but their location was relatively low, near the foot of the mountain. Of course, given their innate realm entry-level cultivation, even if allowed higher, they couldn't endure it. The invisible pressure of the Holy Mountain becomes stronger the higher you go. Moreover, over the years, with the continuous recovery of spiritual energy, the invisible pressure on the Holy Mountain is also gradually strengthening. It would be fine for occasional visits to the mountain, but long-term residency no matter, if one is in the innate realm cannot withstand such immense pressure continuously. Returning to his residence, as the youth was about to hang up the sign to decline visitors, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the mountain. It made his heart and spirit tremble, and his limbs could not help but shake. What happened? The youth was shocked and immediately ran out of his residence to look up the mountain. But before he could discern anything, the terrifying pressure vanished, as if it had all been just an illusion. But the youth knew it was definitely not an illusion. The pressure just now was terrifying, much more than the aura of any major Golden Core realm figure he'd ever seen from afar. Whose aura was that? The three Saint Masters, or could it be that the legendary figure has exited seclusion? At the thought of the legendary figure, the youth couldn't help but feel excited. There have always been rumors on the Holy Mountain that the legendary figure is in closed-door cultivation up there, but no one had seen this figure's true form in the Holy Mountain. Probably, no one aside from the three Saint Masters could verify if the rumor was true. Since the grand gathering 10 years ago, that figure has seldom appeared in the world, seemingly fading into silence. No one could confirm where he actually was. Now, feeling this sudden immense pressure reminded the youth of that rumor. There's quite a few on the Holy Mountain who share the youth's thoughts. Unfortunately, despite all the speculation, no one could go to verify it. The direction from which the pressure came was the highest point on the Holy Mountain. In that position, the Holy Mountain's invisible pressure had reached a terrifying degree. Even a Golden Core true man would find it hard to stay long. Cultivators below the Golden Core have no qualification to step foot there, so the vast majority of people who felt the pressure on the Holy Mountain could only keep it in their hearts and go about their own matters after a brief period of uncertainty. At the top of the Holy Mountain, within a cave mansion rich in spiritual energy, Lu Qing, who had just broken through and accidentally released a trace of aura, displayed a look of contemplation. Did this seclusion breakthrough take nearly a year? Such a long time spent just for a minor breakthrough in the realm. I fear stepping officially into the Golden Core fourth transition. I don't know how much longer that might take. Moreover, Lu Qing felt the spiritual energy within the cave mansion and looked helpless. Since breaking through to the Golden Core third transition, the spiritual energy in this Holy Mountain cave mansion has become less effective for me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken 6 or 7 years just to cultivate from the Golden Core third transition to now the third transition perfection. Indeed, Lu Qing's breakthrough just now wasn't significant. It was merely cultivating the Golden Core third transition to perfection. 7 years ago, he had already entered the third transition realm. It took him a full 7 years to cultivate the third transition to perfection. The reason his cultivation speed slowed so much, the key reason was his foundation was too profound. The perfect Golden Core he refined already had an astonishingly deep foundation. Added to this, the 5 elements gourd and the 5 great spiritual pearls, these 2 exotic treasures, constantly nurtured his divine soul and physical body, enhancing his talent and potential further, reaching an unprecedented degree. But with such profound foundation and talent, there were drawbacks. Each advancement in his cultivation realm required enormous resources. Moreover, since he refined a perfect Golden Core, his mana was inherently incredibly pure. Upon initially entering the Golden Core realm, the purity of his mana was comparable to that of a top-grade Golden Core of the second or third transition. After reaching the Golden Core third transition, the purity of his mana further reached an unimaginably high level for ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Such pure mana required vast amounts of spiritual energy to refine even a trace. To advance to the third transition perfection realm required vast amounts of spiritual energy, a quantity fit to be called immense. Only in this Holy Mountain cave mansion, combined with the help of the 5 elements gourd, his life-bound magical treasure, that assisted in refining and concentrating his mana. Otherwise, the time needed to achieve the third transition perfection would probably be several times more. Yet, it ends here. Upon reaching the third transition perfection, Lu Qing felt the spiritual energy in the cave mansion became even less effective for him. The thought of stepping into the fourth transition seemed incredibly difficult. Forget it, the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. After sighing for a while, Lu Qing calmed his mind. These situations were actually within his expectations. After all, his starting point was really too high. The power of the perfect Golden Core was too mighty, and the revival speed of this world couldn't keep up with his cultivation speed. It was expected that cultivation would be difficult. He possessed a superpower and many exotic treasures that could assist in cultivation. Otherwise, the cultivation time might have to be extended tenfold or more. After calming his mind, Lu Qing took out the communication jade token. This time it was a long retreat breakthrough, and he wondered whether anyone had messaged him. Detecting through his heart and spirit, Lu Qing found quite a few messages. The first message was from his mentor, sent half a year ago. It said he had recently traveled the world and discovered a strange flower that could be used to concoct a very potent detoxification powder, which was mild in potency and could be consumed by ordinary people. He could study it together once he returned to the village later. Following it were messages from Wei Shanhai and Lin Zhurui and others. Most of them were about recent happenings, with nothing extraordinary. Besides these, the person who sent messages most frequently was Little Yan. The little girl was recently traveling, and she took Little Lei and 5 elements with her. Whenever they reached a place or encountered something interesting, Little Yan would message Lu Qing to share the experience. Thus, the communication jade token mostly contained tales from Little Yan. For instance, what delicious food she found at a place, or like discovering a beautifully blooming spirit flower in some mountain grove. although Little Yan mainly talked about mundane matters. Lu Qing read them with relish, and a smile would often appear on his face. In recent years, he spent most of his time in secluded cultivation on the Holy Mountain. The time he could spend with Little Yan had significantly reduced. Now seeing the little girl play happily outside, he was indeed gratified. However, as he kept reading, Lu Qing's brows began to furrow slightly, because in the subsequent messages, he noticed Little Yan seemed to be traveling with a few peers. She started mentioning them more frequently, and the words indicated very good relations with those people. Is it really a chance encounter or an intentional approach? Lu Qing was somewhat doubtful. Immediately, he sank his heart and spirit, calling according to the trace of sensing in his divine soul. 5 elements. In the distance, the colorful winged snake nestled in Little Yan's hood suddenly awakened. Its eyes showed joy. Master, is it you? Indeed, where are you, Little Yan and Little Li, right now? Lu Qing asked in his heart and spirit. 5 elements, enslaved by his divine soul, allowing communication anywhere in this world given Lu Qing's current cultivation. This was why Lu Qing was comfortable with Little Yan traveling outside, not only because there were 5 elements and Little Li to protect. Should anything happen, 5 elements could summon him via the divine soul enslavement mark. Master, we're now in a small state called Lin State in the northern borderlands, responded 5 elements in heart. In these past 10 years, the colorful winged snake eventually learned to communicate using human language, allowing seamless conversation with Lu Qing. I just emerged from retreat today and saw Little Yan's message about you recently traveling with several people. Who are they? Are they trustworthy? Yes, Master. The colorful winged snake thought for a moment, answering, the young mistress indeed has been traveling with some young people currently. These people seem to come from different sects with decent cultivation, above the innate minor achievement realm. As for their character, both Little Li and I have not detected any ill intentions yet. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt more at ease. 5 elements may perceive incorrectly, but he trusted Little Li completely. Little Li's sensing ability was extraordinarily mystical. If those people truly harbored ill intentions toward Little Yan, it would be tough to escape its perception. Nonetheless, understanding the unpredictability of people's hearts, Lu Qing instructed the winged snake cautiously. No matter what, be attentive and protect Little Yan. Understood, Master. Little Li and I always stay beside the young mistress, without exposing our power. Even the young mistress herself only displays strength at the innate realm. Those people are unaware of our true strength. 5 elements said in heart. Good, keep it up. I'll find you once I finish my tasks. And don't mention my contact with you to Little Yan for now. Having heard Little Yan did not fully reveal her own strength, Lu Qing was completely relieved. Indeed, he understood his worry was somewhat excessive. Over these 10 years, the little girl's cultivation had progressed swiftly too. Now she was a strong cultivator at foundation, building great success. Even within the entire cultivation world, she could be considered truly adept. Additionally, she carried many treasures given by him, and with Little Li and others with her. Even true Golden Core Realm cultivators might not easily prevail against them in a short time. After ending the mind-heart link with the winged snake, Lu Qing resumed browsing the communication jade token. Suddenly, upon seeing the last message, he first froze, then showed joy. Has that old dragon turtle finally made up its mind? Throughout these years, Lu Qing had contacted that old dragon turtle a few times. During the interaction, he proposed exchanging some bloodline with the old dragon turtle. Initially, the old dragon turtle flatly refused. However, upon hearing Lu Qing's offer later, it hesitated. Now it seems that it has finally made sense. Just right, the spiritual charm in this holy mountain cave mansion is not so effective for me now. I can go to the East Sea to see if there's any treasure that can help with my cultivation. Lu Qing thought about it and was about to leave the cave to go to the East Sea. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lu Xiaodo, have you left your retreat? Lu Qing recognized the voice as that of the first Saint Master and immediately exited the cave mansion. It's been a long time, Saint Master Senior. Indeed, just now I sensed your presence, and we speculated that Lu Xiaodo would have left his retreat. Outside the cave mansion, all 3 Saint Masters were present, and the first Saint Master smiled. Apologies for not controlling my aura and disturbing all 3 Saint Masters, Lu Qing said apologetically. No need to say that, Lu Xiaodo. The first Saint Master waved his hand repeatedly, but if even you couldn't completely control your aura, it seems this retreat has yielded a significant harvest. Just a minor breakthrough, it's not worth mentioning, Lu Qing smiled. Lu Xiaodo, you're overly modest. On hearing this, the 3 Saint Masters couldn't help but be shocked. Indeed, Lu Qing had made another breakthrough, but what realm he has reached this time remains unknown. The real cultivation realm of Lu Qing has always been inscrutable to the 3 Saint Masters. Regardless of when they face Lu Qing, there is only one feeling they have. That is deep and unfathomable, hard to speculate, and with strength so terrifying, Lu Qing can still occasionally make breakthroughs. This made the 3 Saint Masters truly sigh with admiration. No doubt, he is the first tribulation-crossing person after the world changed, an exceptional genius of this era. Over the past 10 years, their own cultivation realms had progressed somewhat. Like the first Saint Master has stepped into the second transformation of the Golden Core realm, while the second and third Saint Masters are nearing perfection in the first transformation. Their cultivation progress cannot be said to be slow, but compared to Lu Qing's frequent retreat breakthroughs, the difference is really quite large. By the way, what brings the three seniors to find me? Lu Qing then asked. It's like this booklet records various spiritual objects collected by Holy Mountain disciples throughout the year. It's rare for Lu Xiaodo to leave his retreat, so we brought it for you to have a look. The second Saint Master then handed over a booklet. Oh, let me take a look. Lu Qing took the booklet and began to browse through it. Ever since the Holy Assembly 10 years ago, where various sect forces discussed and established the Forbidden Decree, Holy Mountain has been dedicated to maintaining the decree's authority. Whenever a cultivator is found to violate the decree, disciples are dispatched to arrest and interrogate them immediately. Once the crime is confirmed, punishment is meted out without mercy, even if the person violating the decree is a disciple of a major sect. Arresting criminals involves considerable risk, and Holy Mountain certainly doesn't allow its disciples to take risks without rewards. Thus, Holy Mountain has always maintained a complete merit system. Disciples who successfully arrest criminals receive a certain merit reward. The merits can be exchanged for various cultivation techniques or spiritual objects and magic artifacts. Likewise, if disciples acquire spiritual objects that they can't use, they can also submit them to Holy Mountain. The objects are converted into merit, which can then be exchanged for other desired things. 10 years ago, Lu Qing accidentally learned about Holy Mountain's merit system and became interested. As the world changes and spiritual energy continues to recover, various spiritual objects will endlessly emerge. Even secret realms that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago will gradually resurface. Since Lu Qing frequently needs to go into retreat for cultivation, he clearly has little time to gather spiritual objects. But if he could utilize Holy Mountain's merit system, he could have the disciples collect the spiritual objects he needs. At that time, Lu Qing proposed to the three Saint Masters to place some items in the merit hall to exchange for Holy Mountain's merits. The three Saint Masters naturally had no objection, and even welcomed it greatly. The three of them cannot leave Holy Mountain in person, and can only go out with a puppet Dharma body. Prior to spiritual energy recovery, it was easy for the puppet Dharma body to collect treasures given its strength. But now, the situation has long changed, and the puppet Dharma body can no longer dominate as before. Moreover, they themselves need to focus on cultivation and rarely have time to go out. So the treasures they could provide to Holy Mountain disciples gradually became inadequate. If Lu Qing could join, it would be a boon, alleviating their urgent needs. Thus, Lu Qing became part of Holy Mountain's merit system. The items he placed in the merit hall weren't anything else but various talismans. Initially, he planned to engrave talismans with little effort and as a chance to cultivate the rune path. If he could exchange them for some needed spiritual objects, it would be a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, when Lu Qing placed the talismans into the merit hall, they were well received by the Holy Mountain disciples. They even became the most popular treasures for disciples to exchange for. After all, activating talismans doesn't require high cultivation, and a powerful talisman can significantly enhance a cultivator's combat strength, even allowing them to fight across realms. Such treasures, who wouldn't like them? Precisely because talismans were so popular, over the years, the merit Lu Qing accumulated surpassed the three Saint Masters. He became the one with the most merits in the entire Holy Mountain. However, apart from the three Saint Masters, very few others knew about this. The majority of Holy Mountain disciples still believed that these talismans were provided by the three Saint Masters. Lu Qing continued browsing through the booklet, marking the spiritual objects he wanted. However, most of the spiritual objects in the booklet were quite ordinary and were of little use to him, until he reached the last page and saw an item that suddenly brightened his eyes. Soul sculpting mud. Could a disciple actually find such a thing? Lu Qing looked at the spiritual objects recorded in the booklet with surprise. Not long ago, a small secret realm opened in a remote small state. A disciple ventured inside and obtained it by luck. The disciple didn't know the use of this spirit mud and found it peculiar, so he offered it to exchange for merit. The first Saint Master explained, so it was obtained from a secret realm, no wonder, Lu Qing realized. He thought so soul sculpting mud as such a spiritual object couldn't be easily found, but if it was from a secret realm, that would make sense. The secret realm is one of the strongest fortuities in this world, producing all sorts of mystical treasures. 3 seniors I would like to exchange for this soul sculpting mud, may I? Lu Qing said immediately. Of course you can, Lu Xiaodo. Your merit is the highest in the Holy Mountain. You may exchange for any spiritual object as you wish. The first Saint Master nodded directly and then curiously asked, Lu Xiaodo, do you want this soul-sculpting mud to refine a puppet Dharma body? Indeed. Lu Qing did not deny it. The third Saint Master once gave me a legacy of the puppet sect, which I was quite interested in and always wanted to try refining. But due to the lack of materials, it was put aside, and I didn't expect to see this soul-sculpting mud today. In the legacy left by the ancient immortal sect's puppet sect, there are quite a few materials that can be used to refine puppets, but those spiritual objects are very hard to find. So Lu Qing never tried to refine a puppet Dharma body, until today when he saw this soul-sculpting mud. Soul-sculpting mud is an excellent main material for refining a puppet Dharma body, one grade higher than the materials used by the three Saint Masters for their puppet Dharma bodies. If refined properly, the resulting puppet Dharma body would undoubtedly have considerable power. Should I have someone deliver this soul-sculpting mud to you later? The first Saint Master asked. There's no hurry, I need to go out for a while and I'll retrieve the soul-sculpting mud when I return. Very well. The first Saint Master nodded and didn't ask what Lu Qing was going out to do. In the Holy Mountain, Lu Qing had the most freedom of movement. Even the three Saint Masters never inquired about his whereabouts. After bidding farewell to the three Saint Masters, Lu Qing turned into a stream of light and soared into the azure darkness, flying toward the East Sea. It didn't take long before he was above the ocean deep within the 10,000 miles of the East Sea. Lu Qing did not hide his aura, so when he arrived, the immense form of the old dragon turtle slowly surfaced. Senior Dragon Turtle, long time no see. Lu Qing smiled and said, Nearly 10 years have passed, Mr. Lu, and your cultivation has become deeper. The old dragon turtle sensed Lu Qing's aura, and a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes, although it still couldn't see through Lu Qing's actual realm. But as a once primordial spirit great power, a gut feeling told it that Lu Qing had become stronger. It even faintly sensed a dangerous aura from Lu Qing. Evidently in these 10 years, Lu Qing's cultivation must have made great progress, to the point of being able to threaten it. This human race is truly heaven's favored though born weak. When they truly cultivate, their strength grows much faster than our exotic beast spirit beasts. The old dragon turtle couldn't help but sigh in its heart. The last cultivation era was the same. It took it over 20,000 years of arduous cultivation to finally enter the primordial spirit realm. However, many geniuses of the human race often took only a few hundred to 1,000 years to achieve the primordial spirit. The speed of cultivation is indeed much faster than that of our exotic beast spirit beasts. This is also why when Lu Qing wanted its bloodline, the old dragon turtle did not become enraged. Besides the tempting conditions Lu Qing offered, it didn't want to become enemies with such a mysterious, unfathomable, and infinitely potential peerless genius. Senior Dragon Turtle, you mentioned in your message that you are willing to trade with me. Is that true? Lu Qing asked at this moment. Yes, but of course the premise is that what you use for the trade is enough to move my heart, the old dragon turtle said in a deep voice. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Senior Dragon Turtle. Lu Qing finished speaking and sent out a jade scroll which fell below. The old dragon turtle caught the jade scroll. With heart and spirit, it probed inside and found recorded a small star map, brilliant and dazzling. Senior Dragon Turtle, this jade scroll contains a small portion of a star map, which I obtained from a celestial outsider I once slaughtered. It records the positions of the starry sky of many worlds beyond. Having experienced the previous cultivation era, you should know. Our cultivators, after stepping into the primordial spirit realm, find it extremely difficult to make progress in cultivation, their steps faltering. The root cause is that the origin of our world is not strong enough to nurture strong practitioners beyond the initial realm of the primordial spirit. Therefore, after entering the primordial spirit realm, if one wishes to make a breakthrough, the best way is to leave this world and enter a stronger world for cultivation. Otherwise, staying in this world, one will only face the heavenly human five decays, the calamity of spiritual energy exhaustion every tens of thousands of years. But the starry sky is vast, and the dangers and unknowns are countless. Without the guidance of a star map, even a primordial spirit great power can easily get lost in the starry sky. If the senior is willing to trade, I will hand over the star map of our world's region to you. The old dragon turtle gazed at the small piece of the star map inside the jade scroll, listening to Lu Qing's words, and fell silent, especially the notion about the cultivation of the primordial spirit realm, which shook its heart greatly. As an old dragon turtle who had experienced the rise and fall of an entire cultivation era, it naturally knew that what Lu Qing said was true. At the height of the last cultivation era, it had already stepped into the primordial spirit realm. But for thousands of years until the end of the cultivation era, its cultivation realm made limited progress, because after entering the primordial spirit realm, its cultivation became exponentially obscure. It was like groping in the dark, extremely difficult to advance. And it wasn't just it, even the two human race primordial spirit practitioners it knew had the same trouble. It had discussed with those two human race primordial spirit practitioners, and the conclusion they reached was similar to what Lu Qing just said. This is what made their cultivation unusually obscure and their steps faltering. But if not cultivating in this world, what else could they do? In the previous cultivation era, some primordial spirit great powers did attempt to traverse layers of celestial gale, break through the boundary membrane, and explore the starry sky. However, they found the vast starry sky to be void. The vastness of the starry sky surpassed imagination. Without the replenishment of spiritual energy, they couldn't go far. Ultimately, they either returned without success or got lost in the starry sky, their soul lamp extinguished. This is also why at the end of the last cultivation era, those human clan cultivators chose to build the Breaking Realm ship. Because relying solely on individuals, even the primordial spirit realm great powers found it hard to survive in the starry sky. Regarding the vast starry sky, the cultivators of their world knew very little. This is precisely why when the old dragon turtle heard that Lu Qing possessed a star map of the outer starry sky, it agreed to trade with him. If what Lu Qing said was true, that star map would be extremely precious. Gazing at the fragment of star coordinates recorded in the jade scroll, the old dragon turtle knew Lu Qing did not deceive it. It pondered for a while and finally spat out 3 jade bottles from its mouth. Inside are 3 portions of my refined true blood. According to our agreement, this should suffice to exchange for the star map in your possession. The 3 jade bottles slowly rose up, floating in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing took them, opened one, and sensed the surging energy and rich life essence within, nodding slightly. After a brief inspection, he stored the jade bottle into the universe pouch and flicked out another jade scroll, which landed toward the old dragon turtle. Senior Dragon Turtle, contained here is the complete star map of our starry sky region. With the guidance of this star map, if you wish to enter the starry sky in the future, you should not get lost in the vastness. The old dragon turtle caught the jade scroll, used its heart and spirit to inspect, and was delighted to find a star map far more complete and complex than the previous one. But upon seeing the star map's details, it was taken aback. Is our world truly so far from the next life world? In the star map provided by Lu Qing, their world was represented by a faint light dot. Not only was it at the extreme edge of the map, but it was also surrounded by large areas of dark void. It seemed as though their world was isolated and lonely amidst the starry sky. Indeed, our world is positioned at the edge of the starry sky, very distant from other life worlds. Lu Qing confirmed in response to the old dragon turtle's exclamation. No wonder in the previous cultivation era, those who ventured into the starry sky in the primordial spirit realm either returned without success or were lost in the stars. After thoroughly examining the star map, the old dragon turtle felt relieved. Condensing 3 portions of true blood was no easy task for it. Even with its primordial spirit realm physical body, it was unavoidable to experience a period of weakness after creating 3 portions of true blood. Fortunately, over the past decade of spiritual energy recovery, no sea clan capable of threatening it had appeared in the deep sea. Otherwise, it would never have agreed to Lu Qing's request. Initially, it felt heartache over its 3 portions of true blood, but now, realizing the benefits of the deal, it understood that it had not suffered at all. After regaining its cultivation, if it wished to advance further, remaining in this world was certainly not viable. According to Lu Qing's star map, without its guidance, it would likely face the same fate as the pioneers of the previous cultivation era, returning without results or getting lost in the stars, unable to find the next life world. Understanding this, the old dragon turtle's heart calmed down. The star map was of great utility, and the sacrifice of a few portions of recoverable true blood was entirely worthwhile. Senior Dragon Turtle, did this deal not make you suffer? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Lu Qing knew very well the value of the star map. While it might not be of significant value in the outside world and could be purchased casually, for the cultivators of their world, the star map was a beacon of guidance with immense value. Indeed, the star map is of high value. The old dragon turtle did not deny it. If that's the case, then I shall take my leave. Seeing the old dragon turtle satisfied with the deal, Lu Qing felt at ease. After bidding farewell to the old dragon turtle, Lu Qing did not return to the Holy Mountain but headed north, entering the Northern Territories. The 5 elements mentioned that Little Yan and the others were in a small province called Lin State. Upon entering the Northern Territories, Lu Qing immersed his heart and spirit into his forehead acupoint, sensing the location of the 5-colored winged snake. The 5-colored winged snake was his enslaved spiritual beast, and as long as the distance was not too far, he could sense its position. Over there. Soon, through the divine soul enslavement mark, Lu Qing sensed the location of the 5-colored winged snake and flew toward it immediately. Are they at an inn? Upon arriving at the location of the 5-colored winged snake, Lu Qing found it was a small city, and the aura of the 5 elements was inside a building resembling an inn. At the same time, he also sensed the presence of little Yan and little Li. They were all in the same location. In their vicinity were several auras, the weakest of which had reached innate minor achievement. It seemed they were the companions little Yan mentioned in her messages. The little girl is quite diligent. Lu Qing observed from above. He saw that little Yan lived in a separate small courtyard, which was slightly pulsating with spiritual energy, indicating the little girl was cultivating inside. He slowly descended, and his face underwent subtle changes, the muscles slightly adjusting to make his appearance only somewhat similar to his original. During the descent, no one could detect Lu Qing's presence. Only when he reached the courtyard did he dispel the spell, revealing a trace of his aura. As soon as this aura emerged, little Li and the 5 elements inside sensed it and immediately came rushing out. Seeing Lu Qing in the courtyard, they all exclaimed in surprise, "Ah Qing, master." They immediately dashed toward him. One stood on Lu Qing's shoulder, rubbing its head against his. The other circled around Lu Qing, occasionally nudging his pant leg. "Little Li, 5 elements, what's happening?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded from inside the house. Soon after, a charming maiden with a complexion like ice and snow, resembling an elf, walked out. When she saw Lu Qing comforting little Li and the 5 elements in the courtyard, she was initially stunned. Then slowly disbelief filled her face. "Brother, what, just a year apart and you no longer recognize your brother?" Lu Qing joked. Upon hearing the familiar voice, little Yan finally confirmed it truly was her brother. Her face filled with delight, she immediately dashed toward him. "Brother, it's really you." Now being a powerful cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, little Yan flew toward him, even using a movement technique. In an instant she reached Lu Qing, hugged him, and buried her head in his chest. Feeling the slightly trembling shoulders of the little girl, a sense of guilt flashed through Lu Qing's heart. He gently placed his hand on the head of her dark hair, soothing his sister. "All right, you're a big girl now, why are you still crying so easily? Brother, why have you taken so long to visit little Yan?" The little girl buried her head in Lu Qing's chest, unwilling to lift it, asked sullenly. Her tone carried a trace of sobbing. "It's my fault, but now I've finished my retreat and I will have a lot of time to spend with little Yan." "Really?" Upon hearing this, little Yan lifted her head, her eyes full of joy. Seeing the tear marks on her face, Lu Qing reached out and wiped them for her. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true, and your cultivation has greatly progressed now. Even if I retreat in the future, I can take you along." Previously, he did not take little Yan to the holy mountain because her cultivation was not strong enough. The place where he retreated exerted too much pressure and was unsuitable for the little girl to stay long. But now she was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. She could go to the holy mountain for some training. Upon hearing Lu Qing's assurance, little Yan's smile became even brighter. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly an angry shout rang out. "Thief, let go of little Yan's sister." Accompanying the shout, a fierce sword chi was thrust toward Lu Qing. "Zhao Feng, don't!" Just as the sword chi was released, another exclamation rang out. But it was already too late, and the fierce sword chi was about to reach Lu Qing in the blink of an eye. However, perhaps for fear of hurting little Yan, the sword chi did not aim at his vital parts but only went for his arm. In the midst of the exclamation, the sword chi was about to pierce Lu Qing. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared in front of Lu Qing, flicking its tail lightly, shattering the sword chi to pieces. Then the figure moved even faster than the sword chi, instantly appearing in front of the young man who had released the sword chi. A terrifying aura enveloped the area, freezing his heart and spirit, just when the furious, colorful winged snake was about to kill the one daring to harm its master. Lu Qing's calm voice sounded, "5 elements, come back." The colorful winged snake's body froze. It wanted to kill the reckless youth in front of it, but its master's order was absolute. Ultimately, it could only give the youth a cold glance and return to Lu Qing's side, restraining its aura. But the aura the colorful winged snake had just exuded was already imprinted in the young man's heart and spirit. Even though the 5 elements had returned, his eyes were still filled with fear. His body was stiff, his limbs trembling. He even couldn't hold the sword in his hand steadily, which dropped to the ground with a thud. By this time, Lu Qing had released little Yan. He looked over there and saw several youths and young women of a similar age standing at the courtyard entrance. However, their expressions were now filled with shock, especially their eyes toward the colorful winged snake, which were filled with disbelief as if they were looking at a monster. They were obviously completely intimidated by the aura the 5 elements had released. They never expected that the little snake, always sleeping beside little Yan, could unleash such a terrifying aura. "Little Yan, are these your friends?" Lu Qing asked. Little Yan wiped the tears from the corner of her eye, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Yes, they are friends I met while traveling recently." Then she said to the others, "Senior brother Zhao, you misunderstood. This is not an evil person, he's my brother." "Brother." The few people slowly came to their senses and were surprised again. They then noticed that Lu Qing and little Yan indeed had a few facial similarities. At this point, they became embarrassed. The siblings were having a reunion, but they appeared at an inappropriate time and even attacked. This matter cannot merely be described as impolite, especially the youth who attacked, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Looking at the few embarrassed people, Lu Qing smiled. From the messages Little Yan sent, Lu Qing already knew she was using the alias Chen Yan while traveling, so he simply used the alias Chen Qing as well. After all, his real name was quite conspicuous. Ordinary cultivators might not know it, but many in the major sect likely knew his real name. Along with Little Yan's name, it had probably drawn attention from many. Therefore, she used an alias when going out. The chosen surname Chen was from their master's surname, so it wasn't entirely random. It turns out you are Little Yan's senior brother. I am Mu Tian, and these are Wu Wenyuan, Qin Wuxu, and Zhao Feng. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed unbothered by the previous event, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The steady-looking young man introduced everyone's names to Lu Qing. Greetings, Brother Chen. The other three all saluted Lu Qing, especially Zhao Feng, whose face flushed red. Brother Chen, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose earlier. I thought you were. Although according to their sensing, Lu Qing was merely at the great success of the innate realm, but at this moment, none dared treat him as a typical innate realm expert. After all, the terrifying aura released by the 5 elements was still imprinted on their heart and spirit. The one who could command a spiritual pet of such power couldn't be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, they discreetly glanced at the colorful winged snake being so amicable toward Lu Qing, and Little Li cuddled in Lu Qing's embrace. They were not unfamiliar with Little Yan's 2 spiritual pets. During their travels over several months, they'd seen them every day. Yet Little Yan's 2 spiritual pets always had a very aloof attitude, especially the black little beast. It ignored everyone except Little Yan. No one had been able to touch them even after months of acquaintance. Little Yan explained that these spiritual pets were shy of strangers, not liking to be touched. Besides these surprises, they hadn't paid much attention, because in their sensing, these spiritual pets were not powerful, devoid of special traits except strong spiritual nature. They speculated Little Yan might be the young lady of some family power. No one thought that the small snake, usually tucked in Little Yan's hood, could release such a devastating aura. When the aura of the 5 elements burst forth, they genuinely thought they might die. Now they understood why the 5 elements ignored them daily. It wasn't because they were unfamiliar, but because the spiritual beast vastly surpassed them in strength. Such a being would naturally not care about them. With the 5 elements being so terrifying, the little Li, who occasionally clawed at it, must also be extraordinary, and to carry such mighty spiritual pets while traveling, alongside a mysterious brother. Little Yan's identity might indeed be as they initially speculated, likely the core descendant of a top-tier family power. The few people's subtle actions naturally could not escape Lu Qing's sight. Inadvertently, he had already used his superpower to gather their background information. As the 5 elements previously stated, these people were indeed all disciples from various sects. According to the information on the note, they were righteous disciples, not people with malicious intent. However, when Lu Qing saw the note regarding the young man named Zhao Feng who had attacked him, his expression froze and then a trace of strangeness flickered in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed that strangeness and didn't say anything. By the way, Brother Mu, what brought you over here to find me? At this moment, Little Yan suddenly asked. Little Yan, you forgot. Today we need to visit Q Family Village and investigate the mysterious disappearances of villagers there. Among the 4, the only female Qin Wuxu spoke. Oh, I almost forgot about that, Little Yan exclaimed. What about the villagers' disappearances? Lu Qing inquired. Are you saying that in recent months, in some rural parts of Lin State, there have been instances of villagers mysteriously disappearing from time to time? In the courtyard of the inn, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised after listening to Mu Tian and the others' account. Yes, brother, initially this matter went unnoticed. But a few days ago, when we first arrived in Lin State, we inadvertently saved a farmer who had fallen off a cliff and was unconscious. He said that people have been frequently disappearing in their village recently, and the villagers are now in a state of panic. His wife and children have gone missing, and in his desperation to find them, he traveled extensively and ultimately fell off a cliff by accident. Fortunately, he was stopped by an old tree, which saved him from falling to his death. After we sent the farmer to the medical clinic, we went to his village to investigate. We discovered that in the rural areas of Lin State, in the past 6 months, many villages have experienced similar disappearances. That's why we've been staying here to try to uncover what exactly is happening. And today, we plan to go to a place near this city called Q Family Village. Such things happened here. Have you found out anything? Lu Qing asked. We don't have many leads yet. At this moment, Mu Tian shook his head. We can only preliminarily determine that this matter is man-made and not a natural disaster. The person involved uses strange and secretive methods, not typical of a righteous individual. The greatest possibility is that some evil cultivator is practicing some sort of evil technique. An evil cultivator, huh? Lu Qing nodded, acknowledging Mu Tian's inference. With the continuous recovery of spiritual energy, many relics from the previous cultivation era have gradually revealed themselves. Among them are those left by cultivators of the ancient practices of the evil demon path. Consequently, in recent years, some evil cultivators have emerged across the world. These evil cultivators, in order to cultivate their evil techniques, have committed numerous heinous acts. However, from ancient times, righteousness and evil have always been at odds, and after stirring up trouble for a while, these cultivators faced a joint crackdown by the major sects. After shining for 2 years, they nearly disappeared again. Unexpectedly, traces of evil cultivators have once again appeared in this remote Lin state. So, is there something special about this Q family village that you plan to visit? Lu Qing continued to ask. We heard that just the other day, 2 villagers went missing in the Q family village, and it is probably the latest village where the evil cultivator appeared, so we plan to take a look, Mu Tian replied. Brother, would you like to come with us? Little Yan asked. At these words, Mu Tian and the others immediately looked at Lu Qing. They were all very curious about Little Yan's suddenly appearing, seemingly very mysterious brother. If he came along, perhaps they might uncover something, who knows. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. He originally came this time intending to take Little Yan and them away. He had just made a deal with the old dragon turtle for 3 portions of true blood. These 3 portions, containing the bloodline of the ancient exotic beast Suoni, should be greatly beneficial to Little Li and the 5 elements. Now, hearing of such matters, he felt it wasn't good to just leave directly. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing said, "Very well, I'll go with you to have a look." Little Yan's eyes immediately lit up, but Lu Qing continued, however, "Little Yan, this is your training, and until it's necessary, I won't intervene lightly. Whatever happens, you must handle it yourself, so that your brother can see whether you have been slacking in your cultivation these days." Okay, Little Yan agreed quickly. Filled with enthusiasm, she intended to show her brother that even while he was in seclusion on the holy mountain, she had been diligently cultivating. Mu Tian and the others also smiled upon hearing those words. According to what they had learned from the sex records, the methods of evil cultivators were always bizarre. With such a mysterious and powerful figure as Little Yan's brother joining them, they felt more confident. Thus, next, they all checked out of the inn and proceeded towards Q Family Village. The distance of Q Family Village from the city was not close, but among the group, even the weakest in cultivation was a cultivator at the innate realm early stage. Before the spiritual energy recovery, that would have been equivalent to the combat power of a top sect. Even though it has been quite a while since the spiritual energy recovery, the innate realm is still considered strong in the cultivation world. Their pace was, naturally, not slow. After performing their movement technique, their speed increased, and half an hour later, the group arrived in front of a village. Brother Chen, up ahead is the Q family village. Mu Tian took out a map, looked at it for a while, and confirmed. Let's go in then. Lu Qing looked ahead, a hint of an unnoticeable strange light flashing in his eyes. Could it be that they really stumbled upon something? The group moved towards the village. Upon entering, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. The village, previously silent, had wisps of black gas lingering in the air. Most importantly, many corpses lay sprawled across the village path. All were in a mummified state, their faces twisted and hideous, clearly having endured immense pain and torture before their deaths. Mu Tian and the others, seeing such a horrifying scene, were instantly frightened, retreating continuously. They couldn't even utter a word for a while. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The recovery of spiritual energy has made cultivation much easier. Even the innate realm is no longer as difficult to break through as it once was. But similarly, the ease of cultivation has left many cultivators lacking enough tempering. Like Mu Tian and the others, although their strength isn't weak, equaling the top combat power of some major sects before the spiritual energy recovery, their disposition leaves much to be desired. It's just a few corpses in a more gruesome state, and they are scared like this. This composure is far inferior even to those postnatal realm martial arts grandmasters he once met. After lamenting slightly in his heart, Lu Qing turned his gaze back to the mummified corpses in front of him. Earlier, outside the village, he had already sensed that the village was eerily quiet, as if no one was left. However, he hadn't expected that all the people in Q Family Village had been killed. And it was by having their spirit drained dry, dying after experiencing severe pain. Looking at one corpse in women's clothing, still holding a small corpse in its arms, Lu Qing's gaze gradually grew colder. Brother, this is, among the few, Little Yan remained calm. After all, from a young age, when she traveled to the central state with Lu Qing and others, during battles and killings, she had seen countless corpses already. And in recent years in Jiulai village, she often helped the elder doctor treat wounds for patients. The scene before her, though terrifying, was not enough to frighten her. I said I wouldn't intervene. You must learn to handle these matters yourself, Lu Qing said calmly. Hearing this, Little Yan stopped asking questions. She began to carefully observe the corpses on the ground. She had already noticed earlier that these mummified corpses seemed somewhat unusual. Seeing the siblings so calm, Mu Tian and the others gradually composed themselves, and felt a pang of embarrassment. They had been so out of sorts just because of some mummified corpses. Unlike even the youngest little Yan, it was really inexcusable, just as they wanted to ask little Yan if she had discovered anything. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out. Heh, I didn't expect that after just having some dessert, a few more courses of a feast would arrive. I was just feeling a bit unsatisfied, and suddenly you little lambs have appeared. It seems my luck is changing for the better. A cold voice echoed within the village, but its position was elusive, leaving people unable to determine its exact location. Who? Mutian and the others were greatly alarmed. The voice was exceedingly chilly, seemingly containing some kind of spiritual attack that chilled their hearts and spirits. Heh, if you want to see my true form, then deal with these little darlings of mine first. The voice remained elusive, but as the voice fell, a terrifying scene unfolded before Mutian and the others. A wisp of black chi drifted by, and those corpses lying haphazardly along the village path suddenly began to move. Slowly they rose from the ground, enveloped in black chi, and began to close in on them. With ferocious faces, their hands drooped, nails elongated and tinged with black like demons. Not good, it's the corpse refining evil technique. Mutian and the others were utterly shocked at such a horrifying spectacle. They were certain that these people had all been thoroughly dead before, with no sign of vitality. But now these previously dead bodies had revived and were moving. There's only one explanation for this. They encountered an evil cultivator skilled in corpse refining technique. In past years, during the peak of evil demon cultivators, there appeared evil cultivators adept in corpse refining techniques, controlling dozens of corpses to besiege a small town, slaughtering thousands of civilians, shocking the world. Although that evil cultivator was later executed, the corpse refining evil technique left a deep impression on the sects that participated in the execution. Because the corpses controlled by that evil cultivator were incredibly powerful, not weaker than ordinary cultivators. Everyone be careful, these evil corpses refined by evil techniques are not only extremely strong but also as hard as iron, and their claws are imbued with deadly poison. Do not let them harm you. Otherwise, if corpse poison enters the body, even spiritual power will struggle to resist. Mutian immediately issued a warning. Just as he finished speaking, the once sluggish corpses suddenly went berserk. Their speed suddenly increased, and in an instant they pounced at the group. The black claws sliced through the air, slashing at Mutian and the others. Their speed was not slower than that of a martial arts grandmaster at the postnatal realm perfection. Strike, show no mercy, their heads are their weak spots. Mutian shouted loudly, his long sword slicing through the air, cutting across the advancing corpses with waves of sword chi. Simultaneously, the others moved into action. In an instant, sword chi and strong energy burst forth, bombarding the surrounding evil corpses. Everyone heeded Mutian's words, directing most of their attacks towards the heads of the evil corpses. Only Lu Qing stood motionless, quietly staying in place. All present were at least powerful at the innate realm early stage. The lethality of their sword chi was unquestionable, and their control over power was equally strong. Although the evil corpses were not slow, they were, after all, still dead things incapable of adapting. Thus, nearly all the attacks landed, pushing them back completely. However, after a series of dull sounds, Mutian and the others were startled to discover. Their sword chi, when slashing at the heads of the evil corpses, did not immediately split them open. It only left behind deep, bone-revealing scars, but could not completely destroy them. What? Mutian and the others were astonished, not expecting the skulls of these evil corpses to be so hard. Their sword chi couldn't pierce through. The evil corpses, unfazed by pain, merely shook their heads after being pushed back by the sword chi, then roared and charged again. Mutian and the others had no time to remain shocked, slashing out sword chi once more. This time, they pushed back the evil corpses again, leaving many more marks on their heads. But immediately an even more shocking scene unfolded for Mutian and the others. Black chi surged from the evil corpses' bodies. Where it passed, the marks left by their sword chi healed rapidly. So troublesome. Seeing this, Mutian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. These evil corpses were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Though their prowess remained at the postnatal realm, their bodies were so hard that they could withstand their sword chi, truly terrifying. Moreover, their sheer numbers were daunting, and they all fought fearlessly. Even with backup plans, he still found them incredibly troublesome. What worried him even more was, with the ability to refine such terrifying entities, what level of power did the creator possess? At this thought, Mutian was already considering retreat. He immediately said, "Everyone, this evil cultivator is crafty and tough, hard to deal with. We should retreat for now. All right." Zhao Feng and the others, also alarmed by the situation before them. No matter how they fought, these evil corpses wouldn't die, but if caught, corpse poison entering their body would be extremely troublesome. Moreover, with the hidden evil cultivator lurking around, they quickly agreed upon hearing Mutian's call for retreat. They put forth their efforts, slashing numerous sword chi once again, pushing back the evil corpses as they prepared to leave. Trying to run, have you asked for my permission? However, how could the evil cultivator let them go so easily? With a cold snort, black light emerged around Q family village, accompanied by runes sealing the entire village. Not good, it's an array. Mutian saw this and his face drastically changed. He finally understood why these corpses were so strong. It turned out there was an array hidden, enhancing them secretly. Some knowledge to know it's an array. That icy voice sounded in the dark. Since that's the case, why not surrender quickly, or else I'll make you end up like these lowly people. Everyone, we're in real trouble now. The enemy is likely a Foundation Establishment Realm evil cultivator. Mutian's face turned steely blue. To lay down such a large-scale corpse refining array, the enemy was likely not just an innate realm evil cultivator, but a Foundation Establishment Realm 1. Foundation Establishment Realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng and the others trembled, their eyes filled with horror. If the enemy was at the Foundation Establishment Realm, wouldn't they be trapped here? The power of the Foundation Establishment Realm was something everyone knew well. After all, in their respective sects, there were senior mentors at this level. Such power was completely unmatched by them. Oh, to guess my realm, young guys, are you sect disciples? Then you mustn't be kept alive. The cold voice in the dark seemed somewhat surprised. Realizing the identities of the people before him might not be ordinary, perhaps disciples of major sects, the evil cultivator's heart grew ruthless, realizing he couldn't play around any longer. Or else, if delayed, who knows if these fledglings might have some senior mentor nearby. As the evil cultivator chanted, the surrounding black light suddenly brightened. These evil corpses can actually become stronger. Feeling the sudden surge of the evil corpse's aura, Mutian and the others' expressions changed again. At the same time, they became more certain that the hidden evil cultivator must be a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Otherwise, even a perfect innate realm evil cultivator would find it extremely difficult to set up such a powerful evil formation. Seeing the evil corpse's aura continuing to increase, Mutian knew they couldn't let this continue. He decided to take the initiative, striking first with a powerful sword chi, aiming it at the head of one of the evil corpses. But in the next moment, a crisp sound made his expression turn grim. His sword chi, when it struck the evil corpse's head, emitted a sound like steel colliding with steel. Though it could break through the evil corpse's flesh, the skull was completely unharmed, instead shattering his sword chi. The bones of these evil corpses had become harder than 1,000 refinement steel. Seeing Mutian's sword chi shatter, the others were equally shocked. Mutian was already the strongest among them, even his sword chi was ineffective, making it unlikely they would have any effect. Everyone, there's no other way, prepare to fight to the death, we have to go into close combat. Mutian, seeing the situation, forcibly calmed himself, speaking in a deep voice. He simultaneously took out an elixir from his arms, preparing to consume it. This was an elixir he specifically exchanged from the sect for when he descended the mountain to train. Upon consumption, it would send his spiritual power into a berserk state, greatly amplifying his strength in a short time. However, once the effects wore off, he would become extremely weakened, even less than a postnatal master. It required more than 10 days of recuperation to fully recover. It was an elixir not to be used easily except in times of dire need. Hearing Mutian's words, the others also took out their elixirs. Just now they only used sword chi to engage the enemy, as they feared the corpse poison on the evil corpses. But now, as sword chi was ineffective and their retreat was blocked by the evil cultivator's array, they had no choice but to fight. They refused to believe that the skulls of these evil corpses could remain so hard against their treasure swords bolstered by spiritual power. Mutian swallowed the elixir in one gulp, activating his heart and spirit to quickly dissolve the medicinal power. In the next moment, he instantly felt his spiritual power become berserk, with powerful strength surging within. Knowing the elixir's duration was short, Mutian did not hesitate, shaking his long sword and propelling himself forward to attack the evil corpses that were still absorbing the dark energy. The others saw this and similarly swallowed their elixirs, charging forward. At this moment, Mutian, who had led the attack, reached an evil corpse, thrusting with his sword. With spiritual power infused, the sword was sharp, its speed reaching the extreme. With just one thrust, the head of the evil corpse that the sword chi could not pierce was penetrated by him. The evil corpse he pierced through trembled, its dark energy dissipating, and it fell backward. It works. Seeing this, the few people following were overjoyed. They all drew their swords, each taking down one evil corpse. But at this time, the evil corpse's counterattack began. Each wielded their claws, closing in to surround Mutian and the others. Their claws stirred up gusts, their power and speed greatly increased, reaching the initial innate realm level. This Q family village had quite a population, and there were at least dozens of evil corpses in the village. With dozens of innate realm level evil corpses attacking together, even Mu Tian and the others felt immense pressure despite their considerable cultivation. Fortunately, these evil corpses were ultimately dead things. Although their speed and strength reached the innate realm level, their moves were quite crude. For the time being, Mu Tian and his companions could still hold their ground, intermittently slaying one evil corpse after another. However, with the surrounding dark energy growing thick, the surrounding evil corpses' strength also increased. Among them, they even began to coordinate, further heightening the pressure on Mu Tian and the others. Amidst the intense battle, things remained calm on Lu Qing's side. Though he exuded no aura inexplicably, no evil corpse dared to approach this side. Unfortunately, Mu Tian and his group had no energy to notice this scene. Brother, Little Yan also did not follow Zhao Feng and the others forward, instead turning to Lu Qing. Go ahead, do what you wish to do. Lu Qing, seeing her thoughts, encouraged. I understand, brother. With her brother's permission, Little Yan reassured herself, drew her long sword, and dashed, piercing the head of an evil corpse. Junior sister Yan, be careful, these evil corpses are tough to deal with. Seeing Little Yan join, Mu Tian and the others shifted to let her merge into their formation. The little girl is still hiding her strength. Lu Qing, seeing this, smiled. Yet observing Mu Tian and his group's performance, he mildly nodded. These sect disciples, though their heart and spirit were somewhat lacking, had commendable character. At least when faced with a stronger evil cultivator, they dared to fight rather than surrender at the slightest scare. However, won't that guy just watch as his laboriously crafted evil corpses are all killed by Little Yan and the others? Lu Qing's gaze subtly shifted to a certain spot. With his strength, the evil cultivator certainly couldn't hide from his perception. He had long been fully aware of the hiding place, but this was Little Yan's trial, and unless something uncontrollable happened, he wouldn't intervene. As expected, watching Mu Tian and the others cut down the evil corpses like chopping vegetables, the hidden evil cultivator could no longer sit still. Lately, he had been active in Lin State, only intending to plunder some peasants from each village to absorb their essence blood for cultivation. He planned to move to the next state before the righteous factions reacted, not intending to make a big commotion. But recently, he had captured a few villagers from Qiu family village. By chance, he discovered that the villagers seemed to possess some unique bloodline. Absorbing their essence blood not only significantly increased his cultivation, but the remaining corpses were also excellent for crafting into evil corpses. As an evil cultivator, he couldn't miss such a golden opportunity to enhance his strength. Immediately, the evil cultivator set up a corpse refining array in Qiu family village. He not only drained the essence blood of the entire village's population, but also refined all the corpses into evil corpses. Unexpectedly, just as he finished transforming the village corpses into evil corpses, a few righteous disciples came knocking. Sadly, having just absorbed a large amount of essence blood, he was on the brink of a breakthrough and couldn't take direct action, having to rely on the just crafted evil corpses to fight. Watching Mu Tian and the others continually slay the evil corpses, the evil cultivator grew somewhat anxious. These evil corpses, infused with a special bloodline, had enormous potential, and if they continued to be lost, his losses would be significant. You brats, stop being so arrogant. In a fit of urgent anger, the evil cultivator clasped his hands and cast a spell. The next moment, the ground shook, and 3 black coffins emerged from the ground, landing on the surface. 3 black coffins fell to the ground, with a nearly tangible, dense black aura surging on their surface. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the bodies of Mu Tian and the others to stiffen, and it was this stiffness that caused their formation to falter briefly. The surrounding evil corpses seized this flaw, once again swarming over, clawing at them. Not good. Mu Tian and the others were greatly alarmed, wanting to parry or evade, but to their horror they found their heart and spirit and inner breath were disrupted by the impact of the 3 black coffins, making it hard to react effectively. Thud. In this careless moment, Mu Tian and the others were all struck by the claws of the evil corpses. Though they tried to dodge desperately, they couldn't avoid getting injured. It's over. As soon as the wound was made, Mu Tian's body trembled, feeling a strange force trying to penetrate his body through the wound, invading his meridians. He knew it was the corpse poison contained in the evil corpses, corroding his physical body, and his face immediately showed despair. Being in the enemy's formation, with a powerful evil cultivator in the shadows, and now poisoned by corpse poison. This time they were truly unlikely to escape. Be careful. Just as Mu Tian and the others were feeling hopeless, a clear, crisp shout sounded. Suddenly, a silver light flashed before their eyes like a dragon or snake, circling around them in an instant. The evil corpses surrounding them were instantly defeated by this silver light. Their bodies, hard as fine steel, were effortlessly sliced open as if they were tofu. The remains fell to the ground, the black aura dissipating, revealing their originally shriveled bodies. They were dead beyond any doubt, cut down completely. The remaining evil corpses, intimidated by the silver light, retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach for a while. brother Mew, senior sister Chin fall back. These three black coffins are difficult to deal with. Little Yan stood before them with her sword, her gaze solemnly fixed on the three black coffins shrouded in black aura. As for Mew Tian and the others, they stared in shock at Little Yan, standing there with her sword, exuding a chilling aura. Little Yan's momentum at this moment was far stronger than her usual self, causing them to feel an intense fear. Little Yan, Zhao Feng wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Mew Tian. Don't interfere, leave it all to Little Yan. They retreated continuously until they reached Lu Qing's position before stopping. Only then did Mew Tian suddenly realize that Lu Qing, who had been standing still all along, was not attacked by any evil corpse at all. However, before he could figure out the reason, he suddenly felt dizzy, and a black aura spread across his face. Not good, it's the corpse poison. Mew Tian was shocked and turned his head to see that Zhao Feng and the others had the same condition. A black aura was spreading across their faces, clearly showing that the corpse poison was taking effect in their bodies. This corpse poison is so potent, just as Mew Tian wanted to sit and meditate to dispel the corpse poison. But at this time, his spiritual power was rapidly weakening. It turned out that the effect of the elixir he had taken before had been exhausted, and the side effects were starting to manifest. Damn it, why now? Mew Tian cursed silently as his heart sank further. Just as he was about to take out healing pills to suppress the corpse poison, a strand of white light appeared before him, entering his body. Wherever it went, the extremely troublesome corpse poison melted away rapidly like snow under a blazing sun. Not only that, but even their injuries were improving and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the wounds had completely disappeared. They even felt that the side effects from using the desperate elixir earlier were also completely cured and fully restored. Mew Tian suddenly turned around and saw before Lu Qing a faint talisman slowly dispersing. The white light that entered their bodies was emanating from the talisman. Void talisman. Mew Tian's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with disbelief, not just because of Lu Qing's display of the void talisman technique. More importantly, it must be known that the Q family village is currently sealed by the corpse refining array set by the evil cultivator, filled with death aura. Yet Lu Qing could casually draw such a vitality-filled talisman in such circumstances. To what extent has his talisman drawing skill reached? Indeed, Little Yan's mysterious brother was a strong expert hiding his true cultivation. Feeling his body recovering, Mew Tian quickly expressed gratitude. It's nothing, Lu Qing replied indifferently, not paying much attention. His gaze was focused on Little Yan ahead. With his cultivation, removing a mere corpse poison was simply a trivial matter. It was Little Yan's subsequent response that intrigued him more. After all, the things contained within those three black coffins seemed to emit a not-so-weak aura. Brother Chen, shouldn't you help Little Yan? At this moment, Zhao Feng asked anxiously. The others also showed concern. Ever since the appearance of the three black coffins, the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying, beyond the level of the innate realm. Though the sword light Little Yan previously displayed was formidable, they couldn't help but worry. No need, petty foundation establishment realm evil cultivators. Little Yan can handle them, replied Lu Qing calmly. Just as he finished speaking, three loud bangs resounded from the front. The lids of the three black coffins flew open abruptly, all aiming towards Little Yan. At the same time, three black shadows flew out from the coffins, pouncing towards Little Yan. In an instant, the black aura roared and surged, almost engulfing Little Yan completely. The black aura contained a deathly aura, and if it invaded the body, even Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators would struggle to handle it. The three black shadows flying out of the coffins merged completely with the black aura, becoming invisible. Facing such an attack, Little Yan remained composed. She first moved lightly underfoot, dodging the three coffin lids. Then, the treasure sword in her hand erupted with beams of silver sword light once more, shooting indiscriminately in all directions. From a distance, it appeared like a blooming lotus, not only clearing out the surrounding black aura entirely. Even the three black shadows were forced out from the black aura, fully revealing their forms, revealed to be three monstrous evil corpses with ferocious faces, fangs, and black scale armor on their skins. As their forms were exposed, the three evil corpses let out a wild howl, pouncing forward again. Their speed was several times faster than the previous evil corpses. Buzz. However, at the moment the evil corpses revealed their forms, Little Yan's eyes narrowed. The treasure sword in her hand trembled and unexpectedly flew out from her hand, transforming into a streak of silver light. Like a dragon or snake, it rapidly weaved through the air, encircling the heads of the three monstrous evil corpses in an instant. Immediately, the bodies of the three monstrous evil corpses froze, and the previously forward-pouncing bodies gradually came to a stop. A crack slowly spread across their necks, with black aura surging, causing the three heads to begin slowly falling off. Crunch, crunch, as the heads of the three black strange evil corpses fell to the ground. Their bodies began to frost over, starting from the neck and quickly spreading downward. Soon, the entire headless corpse was frozen. Even the black energy was completely frozen, unable to move. Then, with a flick of little Yan's sword technique, the silver sword light roving all around once again blasted towards the three frozen evil corpses. After a few thunderous roars, the three black, strange, evil corpses were blasted into pieces, falling to the ground. Yet the momentum of the silver sword light was not exhausted and continued to weave through the air. In an instant, it seemed to weave a silver net all around. Wherever it passed, the remaining ordinary evil corpses were all pierced through the head, turning into saturnine ice sculptures. Even the array covering the village with black light was pierced with countless holes and was gradually unraveling. It was that the corpse refining array besieging the Q family village could not withstand little Yan's sharp and unparalleled attack and was slowly collapsing. When the silver sword light reformed into a treasure sword and fell back into little Yan's hand as she sheathed it, Mu Tian and the others were already dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes, watching the terrifying evil corpses that had filled them with utter despair being completely wiped out by little Yan in just a few breaths. Even more incredulous than Mu Tian and the others was the evil cultivator hidden in the shadows. He knew those three iron corpses were painstakingly concocted from remains he stole from ancestral graves of certain families, whose owners were innately strong in their past lives, with perfect innate realm cultivation. After a great deal of trouble, he finally refined them into iron corpses, their strength comparable to Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Originally, he thought by releasing these three trump cards, he could easily capture this group of kids. Surprisingly, the girl who looked to be in her teens proved so formidable. In just the blink of an eye, she not only slew the iron corpses he painstakingly refined, but the array he set up was also severely damaged and would not be easy to repair. Foundation Establishment great success, flying sword skill. Just who is this girl? And that young man who can cast talismans filled with vitality chi within my corpse refining array, who is he? The evil cultivator shivered with dread, immediately intending to retreat. His own realm was merely at the Foundation Establishment's small success, although he saw signs of breakthrough after devouring the bloodlines of many villagers from Q family village. Even if he broke through, he'd still be about the same realm as little Yan. Let alone considering that his painstakingly refined iron corpses were destroyed, greatly depleting his strength. In such a situation, he was no match for this girl skilled in the art of flying swords. Moreover, for someone to be so powerful at such a young age, her background must be unimaginable. Suffice to say, even his master might not be able to provoke such a figure. And that young man capable of casting talismans full of vitality chi in an array choked with death chi made him shudder all the more. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, the evil cultivator's actions were anything but slow. He swiftly formed a spell with his hands. The array surrounding that was collapsing and unraveling unleashed its last bit of power under his urging. Countless black chi gushed from the ground, engulfing the entire Q family village in darkness. Simultaneously, the evil cultivator turned into a black shadow and frenziedly fled out of the village. The evil cultivator knew that the array's last bit of power would be powerless against little Yan and her group, but his purpose was never to harm them. He merely wanted to take advantage of the death chi's concealment to escape. The nature of death chi impedes divine soul sensing. As long as it stalls little Yan and her group for a moment, he could flee freely. With his secret technique, once he entered the dense forest, even someone at the Golden Core realm might not be able to catch him. The evil cultivator's plan was definitely a good one. However, just as he was about to enter the dense forest, thinking he would successfully escape, suddenly an incredibly intense sense of fatality came from behind him. The evil cultivator was shocked, trying to dodge away, but it was too late. He only felt a pain in his chest as a silver flying sword emerged from it, puncturing through the entire forest ahead. His protective secret technique, treasure armor, spiritual power, every defensive measure he had. Before this flying sword, they were like paper, utterly useless. Only at this point did a rolling, thunderous sound finally reach his ears. The evil cultivator widened his eyes, murmuring, "Sword chi thunder sound." So the records in the books were true. Feeling the vitality within him flowing away incessantly, the evil cultivator's heart was filled with despair. This sword of the opponent not only completely destroyed his central meridian, but also eradicated all his vitality with its killing intent. As he was now, unless a great power arrived, he was certainly doomed. "Master, it's all because I didn't listen to your words and came out to plunder living beings, it seems this time. It's an inescapable calamity." As his consciousness began to fade, the evil cultivator suddenly thought of his master's admonition before he left. At the time, his master told him that the world's current trend no longer allowed for the rampant plundering of living beings, urging him to lie low and cultivate in certain dead zones. Although progress was slower, at least it was stable. Sadly, having tasted the rapid cultivation progression from plundering living beings' essence blood, He could no longer endure the tediousness of slowly cultivating by absorbing death chi. So he ultimately ignored his master's words and ventured out to plunder living beings. Little did he expect that even upon specifically seeking a remote small state in the northern border, he couldn't evade the pursuit by these righteous cultivators. Perhaps this is the tribulation we demon cultivators are destined to face. Master, don't come seeking revenge for me. The opponent is someone we cannot afford to offend. The evil cultivator's mind whispered one last time, and then his consciousness plunged completely into darkness. Was that the hidden evil cultivator? In Q family village, Mu Tian and the others looked at the black-robed figure lying on the ground in the distance, hearts full of shock. After a long while, they came back to their senses and couldn't help but ask. Just moments ago, when black chi permeated, they were initially panicked. Then they saw little Yan suddenly surge with power. With a flick of her sword technique, the treasure sword, which had already returned to its sheath, flew out again. Under the roaring thunder sound, not only was all the black chi in front of her blasted away, but also a rapidly escaping figure in the distance was pierced and struck down. The piercing sword chi of the flying sword even plowed deep marks into the ground. Now where they stood, a sword mark over a foot wide spanned across the village and into the forest, extending far into its depths, making the scene extremely striking. Little Yan, junior sister, is this evil cultivator dead? Mu Tian looked at the fallen figure of the evil cultivator in front and asked. The life force attack just now, although formidable, naturally caused no harm to those beside Lu Qing. He should be dead, Little Yan said with some uncertainty. In her sensing, the evil cultivator's aura had dissipated, showing no signs of vitality. But her brother had always said never to fully trust divine soul sensing when facing an enemy. Even if the opponent shows no signs of life, one must remain cautious. Moreover, this evil cultivator was clearly adept at corpse refining, making her even less certain. Little Yan involuntarily looked towards her brother. Lu Qing smiled slightly. Since you're not sure, how did I teach you before? Little Yan recalled and suddenly understood. Then she took out a fiery red talisman from her storage magical artifact. Using her heart and spirit to activate it, suddenly a dragon's roar rang out. A fire dragon flew out towards the evil cultivator lying on the ground. Boom! The power of the fire dragon was immensely strong, comparable to a full force attack of the Foundation Establishment realm. When it landed on the corpse of the evil cultivator, the body was almost visibly burned away swiftly. Before long, only a pile of ashes remained, along with a few black magic artifacts left on the ground. Throughout the process, the evil cultivator didn't move a bit. Brother, he is dead, Little Yan reported to Lu Qing upon seeing this. Mu Tian and the others watched this scene silently. When Lu Qing had spoken earlier, they thought he had taught Little Yan some secret technique to discern whether an enemy was alive. Unexpectedly, it was such a straightforward method. However, with this method, it was confirmed. This evil cultivator was dead beyond doubt. Lu Qing nodded. He could naturally determine if the evil cultivator was truly dead, but the necessary caution was something that Little Yan needed to understand. It seemed now that Little Yan had indeed remembered all his previous teachings. Not bad, it seems you've grasped the essence of Master's swordsmanship, Lu Qing praised. Little Yan's execution of the flying sword technique was effortless, blending seamlessly with her spiritual power's cold attribute. She easily killed an opponent of the Foundation Establishment realm. Such a performance left him quite satisfied. To be honest, Lu Qing was a bit surprised. When Little Yan achieved cultivation and reached the perfect innate realm, Lu Qing asked her what combat cultivation technique she wanted to focus on. To his surprise, the little girl wanted to learn the flying sword technique the most. As a result, Lu Qing specially crafted a high-grade treasure-level flying sword for Little Yan to refine. Over the years, she had been practicing swordsmanship under the master's guidance in Jialai village. It seemed now she had achieved quite a bit. However, in this recent fight, Little Yan didn't use her life-bound flying sword. She only wielded her usual treasure sword. If it had been that flying sword, painstakingly created by Lu Qing with considerable effort, even a golden core realm cultivator could suffer greatly if caught off guard. Hee, brother, I haven't been slacking in cultivation, have I? Little Yan beamed with joy at her brother's praise, just like the little girl always by Lu Qing's side in the past. You've passed the test, and I'll give you a reward later. Lu Qing smiled. Really, Little Yan was even more delighted upon hearing this. The nearby Mu Tian and others understood the siblings' conversation. Indeed, Little Yan must have an extraordinary teacher, but which powerful sect force did she come from? Could it be one of the legendary 3 great secret places? Mu Tian and the others pondered over it and realized that among today's top sect forces, none seemed to have a disciple as talented as Little Yan. After all, Little Yan had just slain a Foundation Establishment realm evil cultivator, and critically she was still so young. Such cultivation talent, even the prodigies among the true disciples of Central State's top sects couldn't compare. The only thing they could think of was the 3 great secret places, known for being discreet and mysterious. The Holy Mountain itself had never been known to have a disciple with such exceptional talent. While the others speculated, Lu Qing stepped forward and gathered the few black magic artifacts left behind after the evil cultivator turned to ashes. Under the fire talisman Dragon's Burn, those evil path artifacts were mostly damaged to varying degrees, diminishing their power greatly. The only item intact was a black jade pendant. Lu Qing looked at the pendant and murmured softly. He sensed that the crafting method of the pendant was rather exquisite, not something a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator could make. Moreover, the aura within it didn't have that ancient feel. Clearly, this was a magic artifact crafted in recent years, not an ancient treasure. "Brother, what's wrong?" Little Yan asked. "It's nothing." Lu Qing shook his head and continued observing the black jade pendant, quietly activating his superpower. Soon, a faint golden superpower light emanated from the pendant. Several lines of information appeared. Xunian Jade Pendant, a high-grade magic artifact made from Xunian Black Jade. Xunian Black Jade, an unusual jade produced deep underground where death energy is dense, quite rare. This jade pendant was crafted by a Golden Core Realm evil cultivator and has effects of guarding the mind and suppressing heart demons. So it's Xunian Black Jade. Lu Qing, after seeing the lines of information, understood. The legacy left by Li Huo sect also mentioned Xunian Black Jade. This black jade is only found in dead and desolate places. It is a unique treasure jade cultivated over countless years of death energy invasion. It has a unique effect on clearing the mind and suppressing heart demons. For cultivators, it is a rare treasure that guards the mind. Especially for evil cultivators and demon cultivators practicing the evil path, this jade is extremely coveted, because evil demon cultivators, due to their cultivation techniques, are prone to heart demons. Xunian Black Jade, infused with death's aura and capable of guarding the mind, is the best exotic treasure for them. The top-grade Xunian Black Jade, even primordial spirit realm evil demon cultivators would be tempted by. However, the Xunian Jade pendant in Lu Qing's hand was made from the most basic low-grade Xunian Black Jade. Its effect on guarding the mind isn't too strong, only effective for Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. For someone like Lu Qing at his level, it's essentially ineffective. However, what Lu Qing was concerned about with this pendant wasn't these aspects, but another piece of information revealed in the earlier lines, crafted by some Golden Core Realm evil cultivator. As expected, there's someone else behind this. Look at the black jade pendant in his hand. A cold glint appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. Looking at the Xuniming jade pendant in his hand, a trace of coldness appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. The figures of the mother and son as dry corpses he saw earlier resurfaced in front of him. Just now, it was little Yan's trial, so he didn't take action. Now, knowing that there is a strong presence behind this evil cultivator, he naturally won't let it go easily. Lu Qing took out an octagonal magical treasure from his Kainkun bag. This magical treasure was something he obtained from the storage magical artifact of a gray-robed man, one of 2 extraterrestrial visitors he had slain earlier. Later, Lu Qing discovered that this magical treasure was quite a mysterious divination-type artifact, named the Xuanji 8 trigrams disc. Its main capability is to trace the origin and calculate causality. Placing the Xuniming Jade pendant into the Xuanji 8 trigrams disc, and upon Lu Qing urging it with his heart and spirit, the disc immediately started rotating, beginning to deduce the causes within. Lu Qing patiently waited. The Xuanji 8 trigrams disc's ability to deduce causality is extremely powerful. As long as the Golden Core Realm behind this evil cultivator does not possess magical treasures or secret techniques to shield causality, it's nearly impossible to escape the deduction of this artifact. As expected, after a period of rotating and calculating by the Xuanji 8 trigrams disc, when it slowly settled down, a thin red smoky line emerged, pointing to the distance. "Brother, what are you doing?" Little Yan asked curiously. As for Mu Tian and others, naturally, they didn't dare to interrupt Lu Qing. From the conversation between the siblings, they all could see Little Yan's reliance on Lu Qing. With Little Yan's strength being so formidable, just how powerful could the Lu Qing she relies on be? Unconsciously, they all became quite awed by Lu Qing. It's nothing much. It seems that there's a strong presence behind this evil cultivator. I'm just using a magical treasure to deduce a bit. Lu Qing smiled. So did brother deduce anything? Little Yan wasn't surprised that there was someone behind the evil cultivator instead, she asked. Lu Qing nodded. I'm planning to go find him. Do you want to come with brother? Yes, yes. Little Yan's eyes lit up. She hadn't gone out with her brother to play for a long time. Then deal with this place first and we'll be off. At this moment, Lu Qing sensed several intense gazes. Turning back, he saw Mu Tian and the others looking eagerly at him. Lu Qing paused. Do you all want to go too? Mu Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then said, all right, then let's go together later. For now, let's deal with the evil corpses in this village. Lu Qing still had a good impression of these friends of little Yan. In the face of such a desperate situation, they chose not to surrender to the evil cultivator. At least in terms of nature, they were considered upright. Letting them come along to gain some insight isn't a bad idea. Upon hearing this, Mu Tian and the others were overjoyed. Next, under Lu Qing's guidance, they gathered all the evil corpses together. Brother Chen, we've checked, and all the evil corpses in the vicinity have been gathered here. Before long, Mu Tian came over and said, "Well done." Lu Qing looked at the pile of dry corpses in the center of the village, sighing. These corpses included the elderly, women, and children, totaling nearly 100. It appeared that all the villagers of Qiu family village were slaughtered by the evil cultivator. The coldness in his heart deepened further as Lu Qing flicked his finger, and a wisp of transparent flame flew out, landing on the pile of corpses. The next moment, overwhelming flames rose, engulfing the entire pile in an instant. These corpses were transformed into evil corpses through the evil cultivator's corpse refining array. Even in death, the death aura within them was still dense, making burial impossible. Leaving them unchecked, if other living creatures come into contact, they could easily be tainted by the death aura, causing unnecessary trouble. The only way is to burn them away, eradicating the death aura within. Lu Qing's nanaming leaving fire was incredibly formidable. Even the remains of those 3 iron corpses couldn't resist it. In a very short time, the mountain-like pile of corpses had been completely incinerated, leaving only some white ash on the ground. Then, Lu Qing dealt with all the array setups left behind by the evil cultivator's corpse refining array in Qiu family village. After completing all this, confirming there were no remaining hidden dangers, Lu Qing said, "All right, get ready to leave." "Brother Chen, which way should we head?" Mu Tian asked at this moment. With that, Lu Qing waved his hand gently, and suddenly a small boat appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding into a boat large enough for several people to stand on. It was none other than the golden small boat, Lu Qing's most commonly used flying artifact. However, at this moment, to conceal his identity, he did not reveal the boat's original appearance. Instead, he altered it slightly, only showing a faint golden glow. But even so, Mu Tian and the others were left gaping. "Is this a flying magical treasure?" Mu Tian looked at the small boat hovering in mid-air, thoroughly shocked, somewhat disbelieving. The expressions of Zhao Feng and the other 3 were quite similar. In these years, with the continuous recovery of spiritual energy, many ancient cave mansions have gradually reappeared in the world. Among them, not only has knowledge been passed down, but some fortunate ones have obtained magical artifacts from ancient times. These magical artifacts, although all lacking in spirit light and reduced in power, have gradually regained some of their former power after being refined and nurtured by cultivators. Among all magical artifacts, those most sought after by cultivators are undoubtedly the flying magical treasures. It's essential to know that flight capability is extremely crucial for cultivators. Whether it's for escaping or pursuing enemies, a cultivator who knows how to fly undoubtedly holds an advantage. Yet the flying technique is not easy to master. Besides true men of the Golden Core realm, who can transform themselves into streams of light to fly with their own abilities, cultivators below the Golden Core realm have only 2 ways to master the flying technique. One is to cultivate a flying secret technique, such as the clear wind wing technique and similar techniques. The second is to rely on external objects like talismans and magical treasures for flight. Among these methods, flying magical treasures are the most valuable and rare. After all, flying magical treasures not only are incredibly fast, but also possess strong defensive capabilities. They can ensure that a cultivator is not easily ambushed during flight, making them truly one of the best magical treasures. The problem is, flying magical treasures are exceedingly rare, and very few sects across the land possess such treasures. They are almost always controlled by the leadership of major sects, rarely allowed out unless absolutely necessary. Thus, seeing Lu Qing casually bring out a flying magical treasure left Mu Tian and the others astounded. "Let's go." Lu Qing was already accustomed to Mu Tian and the others' repeated expressions of surprise, holding little Li as he first stepped onto the flying boat. Then it was little Yan and Wu Xing who also went up. Finally, Mu Tian and the others, carrying both confusion and anxiety, cautiously boarded the flying boat. Seeing everyone was aboard, Lu Qing urged it with his heart and spirit, and the flying boat immediately transformed into a stream of light, speeding off in the direction the Xuanji 8 trigrams disc had deduced earlier. The golden flying boat piloted by Lu Qing continued its swift journey northward. Before long, it entered the Arctic region, where the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and it was at this time that he led the group on their journey. In a cave mansion surrounded by frost, an elder in a black robe was looking angrily at a shattered jade token in his hand. "Hanger's life plate has shattered, he's dead. Who killed him?" In his shock and anger, the black-robed elder immediately used a secret technique to calculate with his heart and spirit. but the result of the calculation was a blur, revealing nothing, making it impossible to identify the murderer of his beloved disciple. Upon seeing this, the expression of the black-robed elder became immediately grave. There were only two explanations for such a result. One was that an exotic treasure had been used by the opponent to obscure the mysteries of the heavens at the time of Mo Heng's murder. The other was that the person who killed Mo Heng had a cultivation far superior to his own. This is why he couldn't calculate any clues. Neither of these scenarios was good news for the black-robed elder. The former indicated that the opponent had a deep background, extraordinary insight, and knew to use an exotic treasure to block the heavenly secrets before taking action. The latter was even more frightening, as someone stronger than him, an evil cultivator newly into the Golden Core realm, could only be one of the most top-notch existences among the righteous cultivators. What exactly did Hanger do outside to bring about such a deadly disaster? I had warned him long ago that in today's world, the righteous forces are strong. We should try to be patient and lurk, gather strength, and only then might we have a chance to contend with the righteous in the future. But he just couldn't resist the taste of refining human essence blood. Now, he has indeed encountered retribution. If earlier, the black-robed elder still had some thoughts of seeking revenge for his disciple. Now, seeing that he couldn't calculate any information, that bit of anger had already completely dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by vigilance, because he wasn't sure whether his good disciple had confessed his location before dying. No, this cave mansion can no longer be stayed in. Although he knew his good disciple wasn't likely to betray him, the black-robed elder didn't want to take that risk. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of avenging his disciple, only thinking of leaving quickly to find a new place to hide. He knew that because of the existence of the Holy Mountain, the current righteous forces were very enthusiastic about pursuing and exterminating these evil demon cultivators. So despite having multiple layers of array protection in his cave mansion, the black-robed elder still didn't dare to risk staying here any longer. Just pack the stuff and leave. The black-robed elder was a decisive person. After making up his mind, he immediately began to pack the items in the cave mansion. The main thing he packed was the array formation materials in the cave mansion. He had been managing this secluded cave mansion for a long time. Inside and out, 5 layers of arrays were laid around the cave mansion. Most of the resources collected over the years were invested in these. As long as he took these array materials away, he could set up a new cave mansion at the next secluded place with ease. The black-robed elder felt he was decisive enough upon knowing the disciple's death. He immediately decided to leave. However, just as he collected the materials for the first layer of the array, his body froze suddenly, because he sensed a few auras suddenly appearing in the sky above. The black-robed elder froze in place, not daring to move. Although the few auras in the sky weren't strong, only at the innate realm level, he could easily crush them with a flick of his finger. But for some mere innate realm cultivators to appear in the sky was extremely unusual in itself. Coupled with the fact that someone appeared above his cave mansion just after Mo Heng died, it was even more peculiar. One must know that his cave mansion, under the cover of the array, was very secretive. Cultivators below the Golden Core realm could hardly discover. For a moment, the black-robed elder didn't dare to make any rash moves. He just cautiously sensed the movements above, hoping their presence here was just a coincidence. He didn't dare to continue dismantling the array materials either. If they were indeed after him, the arrays in the cave mansion would be a significant help for him. "Brother, are you saying the person is down there?" In the sky, little Yan looked at the expanse of ice below with some confusion. In her perception, the ice field below seemed unremarkable, with nothing special about it. It can't be wrong. Lu Qing looked at the karma red line activated by the Xuanji Bagua plate, pointing straight down, and in his own perception, there was an obvious flow of array aura movements. The opponent has set up an array to cover up their cave mansion. But unfortunately, the opponent's array techniques evidently don't include anything that can shield against karma. Moreover, the opponent's array comprehension was average, enough to fool little Yan and other cultivators below Golden Core realm. But to someone like him, a grandmaster in arrays, the array aura was all too obvious. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, little Yan suddenly realized. She knew her brother was extremely proficient in arrays, so if he said so, it must be true. As for Mu Tian and others, upon hearing the conversation between the siblings, they immediately looked down and observed carefully. But with their cultivation, how could they possibly see through an array set by a Golden Core realm true man? However, they knew that Lu Qing wouldn't speak carelessly. Since they couldn't see any clues, it must mean that the opponent's array was sophisticated and beyond what they could comprehend. Therefore, after observing with no result, Mu Tian asked Brother Chen, "The opponent is hiding in the cave mansion, how can we force him out?" "It's simple," Lu Qing replied indifferently. With that said, he stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and slowly grasped outward. Seeing this, Mu Tian and the others were a bit dumbfounded. They were wondering what Lu Qing intended to do with this action. The next moment, their eyes widened. As Lu Qing stretched out his hand, the sky within dozens of miles around changed dramatically. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth rapidly gathered. The gathering speed even directly stirred up a spiritual energy storm. Under such a terrifying amount of gathered spiritual energy, a massive magic palm began to visibly condense. Within a few breaths, a gigantic glazed palm, spanning several miles wide, appeared in the sky. At the moment the giant palm fully took form, an indescribably powerful pressure appeared out of thin air. It completely suppressed everything in the surrounding space. This. The astonishing scene almost made Mu Tian and the others' eyes pop out. They stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, stammering a few incoherent words without managing a complete sentence. And in their stunned gaze, Lu Qing's hand pressed downward. With this action, the enormous five-colored glazed palm across the sky also stirred up countless celestial gales, descending on the ice field below with an earth-shattering momentum. "What is that?" In the hidden sanctuary beneath the ice plain, the black-robed elder lifted his head, his face full of horror. Although he couldn't directly see the situation outside, the divine senses of the Golden Core Realm were a more mystical ability than eyesight. Coupled with the aid of formation magic, he could feel everything happening outside with utmost clarity. So when he sensed through the array in the cave mansion that a gigantic radiant hand emitting a glazed light appeared in the sky. The black-robed elder couldn't help but open his mouth wide. His heart was full of terror, and even a trace of confusion appeared, because he simply didn't know how such an overwhelming force in the form of a magic giant palm had suddenly appeared. And before the black-robed elder could figure out what was happening, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. He saw that gigantic glazed palm descend from the sky, crushing down toward his location. This is bad. At that moment, the black-robed elder knew that the adversary was targeting him, but even understanding this, it was already too late. The menace radiated by the gigantic radiant hand in the sky was horrifying. This descending force was as if the sky was collapsing. If he didn't quickly respond, he feared he would be crushed on the spot. "Rise for me." At this moment, the black-robed elder couldn't care about hiding anymore. He opened his eyes wide, his heart and spirit surged out, and he immediately activated the array in the cave mansion fully. As the array began to operate, the nature's spiritual energy around them started to fluctuate. A large amount of spiritual energy was devoured by the array, then transformed into layers of defense, guarding the entire cave mansion. There really is someone hiding beneath the ice plain. Such commotion naturally couldn't escape the notice of the people in the sky. The group led by Mu Tian felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy below and immediately responded. They realized that indeed, as Lu Qing had said, someone was hidden beneath the ice plain. Moreover, the location was exactly below the palm center of the gigantic glazed palm Lu Qing had unleashed. Boom. The gigantic radiant hand descended rapidly, its violent celestial gale slicing the ice plain below into countless cracks, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Then, under the immensely shocked gazes of Mu Tian and the others, the gigantic glazed palm landed on the ice plain. Instantly, the earth shook and mountains quaked. The enormous glazed palm, several miles wide, gripped the ice plain. 5 fingers, like sky-reaching pillars, pierced through the ice layer, penetrating hundreds of meters deep below. However, this was not the end. As Lu Qing's hand clenched, the gigantic glazed palm contracted correspondingly. The 5 sky-reaching fingers moved, tearing the ice plain earth, quickly converging and shrinking. Wherever it passed, the ice layer shattered, glaciers were crushed, completely unable to resist the gigantic glazed palm by even a fraction. Once the fingers converged, Lu Qing's arm lifted again. The resulting effect was even more terrifying. A cacophony of booming noises emanated from beneath the ice plain. That was the sound of the ice layer cracking. Then Mu Tian and the others saw the gigantic glazed palm lifting a massive ice pillar, nearly 100 meters wide and several hundred meters thick, into the air. From afar, it looked as if an ancient giant was displaying boundless divine skills. Forcibly extracting a massive ice mountain from the vast ice plain appeared incredibly awe-inspiring. The gigantic glazed palm grasped the ice mountain, steadily rising. Meanwhile, the palm's incomparably powerful sealing and crushing force continued grinding the ice mountain. The ice debris scattered all around, whipped by the celestial gale stirred up by the palm, creating a fierce miniature blizzard on the ice plain. As the ice mountain continued to be ground down, when the gigantic glazed palm returned to the high sky. The entire ice mountain's volume had shrunk significantly, becoming a massive ice ball only 100 meters large, with various light rays protruding from within. Because of those colored lights, the magic giant palm finally encountered resistance, slowing its contraction considerably. Noticing this, Lu Qing temporarily halted, stopping the mana propulsion, causing the gigantic palm to pause. The palm stopped, the celestial gale slowly subsided, and the blizzard began to gradually fade away. At this time, Mu Tian and the others finally saw the scene inside the gigantic glazed palm. The The palm's position gripped a massive ice ball of 100 meters in size. Through the ice layer, they could see that inside the ice ball, there seemed to be a cave mansion, protected by layers of array formation light screen. But under the oppressive force of the gigantic glazed palm, that light screen, seemingly immensely sturdy and highly defensible, now appeared precarious and unstable, seemingly ready to shatter it. Seeing such a scene naturally left Mu Tian and the others deeply shocked. It was a scene they never dared even dream of witnessing, truly unimaginable what kind of terrifying power this represented. Just as Mu Tian and the others felt it was equally unbelievable, so did the black-robed elder within the ice ball. He never imagined that the cave mansion he'd painstakingly set up with layers of protective array would one day be lifted into the sky. Such divine skills and power were entirely beyond his imagination. Mo Heng, that rebellious disciple, what exactly did he do outside to provoke such a terrifying being? The black-robed elder hid in the cave mansion, his body cold, feeling both fearful and perplexed. His rebellious disciple's cultivation was at the level of small success foundation establishment. In the northern border region, this naturally counted as a master. But across the entire world, it would just be equivalent to the true disciple level of those major sects in Central State. What merit or ability did he have to provoke such a powerful existence to act? No wonder he couldn't deduce any information earlier. It turned out that the one who killed Mo Heng was such a terrifying force. In an instant, the black-robed elder's mind figured out many things, but he dared not move at all, let alone venture out to confront. Facing this opponent who was overwhelmingly powerful, he felt completely devoid of fighting spirit. He could only pray that the array in the cave mansion could withstand the adversary. While the black-robed elder was praying, the next moment, a creaking sound wiped out his last fantasy, seeing the gigantic magic palm, which had stopped contracting, move once more. With this movement, the precarious array formation light screen immediately failed. Like a candle in the storm, it collapsed instantly. The array he'd painstakingly crafted and set up shattered in a matter of moments. The entire cave mansion exploded suddenly, completely disintegrating. Thump, the array was breached, the cave mansion destroyed. The black-robed elder, bound by heart and spirit, immediately spewed a large mouthful of blood, his divine soul heavily wounded. But he couldn't care about this injury now, feeling that colossal sealing and crushing force, demolishing the cave mansion, then continuing to push toward him. The black-robed elder's heart and spirit finally collapsed. He disregarded any dignity as a golden core true man, immediately pleading loudly for mercy. "Spare me, senior, spare me." Upon hearing the black-robed elder's plea, the vast force suddenly halted, only sealing him, not immediately crushing him. Then the originally enormous magic giant palm, several miles in size, began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it became only 3 meters large, pinching the black-robed elder, flying in front of a flying boat, emitting a faint golden glow. The glazed palm, reduced to several meters in size, held the old man in the black robe and came before the flying boat. Throughout the process, the old man in the black robe remained very obedient, not daring to make a single move, because he could feel that although the palm holding him had shrunk, its power was even more condensed. If he dared to make any movements, the powerful force would explode, and he would likely be crushed instantly. But when he saw the incredibly young-looking Lu Qing on the flying boat, his eyes widened abruptly, showing an expression of extreme shock. Lu Qing was also observing the details of the old man in the black robe. With superpower activated within a few breaths, he already understood the identity of the person before him. He said faintly, "Are you Mo Heng's master?" Upon hearing this, the old man in the black robe was first stunned, then a surge of uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. He hadn't expected that the traitorous disciple did indeed betray him. At once, the old man in the black robe quickly said, "Your Excellence, I have long severed the master-disciple relationship with that traitor and have no idea what he has done outside. It has nothing to do with me." At this moment, the old man in the black robe wished he could grind the traitorous disciple to dust. If it weren't for him, how could he have suffered this undeserved calamity? Not only was the cave mansion, painstakingly built with immense effort, utterly destroyed, but his very life was at someone else's mercy. How could he not hate this in his heart? "Nothing to do with you." Lu Qing sneered, "The Xunaming jade pendant on Mo Heng is refined by you, right? If not for deep master-disciple affection, would you have been willing to give him such treasure? Your Excellence is wronged." The old man in the black robe felt uneasy, yet quickly proclaimed his innocence. "It's true I refined the Xunaming jade pendant, but that traitor stole it while I was in seclusion. Because of this matter, I expelled him from the sect, severing all ties. Then you truly have deep feelings in righteousness, severing the master-disciple relationship, yet not reclaiming such a treasure." Lu Qing chuckled. "Enough, don't try these tricks on me. Even if you indeed severed ties with Mo Heng, so what? Don't tell me you've attained this devil technique purely through your own efforts. Your sins are far heavier than your disciple Mo Heng's. So before you die, feel for a good while the agony that the living creatures you harmed once endured. With that, he flicked his fingers, sending a wave of energy. Your Excellence. Hearing Lu Qing's gradually chilling tone, the old man in the black robe sensed danger. He was about to speak to continue pleading, but hadn't yet when the wave was already in front of him. Being suppressed by the colorful glazed palm, the old man in the black robe had no way to evade, only able to show terror as he watched the wave fall upon him. Immediately, he fell into an incredibly terrifying illusion realm. Within the illusion realm, he became an ordinary person, and all the living creatures he had once harmed transformed into fierce ghosts, seeking revenge, returning to him 100-fold the pain he once inflicted upon them. Ah, no, no. The old man in the black robe, trapped in the illusion realm, had a horribly twisted expression, emitting dreadfully shrill screams. However, strangely enough, even though his expression showed extreme fear, his eyes were terribly hollow, sending chills down Mu Tian and the others. This way, after screaming for a full quarter hour, the old man in the black robe finally couldn't withstand the torment of the illusion realm, and his heart and spirit began to crumble. Lots of black energy surged out from his body, transforming into fierce ghosts that started tearing at the old man in the black robe. It was because the old man in the black robe's heart and spirit had collapsed, unable to suppress the devil technique's backlash. Eventually, under the countless spirits' bites, the old man in the black robe died completely in endless agony. The physical body was entirely consumed, transformed into black energy, turning into evil spirits trying to break out within the colorful glazed palm. However, even the old man in the black robe himself was like an ant before Lu Qing. This aftermath of the devil technique's backlash could never escape the sealing power of the colorful glazed palm. Lu Qing merely gently clenched his hand. Under the strong sealing power activated, all the evil spirits formed from the black energy in the palm shattered instantly, disintegrating to nothing. Only a few black magic artifacts remained. Lu Qing dissipated the colorful glazed palm and took the few black magic artifacts in his hand. In the high sky, everything returned to calm, but Mu Tian and others' heart and spirit remained in turbulent waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Looking at Lu Qing, their eyes were full of awe. They couldn't help it ever since coming to this icy land. Everything they saw had been too shocking. The astonishing divine skills displayed by Lu Qing had completely surpassed their understanding of cultivation. With a mere press, he could summon an enormous and terrifying palm of several miles. With a gentle lift, he could directly grab an iceberg out of the icy land. Even the true man in the golden core realm hiding in the cave mansion had no resistance and was easily refined to death. They couldn't imagine what kind of cultivation and divine skills were needed to accomplish such terrifying feats. And what level had Lu Qing's realm reached? Lu Qing didn't mind the gaze of Mu Tian and the others. He was scrutinizing the few black magic artifacts in his hand. He mainly focused on a black jade pendant. The magic artifacts left by the old man in the black robe were all evil path artifacts, of no great use to him. The only useful item should be this Xunaming jade pendant. The jade pendant left by the old man in the black robe was larger than the one Moheng had. The black color was much deeper, and the jade quality was more crystal clear. Lu Qing activated his superpower, had a look, and then a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. Indeed, the material of this Xunaming jade pendant was much superior to the piece left by Moheng previously, made with high-grade Xunaming black jade. Its effect was also much stronger, capable of helping cultivators at the Golden Core Realm to guard against the Heart Demon. After investigating, Lu Qing put everything away. He possessed superpower, able to easily enter a cultivation state similar to sudden enlightenment. Heart Demon issues wouldn't affect him, and the Xunaming black jade was of little use, but it could be of use to Master and Little Yan. So he planned to take it back and refine it again for Master and Little Yan to wear. "Brother, where are we going now?" Seeing Lu Qing put away those magic artifacts, Little Yan asked. Among everyone present, she was the most calm from start to finish. Even though she was also amazed by the means her brother displayed, in her heart her brother was omnipotent. Therefore, regardless of what divine skills her brother exhibited, she found them perfectly natural. "We'll return to the village first." Lu Qing replied. Meanwhile, he reached out to pat Little Lei and 5 elements on the head. He still had a stroke of luck here, belonging to these 2 little ones. "Brother Chen, Little Yan, are you leaving?" Mu Tian and the others heard the siblings' conversation and asked. "Yes, Little Yan has been out for a while now. It's time for her to go back and settle down." "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Lu Qing nodded. In fact, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the evil cultivator, he would have taken Little Yan away from that small town long ago. "You can just take us back to Lin's state, Brother Chen." Hearing this, Mu Tian and the others felt reluctant, but they dared not express it. Lu Qing's cultivation was unimaginably high, able to easily crush even Golden Core true men. A person like this, once they decide on something, always follows through. They were just small innate realm cultivators and did not dare to overstep. Just to Lin's state, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. From the Jade Talisman messages Little Yan had sent, he knew they were not from the northern border. They were just traveling here. Yes, we still have sect training tasks to complete and need to stay in the northern border for a while. Mu Tian quickly replied. In that case, I'll take you back first. Lu Qing nodded, his mind moved slightly, and the flying boat turned into a stream of light, piercing the sky and flying swiftly away. When they arrived in Lin State, Lu Qing landed the flying boat, and Mu Tian and the others got off. They respectfully bowed to Lu Qing. No problem then everyone until we meet again. Lu Qing smiled. Brother Mu, Brother Zhao, Brother Wu, Senior Sister Qin, goodbye. Little Yan waved to them. Goodbye, Little Yan, Mu Tian and the others responded. Zhao Feng wanted to say something more but couldn't open his mouth in the end. The next moment, the flying boat had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Zhao Feng stared blankly in the direction the flying boat left, his expression dazed. The other three looked at each other, and in the end, it was Mu Tian who stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't think about it, Little Yan's background is too much for inner sect disciples like us to reach. I know. Zhao Feng showed a bitter smile. Not to mention Little Yan's identity, just her cultivation was beyond his reach. She had reached great success in the Foundation establishment realm and mastered the mysterious and unfathomable flying sword skill, easily slaying cultivators of the same level. Such strength and foundation even his master could not match. In his sect, she would be a top figure second only to the sect master of the Golden Core realm. Thinking about all this, Zhao Feng's heart felt even more bitter. Mu Tian saw his expression and didn't know what to say, so he just patted his shoulder again. On the other hand, Wu Wenyuan and Qin Wuxu started discussing. Do you think this brother Chen is that person? I think he definitely is. Who else but that person could have such divine skills at such a young age? I didn't expect Little Yan to be that person's sister. Legend has it that when that person traveled, a little girl was always with him. Could it be Little Yan? Yes, we should have thought of that. It said that when that person traveled the world, there was also a spiritual fox and a spiritual snake with him, just like the ones with Little Yan. You can't blame us. Ever since that person became famous, many people have been fond of raising spiritual foxes and spiritual snakes. What are you talking about? Mu Tian asked, hearing their conversation. We were discussing whether Brother Chen is the legendary supreme who cultivated on the holy mountain, Qin Wuxu answered. What? Why do you think that? Mu Tian was shocked, but soon he was stunned. The sect records, the legends of that person, flashed through his mind, and the various miraculous and unimaginable methods he had witnessed from Little Yan's brother. Suddenly, it was as if a thunderclap resounded in his mind. Many things became clear to him all at once. It really might be that person. No, besides that person, who else in the world could treat Golden Core true men like nothing and easily kill them? Mu Tian realized it with sudden clarity. It was no wonder he had been slow to react, as he never imagined he would ever have an encounter with that person. After all, that person was recognized as the strongest in the world. 10 years ago, he had a record of easily killing a Golden Core true man in front of countless people, a supreme existence that top sects and even several great secret lands revered. No wonder Little Yan is such a powerful Foundation establishment realm expert at such a young age if she's that person's sister. It all makes sense. Mu Tian realized. Little Yan is actually that person's sister. Zhao Feng, who had been dazing, mumbled, hearing their conversation. Little Yan, what do you think of those friends of yours? On the golden flying boat, Lu Qing asked. Brother Mu and Sister Qin, they're all very nice. Little Yan answered without thinking. What about Zhao Feng? Lu Qing continued to ask. Brother Zhao. Little Yan tilted her head to think. Brother Zhao seems to be quite silent and doesn't talk much. I don't talk to him often, he's a bit of a reserved person. Lu Qing looked at the innocence on Little Yan's face and suddenly laughed, knowing his worries were unnecessary. The little girl was still naive, and those things were far from her concern. Lu Qing's cultivation had increased, and his control of the golden flying boat's speed was now incredibly fast. Even returning from the northern border to Kang State didn't take long. However, after returning to Kang County, Lu Qing didn't go back to Jiulai village immediately. Instead, he took Little Yan and Little Li directly to the valley where the Jade Cave was located in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Brother, weren't we going back to the village? Why are we coming to the Jade Cave first? Stepping off the flying boat, Little Yan was puzzled. In the past 10 years, Lu Qing had already told his master and Little Yan about the Jade Cave's location. Sometimes, when she needed to close up for a breakthrough, Little Yan would also bring Little Lei and others to practice here for a while, so she was quite familiar with this place. No rush to return to the village, let's finish some other things first. Lu Qing looked at the valley, not having been here for some years. The changes in the valley were not significant. Besides the more dense spiritual energy, everything was more or less the same as years ago. He first went to Li Weishan's grave to pay his respects, then looked at Little Li and 5 Elements. Little Li and 5 Elements trembled slightly. They felt a seriousness in Lu Qing's gaze. Little Li, 5 Elements, you've been at the Foundation Establishment Perfect Realm for quite some time. Have you recently sensed any opportunity for a breakthrough? Sure enough, Lu Qing asked them a question that sent a shiver down their spine. As early as 10 years ago, little Li had already stepped into the realm of perfect foundation establishment. As for the five elements, that was even earlier. Gifted with extraordinary talent, it was already a spiritual beast at perfect foundation establishment while still in the secret realm. Its physical body was particularly strong, comparable to the Golden Core early stage. Originally, 10 years ago, little Li and the five elements were eligible to cross the tribulation. However, back then, after observing the elder doctor's tribulation crossing, they felt the terror of the heavenly tribulation. Later, they learned that the Golden Core tribulation had different levels, which would affect their future path. Unexpectedly, they both proposed to temporarily not cross the tribulation, to continue honing and accumulating their foundation, to build a stronger base during the Golden Core tribulation. Lu Qing was naturally pleased with the ambition of these two little ones. Therefore, over the past 10 years, he did not urge them to cross the tribulation, allowing them to continue accumulating and honing. Now, hearing Lu Qing's sudden inquiry, little Li and the five elements felt somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, little Li said, "These years, I have been diligently cultivating the techniques in the bloodline legacy, honing my own foundation, and now I have almost reached the limit, with no further progress possible. I can cross the tribulation at any time, but I'm unsure of what level of heavenly tribulation I can trigger. I'm about the same, I've honed to the limit." The five-colored winged snake also nodded. Little Li has a bloodline legacy back. When it stepped into the innate realm, it awakened part of the bloodline legacy. Over these years, as its realm rose, it also cultivated the techniques from the legacy to a deep level. Up until now, it has almost dug into the limit of its potential, with hardly any further progress possible. As for the five-colored winged snake, that is even more so. It was nurtured from the five-element secret realm, a strange spiritual beast with no father or mother, born of nature. Its bloodline lacks a legacy, and it can only cultivate by instinct. Thus, over these 10 years, its progress is even less than little Li's. Have you reached the limit? Lu Qing nodded slightly. He took out 2 jade bottles from the bag of universe and chi. Here are 2 portions of true blood, exchanged from a predecessor of mutant beasts. That predecessor has powerful strength, deep cultivation, and its bloodline is extraordinarily ancestral. Look to see if these 2 portions of true blood are of any use to you. Lu Qing opened the stopper of 1 jade bottle, and an unusual fragrance wafted out. The true blood refined by the old dragon turtle not only lacked the smell of blood, but also carried a peculiar fragrance. Little Li and the five elements smelled the peculiar fragrance and immediately widened their eyes, staring intensely at the jade bottle in Lu Qing's hand. Their spiritual beast instinct told them that the contents of the jade bottle had great allure for them. If they could refine it, they would likely gain unimaginable benefits. Especially the five-colored winged snake, whose heart raced with emotion. It felt that the treasure inside the jade bottle was even more alluring than the lotus seeds of the five elements' treasure lotus. If not for the deep-seated reverence for its master suppressing it, it almost couldn't resist snatching the jade bottle right away. "Ah Qing, you say this is for us?" Little Li asked excitedly. "Of course, but you must act within your means. These 2 portions of true blood are extraordinary, sourced from a highly exceptional predecessor of mutant beasts, and might not be easy to refine." Lu Qing handed the 2 bottles of true blood to little Li and the five elements. The source of these 2 portions of true blood is that of the 9 tribulation mutant beast ancestor dragon. Although by the time it reached the old dragon turtle generation, the bloodline had been diluted by an unimaginable extent, it was still not to be underestimated. Thus Lu Qing specially reminded them, "Don't worry, Ah Qing, we will remember." Little Li took the jade bottle, extremely excited. "All right, then you guys go inside the cave and refine them, I'll protect you." In no time in the jade cave, little Li and the five elements had each taken a position, ready to start refining the true blood from the jade bottles. Lu Qing, along with little Yan, protected them both. Watching little Li and the five elements swallow down the true blood and begin refining, a hint of anticipation appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. The true blood given by the old dragon turtle had been pre-examined by superpower and showed no issues. Moreover, the information from the superpower investigation included a note. If gifted living creatures were to refine the true blood, there was even a slight chance of acquiring the genuine ancestor dragon source bloodline. Neither little Li nor the five elements were ordinary spiritual beasts. Needless to say, the five elements being born of nature and nurtured from the secret realm had an innate presence of five elements power within its body. It belongs to an extremely rare existence throughout the world, and little Li is no less remarkable. Though the heritage and foundation of the Black Knight Spirit Fox clan may not be as exaggerated as the five-colored winged snake, it is nonetheless incomparable to ordinary spiritual beasts. More importantly, little Li has, since following Lu Qing, had several opportunities. Not only has it transformed several times, greatly deepening its foundation, It also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, and when it comes to potential, it might be even more exaggerated than the 5 elements. Thus, Lu Qing has quite some expectation for the result of their true blood refining. If they strike a stroke of luck, even if they fail to awaken the ancestor dragon source bloodline, merely awakening the Suan Nai source bloodline would still be excellent. In Lu Qing's anticipation, little Li and the 5 elements were earnestly refining the true blood, and as the true blood was continuously refined and integrated into their bodies, a faint presence of imposing power gradually emerged from them. That presence wasn't strong, yet it was heart-stirring. Even Lu Qing felt a touch of trepidation. It looks like they are refining quite smoothly. Lu Qing, seeing this, felt a sense of joy. So far, little Li in the 5 elements refining process had been very smooth, without any disturbance. That enigmatic presence presumably leaked from the true blood. Time passed bit by bit, and throughout the process of refining the true blood, little Li in the 5 elements didn't exhibit any abnormalities. On the contrary, the presence emerging from their bodies began to gradually thicken. Finally, reaching a critical point, the 2 little ones' bodies quaked simultaneously. Following this, a strong suction emanated from their bodies, devouring the rich spiritual energy within the cave chamber ravenously. Masses of spiritual energy gathered, directly forming white mist, engulfing their bodies. Witnessing this, Lu Qing activated the spell, initiating the big array within the chamber to absorb the spiritual energy from the radius of dozens of miles in the outside world, supplying the little ones for their transformation. The reason he chose for little Lei and the 5 elements to refine the true blood in the Jade Cave was precisely for this moment. Under the enhancement of the cave's big array, their transformation could be made smoother. The transformation of little Lei and the 5 elements lasted nearly half a day. During this time, they continuously absorbed spiritual energy, hidden beneath the dense spiritual energy white mist. If not for the dense spiritual energy of the 10,000 great mountains over these 10 years, even with the big array's enhancement, it might have been difficult to supply such ravenous devouring. Finally, as the transformation within them neared its end, little Lei and the 5 elements ceased absorbing spiritual energy. The white mist gradually dispersed, revealing their figures. When the white mist dispersed, revealing little Lei and the others once again, Lu Qing and little Yan discovered that the appearances of the 2 spiritual beasts had undergone significant changes. First was the 5 elements. The originally colorful stripes had become orderly, transforming into mysterious 5-colored secret patterns, interwoven on their bodies. The small pair of budding horns on their heads had grown significantly, extending to a full 3 inches long. The texture resembled white jade, wrapped with rings of purple secret patterns, looking extremely mysterious. The wings on their backs had also enlarged significantly, with mysterious runes surfacing on them. Most importantly, the originally smooth abdomen now had 4 silver sharp claws, also interwoven with secret patterns, exuding a sharp aura. Then looking at little Li's side, the originally flame-like black fur had become even more profound and mysterious. Like an endless abyss, just looking at it gave a feeling of being completely devoured. A streak of golden fur appeared on the head, forming a divine rune, resembling a mysterious closed vertical eye. The previously white glove-like paws now also had strands of golden secret patterns within the white fur, making little Li appear not only mysterious, but also exuding elegance and nobility. Seeing the changes in little Lei and the 5 elements, Lu Qing smiled. It was evident that the refinement of true blood had greatly benefited these 2 little ones. Lu Qing then activated superpower, looking at the 2 little ones. He first looked towards the 5 elements. Gazing for a moment, he saw an incredibly intense purple superpower light emerge from the 5 elements. Several strings of information floated out. 5 elements winged serpent, a peculiar spiritual beast born with the power of the 5 elements. Cultivation, perfect foundation establishment. Nourished by the power of the 5 elements, the physical body is strong, comparable to the initial golden core stage. This spiritual beast was originally a spiritual snake. After swallowing and refining dragon turtle true blood, the bloodline transformed and evolved further into a serpent dragon lineage. Due to the strong origin of the refined true blood, the bloodline potential has greatly increased, showing a hint of transformation into a true dragon. After reading the 5 elements information, Lu Qing turned his gaze to little Lei. Before long, an equally intense purple superpower light appeared, even more profound than that of the 5 elements. Dark Knight Dragon Raccoon, a spiritual beast whose bloodline has undergone several transformations, female, juvenile, cultivation, perfect foundation establishment stage, extremely fast speed, unmatched sharp claws, capable of cutting through anything. After swallowing and refining dragon turtle true blood, the bloodline further transformed, becoming a dragon raccoon. Due to the strong origin of the refined true blood, the bloodline potential has greatly increased, showing a hint of transformation into a true dragon. After reading through little Li and the 5 elements information, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. these two little ones did not disappoint him. After refining Dragon Turtle True Blood, not only did their bloodlines transform, they even awakened potential, hinting at future evolution into true dragons. You must know, according to the information Lu Qing obtained from the Jade Scroll left by the two extraterrestrial visitors. In the outside world, only mutant beasts with a primordial spirit at the level of 3 tribulations or higher, containing concentrated dragon blood, are qualified to be called true dragons. The power difference between each of the 9 tribulations of the primordial spirit is vast, worlds apart. Little Li and the 5 elements possessing such potential could indeed attain the primordial spirit realm in the future. How do you both feel? Seeing the two little ones awaken, Lu Qing asked. Ah Qing, the true blood you gave us is truly miraculous. I feel my bloodline has undergone a great transformation, Little Li said excitedly. The 5 elements beside also nodded repeatedly. It too felt that its bloodline had become extremely powerful through transformation. Of course, the true blood I gave you comes from an ancient mutant beast of the primordial spirit's 9 tribulations and beyond. Its power can be said to tower above all realms, its bloodline's miraculousness beyond imagination. You are fortunate to have merged with a trace of its descendants' true blood. Thoroughly explore its potential in the future for immense benefits. Little Li and the 5 elements' bloodlines, though transformed, were limited by their realm, so their power hadn't increased much yet. However, after they crossed the Golden Core Tribulation, a surge in strength is sure to follow. True blood from the offspring of ancient mutant beasts beyond the primordial spirit's 9 tribulations. Upon hearing this, Little Li and the 5 elements were stunned. They didn't know what the primordial spirit's 9 tribulations represented, but they knew that the Golden Core realm was already immensely powerful. The existence beyond the primordial spirit realm must be unfathomably terrifying to them. Your bloodlines have just transformed in the coming days. Take time to refine and adapt, Lu Qing said. Little Li nodded forcefully. Ah Qing, I can feel that after this refining process, I'll be able to cross the tribulation. The 5 elements nodded in agreement as well. Good, focus on your cultivation and strive to cross the tribulation soon. With that, Lu Qing flicked 2 streams of light, landing before the 2 little ones. These were 2 lotuses emitting a 5-colored light. These 2 lotus seeds are the result of the supreme spiritual medicine, the treasure lotus of 5 elements. After consuming and refining them, it shouldn't take long for you to refine your bloodlines to perfection again. The lotus seeds of the treasure lotus of 5 elements contain vast life energy, and since they encompass the 5 elements, they can be consumed by any living creatures. It's just that those not practicing 5 elements cultivation would waste some of the medicinal power. Holding the lotus seeds and sensing the immense life energy within, Little Li and the 5 elements were overjoyed, especially the 5 elements, for whom the 5 elements lotus seed is exceedingly important. With this lotus seed, it felt more confident about the upcoming Golden Core Tribulation. In the following days, Lu Qing had Little Li and the 5 elements continue their cultivation in the Jade Cave. He continued to protect them and occasionally guided Little Yan in her cultivation. Given Lu Qing's current cultivation realm, his insights were profound. Every piece of guidance went straight to the point, making it easy for Little Yan to understand and resolve the issues she encountered in her cultivation. Thus, while Little Li and the others honed themselves, Little Yan's cultivation progressed rapidly as well. Step by step, she was advancing toward the next realm, and it seemed it wouldn't be long before she would officially enter the state of perfect foundation establishment. This way, under Lu Qing's guidance, the cultivation of the 3 little ones progressed by leaps and bounds. Finally, more than 10 days after refining the Dragon Turtle True Blood and transforming their bloodlines, Little Li excitedly told Lu Qing that it sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. On the same day, the 5 elements emerged, telling Lu Qing that it had sensed the aura of crossing the tribulation. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the peak where Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor once crossed the Golden Core Tribulation, having been ravaged by 2 major heavenly tribulations, this original magnificent, enormous peak has now been leveled by the tribulation thunder, shorter than the neighboring peaks. 10 years have passed, and the once scorched earth of the peak, struck by tribulation thunder, has now regrown flowers, grass, and trees, becoming lush and verdant. Are you too sure you want to cross the tribulation here? Lu Qing asked somewhat helplessly. Yes, the 2 little ones nodded forcefully. Little Li excitedly said, Ah Qing, you and Grandpa Chen both crossed your tribulations successfully here, so it stands to reason that this is a great place for crossing tribulations. We'll definitely succeed if we cross our tribulations here, Lu Qing. He wanted to say that when he originally chose this peak, there was no special reason, he just picked it at random. However, seeing Little Li and the 5 elements looking serious, he found it hard to say anything. In crossing tribulations, attitude is very important as well. The fact that these 2 little ones have such confidence is certainly a good thing. So he nodded. Since that's the case, then prepare your breath adjustments and get ready for your tribulation. Yes. Little Lee and Five Elements obediently regulated their breath on the spot. Not long after, they adjusted their state to its peak. Ah Ching, we're ready to start any time, said Little Lee excitedly. Okay, who will start crossing the tribulation first? Me first. Can't let this stinky snake go first, Little Lee immediately said. Five Elements remained silent beside her, indicating agreement. Having lived together for 10 years, it was long accustomed to yielding to Little Lee in all things. Once the big sister speaks, it naturally wouldn't dare go first. Then let Little Lee start first. Lu Qing did not oppose after all. It didn't matter who crossed the tribulation first. He advised Little Lee a few times, then prepared to take Little Yan and Five Elements away to another peak. Little Lee, do your best. Before leaving, Little Yan clenched her pink fist to cheer on Little Lee. As soon as Lu Qing and the others reached another peak, they heard a crack of thunder. Then a mighty celestial power descended from the sky, and a massive tribulation cloud vortex slowly appeared. So decisive. Lu Qing saw this and smiled slightly, quite satisfied. The greatest taboo in a cultivator's tribulation is hesitating and shrinking back, and Little Lee's mindset actually increases her chances of passing the heavenly tribulation. I wonder what level of tribulation cloud Little Lee's will be. According to the records obtained from those two extraterrestrial visitors, the will of the heavenly Tao treats all living creatures facing tribulations with the same regard. Even the heavenly tribulations of spiritual beasts and demon beasts are classified into several levels. The grade of demon cores condensed from different levels of tribulations also varies. The massive tribulation cloud vortex slowly rotated until finally it condensed. Seeing its golden hue, Lu Qing displayed a knowing expression. Little Lee's Black Knight Spirit Fox bloodline was already rather extraordinary on its own. Since following him, she also gained several opportunities, awakening several innate divine abilities. Moreover, not long ago, she refined Dragon Turtle True Blood, further transforming her bloodline, hinting at the potential to evolve into a true dragon. Such accumulation and foundation naturally mean the tribulation cloud triggered can't be ordinary. But once the level of the tribulation cloud became clear, Lu Qing couldn't help but worry. The power of the golden heavenly tribulation is incredibly terrifying. Last time, even his master almost failed to pass. While Little Lee's accumulation is deep, it doesn't guarantee she'll pass this heavenly tribulation. As Lu Qing nervously watched, the golden hue of the tribulation cloud in the sky grew increasingly vibrant. Finally, lightning gathered, and a golden tribulation thunder descended with a roar. Boom! Lightning spread across the peak, once again turning it to scorched earth. As expected, Little Lee easily blocked the first tribulation thunder. She hadn't even used spiritual power, relying solely on her body's physical strength to resist the first tribulation thunder. As a spiritual beast, her physical body was naturally strong. Furthermore, Little Lee's bloodline has undergone multiple transformations, especially after refining Dragon Turtle True Blood. Though her physical strength is still slightly weaker than that of Five Elements, it no longer falls behind that of ordinary Golden Core realm spiritual beasts. So the first tribulation thunder fell upon her, and it couldn't even break her fur, dissolving easily. Looks like things aren't bad. Seeing Little Lee easily resist the first tribulation thunder, Lu Qing felt much relieved. With this situation, Little Lee should handle the earlier tribulation thunders without issue. Indeed, events unfolded just as Lu Qing anticipated. Little Lee easily passed the first 3 tribulation thunders, but by the 4th she began to struggle, her body showing damage, forcing her to use spiritual power for resistance. Even so, by the 6th tribulation thunder, Little Lee already appeared fatigued, having to employ magical treasures for defense against the heavenly tribulation. Yes, magical treasures. While spiritual beasts often rely on their bodies and innate abilities in battles, they can also use magical treasures. In preparation for this tribulation, Lu Qing had supplied Little Lee and Five Elements with abundant resources, including numerous magical treasures. All to ensure maximum survival through the heavenly tribulation. Little Lee's tribulation thunder is above 6 levels, seeing Little Lee sacrifice a low-grade magic treasure to defend against the 6th tribulation thunder. Lu Qing watched the tribulation cloud in the sky that hadn't yet dissipated and raised his concern again. According to his master's heavenly tribulation, once a golden cloud heavenly tribulation reaches the 7th tribulation thunder, its power multiplies compared to previous ones. Even with his master's accumulation at the time, he almost fell under the 8th tribulation thunder. Little Lee's tribulation thunder also being above 6 levels isn't exactly good news. Thank goodness, Little Lee has some tactics left unutilized she should still manage to resist. Nevertheless, Lu Qing focused intensely, constantly monitoring Little Lee's situation. If she truly couldn't hold on, he would intervene at any moment. Under Lu Qing's watch in the ensuing time, Little Lee managed to pass the 7th tribulation thunder at the expense of all her magical treasures, using her incredibly tough and striking claws to endure tribulation thunder. Her claws almost entirely wasted, she barely survived the 8th tribulation thunder. Is the tribulation cloud not dissipating even after the 8th tribulation thunder? Lu Qing watched little Lei, now battered with barely any intact fur, her aura greatly diminished, with utmost solemnity. After 8 tribulation thunders, the tribulation cloud still hadn't dissipated, its might only increased. Indeed, little Li's heavenly tribulation was the highest level, the 9-fold tribulation thunder golden cloud heavenly tribulation. However, his master once had the merit light, which helped offset the 9th tribulation thunder. Little Li has no merit light and must rely solely on herself to withstand it. Yet the 9th tribulation thunder is a terrifying heavenly tribulation even his master had no assurance of overcoming. Can little Li pass smoothly? Considering all this, even Lu Qing, with his cultivation state, couldn't help but feel tense at this moment. As for little Yan and 5 elements, they dared not even breathe, only silently praying for little Li. Directly below the tribulation cloud vortex, little Li also knew that soon she would face the strongest tribulation thunder. Immediately, she dared not hold back at all and threw a lotus seed, radiating 5 colorful glows, into her mouth. Roar! In the next moment, a roar echoing across the heavens sounded. Immense power erupted from little Li's position. A gigantic silhouette suddenly appeared. Raising its head, it issued a thunderous roar at the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky. The size as one pleases, little Li's ultimate innate divine ability, showcased for the first time in the presence of others besides Lu Qing. Boom! As little Yan and 5 elements stood in shock, the tribulation cloud's long-prepared 9th tribulation thunder finally fell with a roar. What's that? Upon seeing little Li, who had transformed to several zhang tall, with fur that seemed to burn like true black flames, emanating an immensely powerful aura, little Yan was completely stunned, watching this scene with boundless shock. She never knew that little Li had such abilities, and beside her, 5 elements was also dumbfounded at this moment. It also realized that when little Li got serious, he was frighteningly powerful. Just from the aura little Li emanated now, 5 elements felt that even its own physical body might not withstand a single claw. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of little Yan and 5 elements, the 9th bolt of golden tribulation thunder struck little Li without any embellishment. The powerful tribulation thunder, containing a destructive aura, pierced through little Li's body in an instant. The golden lightning spread, scorching his extremely tough fur, skin splitting, with countless wounds appearing. This final bolt of the golden cloud heavenly tribulation was so formidable that even using all his innate power and the size as you wish divine skills, little Li almost shattered under this blow. Lu Qing kept a close watch on little Li's condition, with a light secretly brewing in his hand. Should little Li's vitality chi weaken to his anticipated warning line, he would act immediately. With his current minimal advancement at the world's limit, even the golden core tribulation could not stop him from saving someone. Fortunately, under Lu Qing's gaze, though little Li was battered to near shattering by the tribulation thunder, ultimately, he endured. Little Li's life energy, though continuously declining, never weakened to the point where Lu Qing had to intervene. Watching as a stream of light descended from the golden tribulation cloud and gradually dissipated, the massive heavenly tribulation vortex retreated slowly. Lu Qing finally relaxed his heart. Little Li, once all noise had subsided atop the peak. Lu Qing, along with little Yan and 5 elements, arrived at the peak, now a charred land, even further leveled by the tribulation thunder. At this moment, little Li was enveloped in thick white mist. That was the vitality chi, bestowed by heaven and earth, containing rule power after successfully crossing the tribulation, used to help tribulation crossers reshape their physical body and recover from injuries. Little Li had already released the size as you wish divine skills and returned to his original form. However, the terrible wound that almost partitioned his chest was still distressingly prominent. Fortunately, under the vitality bestowed by heaven and earth, plus the residual potency of the 5 elements lotus seed, little Li's injuries were visibly healing at an extraordinary pace. His entire body was undergoing a comprehensive, unimaginable transformation. Finally, after a long while, when the white mist condensed from the vitality chi dissipated, little Li also opened his eyes. At this moment, not only had little Li fully recovered from his injuries without a trace of scarring, he also exuded an immensely powerful aura, distorting and deforming the air around him. It was the imposing aura belonging to the Golden Core Realm or Demon Core Realm spiritual beast. The sheer terror of this aura made even little Yan and 5 elements somewhat unable to bear it. Fortunately, little Li quickly noticed this. Under the control of his heart and spirit, he soon retracted his aura. Qing, I succeeded in crossing the tribulation. After regaining his aura, little Li spoke happily. However, he spoke directly instead of using divine soul transmission. The voice was youthful, identical to the sound of divine soul transmission. Yet it was his first time speaking like this. Little Li was evidently not yet fully adept, stumbling a little. Finally succeeded. It truly was a close call. We were so worried. Lu Qing smiled. he wasn't too surprised by little Lee speaking. From records in ancient texts, he already knew that demon beasts or spiritual beasts, except for some particularly unique types, most of them, once they achieved the golden core realm, would refine the crossbone and gain the ability to speak. Clearly, little Lee belonged to this category. Conversely, little Yan's eyes widened hearing little Lee speak. Recalling the previous thunder tribulation, little Lee still felt lingering fear. He had originally thought he was mentally prepared enough. But when facing the heavenly tribulation for real, he realized the terror of it was far beyond any preparation. Even after using the size as you wish divine skills, which greatly amplified his strength and physical toughness, he still appeared so fragile when facing the final tribulation thunder. At that moment, he truly thought that he would shatter body and soul. Fortunately, the lotus seed that Lu Qing had previously given him, containing vast life energy, continuously supported his core at the critical moment, maintaining his physical body. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand this heavenly tribulation. Little Lei, you were too thrifty. Lu Qing shook his head at this mention. If you had consumed all the lotus seeds I gave you, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. I originally thought, given the rarity of the 5 elements lotus seed, I should use it sparingly. I didn't anticipate the heavenly tribulation's power would be this overwhelming. Little Lee said, somewhat embarrassed. There's no need for that. Inanimate treasures are ultimately items your safety is far more important than mere treasures. Lu Qing said helplessly. In preparation for this tribulation, Lu Qing had arranged many resources for little Lei and 5 elements. He crafted various magical treasures to help them resist the heavenly tribulation. He also provided them middle-grade spirit stones as a contingency. Even each was given 3 5 elements lotus seeds for crucial injury recovery. Yet little Lee only used 1, leaving Lu Qing somewhat exasperated. Their heavenly tribulation would have been considerably less perilous. 5 elements when it's your turn to cross the tribulation. Don't be frugal with the treasures. Crossing the tribulation safely is the utmost priority. Lu Qing thought for a moment and then advised 5 elements. This one was far more straightforward than little Lee. Don't go and cause trouble for yourself by saving treasures. Understood, master. 5 elements immediately replied. Upon witnessing little Lee's heavenly tribulation, 5 elements understood that the terrifying nature of the heavenly tribulation was no joke. With the terrifying power little Lee had shown at the last moment, it almost fell under the heavenly tribulation. Were he to be careless, it was uncertain whether he could survive this heavenly tribulation. Realizing this, 5 elements, once proud due to the refinement of dragon turtle true blood and lineage transformation, finally calmed down. All right, now it's your turn to cross the tribulation. Be careful. After advising this, Lu Qing with little Lee and little Yan flew away, leaving 5 elements in the spot where little Lee had undergone tribulation, preparing to face its heavenly tribulation. Boom! As Lu Qing and the others returned to the mountain peak where they previously stayed, the celestial phenomena changed suddenly. An immense power emerged from above the heavens as the previously vanished tribulation cloud vortex reappeared. Rumble, rumble, as the tribulation cloud vortex gradually dissipated, it marked the successful crossing of the golden core tribulation for the 5 elements. Watching the 5 elements finally overcome the heavenly tribulation and become a golden core realm spiritual beast, Lu Qing let out a breath, his mood finally relaxing. As he had expected, the heavenly tribulation of the 5 elements was somewhat weaker than little Lee's. Although it was also a golden cloud heavenly tribulation, there were 2 less tribulation thunders than little Lee's, with only 7 tribulation thunders in total. Therefore, with the preparation Lu Qing had given, the 5 elements successfully and safely crossed the tribulation and became a true golden core realm spiritual beast. Bringing little Yan and little Lei, he came to the peak where the tribulation was crossed. At this time, after enduring 2 rounds of golden core tribulation, the height of this peak had once again been reduced significantly. It could hardly be called a mountain peak anymore, almost becoming a mound. Lu Qing estimated that if there was another golden core heavenly tribulation, this mountain peak would likely be completely leveled. The 5 elements was also wrapped in white mist, absorbing the vitality bestowed by heaven and earth as it transformed. However, perhaps because the tribulation cloud induced only 7 tribulation thunders, before the 5 elements tribulation cloud vortex disappeared, no brilliance descended. Is its potential ultimately a notch below little Lee's? Lu Qing pondered. Although the 5 elements was a naturally nurtured and powerful spiritual beast, bred by the secret realm of the 5 elements. Its innate talents were extremely strong, and its physical body was unusually resilient, comparable to the golden core realm even when it was in the foundation establishment realm. But compared to little Lei, who had several innate divine abilities and had refined and fused origin energy, its potential was still a bit lacking. This could be seen from this time's golden core tribulation. Although the demon cores they condensed were top grade, The absence of the two most powerful tribulation thunders for tempering meant the five elements demon core was much less formidable than little Lee's. After waiting for a long time, finally, the five elements completed its healing and transformation, formally becoming a golden core realm spiritual beast. The white mist dispersed, revealing the figure of the five elements. After stepping into the golden core realm, the five elements' appearance had some changes. The horns on its head became more crystalline, and the four paws under its abdomen grew larger, emitting strands of golden light. The current five elements could no longer be considered a winged snake, having become a true serpent. Very good, you two have both finally condensed your demon cores. Lu Qing's face was filled with satisfaction. Despite some twists, the two little fellows did not let him down, both becoming golden core realm spiritual beasts. Next, as long as they became familiar with the power of the golden core realm, with their foundation and strength, most of the golden core realms in this world would hardly be able to match them. After all, aside from his master, Lu Qing had not yet heard of anyone else in the world who had induced a golden cloud heavenly tribulation to achieve a top-grade golden core. It should be known that within the same realm, the difference in power between different grades of golden cores is immense. The power of a top-grade golden core is indisputable, capable of battling across realms when facing lower-grade golden core realms. Therefore, even though Little Lei and the five elements had just achieved the golden core realm, there were almost no opponents in the world who could match them. Feeling its newfound strength, the five elements expressed its heartfelt gratitude. In the past, it thought entering the golden core realm would be effortless, achievable with just a lotus seed from the treasure lotus of the five elements. But during the true crossing of the tribulation, it realized how naive its initial thoughts had been. If not for the meticulous preparation from its master, it might have perished under this heavenly tribulation. All right, stop with the flattery. You both just finished the tribulation, so stay in seclusion here for a while. Once you thoroughly familiarize yourselves with the power of the golden core realm, we'll head out. During the following period, Lu Qing and the others continued to stay in the Jade Cave. He also guided Little Lei and the five elements on how to quickly master the power after their breakthrough in realm. A few days later, when Little Li emerged from seclusion, she immediately rushed to Lu Qing. "Ah Qing, let's spar." Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. "Yes, spar." Little Li's eyes lit up. "I want to see what level my strength has reached now." "Is that so?" Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, "In that case, bring the five elements as well. I also want to see how well you grasp the power of the golden core realm." A quarter of an hour later, in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, high above the sky, Lu Qing, Little Li, and the five elements all stood in the air. "Come on, you can attack me with all your might. Let me see how much your strength has grown after reaching the golden core realm." Lu Qing beckoned. The reason he chose to spar in the sky was because physical flight is an ability only those in the golden core realm can possess. Sparring in the sky would not only allow them to test Little Lei and the five elements' mastery of flying, but also minimize environmental damage below. It should be known that the power of the golden core realm is immense, and while moving mountains or filling seas might be an exaggeration, destroying mountains and flattening forests or altering terrain to a certain extent is still achievable. If they truly sparred in the mountains, fully unleashing their power, the surrounding forests for several miles may cease to exist. The 10,000 great mountains were now Lu Qing's own territory, and he did not wish to see such destruction occur. Little Li and the five elements exchanged glances, then unleashed their might without hesitation. Both of them had witnessed Lu Qing's formidable power firsthand, aware of his unparalleled strength. Thus, they did not hold back in probing, but directly released their strongest power. Roar. With a loud roar, Little Li directly displayed her divine skill of Ruyi as you wish size, transforming into the size of a small mountain. As her formidable power exploded, the rules of heaven and earth around her trembled. On the other side, the five elements' body also expanded, transforming into a huge serpent several dozen feet long, swimming through the sky. The whirlwind it stirred while swimming could easily uproot century-old trees if it swept through the forests below. However, although both Little Li and the five elements enlarged their bodies, they differed in nature. The five elements transformation was an innate ability of spiritual beasts, as most golden core realm spiritual beasts could control their size. Little Li, on the other hand, utilized a divine skill. After its display, not only did her power and might surge significantly, but it also had various miraculous uses. Compared to simple changes in size, it was much more profound, not bad, impressive presence. Observing the presence emanated by Little Lei and the five elements, Lu Qing smiled. With yellow light flashing around him, the field within several miles was already under his control. "Come on, if you can break through this field defense, it will prove that you have indeed comprehended the power of the golden core realm." Boom, high above, two enormous figures like small mountains were aggressively attacking a human clan cultivator. Both gigantic figures used physical power to attack, either with claw swings, bites, or tail lashes. Each movement could whip up a huge whirlwind, unleashing fierce power, so much so that the drifting clouds in the sky within dozens of miles were torn apart and vanished, leaving it clear. However, faced with such terrifying attacks, Lu Qing remained incredibly calm in the vortex of power, not even changing his expression. Because although Little Li and the Five Elements attacks were formidable and powerful, capable of easily smashing a small mountain, they couldn't hurt Lu Qing at all, not even with claws or tails. Any attack that encountered the field set by Lu Qing slowed down significantly. The force powerful enough to crumble mountains and sever rivers was quickly dissipated. Unable to approach within 3 meters of Lu Qing, no more fighting, no more fighting. After another fruitless attempt, unable to break through Lu Qing's field, Little Li suddenly retreated, canceling her size-changing divine skill, reverting to her original form. On the other side, Five Elements was initially stunned, then stopped attacking and resumed its original appearance. What, given up? Lu Qing withdrew the field, smiling. No more fighting, Ah Qing, you're cheating. Your field is too unfair, greatly restraining us spiritual beasts who use physical attacks, Little Li said disheartedly. She had been confident in her strength after ascending to the Golden Core realm, not expecting she couldn't even break Lu Qing's field. She knew this field was just one of Lu Qing's lesser-known divine skills. Unexpectedly, it was already making her and Five Elements feel helpless. You both did well, having just achieved the Golden Core, able to penetrate my field within 3 meters. Against a regular Golden Core, they'd likely be unable to withstand the field's forces and be shattered upon nearing, Lu Qing said with a light smile. The field he set was far from simple. Evolved from the Earth Spirit Pearl among the 5 elements spiritual pearls into the Earth Vein primordial magnetic field. It's one of the fruits of his years of secluded cultivation. With the 5 spiritual pearls gathered, becoming a powerful exotic treasure no less than a spiritual artifact. Among them, the Earth Spirit Pearl's power was the most substantial, generating a formidable Earth Vein magnetic field. Through a series of comprehensions and deductions, Lu Qing mastered it completely, turning it into a potent, all-rounded Taoist skill. It's one of his strongest defensive methods nowadays. Even ordinary Golden Core, without some special means, would suffer greatly entering the field. Little Li and 5 Elements managed to employ pure physical strength. Penetrating within 3 meters was quite good. He also knew the 2 little ones had trump cards left unused. If used, they might close in to 1 or 2 meters around him. However, truly breaking his Earth Vein primordial magnetic field was impossible. Not even a 3rd transition top-grade Golden Core might crack his defensive field. Hearing Lu Qing's praise, Little Li wasn't thrilled but felt a deeper gap from Lu Qing. Previously, before achieving the Golden Core realm, they only felt Lu Qing was immensely powerful without a concrete sense. They merely thought Lu Qing's power came from having a higher realm. Now, as Gold Core realm's spiritual beasts, they realized Lu Qing's strength far exceeded their imagination. Just the tip of his unveiled power could already crush them at the Golden Core early stage. However, contrary to 5 Elements worship, Little Li felt disappointed. She once battled side by side with Lu Qing, defeating many strong foes together. As Lu Qing's cultivation grew deeper, there were fewer times she could be of assistance. Even after entering the Gold Core realm, it remained the same. With complex feelings, Little Li and 5 Elements followed Lu Qing back to the Jade Cave. Inside awaiting, Little Yan immediately came up. She asked cheerfully, Little Li, how'd it go? Did you beat brother? How could we? Ah Qing is too powerful, we couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Little Li said disheartedly. Of course, you just became Golden Core while brother stepped into it over 10 years ago. How could you possibly beat him? Little Yan wasn't surprised by the outcome. In her heart, brother was invincible even with Little Li and 5 Elements. The 2 Golden Core realms cannot be his match. Her words relieved Little Li a lot. Indeed, Lu Qing reached the Gold Core realm 10 years before them. It's natural for his strength to exceed theirs. As long as they keep cultivating diligently in the coming days, they might catch up to Ah Qing a bit. Alright, you're not just spiritual beasts in the Golden Core realm now, but have also successfully mastered post-breakthrough force. It's time for us to depart, Lu Qing suddenly said at this moment. Brother, where are we going next? Back to the village? Little Yan asked. Lu Qing said, yes, after staying in the village a few days, I'll take you all to the Holy Mountain. To the Holy Mountain. With that, not only Little Yan, but also Little Li and 5 Elements looked over. Yes, to the Holy Mountain. Lu Qing nodded. Now that Little Li and they have entered Golden Core, relocating to a place rich in spiritual charm will enhance cultivation speed. The Holy Mountain is a wonderful place, just right for them to consolidate their cultivation. The array Lu Qing set up in Jialai village, gathering spiritual energy, can supply cultivation for at most 1 Golden Core realm. After all, this place is still remote. The density of spiritual energy is far inferior to Central State. With the master absent, Little Li and 5 Elements clearly are unsuitable for village cultivation anymore. Following him to the Holy Mountain is the optimal choice. Wonderful, I can finally go to the holy mountain with brother, little Yan said happily. She had longed for this day for a long time, which is why she diligently trained over the past 10 years, with the desire to endure the holy mountain's pressure, to cultivate alongside brother. Finally, now she can fulfill this wish. All right, let's return to the village first. During the following time, Lu Qing and little Yan returned to Jiulai village. Unfortunately, the master is still traveling outside, not in the village. So after staying a few days, Lu Qing then took little Yan and them on the flying boat heading to the holy mountain. Lu Qing silently brought little Yan and the others back to the holy mountain. His authority in the holy mountain was extremely high, and besides the 3 saint masters, no one was qualified to seek an audience. So whether he went out or returned, almost no one knew without causing any ripples. However, on the second day after Lu Qing's return, the disciples of the holy mountain discovered that at the Merit Hall, a new talisman had been added to the treasure exchange catalog. It was named the Demon Suppression Talisman. Its main power was the strength of the talisman, which had great restraint against evil cultivators. It could easily suppress and kill evil cultivators and demon cultivators. Simultaneously, at the task hall, a new long-term task of exterminate demons appeared. This task is for Holy Mountain disciples, where every capture or kill of an evil cultivator or demon cultivator results in double merit rewards. This task excited all the disciples of the Holy Mountain. It is important to know that in the Holy Mountain, merit points are extremely important. They can be exchanged for various treasures and cultivation techniques, and if enough, can even request guidance from the elders in cultivation. Now seeing the exterminate demons task, with merit points doubling, all Holy Mountain disciples were filled with enthusiasm. Immediately, countless disciples took on the task and went down the mountain to exterminate demons. Even some elders couldn't resist being tempted and secretly took on the task to go out. After all, the treasures and cultivation techniques in the Merit Hall were something they coveted greatly. As a result, evil cultivators in the world suffered greatly. In just a few months, they were hunted by the Holy Mountain disciples to the brink of extinction, with more than half dead or injured. Only a few who were skilled at hiding managed to survive, hiding in more remote, desolate areas. For a time, almost all evil cultivators disappeared from the world. The reputation of the Holy Mountain soared, commanding more respect and fear from various sects. However, Lu Qing, who triggered this storm, was not much concerned with the commotion outside. By the time he released the task, he had already predicted this result. Those shadowy rats practicing the evil paths hadn't formed a threat yet, and naturally couldn't withstand the Holy Mountain's onslaught. So after releasing the task, he paid little heed to it, because he had more important things to do. In his Holy Mountain cave mansion, Lu Qing was seriously looking at the enlarged leaving fire tripod in front of him, his hands forming various seal formations, casting magic seals and restrictions into a certain artifact being refined within the tripod. As the final restriction was cast, the leaving fire tripod suddenly shone brightly, rapidly inhaling the spiritual energy in the cave mansion to provide energy for the transformation of the artifact within. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged madly, being continuously absorbed by the artifact. In a matter of breaths, it had already far exceeded the absorption limit of a cultivator at the perfect foundation establishment. Fortunately, the Holy Mountain, being the center of the central state, had astonishingly dense spiritual energy. Therefore, although Lu Qing created quite a commotion, it had little impact on the Holy Mountain. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the cave mansion for a full quarter of an hour, the leaving fire tripod stopped absorbing. The artifact within it finally completed its transformation. Lu Qing moved a spell, and a stream of light flew out of the tripod, landing in front of him. It was a humanoid puppet Dharma body, similar in size to him, with blurred facial features. Finally, it successfully refined. Lu Qing looked at the puppet Dharma body in front of him, smiling as he activated his superpower. After a few breaths, the purple superpower light emerged from the puppet Dharma body, with several lines of information floating out. Golden core level puppet Dharma body, a powerful puppet Dharma body refined from numerous precious materials. This puppet Dharma body possesses extraordinary power, already reaching the golden core realm level. This puppet Dharma body has all 5 elements, capable of utilizing the power of the 5 elements. This puppet Dharma body is a growth-type puppet, capable of enhancing its power through cultivation. Not bad, it's reached golden core level. When Lu Qing finished reading the information floating from the puppet Dharma body, he was even more satisfied. It was no wonder he had spent a large number of merit points to exchange for numerous precious materials from the Holy Mountain's treasure vault. After spending several months, he finally refined this puppet Dharma body. Its innate power had already reached the level of the golden core realm. After admiring it for a while, Lu Qing had a thought, and a surge of divine soul power flew from his forehead acupoint, landing on the forehead position of the puppet Dharma body. This was precisely the divine soul seed he had cultivated over the years using the soul-splitting technique. As the divine soul seed took control of the puppet Dharma body and refined it, the puppet Dharma body began to change, and its figure became identical to Lu Qing's. The originally blurred features also became clear, identical to his own. Next, the eyes of the puppet Dharma body opened, with spirit light flickering in them, directly meeting Lu Qing's gaze. What a marvelous feeling. Lu Qing felt all of this with a hint of strangeness appearing on his face. At this moment, it was as if he had two of himself facing each other, feeling extremely novel. However, due to his profound realm, he quickly adapted. Once a cultivator's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can already multitask effortlessly. Though the soul-splitting technique is remarkable, it is not that different from this. The consciousness of both is sourced from the same origin, just granted an additional unique perspective. The power of the Dharma body should currently be stronger than the three saint masters. Lu Qing estimated the strength of the puppet Dharma body and concluded. Over the years, the three monastery chiefs often came to consult him, so he was quite familiar with their strength. The puppet Dharma body he had refined lacked a magic power golden core and a divine soul talisman, and it did not possess various innate divine abilities and magical treasures. The primary source of its strength was a pseudo-core he condensed by referencing his own magic power golden core. Therefore, it naturally fell far short compared to his original self. But due to the realm, the strength he could exert was still considerably stronger than the three saint masters. Lu Qing reckoned with his current realm, relying on the strength of the Dharma body even facing the three saint masters alone should not be a problem. The most significant aspect was that the puppet Dharma body he refined was growth-oriented. The pseudo-core inside, although not tempered by the heavenly tribulation, was not a true golden core. But it could still increase its power continuously by absorbing spiritual energy and refining and compressing its spiritual power. If it continues to compress, growing to the point of the golden core's limit is not impossible. The soul-sculpting mud is truly miraculous, worthy of being the material the puppet sect dreams of my spending, so many merit points was not in vain. The reason this puppet Dharma body had growth attributes was precisely due to the presence of the soul-sculpting mud. The puppet sect listed it as one of the best primary materials for refining puppets, which indeed is justified. After familiarizing himself with the puppet Dharma body, Lu Qing left it in the quiet room to cultivate independently and walked out himself. Ever since he brought Little Yan and the others to the Holy Mountain, he had divided the cave mansion into several quiet rooms for cultivation, for them to use for their own cultivation. After leaving the quiet room and seeing Little Yan and the others still in closed-door cultivation, Lu Qing did not disturb them, leaving the cave mansion himself to take a walk on the Holy Mountain to clear his mind. Walking slowly, Lu Qing admired the surrounding scenery. This was the peak of the Holy Mountain, with pressing pressure that only Golden Core realm powerhouses could withstand. Except for the three saint masters who occasionally came here, almost no one else appeared. Lu Qing did not like to see outsiders, so he usually came here to relax and unwind. However, this time, just after taking a walk, Lu Qing felt something, raising his head to look forward. He saw a stream of light flying from the distant sky, finally stopping in front of the Holy Mountain, revealing a graceful figure. At the same time, in her hand, an invitation card emitted a faint glow, flying into the Holy Mountain. This aura did she finally break through. Feeling the somewhat familiar aura from the newcomer, Lu Qing pondered. With a visitor at the Golden Core realm, it naturally could not escape the perception of the three saint masters. Moreover, the visitor had delivered an invitation card. Soon, the gentle voice of the first saint master sounded from the mountain. Palace Master's distinguished visit. I have failed to greet you from afar, truly ashamed. Then a rainbow bridge flew out of the mountain, landing before the figure hovering in mid-air. Ling Shuang presumptuously visits, truly embarrassed. The figure in midair gracefully made a salute, then stepped onto the rainbow bridge, flying into the mountain. Indeed, the Golden Core level visitor was none other than the Palace Master of Cold Water Palace, Han Lingshuang. It was just that they had not seen each other for 10 years, and upon seeing again, she was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. Seeing Han Lingshuang enter the mountain, Lu Qing thought for a bit, and also slowly walked down the mountain. Lu Qing walked down the mountain, not heading to where the three saint masters were, but returning to his own cave mansion. Although he and Han Lingshuang were acquaintances, since she was visiting the three saint masters, there was no need for him to join in. Brother, you've come out of seclusion. As soon as he returned to the cave mansion, Little Yan walked out from her quiet room where she had been cultivating. It seemed her cultivation had also come to a conclusion. Yes, I just finished and decided to take a walk. Lu Qing sensed Little Yan's aura and smiled. Breakthrough. Yes, brother, I broke through. I have now reached perfect foundation establishment. Little Yan said happily. Not bad. Keep up the hard work. Aim to cross the tribulation soon and achieve the Golden Core realm. Lu Qing encouraged. However, he wasn't surprised at all by this. Little Yan's talent for cultivation was excellent from the start. Lu Qing had always intentionally made her focus on strengthening her foundation, without hastening her cultivation. Thus, the little girl's cultivation foundation was exceptionally solid and profound now. Now cultivating in a blessed place like the Holy Mountain, she naturally progressed rapidly. Yes, I will. Little Yan clenched her fists with determination. Recently, although she hadn't mentioned it, little Li and the 5 elements crossing the tribulation had somewhat inspired her. After all, among the family, she was the only one who hadn't achieved the golden core. Luckily, she has now reached perfect foundation establishment and is not far from the golden core realm. Brother, I'll continue my seclusion. Thinking of this, little Yan's enthusiasm for cultivation arose again, ready to return to her quiet room to continue cultivating. But Lu Qing stopped her. Don't rush into seclusion yet. The way of cultivation advises moderation as the righteous path. Constant seclusion and intense cultivation can lead to diminishing returns under a strained heart and spirit. You just broke through today, so relax well first. No need to rush into cultivation. Besides, later, someone from the past might come to visit us. You should join me in greeting her. Someone from the past? Brother, who is it? Little Yan asked with some curiosity. In her impression, there shouldn't be many who could be called people from the past. And those qualified to come to the Holy Mountain are even fewer. So for a moment she couldn't think of who it could be. You'll know in a moment. Lu Qing smiled slightly, keeping it a mystery. He already sensed someone approaching the cave mansion. Soon, as little Yan was still wondering, the voice of the first Saint Master came from outside. Lu Xiaodo, are you in the cave mansion? Let's go, little Yan. Someone from the past has come. You will certainly be happy to see her. Lu Qing led little Yan outside. A visit from an old friend is a great joy. Lord Han, it's been a long time. Sister Lingshuang. At this time, little Yan also saw Han Lingshuang and immediately showed surprise and ran over. So the person brother mentioned is you. Han Lingshuang was about to greet when she hesitated and looked at Lu Qing. Did the superior know I came to the Holy Mountain? Just now, when I was walking on the mountaintop, I happened to see the palace master's figure approaching. Lu Qing said with a smile, I see. Han Lingshuang realized. At the same time, she felt more deeply the unfathomable power of Lu Qing. Previously, she hadn't sensed Lu Qing's aura at all. Indeed, even after stepping into the Golden Core realm, the gap in power between her and the superior was still unimaginably vast. Congratulations, Palace Master, on crossing the heavenly tribulation and achieving a mid-grade Golden Core. Lu Qing sensed Han Lingshuang's aura and was somewhat surprised. From the occasionally fluctuating aura of Han Lingshuang, it was apparent she had recently succeeded in crossing the tribulation. She still couldn't perfectly control her power, but her aura was incredibly strong, nearly rivaling that of the 3 Saint Masters. It seems nothing can escape your notice, Superior. Han Lingshuang flashed a bright smile. Ever since receiving the Superior's guidance years back, Lingshuang went back to diligently cultivate and hone my foundation. Half a month ago, I finally succeeded in crossing the tribulation and luckily refined a mid-grade golden core. 10 years ago, after the end of the holy meeting, Han Lingshuang had visited the Holy Mountain seeking guidance from Lu Qing, ultimately receiving his guidance. Understanding the impact of the golden core grade on one's path led to Han Lingshuang suppressing her urge for breakthrough despite being on the verge of crossing the tribulation. Investing an additional 10 years in refining her foundation. Ultimately, half a month ago, she triggered the red tribulation cloud, successfully crossed the tribulation, and refined a mid-grade magic power golden core. Excited, she only slightly consolidated her cultivation before coming to the Holy Mountain, eager for Lu Qing to see her cultivation results, to show that she had not failed his guidance. Mid-grade golden core. The 3 Saint Masters were shocked as they looked at Han Lingshuang. Previously, when they saw Han Lingshuang, they sensed her aura was extraordinarily strong. There seemed to be signs of it faintly rivaling theirs, but they assumed it was due to her practicing some powerful cultivation technique, since Cold Water Palace was one of the secret lands handed down from the previous cultivation era. The depth of its foundation was unknowable, having high-level techniques, as inheritance was quite normal. Unexpectedly, it was because Han Lingshuang had refined a mid-grade golden core. At this moment, the 3 Saint Masters felt immense envy. Having also received guidance from Lu Qing, they understood the importance of the golden core grade. Han Lingshuang's mid-grade golden core, in terms of potency and potential, far surpassed their low-grade golden core. In other words, at least for now, Han Lingshuang's path was significantly smoother than theirs. It turns out the Palace Master refined a mid-grade golden core. No wonder we felt the Palace Master's aura was unusual earlier. The first Saint Master said with a smile, Lingshuang was just lucky without the Superior's guidance. I couldn't have refined a mid-grade golden core. Han Lingshuang replied modestly. Lu Qing shook his head. A mid-grade golden core isn't something that can be refined solely through guidance. It's mainly because the Palace Master could endure the monotony and persistently settle and refine the foundation that led to this achievement. The 3 Saint Masters grew even more envious upon hearing this. Deep regret also stirred within their hearts. Unfortunately, they sought quick success back then and hastily crossed the tribulation to enter the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, if they could have received Lu Qing's guidance before crossing the tribulation, perhaps they might have also had the chance to refine a mid-grade Golden Core. Though a low-grade Golden Core can hope to be refined into a mid-grade one, it remains a challenging path without assurance of success. For the rest of the time, Lu Qing welcomed Han Lingshuang and the others into the cave mansion, where several Golden Core realm cultivators began a discussion on the way. Although they said it was a discussion, it was mainly Lu Qing speaking and the others listening intently. When Lu Qing's guidance ended, Han Lingshuang and the others felt greatly benefited, eager to return immediately to cultivate and absorb the insights gained from the discussion. As Han Lingshuang and the others bid farewell and slowly departed, Lu Qing watched their backs and fell into deep thought. Watching the figures of Han Lingshuang and the others leaving, Lu Qing fell into contemplation. These old friends all now have breakthroughs, stepping into entirely new realms. Although he felt happy for them, he inevitably thought about his own situation. In recent years, especially in the last few years, Lu Qing's cultivation has slowed down significantly. After reaching the perfection of the third transition, there was no progress anymore. No matter how he absorbed spiritual energy, he couldn't make his cultivation rise even a bit, let alone breaking through the bottleneck to step into the fourth transition realm. Lu Qing knows the reason why his cultivation is hard to advance. It's because the purity of his spiritual power is too high. The spiritual charm and the spiritual energy of this world can no longer satisfy his cultivation needs. Unless the heaven and earth Dao sound rings once again, causing the spiritual energy of the entire world to undergo a qualitative change, there might be a possibility for his cultivation to continue advancing. But ever since the last heaven and earth Dao sound rang out, over 10 years have passed and it hasn't occurred again. Moreover, over these 10+ years, although the heaven and earth rules haven't completely stabilized, they are still undergoing evolution. However, the speed of this evolution is very slow. It is unknown how many years it will take for the evolution to reach the next occurrence of the heaven and earth Dao sound. This means that for quite a long period coming up, Lu Qing's cultivation is unlikely to have any significant improvements. Of course, if he uses spirit stones for cultivation, his cultivation can still advance. But over these years, Lu Qing has already consumed most of the spirit stones he had. He must leave some aside for unforeseen needs. During these years, he also went out attempting to find spirit stone veins, but gained very little. This also forces him to use the spirit stones at hand more carefully, not to consume them lightly. Perhaps it's time to explore the outside world, Lu Qing silently pondered in his heart. This notion is not a whimsical thought, but has been there for a long time. Ever since he felt the speed of spiritual energy recovery couldn't keep up with his cultivation speed, Lu Qing has been considering this question. His perfect golden core is extremely powerful, even able to easily crush a top-grade golden core. But similarly, to enhance such a powerful magic power golden core, the amount of spiritual energy required is not only vast, but also demands high quality. Clearly, this small world can no longer satisfy his cultivation needs. But if he were to cultivate in those middle worlds, or even great worlds, it might be different. According to the jade scrolls left by those two extraterrestrial visitors, great worlds are vast beyond measure, with various incredible secret treasures and miracles. Within, not only are golden core powerhouses numerous, but even primordial spirit great powers are not rare. It's far beyond comparison with the small world. If he can cultivate there, even as a perfect golden core cultivator, he won't have to worry about the quality of spiritual energy. But although having this notion for a long time, Lu Qing has always been hesitant. Not just because the road ahead is unpredictable after going out, but also because there are many people he cares for in this small world. Let's wait a bit longer. Little Yan has now completed foundation establishment. Let's wait until she crosses the heavenly tribulation and achieves the golden core, then discuss. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing finally made his decision. Little Yan has just perfected her foundation establishment. To cross the tribulation, she still needs considerable time to refine her foundation. If by the time she achieves the golden core, the spiritual energy of this world hasn't transformed, perhaps he should indeed make a choice. After deciding, Lu Qing concentrated and continued his retreat. Although even if he cultivates now, it's hard to advance his cultivation, it doesn't mean he has nothing to do. Just as well, he can take this opportunity to use his superpower to deduce and organize all he has learned, be it deducing the spells after the perfect golden core skill, or comprehending divine skills, or honing his skills in chi refinement and alchemy. In any case, aside from improving cultivation, there are many things he can do. Time flies, years go by like a shuttle. It has been 10 years since Han Lingshuang's visit, and during these 10 years, Lu Qing used his superpower to thoroughly sort and deeply comprehend all he had learned. This made his cultivation path clearer and clearer. The The greatest achievement among this is that he deduced the perfect golden core skill up to the 6th transition. The two heavenly bestowed small divine powers have also cultivated to the great achievement realm, and many Taoist skills and techniques he had learned in the past have been mastered to the limits he can now control. Therefore, although his cultivation is still stuck at the perfection of the 3rd transition, his strength has skyrocketed, reaching a more unfathomable level. On this day, in the quiet room where Lu Qing was, spiritual energy surged, and a spirit bag in front of him was slowly rotating. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in the quiet room was swallowed by it in one breath. Then the spirit bag trembled, a lively and spirited aura emanated from it. Feeling all this, Lu Qing showed a smile. With a spell, the spirit bag immediately flew towards him, affectionately nuzzling against his face like a small dog. Congratulations to the master for refining the artifact spirit of this Kainkun 1-chi bag, restoring its peak power. At this time, Yan appeared beside Lu Qing, congratulating him. While looking at Kainkun 1-chi bag, there was a complex expression in his eyes. This ancient spiritual artifact from the same era as him has now completely revived, but the artifact spirit within is new, unrelated to the one that existed before. This feeling of things being different than they used to be made him sigh. Yes, I've finally refined it. Lu Qing played with the Kainkun 1-chi bag with his fingers, also feeling the difficulty. This Kainkun 1-chi bag was the earliest spiritual artifact he obtained back then. However, back then, the artifact spirit inside had already dissipated, leaving only a trace of spiritual nature maintaining it. Later, as spiritual energy recovered, Kainkun 1-chi bag was nourished by spiritual energy, and its power gradually restored along with its spiritual nature steadily increasing. Until today, an artifact spirit was finally nurtured anew within. But unlike Yan, this new artifact spirit has lost all memories of the past. It's now a blank slate, very immature. Simply regards Lu Qing, who nurtured it anew, as family, other than that it's just like a newborn baby, understanding nothing yet. No wonder the records state that to refine a spiritual artifact, one must at least be a primordial spirit realm, great power to qualify. Just nurturing the artifact spirit of the Kainkun 1-chi bag again cost me so much time. To create a brand new spiritual artifact from scratch, the resources and energy required would be enormous and unknown. Other than primordial spirit great powers, Golden Core Realm cultivators certainly cannot withstand such consumption. Lu Qing thought of his lifebound magical treasure, the 5 Elements Gourd. The predecessor of the 5 Elements Gourd was Plague Elder's lifebound spiritual artifact, the Plague Gourd. The artifact spirit formed by Plague Elder was completely refined away by him, its spiritual nature extinguished, causing the Plague Gourd's rank to fall and become a treasure. Later, he refined the Plague Gourd, transforming it into his lifebound magical treasure, the 5 Elements Gourd, but after so many years under his day and night refinement and nurturing. The 5 Elements Gourd still showed no signs of nurturing an artifact spirit, of transforming into a spiritual artifact. He estimates that even as a perfect golden core cultivator, wanting to refine and transform the 5 Elements Gourd, advance it to become a spiritual artifact. Before stepping into the 7th transition realm, it's likely impossible. As Lu Qing pondered, a stream of light suddenly flew from the outside. He grabbed it and checked it with his heart and spirit, then a touch of joy appeared on his face. Little Yan is finally about to cross the tribulation and break through. In the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the mountain where Lu Qing once crossed the tribulation. No, it should no longer be called a great mountain now. Having been devastated by the Golden Core Heavenly Tribulation 4 times, the peak has been cut down time and again, now standing only tens of feet high. From originally the most majestic peak, it has turned into a mound much shorter than the surrounding mountain tops. And today it will endure the ravage of yet another Golden Core tribulation. On the mound, Lu Qing and the others are gathered. This time many have come to watch Little Yan cross the tribulation. Besides the elder doctor and Little Li, there are also Wei Shanhai, Wei Xing, and Wei Zion among others. Even Mrs. Wei has come. Over 20 years have passed, yet Mrs. Wei's appearance hasn't changed much, still that of a beautiful middle-aged woman. Even her chi blood is quite powerful, possessing the strength of the internal organ realm. However, in her gestures, there is no aura of a martial arts master. It is clear that she has merely strengthened her physical body without corresponding martial arts accomplishments. Little Yan, be very careful crossing the tribulation this time, Mrs. Wei advised Little Yan with concern. She doesn't understand cultivation. The strength of her chi blood was forcibly enhanced by the spirit pills Little Yan has been giving her over the years. She knows nothing about heavenly tribulations, only knowing that it is extremely hard to overcome. She is very worried about Little Yan. Don't worry, mother, I'll be fine. Little Yan, still in her youthful form, said confidently. That's right, you should have this kind of spirit. Then crossing the tribulation is already 3 parts successful. The elder doctor stroked his beard with a smile, nodded with satisfaction. his aura as stable as an abyss. 20 years have passed, his cultivation has steadily improved, now almost reaching perfection of the first transformation, not far from breaking through to the second transformation of the Golden Core realm. This cultivation speed is already extremely fast. Bear in mind, the Elder Doctor had initially refined a top-grade Golden Core and had crossed the nine-fold Tribulation Thunder of the Golden Cloud Heavenly Tribulation. His magic power Golden Core is even the highest among top-grade Golden Cores, able to achieve perfection of the first transformation in 20 years. This sort of cultivation speed is considered fast even in those grand worlds. Like the three Saint Masters of the Holy Mountain, who were the first to cross the Heavenly Tribulation and achieve the Golden Core in this world, even the first Saint Master with the deepest cultivation now is still only at first transformation perfection, yet to formally step into the second transformation realm. I understand, Grandpa Chen. Little Yan nodded vigorously. Go, Little Yan. Little Li stepped forward and cheered in a delicate voice. The five elements came over, affectionately rubbed its head against Little Yan's hand, boosting her morale. Once everyone had given their reminders, Lu Qing finally stepped forward. Looking at the heroic girl in front of him, he fleetingly recalled the little girl holding a gray bun and gazing at him with joy when he first woke up years ago. Ultimately, he reached out and ruffled Little Yan's hair. Gently, he said, "Cross the tribulation with peace of mind. Your brother is here for everything." Little Yan knows. Feeling the warmth of her brother's palm, Little Yan's heart settled further. She responded softly. "All right, go ahead and cross the tribulation. Remember the items your brother gave you. Don't be frugal, use them when needed." Lu Qing withdrew his hand and then said to the Elder Doctor, "Master, we should head over there first." The Elder Doctor nodded, took the lead to fly to the nearby peak. Lu Qing waved his sleeve lightly, conjured a cloud that lifted Mrs. Wei and others, transporting them to a safe peak in the distance. The weight of the heavenly tribulation is severe without sufficient cultivation. Being too close easily results in the heart and spirit being wounded by its immense power. And when Mrs. Wei and the others arrived at the peak miles away, suddenly, a loud thunder crack echoed from the sky. Enormous celestial power emerged from high above. A massive tribulation cloud vortex slowly appeared. Is this the tribulation Little Yan will cross? Mrs. Wei looked at the huge tribulation cloud vortex in the sky. Stunned, she murmured. She's merely an ordinary family lady, although she's heard her husband and sons discuss the terror of heavenly tribulations multiple times at home. But hearing and imagining countless times still can't compare to a fraction of the current scene. Is such celestial power really something human power can resist? Watching the apocalyptic scene ahead, Mrs. Wei's heart twisted uncontrollably. Master, the scale of Little Yan's tribulation cloud vortex doesn't fall short of Mr. Chen's tribulation back then. At this moment, Wei Zion beside Mrs. Wei exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Chen's tribulation was a golden cloud heavenly tribulation. It seems Little Yan will face the same this time. Ma Gu was also shocked. The aura around the two was likewise extraordinary. Clearly, they were both cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Back then, Mr. Chen's tribulation could even shatter mountains. I wonder if Little Yan can withstand it. Surely, Little Yan reached the perfect foundation establishment realm 10 years ago. Then she honed herself at this realm for a full decade. According to Mr. Chen, Little Yan's foundation is much deeper than his back in the day. Exactly. Besides, with the care Lu Qing has for Little Yan, he must have prepared countless means to help her cross the tribulation, so surely there will be no issues. On the other side, Wei Shanhai and Wei Xing also began discussing. Listening to her husband's conversations, Mrs. Wei's anxious heart finally eased a bit, and right at this moment, a giant thunder crack echoed again from the sky ahead. Next, a cloud emanating golden light, exuding incredibly terrifying celestial power, began to form slowly. The might of Little Yan's tribulation is even stronger than mine back in the day. It seems she has indeed been diligent in cultivation these years. On the peak beside Little Yan's mound, the Elder Doctor felt the celestial power coming from above and sighed. Yes, Master, Little Yan hasn't loosened her cultivation over the years. Lu Qing looked at the golden tribulation cloud gathering above and nodded slightly. Though this was within his expectations, seeing the golden tribulation cloud appear, he finally felt at ease. As long as she crosses the golden cloud heavenly tribulation, Little Yan can refine a top-grade golden core, and her future path will be smooth. As for whether she can cross the tribulation, Lu Qing was quite confident in this. After all, over the past 10 years, he has arranged numerous hardships for this girl. Her foundation has reached an incredibly solid, impenetrable state. Moreover, with the various precious elixirs and magical treasures he prepared, a mere golden cloud heavenly tribulation couldn't possibly harm Little Yan. Boom! Amid the dialogue between master and disciple, the tribulation thunder brewed within the golden tribulation cloud finally struck down. Boom! With the last tribulation thunder, Little Yan dispersed it with an incredibly fierce sword chi. The sword Chi even soared straight into the azure darkness, slashing into the tribulation cloud, splitting the entire tribulation cloud vortex in half. The tribulation cloud vortex trembled for a moment, ultimately casting a stream of light into little Yan's body, then slowly dissipated and faded away. A large amount of vitality, Chi containing the power of laws, emerged, enveloping little Yan. While healing her, it also helped her complete the physical transformation at the Golden Core realm. On the other side, the Elder Doctor and others were somewhat dazed, watching this scene. Master, little Yan's sword has some of the same flair as when you slashed the heavenly tribulation back then, Lu Qing said with a smile. Listen to you, the Elder Doctor came back to his senses and laughed. Little Yan's sword is much stronger than mine back then. She disbanded the 9th Tribulation Thunder. The Elder Doctor's shock still lingered. Back then, when he slashed the heavenly tribulation, he only managed to disperse the 8th Tribulation Thunder. And after slashing out that sword, he also suffered severe injuries, reaching his limit. Yet, after little Yan passed the 9th Tribulation Thunder, although she was also seriously injured, her aura remained with some spare strength, much stronger than himself in those days. Ching, little Yan's sword had a high and magnificent realm with a hint of opening heaven and earth. Is that the swordsmanship you created? The Elder Doctor said thoughtfully. Yes, precisely the swordsmanship the disciple developed from that sword Dao inheritance I obtained years ago. It was only gradually perfected in recent years, but I didn't expect. Little Yan actually comprehended a hint of heaven-breaking sword intent at the Foundation Establishment realm. Lu Qing nodded. Indeed, the sword Qi that little Yan wielded was no ordinary sword Qi. It was a powerful sword Qi harboring a hint of heaven-breaking intent. Lu Qing had gained an ancient inheritance from a sword mark in a narrow sky back then. It was the proud supreme skill from Potion Taoist, sky-breaking sword Qi. Originally, sky-breaking sword Qi was an immensely profound supreme skill, requiring a cultivation at the primordial spirit realm just to be possible to begin. However, Lu Qing possessed a superpower, allowing him to continuously observe and comprehend the sword light personally slashed by Potion Taoist 10,000 years ago through the illusion realm transmission. Over the years, with his observation and comprehension, he managed to comprehend some of its mysteries. And by leveraging his superpower, he conducted deductions and ultimately created a complete swordsmanship before the primordial spirit realm. This swordsmanship originated from sky-breaking sword Qi. It can be considered a preparatory cultivation technique for practicing sky-breaking sword Qi. Lu Qing named it Little Sky-Breaking Sword. Little Sky-Breaking Sword is a complete inheritance of swordsmanship with not a high entry threshold, attainable at the innate realm and cultivable up to the Golden Core realm. After creating it, Lu Qing taught it to little Yan. Originally, according to the cultivation progress of Little Sky-Breaking Sword, only after reaching the Golden Core realm was it possible to comprehend some heaven-breaking sword intent. Unexpectedly, little Yan's talent in the sword Dao was exceptionally high. With years of honing, she unexpectedly comprehended a hint of heaven-breaking sword intent at the Foundation Establishment stage. This is what allowed her to achieve the feat of slashing the heavenly tribulation this time. Unexpectedly, as her realm improved, little Yan's cultivation talent has become stronger and stronger. It seems that the innate Taoist body she awakened back then must be an extraordinary physique, Lu Qing thought to himself. Back when little Yan absorbed the liquid of innate essence energy as her master broke through the innate realm, she inadvertently awakened a hint of innate Taoist body intent. Later, her body merged with the origin energy of the world, along with the occasional elixir Lu Qing gave her. The intent of her innate Taoist body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, upon reaching perfection in the Foundation Establishment realm, she completely awakened the physique of the innate Taoist body. Originally, Lu Qing didn't take it too seriously, but as the years passed, little Yan's cultivation performance became increasingly defying. Lu Qing gradually realized the formidable power of this innate Taoist body. Your swordsmanship is truly formidable, exclaimed the Elder Doctor. After Lu Qing created Little Sky-Breaking Sword, he also allowed him to comprehend it. However, after achieving the Golden Core realm, the Elder Doctor gradually found his own path in the sword Dao, so he merely contemplated this swordsmanship without actually practicing it. Yet he did not expect the swordsmanship to become so powerful after Lu Qing cultivated it successfully. While the master and disciple were chatting, little Li and 5 elements were still in a state of amazement. There was no helping it. The process through which little Yan crossed the tribulation earlier was simply too shocking. Of the 9 tribulation thunders of the Golden Cloud Heavenly Tribulation, aside from the last 3, the first 6 tribulation thunders didn't pose any trouble to her at all. Even the last 3 tribulation thunders only managed to injure her without driving her to desperation. Especially the most powerful 9th tribulation thunder was dispelled by her in a single strike, even splitting the tribulation cloud vortex in half. From start to finish, crossing the tribulation was so easy that it was hard for little Lee and Five Elements, who had nearly been struck dead by the tribulation thunder, to believe their eyes. Has little Yan become this powerful already? After coming back to his senses, Five Elements couldn't resist speaking. Ah Ching has been so strict with little Yan's cultivation over the years, surely for this very day. Little Lee couldn't help but say. In these 10 years, because progression in cultivation was difficult, apart from comprehending divine skills and Taoist skills, the thing Lu Qing did the most was refining little Yan's cultivation, helping her polish and solidify her foundation. Sometimes, while watching from the side, little Li even felt that Lu Qing was overly harsh. Now it seemed, today's easy crossing of the tribulation by little Li could truly be attributed to Lu Qing's strictness back then. Is Ah Qing preparing for something? Little Li subconsciously glanced at Lu Qing. Throughout these years, it could vaguely feel that Lu Qing seemed to be struggling with something. It seemed like something was difficult to resolve decisively. This kind of emotion was rarely found in Lu Qing in earlier times. Previously, no matter what Lu Qing did, he was always very decisive. With these years of strict requirements on little Yan's cultivation, this made little Li keenly aware that Lu Qing might be hiding something from them. All right, little Yan is about to wake up. Let's go over. Lu Qing hadn't noticed little Li's gaze. Seeing the white mist enveloping little Yan gradually dissipating, he understood that her transformation was nearing completion. The group flew towards little Yan. After the devastation of this heavenly tribulation, the mountain peak that originally was just a mound of soil had now been completely leveled. However, from a certain perspective, it might be a good thing for this place. At least Lu Qing felt that no one would want to come here for tribulation crossing again. The white mist dispersed, and little Yan opened her eyes. Little Yan, congratulations on successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. That last sword was incredible. Not only did you disperse the tribulation thunder, even the tribulation cloud was split in half by you. Seeing little Yan awakening, little Li immediately began chirping away. In an instant, the place became somewhat lively again. Brother, my next strike will be my strongest attack yet, be careful. High above, little Yan stood in midair, a longsword in her hand with a half-foot sword glow flickering. The sharp intent emanating from it startled little Li and the Five Elements who were watching nearby. No worries, go ahead and show me. Lu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, unconcerned. The primordial magnetic field around him surged with dark currents, layer upon layer. In the next moment, the longsword in little Yan's hand swung. A dazzling swordlight with an unstoppable force slashed toward Lu Qing. As it passed, even the space itself wavered. The powerful swordlight cut into Lu Qing's field, breaking through multiple layers of defense like a hot knife through butter. It stopped just 3 feet before Lu Qing. Impressive. Lu Qing pinched the swordlight with surprise in his eyes. Little Yan, with this strike, even a regular Golden Core Realm expert at the third transition might not be able to withstand it. Lu Qing was genuinely a bit surprised, though the field he set up was only in its most basic form, with many variations yet unperformed. But for little Yan to cut within 3 feet of him with one sword was indeed beyond his expectations. It can be said that with the power of this sword alone, throughout the world, aside from him and their master, as well as little Li and the Five Elements, it's unlikely that any other Golden Core Realm expert could withstand it. Even those 3 Saint Masters on the Holy Mountain, if faced with this slash, would have to avoid its edge. Any slightest misstep, and they might even fall because of it. And the one who executed this strike, little Yan, was currently only a new entry into the Golden Core Realm, having just stabilized her cultivation, not even officially stepping into the first transition of the Golden Core Realm. Is this the effect of the divine power you acquired after crossing the tribulation? Lu Qing asked. Not long ago, after little Yan successfully crossed her tribulation, she also obtained a small divine power granted by the tribulation cloud vortex. Just now, Lu Qing had sensed divine power surging within the girl. Yes, brother, the divine power I acquired is called Edged. It is a small sword Dao divine power. After using it, it significantly enhances the sharpness of my sword Qi, unmatched in edge. Little Yan replied, it's an excellent divine power, and it suits you well. Lu Qing nodded and said, in the future you should strive to comprehend this divine power if you can achieve great success. Your sword Dao cultivation might be unparalleled. Aside from our master, no second person could match you. I will, brother, little Yan earnestly replied. All right, we've finished sparring, let's head back. Now that you've just consolidated your cultivation today and have come out, I've specially prepared some delicious food. Lu Qing said with a smile, delicious food. Brother, what delicious food did you prepare? Little Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You'll find out when we get back. Lu Qing found the girl's bright eyes amusing. This girl had already become a Golden Core Realm expert, yet she's still such a foodie. The siblings, along with 2 spiritual beasts, started flying back to the village. However, as they arrived back at the village, they saw someone pacing anxiously in front of their courtyard. Uncle Zhang, is something wrong? Lu Qing asked as he landed in front of the courtyard. The person at the courtyard was, in fact, Grandpa Zhang's eldest son from next door. "Ah Ching, you're back. My father suddenly fainted just now and the elder doctor came to see him, saying that it seems he won't make it. How could that be? Isn't Grandpa Zhang's health usually very good?" Lu Qing's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, his figure flashing as he headed towards the Zhang family. What happened to Grandpa Zhang? Little Yan's heart and spirit were also in turmoil, quickly following behind her brother. When they arrived at the Zhang family, Lu Qing saw their master standing beside the bed, and Grandpa Zhang, with a head full of white hair, lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his face as usual, breathing calmly, seemingly without any issues. But Lu Qing immediately noticed something was off. He could sense that Uncle Zhang's vitality was now almost undetectable, like a flickering candle in the wind, always on the verge of extinguishing completely. "You have returned," the elder doctor said. "Master, why has Grandpa Zhang suddenly become like this?" Lu Qing immediately asked. "Mr. Zhang's lifespan is nearing its end. He's as an oil lamp running out of oil, with not many days left," the elder doctor sighed. "How could this be?" Lu Qing activated his superpower immediately, looking towards the bed-ridden Uncle Zhang. Several breaths later, his body trembled, because the information revealed by the superpower also indicated that Uncle Zhang had indeed reached the point of nearing the end of his lifespan, like an oil lamp running out of oil. Moreover, such a situation was difficult to cure with ordinary medicine stones. It's an indication of the approaching end of life, a manifestation of the heaven and earth rules, not something that regular medicine stones can resolve. Generally speaking, in this world, the longest lifespan in the postnatal realm could reach up to 120 years. Even martial arts grandmasters who have refined their physical body to the state of postnatal perfection cannot surpass this lifespan limit. Only by stepping into the innate realm, undergoing a metamorphosis of life's level, can one have a lifespan of 200 years. Uncle Zhang is now over 90 years old, theoretically not reaching the limit of his lifespan yet. It's already fortunate that he hasn't developed any chronic illnesses given his physically strong constitution. Over the years, although Lu Qing has often tended to his body, coupled with the nourishment of spiritual energy in Jiulai village, maintaining his health well. Yet the lifespan consumed due to his hard work in youth is ultimately difficult to fully recover from. Moreover, lacking cultivation, the amount of qi blood his body could hold was always limited. So now, although the body still appears healthy, it has already reached the time when the end is near. "Ah Ching, is my father really not going to make it? Not even you can save him?" Hearing the conversation between the master and disciple, Uncle Zhang's eldest son anxiously said, "Yes, Grandpa Zhang's lifespan has come to an end. Even for me, it is difficult to save." Lu Qing nodded. Hearing these words, Uncle Zhang's sons and daughters-in-law all showed expressions of despair. In their hearts, Lu Qing is an immortal. If even he says he can't save him, it means their father has indeed reached the final step. Seeing the expressions of Uncle Zhang's relatives, Lu Qing remained silent. Actually, there was still a way to save Uncle Zhang's condition. If one could find a spiritual medicine that could extend life and let him take it, perhaps there might still be hope. But a spiritual medicine capable of breaking the limits of heaven and earth rules is exceedingly precious. Even a golden core true man, or even a primordial spirit great power would scramble for such a supreme spiritual medicine. Since the revival of this world, no such spiritual medicine has ever appeared, so this method is simply not feasible. At this time, the elder doctor said, "Mr. Zhang is currently asleep, but if he continues to sleep like this, at most in one day, he will pass away. If you have anything else you want to say to him, I can use the golden needle method to awaken him. But after awakening, he will only have an hour of clarity. Whether or not to use this method, you must consider it yourselves." Uncle Zhang's sons and daughters-in-law, upon hearing this, looked at each other, but for a while no one could decide. Finally, Uncle Zhang's eldest son looked at Lu Qing. "Ah Qing, what do you think would be best?" "Uncle Zhang, you are the eldest son, so you should be the one to decide this matter. But regardless of the choice, I believe Grandpa Zhang won't blame you," Lu Qing said slowly. Seeing Lu Qing say this, Uncle Zhang's eldest son struggled with his expression for a while, finally making up his mind. "Father collapsed suddenly, and there's still much to be confessed, so please, elder doctor, awaken him to see if he has any instructions to leave before he goes." "Okay." The elder doctor did not hesitate and immediately applied the golden needle method, pricking Uncle Zhang a few times. Very soon, under the stimulation of the golden needle, Uncle Zhang's complexion gradually became rosy, and then he slowly opened his eyes. "Father, you're awake." Uncle Zhang's sons and daughters-in-law quickly stepped forward. "What happened to me? Why are you all here?" "Ah Qing, you're here too." Seeing so many people in the room, Uncle Zhang looked a bit confused. "Father, it's like this, you suddenly fainted just now." The eldest son stepped forward and quickly explained everything, especially relaying the words of the elder doctor and Lu Qing. "So that's how it is, I am going to see your mother soon." "Am I?" Uncle Zhang understood after listening. However, he did not panic. Instead, he appeared relieved and calmly accepted the matter. Child, I am unfilial. The elder doctor said you could pass away peacefully asleep, but I am afraid you have some instructions that you haven't been able to convey, so I had the elder doctor forcefully wake you up. The eldest son said tearfully, "No problem, you did very well. There are indeed some things I want to entrust to you." Uncle Zhang shook his head and said, "Take out that wooden box from under the bed." The eldest son quickly drew out a wooden box from under the bed. Lu Qing and the others then walked out of the house, leaving the time to Uncle Zhang's family. Uncle Zhang gestured for his son to open the wooden box. Inside were some land deeds and items like silver and copper coin. Uncle Zhang reached for those land deeds. "Over the years, I have always let you two brothers separate the family, but you never wanted to. Now I am going to see your mother soon. After I leave, you should divide the family. These land deeds are the contracts for our family land. You two brothers, divide them equally, half for each. As for this money and silver, it is what I've slowly saved over the years. You also take it and divide it." Bit by bit, Uncle Zhang arranged the family matters clearly. "Father, we will remember," the two sons said, trying hard to suppress their grief. "If there's something you can't resolve, you can ask Ah Ching for help, but don't bother him with trivial matters. Ah Ching is an immortal and does immortal things. Don't trouble him with those trivial matters." Uncle Zhang admonished again. "We understand. Okay, now go and invite Ah Ching and little Yan in. I have some things to say to them." Lu Qing stood in the courtyard, gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Uncle Zhang's eldest son came out from the house at this time. "Ah Ching, father says there are things he wishes to say to you and little Yan." Lu Qing returned to his senses and nodded slightly okay. Inside the house, Uncle Zhang saw Lu Qing and little Yan coming in, and a smile appeared on his face. His complexion became increasingly rosy. "You all go out first. Let me speak with Ah Ching and little Yan alone." After everyone went out, little Yan couldn't suppress her emotions any longer and started sobbing. Grandpa Zhang. Lu Qing also looked sadly at the old man in front of him. Uncle Zhang's complexion was rosy, looking very healthy, not at all like someone at death's door, but he knew this was just the radiant glow before death. The life force that could have continued for a day was concentrated and burned out in this half-hour facade. "Girl, don't cry." Uncle Zhang reached out and patted little Yan's head. "You're now an immortal who can fly. Why are you still crying?" "But Grandpa Zhang." Little Yan wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. She was now also a cultivator at the Golden Core realm, naturally capable of sensing the situation within Grandpa Zhang. "Don't be sad, this old man has lived over 90 years, and to die without illness or disaster is better than most. It's a blessing, you should be happy for me. Those old friends who grew up with me, none of them lived as long as I did. I should go see them too." Uncle Zhang smiled and comforted little Yan. When little Yan's emotions improved, Uncle Zhang looked at Lu Qing again. "It is what Ah Ching should do," Lu Qing said softly. "In recent years in the village, elders of Uncle Zhang's generation have passed away one by one mostly. This is also one of Lu Qing's contributions to the village. You and little Yan are good kids. It's a pity back then we couldn't protect your parents, letting them face that incident. I still feel guilty thinking back on it now." Uncle Zhang sighed. "Grandpa Zhang, there's no need to say such things. It was the Black Wolf Gang's fault at the time, and besides, I avenged my parents. But after all, it's us elders who couldn't stop your parents in time. But it's okay, I'm about to see them too. When I see them, I can tell them how incredible you and little Yan are. You've already become immortals." Uncle Zhang held Lu Qing's hand, talking at length. He talked until his breath gradually weakened. Finally, his hand loosened. With a smile on his face, he quietly closed his eyes. "Grandpa Zhang." Little Yan cried out a sad sound, unable to hold back any longer, and burst into tears. Hearing this, people outside the room rushed in, and then a chorus of cries rang out. Lu Qing slowly walked out of the house, came to the courtyard, and gazed at the distant mountains, lost in thought. In his heart, he thought about how, back then, when he just arrived in this world, the old man's various cares for him and his sister. Those scenes, though more than 20 years have passed. Thinking about it now, it is still vivid, like it was yesterday. Uncle Zhang's funeral was not held very grand according to his own wishes. It was simply arranged, and finally, as per the old man's wishes, buried beside the graves of little Yan's grandfather and parents. During the funeral arrangements, Lu Qing and little Yan both stayed up the night guarding the spirit for the old man. To have two Golden Core realm cultivators guard the spirit, and one of them being the strongest in the world. Uncle Zhang might be the only mortal with such an honor across many worlds. In the days following the funeral, Lu Qing became noticeably more reticent. He frequently gazed up at the sky, lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. One day he went to the half-mountain small courtyard to play chess with his master. Suddenly, the elder doctor spoke. "Ah Ching, have you been troubled by something lately?" Lu Qing was taken aback, and upon returning to consciousness, he realized that his recent state had been observed by his master. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak truthfully. "Master, your disciple has been contemplating a matter recently." What matter is troubling you? Your disciple wishes to leave this world and explore the outside world. Explore the outside world. The elder doctor's hand paused, slowly returning the chess piece to the chess box, looking at Lu Qing. You say you want to leave this world. Lu Qing had once mentioned other worlds to the elder doctor, so he was somewhat familiar with it. Yes, Lu Qing nodded. Master, the magic power golden core I've condensed is somewhat special, with relatively strong power, and now the spiritual energy of this world can no longer enhance my cultivation. Not to hide from the master, my cultivation has not progressed even a little for more than 10 years. Unless the heaven and earth Tao sound echoes again, further transforming the spiritual energy, only then might my cultivation make a breakthrough. But I estimate that even if the heaven and earth Tao sound echoes once more, it won't take long before my cultivation might again stagnate due to spiritual energy reasons. Is it really like this? Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the elder doctor was internally shocked. Since Lu Qing entered the Golden Core realm, he could no longer see through his disciple's true cultivation. Unaware that he hadn't progressed in his cultivation for over a decade, looking at Lu Qing's calm face, the elder doctor finally understood why he wanted to leave this realm and explore outside. This disciple of his was astonishingly talented in cultivation. From the day he officially began cultivating, his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, shocking the world. More impressive than any genius. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, he progressed rapidly, crossing the Golden Core tribulation in a short time, becoming the #1 in the world. Such a peerless genius, yet his cultivation hadn't advanced even a bit in over a decade. To be honest, the elder doctor already felt that his disciple's Tao heart was strong for enduring until now. Thinking about this, the elder doctor asked, however, it isn't easy to leave this world, right? The journey to other worlds should also be challenging. From the relics left by the 2 alien Golden Core realm cultivators your disciple once slew, there are star map coordinates of various worlds in the outside world, which can guide cultivators to traverse the stars. There's also a flying boat treasure to span the stars, so master need not worry. Seems, Ah Qing, you've already made plans, the elder doctor said. Yes, previously I hadn't set out because of little Yan, now that the girl has also entered the Golden Core realm. This world scarcely has anyone who can threaten her, so I'm also able to travel far in peace. Lu Qing nodded. You mean to not take little Yan with you? The elder doctor was somewhat surprised. Little Yan has just crossed the tribulation. The coming decades are her time to consolidate her realm and improve her cultivation, not suitable for venturing out. Moreover, the world I wish to go to is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, many formidable beings. The road ahead is unpredictable. Even as your disciple, I'm not confident I can definitely protect little Yan completely. So your disciple intends to first explore alone. If in the future I can establish myself in the outside world, then I will consider bringing little Yan over. Lu Qing revealed his plan. Traversing the stars isn't a simple task. There are still many unknown dangers involved. Even confident as Lu Qing is, he doesn't want little Yan to undertake the risk. After all, the girl is different from him, although she has condensed a powerful top-grade golden core. She hasn't nearly reached the limits of this world. Even if she stays to cultivate in this world, she can still improve her cultivation. That's fine, but speaking to little Yan might not be easy, right? The elder doctor showed a slight smile. He knew how much the girl was attached to Lu Qing. If she learns that she can't see Lu Qing for several decades, she's bound to throw a tantrum. Your disciple will persuade little Yan the girl is a Golden Core realm cultivator now, she'll understand. Despite saying this, when really facing little Yan and seeing her expectant eyes, Lu Qing, who has a solid Tao heart and remains expressionless even in the face of heavenly tribulation, felt somewhat nervous inside. Brother, you said you have something important to discuss. What is it? Little Yan looked at Lu Qing expectantly. Here's the thing, little Yan. Lu Qing calmed his mind and slowly laid out his plans. That's mainly it. I want to leave this world for a while and seek a somewhat stronger world for cultivation. After speaking, Lu Qing felt a bit uneasy inside. So that's it. I thought brother was going to talk about something really important. However, contrary to his expectations, little Yan was surprisingly calm after hearing. Little Yan, aren't you angry? Lu Qing was stunned. How could I be? Little Yan shook her head. Actually, even if you didn't tell me, I had some guesses. Over the years, your demands on my cultivation have become much stricter. At that time, I had a sense that you seemed to be preparing for something. It's just that since you didn't say anything, I didn't ask. It wasn't until today that I found out it was because your realm and cultivation had hit a bottleneck, and you hadn't progressed in over 10 years. Is it because you were waiting for me to cross the tribulation that you've never set out, little Yan? Seeing little Yan so calm, Lu Qing was momentarily dazed. After a moment, he reached out and ruffled the girl's hair with a complex expression. It seems my dear sister has really grown up. It's my fault for always treating you like a child. True, although little Yan is already strong in the Golden Core realm, in Lu Qing's heart, she's always been that obedient little sister. so from time to time he would subconsciously still treat her like a child. Now it seems his mindset really needs to change. "Brother, is the world you wish to go to very far from us?" Little Yan asked. "And without a special flying boat treasure, even a primordial spirit great power, relying solely on their own strength to traverse the starry sky, might take decades or even 100 years to possibly reach. That far?" Little Yan was shocked. She is now in the Golden Core realm. Her speed is quite extraordinary. Even to cross the great states of the world, it wouldn't take many days. And those above the Golden Core realm, like primordial spirit great powers, their speed must be incredibly terrifying. Even such powerful beings would need decades to 100 years to cross the starry sky. She couldn't imagine what an immense distance that must be. "Don't worry, I have a void-flying boat. Traversing the starry sky isn't difficult and won't take as long. If everything goes smoothly, it should take at most a few years to reach that world." A few years. Little Yan's eyes bright. "Does that mean if you want to come back, it won't take much time either?" "That's right. So this time I can't take you with me. I'll come to get you once I've settled and ensured it's safe." "Okay, I'll wait at home for your return." The girl nodded repeatedly, feeling much more at ease inside. To be honest, when she first heard her brother wanted to travel to another world, it was impossible not to feel nervous. The starry sky is vast. Who knows when brother could come back? But if it takes less than 10 years to go and return, that's different. In that time, she might just spend a couple of sessions in closed cultivation. "Brother, when do you plan to leave?" "In a few days. I'll accompany you for a few more days." Lu Qing was also in high spirits. He hadn't expected what he thought would be the hardest part to pass ended so smoothly. What surprised him even more was that the person he thought would be the hardest to convince, Little Yan, was persuaded so easily. But when it came to Little Li, Lu Qing encountered difficulties. "No way, I want to go with you." When Little Li heard Lu Qing's intention to leave this world, he immediately said. His tone was firm, without the slightest hesitation. "Little Li, the world I'm going to is full of powerful beings, even with many primordial spirit great powers. I don't care, I want to go with you." Lu Qing was about to persuade, but Little Li interrupted him without listening. Next, no matter how Lu Qing tried to persuade him, Little Li insisted on following Lu Qing out of this world. In the end, it was Little Yan who mediated. "Brother, why not take Little Li with you?" "But didn't you say that Little Li's parents might not have perished in the last cultivation era, but left this world with that demon emperor? Perhaps taking Little Li along, you might find out something about his parents." Hearing this, Lu Qing hesitated. Over the years, ever since Little Li reached the Golden Core, he had shared with him some information about his origins. Only now, with Little Yan's reminder, did he remember this matter. Little Li, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Qing with even more bright eyes. Facing the little one's gaze, Lu Qing pondered for a while before finally nodding. "All right, but Little Li, you must understand that what we said about your parents is just a guess. There's no confirmation that they really left this world back then. Also, the last cultivation era was tens of thousands of years ago. Even if they left, going out is like finding a needle in a haystack. There's a very slim chance of finding any news about them, so be prepared mentally." "I understand, I just want to go with you, Ah Qing." Little Li earnestly nodded. "All right then, in a few days you will leave with me," Lu Qing reluctantly said. However, he thought about how the little one possessed the skill of divine skills and could change its size at will. In fact, taking him along wasn't that inconvenient. He originally wanted Little Li to stay and keep Little Yan company, but the little one was just that persistent. Five Elements, on the side, seeing Little Li could leave with Lu Qing, also had the urge to follow. This time, after giving it a thought, Lu Qing simply agreed. After all, taking one is the same as taking two. Moreover, Five Elements is his enslaved spiritual beast, and he's unsure if the enslavement mark would remain effective over such long distances. So he may as well take them both. He originally thought of leaving them to accompany Little Yan. Now, since they're all going, he worries more about Little Yan being lonely. His concerns, however, made Little Yan laugh. "Don't worry, brother. Grandpa Chen and the villagers are here, and if I get bored, I can always visit Sister Lingshuang to cultivate with her. It really seems like my little sister has grown up." Lu Qing found comfort in his sister's reassurances and simply ruffled her hair one last time, saying no more. In the following days, Lu Qing did nothing but necessary cultivation daily. The remaining time was spent accompanying Little Yan, fishing, gathering herbs, then whipping up delicious meals together, reliving all the experiences from their childhood. 3 days later, at the half-mountain small courtyard, Lu Qing dressed lightly, with Little Li and Five Elements each perched on his shoulder. His master and Little Yan stood behind him. "Master, I'm ready to depart. Be careful on the way. In other words, don't easily engage in fights, prioritize your safety," the elder doctor advised. "I understand, master. Brother, come back soon." Little Yan's eyes were misty. Although she had been very strong these past days, she couldn't suppress her emotions as Lu Qing was truly about to leave. "Rest assured, within 50 years, whether I establish myself in the new world or not, I'll return." Lu Qing ruffled the girl's hair. This was the timeline he set for himself. Though 50 years is long, for little Yan and his master in the Golden Core realm, it's a blink of an eye. Bear in mind, a Golden Core expert, even just entering the realm, possesses lifespans extending over 1,000 years. By the way, master, I've left a puppet Dharma body at the Jade Cave, quietly cultivating. Should you need any assistance, you can summon it. And this Jade Talisman, it's a token to my cave mansion's array in the Holy Mountain. If you ever wish to cultivate there, you can enter freely with this token. Lu Qing handed over a Jade Talisman to his master. All right, I understand. The elder doctor accepted the Jade Talisman. Little Yan, I'm leaving now. Finally, Lu Qing ruffled little Yan's hair one more time. He summoned the void flying boat, carrying little Li and 5 elements alongside him, became a streak of light, and soared into the high heavens. High above the skies, the void ship transformed into a streak of light, ascending rapidly under Lu Qing's command. Soon, they entered the layer of celestial gale. Instantly, the vast celestial gales and celestial thunder surged towards the void ship, seeking to obliterate this foreign object. The terrifying might, even a Golden Core realm expert, would find it difficult to resist. Without a magical treasure as protection, one might instantly turn to ash. Fortunately, the void flying boat's material was extremely peculiar, and the arrays within it were extraordinarily mysterious. Numerous celestial gales and thunders landed on the ship, yet not only did they cause no harm. Instead, like mud cows entering the sea, they were quickly absorbed by the flying boat, and through the array's transformation, converted into its own power. This made the void flying boat's speed increase instead of decrease, swiftly breaking through the gale layer, arriving in front of a chaotic membrane, plunging straight into it. Soon after, Lu Qing felt a blur before his eyes, arriving in a vast open area. In the emptiness all around, the front was a sparkling starry sky. Was that the world membrane just now? Lu Qing turned back to look. Behind him was a vast world, wrapped in a chaotic membrane, emitting a faint glimmer in the empty starry sky. Even the pressure of a small world is so strong. How unimaginable would the more powerful middle and large worlds be? Lu Qing felt the immense power of that world, his heart in awe. Standing on his shoulder, little Li and the 5 elements also had expressions full of astonishment. The first time observing a complete world up close in the starry sky, their heart and spirit were greatly impacted. Even the Golden Core realm Dao heart stirred immensely. The man and 2 spiritual beasts observed for a long time. Lu Qing even felt his Dao heart becoming much sturdier. He turned to look at the starry sky ahead. Let's go. Hope better sceneries await us ahead. Under the urging of his heart and spirit, the void flying boat transformed into a streak of light once more, flying towards the brilliant starry sky far away. After entering the starry sky, the void flying boat's speed increased significantly. Is it because there's no longer the suppression of world rules? This urging made Lu Qing immediately discover the rapid acceleration of the void flying boat. In a short period, it had already surpassed the speed limit he could achieve in his home world. Additionally, the mana consumption was much smaller. With a little thought, he understood the reason. In his home world, whether magical treasure or cultivator's flying speed, were all suppressed by the heaven and earth rules, having a certain limit. Once approaching that limit, a warning from the heaven and earth rules would be received. If he insisted on ignoring the warning to continue speeding up, it might even trigger the heavenly Tao's will, leading to punishment, being directly expelled out of the world. But in this starry sky, without the suppression of the heavenly Tao's will, nor atmospheric restrictions, the void ship's speed naturally soared rapidly, far exceeding the past. Great in this case, perhaps the time spent on the journey might be less than I anticipated. A joy rose in Lu Qing's heart, continuously increasing the void ship's speed. However, after the ship's speed exceeded 100 times the home world speed limit, he suddenly felt a pang of fear. The consumption rate of his internal mana began increasing dramatically. In an instant, 1/10 was already gone, startling Lu Qing into promptly slowing down the ship a bit. Feeling the consumption of internal mana return to normal, Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. One should know, with his perfect Golden Core strength, even 1/10 is quite astonishing. Even the full cultivation of a top-grade Golden Core 3rd transition cultivator would be far inferior. It seems that even in the starry sky, one cannot recklessly push the speed. 100 times the home world speed limit is a critical point. Beyond this critical point, every slight increase in speed requires exponentially more mana. Lu Qing's heart filled with understanding. Having realized this, he no longer continued to increase speed, keeping the void flying boat barely at nearly 100 times the home world speed limit, then tossed a spirit stone into the boat's array. The flight of the void flying boat can be driven purely by mana or by spirit stone. In the starry sky where the situation is unknown and potential dangers await, Lu Qing naturally won't excessively expend mana, so he simply opted to drive the boat mainly with spirit stones. Dividing a sliver of heart and spirit to control the boat's flight, Lu Qing also took out a star map to double-check, to avoid losing his way. In the dark starry sky, the void flying boat continued its forward flight. 10 days later, Lu Qing found that the starry sky ahead still hadn't changed in the slightest. The surrounding was also dark, except for the occasional drifting meteor. There was almost nothing else, and the glow of the home world behind had long disappeared. No wonder the home world isn't recorded in the star map. This dark void is so vast. Lu Qing's mind was secretly shocked. One must know he was piloting the void flying boat, flying at 100 times the home world's speed limit for 10 straight days. Such a distance, even a primordial spirit realm powerhouse might need several months, traveling day and night to possibly cross. More importantly, even so, Lu Qing hadn't seen any sign of crossing this dark void, but this was within his expectations. If this dark void was so easy to traverse, the primordial spirit powers from the last cultivation era who explored outwards wouldn't have returned empty-handed or gone missing without a trace. So Lu Qing did not lose heart and patiently continued to steer the void ship forward. Like this, another month passed, and the void ship still had not flown out of the dark and void area. But on this day, Lu Qing suddenly felt the ship vibrate and start to rotate in place, almost losing his control. At the same time, there was a powerful spatial force pulling the void ship, trying to drag it forward continuously. Spatial turbulence, and such powerful spatial turbulence, Lu Qing was shocked. It turned out that ahead was a large area of spatial turbulence, and the range was extremely wide even with the strength of his divine soul power. He couldn't sense its boundary. Ah Qing, it's spatial turbulence. We can't go any further otherwise. We'll get trapped inside and won't be able to escape. At this moment, little Li also issued a warning. As a spiritual beast with space divine ability, it could sense the spatial turbulence ahead, filled with violent and twisted spatial power. Once trapped inside, they would be in big trouble. I know. Lu Qing also understood the severity of the situation and immediately controlled the void ship to retreat. Fortunately, they were only on the outskirts of the spatial turbulence, so it was quite easy to break free from the spatial binding force and retreat. However, after retreating, sensing the spatial turbulence ahead, Lu Qing became troubled. In his perception, he couldn't sense the boundaries of the spatial turbulence at all. Going forward was definitely not an option once drawn into the depths of the turbulence. Who knows what might happen? If sealed by a spatial vortex, it would truly be a hopeless situation. It seems we can only try going in other directions. After some consideration, Lu Qing decided to steer the void ship to the right, hoping to find a way around the spatial turbulence on either side. However, after steering the void ship at high speed for 2 days to the right, his expression became ugly one. The spatial turbulence remained ahead, showing no signs of reaching the edge. Could this band of spatial turbulence stretch across the entire starry sky? Lu Qing thought incredulously, although he knew it was impossible. The flight over the last 2 days told him. The area covered by the spatial turbulence far exceeded his expectations. Even if it didn't span the entire starry sky, it was certainly an unimaginably vast expanse. Ah Qing, what do we do now? Little Li looked at the spatial turbulence stretching before them with some helplessness. Lu Qing calmed down and thought, it's not good to keep going this way. If the area covered by this spatial turbulence is larger than we anticipated, we may deviate from the star map's guidance. What do you plan to do, Ah Qing? Little Li asked. We have to take a risk. Lu Qing took out a piece of middle-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the array of the void ship. Then he surged his heart and spirit. Layers of arrays on the ship lit up, and powerful spatial power swirled around the ship. In the next moment, a spatial vortex appeared ahead, and the void ship dove into it and vanished. Not long after, in a brilliant patch of starry sky, another spatial vortex appeared, and a somewhat shabby, ancient silver ship emerged from it. Ah Qing, we've made it out. Seeing the magnificent starry sky around, Little Li shouted the instant it could. Did it work? Feeling the tranquility around, Lu Qing finally relaxed. Sure enough, he guessed correctly the void ship's ability to traverse space could indeed cross the spatial turbulence. After all, those 2 extraterrestrial visitors initially realized the world was Homestead, because they triggered an ancient transmission array, and combined with the void ship's ability to traverse space, they crossed more than half of the immortal domain and appeared on the other side of the home world. This proves that traversing space can span that spatial turbulence area. Crash! At this moment, a crisp sound interrupted Lu Qing's thoughts. Looking up, he saw the middle-grade spirit stone he placed into the array had already developed a crack. This was a sign of the spirit stone's spiritual power exhaustion, so Lu Qing immediately replaced it with a low-grade spirit stone. I didn't expect that it would consume a middle-grade spirit stone. Lu Qing felt a bit distressed. Over the last 2 days, the reason he hadn't immediately resorted to space traversal was the uncertainty regarding the actual extent of the spatial turbulence. He worried that the distance of space traversal wouldn't be enough, ending up trapped in spatial turbulence. To prevent this, he decided to maximize the void ship's space traversal ability at the cost of 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Now, it seemed the result was quite successful. At least, they managed to cross the spatial turbulence area. Yet losing a piece of middle-grade spirit stone still caused Lu Qing some distress. Middle-grade spirit stones are extremely valuable, and he didn't have many. Throughout this journey, he primarily used low-grade spirit stones to power the ship. To suddenly lose one, he can't deny the pain. However, in this way, Lu Qing truly understood the reason why the primordial spirit great powers from the previous cultivation era couldn't find a path in the starry sky. It must have been due to the spatial turbulence. Keep in mind, skills like spatial relocation are extremely mysterious. Only those with profound realms who have endured many tribulations could possibly master them. And according to what the old dragon turtle said, most primordial spirit realm cultivators in the homeworld back then were at a similar level. Nearly all were just barely entering the primordial spirit realm. Lu Qing speculated that the few who were stronger at most reached the second or third tribulation. Those at the primordial spirit realm level, even with some understanding of the space Tao, without special exotic treasures of space, likely couldn't cross that spatial turbulence area. Perhaps this is why none of the primordial spirit great powers who left the home world have returned over tens of thousands of years. It's uncertain whether they were all wiped out in the spatial turbulence, or managed to surpass the barrier and succeed in breaking free. Lu Qing thought inside. Of course, all this was merely his speculation. To know the truth, unless one day he encounters cultivators from the previous cultivation era or their descendants. After adjusting his emotions, Lu Qing took out the star map to start locating his position. Earlier, to ensure crossing that space turbulence area, he maximized the void ship's space traversal ability. Now he had no idea where they ended up. Have we already formally entered the Great Origin Immortal Domains region? Soon, after activating the star map and a round of surveying and calculation, a hint of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Now their location already belonged to the Great Origin Immortal Domain. Although still somewhat remote from the center, it was no longer in barren area. The void ship is indeed formidable, crossing distances in this space traversal equal to years of journey for primordial spirit realm great powers. With this thought, Lu Qing felt losing that middle-grade spirit stone was less painful. Still, despite this knowledge, he'd hesitate to use another middle-grade spirit stone for travel. Let's travel by conventional means next, and enjoy the Great Origin Immortal Domain's starry delights. Having made his decision, Lu Qing continued to guide the ship, following the star map's prompts toward his destination. In the following days, Lu Qing and little Lei, as they traveled, enjoyed the surrounding celestial views. Initially, it felt enchanting, but after several days, it turned monotonous. Aside from Lu Qing piloting the ship, little Li and 5 Elements simply started secluded cultivation. Of course, Lu Qing did not focus entirely on the journey. He cultivated the divine separation technique, needing only a sliver of heart and spirit to steer the ship. Most of his time was spent cultivating and interpreting Taoist techniques. Thus, months passed again. During the journey, Lu Qing also discovered several worlds, but those worlds were mostly small worlds, quite far from his goal. Thus, he did not approach them, only passing by. However, this day, when the void ship was passing by another world, suddenly the whole ship trembled, seeming to have collided with something. At the same time, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. How lucky for me to encounter some little brats traveling the starry skies. Come down now. As the chilling voice faded, a gigantic black energy hand suddenly appeared in the starry sky, reaching for the void flying boat. A primordial spirit realm expert, Lu Qing was suddenly alarmed. This abruptly appearing black energy hand wielded tremendous power, far beyond what the Golden Core realm could unleash. Only a great power beyond the Golden Core realm might possess such divine skill. The black energy hand approached with the form of a celestial net, reaching for the void flying boat. The surrounding space was suppressed and solidified, making the boat almost unable to move. Lu Qing knew there was no time for hesitation. His gaze instantly sharpened, an icy sword energy emerged from him, and the layers of his golden core erupted, driving him to his strongest state in an instant. The next moment, an extremely sharp sword chi was slashed out by him. After being converted by the array within the void flying boat, it transformed into an immense sword chi, soaring to strike at the black energy hand. Boom! The sword chi collided with the black energy hand. Powerful energy erupted, causing waves of warped space ripples around. The massive force collision didn't slice through the black energy hand, but caused it to tremble slightly, weakening its suppression over the space within. Taking this opportunity, Lu Qing immediately activated the void ship's space-shifting capability. As the spirit stones in the array shattered, a space vortex appeared, and the void flying boat vanished from the black energy hand's grasp. What? The previous chilling voice was shocked to find his magic palm grasping at air. A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared, but no matter how he sensed, he couldn't discover the traces of the just vanished flying boat. Did they really escape? The black figure couldn't believe it. His Daluo Purgatory Palm was a well-known ultimate technique. Once unleashed, even an initial primordial spirit expert found it hard to escape. Using it to capture a few Golden Core Juniors, it actually failed. What exotic treasure was that dilapidated flying boat that it could still pierce through space under his divine suppression to flee? Ordinary space spiritual artifacts don't have such capabilities. Ancestor, what happened? At this moment, several figures appeared, half kneeling to the black figure. They all had powerful auras, surprisingly all late-stage Golden Core experts. Nothing, I just happened to be spiritually roaming the star sky and found a few juniors, intended to capture them, but they unexpectedly escaped from me. The black figure waved his hand, pretending to be unconcerned, to escape from Ancestor's grasp. Upon hearing this, the figures all looked shocked. They deeply understood how terrifying Ancestor's divine skills were. For them to escape Ancestor, could they also be primordial spirit great powers? Ignoring his subordinates' astonishment, the black figure gazed into the distant starry sky, his heart stirred. Just now, that sword chi carried a hint of an intention to cleave through heaven and earth. Could it be that Junior is a disciple of that legendary sect? The black figure's heart felt a chill, far from the calm on his surface. If that boy indeed was from that sect, he would have poked a hornet's nest. If only he had gone all out earlier to capture them completely. Now that they escaped, it feared endless future problems. While the black figure was regretful, in a distant part of the starry sky millions of miles away, a space vortex appeared, and the void-flying boat emerged from it. The moment it came out, Lu Qing's heart and spirit surged wildly, sensing all around. When he realized everything was calm and no one pursued, he let out a sigh of relief. The situation was urgent just now. He didn't have time to replace the spirit stones, only using the remaining spiritual charm on the array to activate the space traverse. The distance crossed was quite limited. If that primordial spirit great power had any divine skills or magical treasures to chase them, it would have been troublesome. Now it seemed their luck held and they indeed escaped. Only then did Lu Qing notice his palm was sweaty. Although just a brief clash, it was the greatest crisis he faced since his cultivation. The power of that black energy hand was overwhelmingly strong, nearly suppressing the void ship. The attacker was definitely not an ordinary primordial spirit great power. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been suppressed and unable to escape. Fortunately, although that primordial spirit great power was formidable, he hadn't reached the realm of understanding the space Tao, unable to track the void ship's traces and space shift here. Otherwise, they would find it incredibly difficult to escape completely. Luckily, the insights from these past years revealed some wondrous uses of the void ship, or this time might have been disastrous. Lu Qing felt lucky in his heart. This was an ability discovered over many years of mastering and understanding the void flying boat. Though the void flying boat didn't possess attack capabilities, Lu Qing later discovered that the array inside could amplify his attacks. Even if he was a perfect golden core at his current realm, he couldn't shake the Taoist magic of a seasoned primordial spirit great power. Ah Qing, what was that just now? At this moment, little Li asked, still with lingering fear. Beside it, the tails of the 5 elements were trembling with unease. It should have been some primordial spirit great power attacking us. Fortunately, it was a narrow escape. We managed to flee. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Truly, it's a primordial spirit great power. Little Li and the 5 elements were shaken inside. Earlier, upon seeing that terrifyingly immense black hand that could almost obscure the stars, they had already speculated. Now with Lu Qing's confirmation, they were instantly filled with dread. The primordial spirit great power that suddenly attacked them clearly came with ill intentions and had a very sinister aura. If they hadn't escaped just now, it's hard to imagine what the outcome would have been. Primordial spirit great powers are indeed terrifying. It seems we need to be even more cautious in the future. This sudden encounter made Lu Qing much more vigilant. The outside world is indeed fraught with danger. They hadn't even delved into the prosperous region of the Great Origin Immortal Domain, yet they encountered a primordial spirit great power. It's hard to say if there will be more dangers along the journey, requiring them to be even more cautious. Little Li and 5 elements naturally had no objections and nodded vigorously. Especially after experiencing the terror of the primordial spirit great power, the little bit of arrogance in these 2 little fellows was truly quelled. Originally, the 2 little fellows were quite confident in the high-grade demon core they condensed, but just now they didn't manage to serve any purpose at all. In front of a primordial spirit great power, their strength was indeed insignificant. Lu Qing replaced the spirit stone on the void flying boat with a new lower grade one to continue their journey. However, he secretly memorized the starry sky coordinates of that world they encountered earlier. Being beaten and not fighting back is not in Lu Qing's character. Right now, his cultivation is still shallow, and he can only flee in embarrassment. Once he steps into the primordial spirit realm, he is determined to return and meet that mysterious primordial spirit realm again. In the following days, Lu Qing became even more cautious. When passing by those small worlds, he would rather take a detour than approach them closely. However, even so, they still faced several crises during the journey. In some worlds, they were detected by primordial spirit great powers who attempted to intercept them. Fortunately, the void ship was mysterious, along with Lu Qing's vigilance. Most of the time, those primordial spirit great powers would make a move. They would immediately employ void traversal techniques and escape swiftly. In the end, they narrowly avoided these dangers. Another 5 years passed like this. One day, Lu Qing stopped the void flying boat, hovering above the starry sky, not moving forward. "Ah Qing, what is it?" Little Yan and 5 elements, who were meditating with eyes closed, woke up upon sensing the commotion. "We've arrived," Lu Qing said. "We've finally arrived." Upon hearing this, little Li and 5 elements were first stunned, then overjoyed. For over 5 years, they have been aboard the void flying boat, with almost nothing else to do but cultivation. Moreover, even though they were cultivating, they didn't dare to meditate too deeply, fearing that any abrupt incident might occur, leaving them unable to awaken in time. Now hearing that they have finally reached their destination, the eyes of these 2 little fellows were almost glowing. They immediately rushed to the front of the flying boat to look ahead, and then, at the next moment, they were all stunned. Before them was a vast world, floating in the void. Surrounding it were 5 smaller worlds, revolving slowly like guardians around that large world. The world's majestic aura deeply shook the hearts and spirits of little Li and 5 elements. It left the 2 little fellows staring ahead in astonishment, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Lu Qing also felt a stirring within his heart and spirit. After more than 5 years of travel, through many twists and turns, he had finally arrived here smoothly. Such a vast world. At this moment, a phantom appeared beside Lu Qing, also gazing ahead in awe. It was Yan, who had been cultivating in the leaving fire tripod for a long time without emerging. Currently, the heart of Yan was equally shocked. The great world ahead was truly too vast. The light of this world, like an immeasurable radiance, made even their home world appear insignificant like fireflies in comparison. "Ah Qing, that massive world up ahead, is this our destination?" After a long while, little Li finally came back to his senses and asked excitedly, "Yes, that is the world we are heading to, the heavenly origin great world." Lu Qing nodded. "But before we go, we need to make some preparations." Indeed, Lu Qing's purpose for this journey was the heavenly origin great world. According to the star map's markings, it was one of the 5 most powerful great worlds in the great origin immortal domain. Also, it was the closest great world to their home world. Finding an extraterrestrial meteor, they landed the void ship, then activated an array to completely hide the ship. For over 5 years, Lu Qing had been focusing on piloting the flying boat, especially after the first encounter with that mysterious primordial spirit great powers attack. He didn't even dare to be distracted, let alone cultivate, afraid of any unexpected incidents that he could not react to in time. His heart and spirit were still utterly exhausted. So he planned to rest for a few days, adjust his state to its peak, and then set off again. After hiding the void flying boat, Lu Qing took out a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and entered the deepest level of meditative recovery. Little Lei and 5 elements, on the other hand, intuitively circled around him, constantly watching for any external disturbances and protecting him. A few days later, when the spiritual charm in Lu Qing's spirit stone was exhausted, he opened his eyes, a divine light flickering within. After a few days of breath regulation, he had restored his state to its peak. Even he felt that after these 5 years of mental and spiritual tempering, his divine soul power became even more pure and resilient, and the divine soul talisman in the acupoint on his forehead emitted a faint glow, showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Noticing this, Lu Qing was delighted. His divine soul talisman, ever since advancing to the Yang talisman stage, nurtured by the Earth Spirit Pearl, though its power kept growing stronger, it had never had a qualitative breakthrough. Even when he crossed the heavenly tribulation and entered the Golden Core realm, it only greatly increased the power of his divine soul, but his divine soul talisman hadn't further evolved. After all, according to the divine talisman sect's legacy records, divine soul talisman generally needs to undergo the tribulation thunder's baptism before it washes away the yin qi, turning yin to yang and entering the yang talisman stage. This stage was usually achievable only in the Golden Core realm. No one expected someone like Lu Qing would be around, who could trigger tribulation thunder while breaking through the innate realm, refining the power of the divine soul. You could say back then, Lu Qing had the realm, but his power of the divine soul was inadequate. This was why the power of his divine soul talisman couldn't be fully realized. Later on, as he entered Foundation Establishment and achieved the Golden Core, he gradually filled up his divine soul power, but there had never been any further qualitative metamorphosis. Now, after 5 years of mental fortification, he finally had that feeling of breakthrough again. After this breakthrough, I should be able to step into the middle realm of the Yang talisman, significantly enhancing both my talisman application and array arrangement. Lu Qing thought joyously. Cultivation of the divine soul power is much harder than cultivating mana. It's not something that can be improved simply by absorbing spiritual energy. he had entered the Yang Talisman stage much earlier than he formed the Golden Core. But later on, the enhancement of his mana Golden Core was even faster. If not for being restricted by the spiritual energy of his home world over these years, he might have already stepped into the fourth or even fifth transition realm. Fortunately, this time of mental tempering gave him a direction for cultivating divine soul power. Perhaps in the future, he can deduce this path further. The legacy left in the Jade Cave back then was incomplete. At most, it could cultivate up to the Golden Core realm, which is the Yang Talisman stage. He hadn't gained any of the subsequent cultivation techniques. This is also one of the reasons why the power of his Divine Soul Talisman has been progressing slowly after entering the Yang Talisman stage. Master, when Lu Qing's heart and spirit entered the leaving fire tripod, Yan immediately greeted him. Ever since Lu Qing stepped into the Golden Core realm, Yan began to gradually change its attitude towards Lu Qing. Eventually, it began addressing Lu Qing directly as master. At first, Lu Qing was somewhat unaccustomed to it, but later seeing that Yan insisted on it, he went along with it. What about the demon cultivator? Lu Qing asked, currently asleep. Over the years, that demon child has been in slumber most of the time due to the lack of nourishment from demonic qi to reduce consumption, Yan replied. Lu Qing slightly nodded. The demon cultivator not receiving a supplement of demonic qi was his deliberate intention. He always held vigilance toward that fellow. Even with the enslavement mark branded on it, he remained cautious. Therefore, over the years, he only occasionally provided it with a bit of demonic qi, merely enough to maintain its essence from dissipating, absolutely not allowing it to absorb excessive power. With a thought, a ball of light appeared in Lu Qing's hand, encapsulating a black hand. Simultaneously, he shifted the sleeping demon cultivator from the corner of the spiritual artifact space. With such commotion, the demon cultivator naturally woke in an instant. But upon seeing Lu Qing, it showed delight, Master. I recall you saying that you are from the heavenly origin great world, and were once one of the 108 demon generals under the Black Sky Demon Venerable. Lu Qing didn't bother with pleasantries with the demon cultivator and directly asked. The demon cultivator was first taken aback, then hurriedly replied, Yes, Master, in my memories, I was indeed one of the demon generals under the demon venerable in my previous life. Since that's the case, you should be well acquainted with the heavenly origin great world then, Lu Qing continued to ask, reporting to the Master, though the demon cultivator felt puzzled as to why Lu Qing suddenly showed interest in the heavenly origin great world. Yet it was a rare opportunity to prove itself, so it replied immediately, This little servant has gone through reincarnation and the mystery of the fetus. Although some memories are missing, I still basically recall matters concerning the heavenly origin great world. Very well, tell me what you know about the heavenly origin great world, especially the distribution of various powers, and how an outsider cultivator can enter the great world, all of it. How to enter the heavenly origin great world? Could it be that Master intends to? Hearing this, the demon cultivator was startled inside. It thought of a possibility but dared not believe it. One must know that the heavenly origin great world is unimaginably distant from the small, isolated world where Lu Qing is located. It hadn't been asleep for long. How could Lu Qing suddenly arrive near the heavenly origin great world? Nonetheless, despite the shock, the demon cultivator dared not delay. After thinking for a while, it said, The heavenly origin great world is one of the most powerful worlds in the great origin immortal domain. Through the demon cultivator's explanation, Lu Qing slowly gained a relatively clear understanding of this vast world. According to the demon cultivator's description, the Great Origin Immortal Domain originally belonged to the territory of the Great Origin Immortal Dynasty. And the Heavenly Origin Great World was one of the few most powerful worlds within the Great Origin Immortal Domain, governed by the Great Origin Immortal Dynasty. However, over 100,000 years ago, a huge upheaval occurred in the Great Origin Immortal Domain, causing the entire Great Origin Immortal Dynasty to collapse. Several of the most powerful great worlds immediately became independent, each playing their own game, no longer under the restraint of the Immortal Dynasty. The Heavenly Origin Great World was one of them, yet even after the independence, there was no peace within the Heavenly Origin Great World. To contend for control over the world, multiple factions directly initiated wars. Amidst them, the righteous and demon paths clashed most fiercely. The final result of the confrontation was a stalemate, with neither able to overpower the other. Back then, when this little servant was being hunted by the righteous cultivators and was forced to use the heavenly demon rebirth technique to escape. In the heavenly origin great world, the strength between the righteous and demon paths were not far apart. The demon lords balanced with the many top-tier primordial spirit realm of the righteous path, rarely clashing. Yet, the middle to lower tier cultivators frequently experienced friction, and battles occurred sporadically. I was ambushed and hunted by numerous righteous cultivators during a secret realm exploration that forced me to abandon my physical body, using the heavenly demon rebirth technique for reincarnation. Middle to lower tier cultivators. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, and then said, "You mentioned you were a primordial spirit realm demon cultivator. Does that mean even a primordial spirit great power is considered lower tier?" Indeed, in the great origin immortal domain, only those of 7 tribulations and above in the primordial spirit realm are qualified to be considered top-tier primordial spirits. This little servant was merely a cultivator of the primordial spirit tribulation back then, and was among the lower-ranked demon generals under the esteemed demon venerable. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's heart was shaken. A powerful being in the primordial spirit realm in the heavenly origin great world could only count as a middle-tier cultivator, and the demon venerable whom the demon cultivator served in its previous life had 108 demon generals under him. With 108 primordial spirit realms, the golden core and foundation establishment cultivators under them were surely countless. This was only the force of one demon lord. It's unimaginable how many primordial spirit great powers existed across the entire heavenly origin great world. This is the foundation of a top-tier great world. Compared to this, my home world truly is as insignificant as dust. Lu Qing was greatly shaken inside, truly realizing what the foundation of a great world meant. He delved even deeper in thought, pondering over how powerful the once unified great origin immortal dynasty, which could govern many top-tier great worlds, must have been. Luckily, I came out this time, otherwise, staying in my home world would indeed make me a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Qing calmed his emotions for a moment. He continued to ask, then if I wish to enter the heavenly origin great world, what should I do? When he saw the vast and boundless might of the heavenly origin great world, Lu Qing understood that it was unlikely he could sneak into the heavenly origin great world with a void-flying boat like he did in his home world. With his current cultivation, the void-flying boat he activated might not even pass through the world's membranes, and he would have to find another way. Sure enough, the next moment he heard the demon cultivator report truthfully. Every great world is integrated, and coupled with the powerful membranes, they can block most space divine abilities and magic artifacts. So even the top primordial spirit great powers find it difficult to force their way in. Foreign cultivators who wish to enter the heavenly origin great world can only go through the 5 affiliated small worlds outside and take the transmission array in. When I was still in the heavenly origin great world, those 5 affiliated small worlds outside, the righteous and demon paths each occupied 2, with the remaining small world occupied by the demon clan alliance. I once slept for many years, experiencing multiple reincarnations before I comprehended the mystery of the fetus. I've been away from the heavenly origin great world for quite some time now, and I don't know if the situation has changed. Lu Qing recalled what he saw before, the 5 small worlds slowly rotating around the heavenly origin great world, each exuding a different aura. Among them, 2 small worlds emitted a solemn and grand righteous aura. Opposing them, the other 2 small worlds felt eerie and overbearing, which he found quite unpleasant. The last small world remaining had an aura of malevolence with a hint of carefree nonchalance. It should be the small world occupied by the demon clan. Clearly, during the time the demon cultivator was away, the situation in the heavenly origin great world hadn't changed much. So as long as we can enter one of the small worlds and then take the transmission array, we can enter the heavenly origin great world, right? Lu Qing nodded in understanding. However, to his surprise, the demon cultivator shook his head. It's naturally not that simple. How vast and powerful the heavenly origin great world is, its world might is unimaginably strong. It's filled with countless opportunities and mysteries. Even the ubiquitous spiritual energy has various wondrous uses, far more potent than the spiritual energy of lower worlds. Such a magnificent world is indeed the cultivation holy land countless cultivators yearn for. Since it's a cultivation holy land, naturally it's not so easy to enter. Foreign cultivators wishing to enter the heavenly origin great world generally have 2 ways. One is to pay a hefty amount of spirit stones to gain the qualification to reside there. The other way is to join a certain power within the heavenly origin great world, whether recruited as a disciple or becoming an honored guest elder of a sect. Both qualify for entry into the great world. However, becoming an honored guest elder of a sect is not easy. Even some small sects require a golden core cultivation or above. So that's how it is. With the demon cultivator's explanation, Lu Qing realized that his earlier thoughts were somewhat naive. Indeed, if the heavenly origin great world was so easy to enter, then other small and medium worlds cultivators would have already crowded in seeking opportunities. This situation, how could the native powers within the heavenly origin great world tolerate it? Seems I can only first choose one of the small worlds to temporarily reside in, and then see if there's a chance to enter the heavenly origin great world. Lu Qing originally didn't have many spirit stones, and he spent some on the journey here. Now the spirit stones left in his hand could be counted on 10 fingers. It was surely not enough to pay the entrance fee to the heavenly origin great world, but no matter what, he still needed to make contact to have a chance of finding a solution. Next, Lu Qing asked the demon cultivator numerous details about entering the small world to ensure he understood everything clearly before he tossed out the black hand. You've performed well this time. This demon body hand is your reward. The demon cultivator took the hand with great delight. Over the years, Lu Qing rarely entered the leaving fire tripod, giving it little chance to request demonic chi from him. Additionally, Yan itself disliked it, making it even less likely to convey messages for it. This led to quite tough years for the demon cultivator, who could only reduce the consumption of primordial demonic chi by sleeping. Now, obtaining this hand of its own body finally allowed it to properly replenish its demonic chi. After handing over the demon body hand, Lu Qing ignored the demon cultivator's joy, withdrew his heart and spirit from the leaving fire tripod, and returned to his physical body. As he opened his eyes, he saw little Li and 5 elements looking at him brightly. "Ah Qing, you're awake, are we ready to set off?" Little Li asked immediately upon seeing Lu Qing awaken. "Almost, once we make some more preparations, we can set off." In the following time, Lu Qing spent another 2 days making adequate preparations before he finally commanded the void flying boat towards the vast world ahead. However, even though the heavenly origin great world seemed close, it was actually still a considerable distance away from where Lu Qing and his party were. In the ensuing time, Lu Qing propelled the void flying boat forward at a speed 100 times the limit of his home world, advancing for over 10 days before finally arriving before one of the small worlds. During this journey, the closer they got to the heavenly origin great world, the more Lu Qing and his companions could feel the vast and boundless world might. As they approached one of the small worlds, Lu Qing finally saw. Outside that small world, there floated a landmass the size of a state from his home world. An array of formations covered it, and through the light, many majestic buildings could be seen within. It was an awe-inspiring city floating in the starry sky. The 5 small worlds on the outskirts of the heavenly origin great world essentially serve as 5 gates. It's through the transmission arrays of these 5 gates that one can officially enter the heavenly origin great world. However, even these 5 small worlds are not so easy to enter. One must undergo inspection and screening in the starry sky city above the small world to verify their identity before entry is permitted. In his heart, Lu Qing recalled the demon cultivator's words as he gradually slowed the void flying boat, approaching the starry sky city ahead. His choice was naturally one of the 2 small worlds controlled by the Righteous Path Alliance in the heavenly origin great world. After all, the cultivation methods he practiced were all honorable and upright righteous methods. Going to a demon cultivator-controlled small world, who knows what could happen? As the void flying boat neared the front of the great city gate of the Star Sky City, suddenly a large white array light appeared from the city gate, shooting towards the void ship. Lu Qing was not alarmed, allowing it to envelop the ship. He knew this was a necessary procedure to enter the Starry Sky City. This array light bore no hostility. It was merely checking whether his boat was a devilish magical treasure. As expected, after the array light encompassed and scanned for a while, it slowly retracted. At the same time, an opening appeared in the array barrier in front of the city gate, allowing passage for the void ship. Lu Qing piloted the void ship through the gap, finally landing gently in front of the city gate. With little Li and 5 elements, he disembarked from the void flying boat and then stored it away. Only then did Lu Qing lead the 2 little ones towards the city gate. "Fellow Taoists, your journey must have been arduous. May I know where you came from and how you are addressed?" By the city gate, there was a table and chair, and a slightly plump old man sat there, kindly inquiring of Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing could sense the old man's aura was like an abyssal sea. Without using his superpower, he couldn't gauge the old man's depth at all. He immediately understood this person must be a primordial spirit realm great power above the golden core. Not daring to neglect, he respectfully saluted, "Junior Lu Qing, from a remote small world. These 2 are my spiritual pets. Greetings, Senior." "Greetings, Senior." Little Li and 5 elements also nervously saluted the old man. They too could vaguely sense the terrifying aura of the old man before them. "Is it fellow Taoist Lu Qing? Not bad, not bad. The entry fee is 100 low-grade spirit stones per person or 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Your 2 spiritual pets are also in the demon pill realm, and they need to pay a fee as well. Will you pay with low-grade spirit stones or middle-grade spirit stones?" the slightly plump elder said with a smile. He didn't ask about the specific name of Lu Qing's home world, nor did he inquire about his purpose in coming to the heavenly origin great world. "Junior will pay with middle-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing that just the entry fee required 3 middle-grade spirit stones, Lu Qing felt a twinge in his heart. After this long journey, he didn't have many spirit stones left in his hand. The low-grade spirit stones had already been exhausted, and he only had a few middle-grade spirit stones left. Unexpectedly, even entering the city required 3 middle-grade spirit stones. However, despite feeling the pinch, Lu Qing said nothing and respectfully took out 3 spirit stones and handed them over. Don't be so heartached to enter the Little Kang realm. You must use the teleportation array. The cost of a teleportation is not small. Only charging you 1 middle-grade spirit stone is already very cheap. The slightly plump elder skillfully collected the spirit stones with a smiling face and then took out 3 jade talismans. These jade talismans are your city entry and teleportation certificates, and the teleportation array is located in the center of the city. Remember, no fighting is allowed in the city. As for matters after entering the Little Kang realm, they are no longer my concern. Little Kang realm was the name of the small world Lu Qing wanted to enter. Lu Qing respectfully accepted the jade talisman, then bowed to the elder before heading into the city with little Li and the others. Watching Lu Qing's back, the slightly plump elder's eyes revealed a trace of peculiar light. An ordinary mid-grade golden core third turn, yet accompanied by 2 demon pill realm spiritual beasts. And it seems that those 2 spiritual beasts are carrying secret treasures that disguise their aura. Their cultivation is not just as simple as the first turn low-grade demon pill. This young man, is he from a noble family in some great world, or a direct descendant of a primordial spirit great power, out for training? After thinking for a while, the slightly plump elder shook his head and decided not to delve any further. His current duty was merely that of a gatekeeper. As long as the visitors weren't those demon children from the other side, he wouldn't pry into their background regardless of their origin. Whether Lu Qing was a disciple of an immortal sect from other great worlds or a direct descendant of a primordial spirit great power, or even a wanted criminal from some world, it was none of his business. In any case, a mere golden core realm couldn't possibly shake the heavens. If something really happened, there would naturally be others to step in. All he needed to do was guard the city gate and collect the entry fee. The rest was for someone else to worry about. He didn't have many years left to live, and he should enjoy the remaining time. It seems that even a primordial spirit realm great power cannot see through my disguise. On the other side, Lu Qing, who had already entered the city, sighed in relief. For this city entry, he had naturally made ample preparations. First was his own cultivation realm. His perfect golden core was too mysterious if discovered. It was hard to say what might happen. So before coming, he used the perfect golden core's talent ability of being invisible and ever-changing, to reduce the power of the magic power golden core to only the level of a mid-grade golden core. At the same time, he inscribed a talisman on the demon cores of Little Lei and the 5 elements. That talisman was comprehended from his own perfect golden core's ability of being invisible and ever-changing. It also had the ability to disguise cultivation and change auras. Now it seems the mysteriousness comprehended from the perfect golden core is indeed marvelous. Even a primordial spirit great power finds it difficult to see through his methods of disguise. Of course, this is also because the elder only used divine soul sensing to sense their auras. If the elder had done it personally, using divine soul mana to investigate Lu Qing and the others' golden core and demon core. Besides Lu Qing, Little Li and the rest would likely have immediately revealed their true forms with their upper-grade demon cores, unable to hide. However, speaking of which, using divine soul mana to forcefully investigate someone else's magic power golden core is a great taboo. No cultivator can tolerate such an investigation that borders on humiliation. The heavenly origin great world would not commit such a taboo. Otherwise, for ordinary cultivators it might be fine, but accidentally offending a disciple from another great world, or even a primordial spirit great power, would be to court enmity for no reason. Understanding this, Lu Qing thus inscribed the concealment transformation talisman on Little Lei and the 5 elements demon cores. In this way, even if the elder sensed something amiss with their auras, he would generally not forcibly probe their demon cores. After all, among cultivators, many like to conceal their auras and act low profile. As long as they weren't demon cultivators sneaking in, there shouldn't be any issues. Things went as Lu Qing thought. Although the elder sensed a hint of something amiss, he still allowed them to pass smoothly. This first hurdle was smoothly passed. Next is to take the teleportation array into the small world. Lu Qing toyed with the jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman was not only the entry certificate, but also the certificate to enter the Little Kang realm. Although Star Sky City was immensely grand, Lu Qing didn't linger excessively. After entering the city, he headed straight for the center of the city with Little Li and 5 elements. It wasn't long before he arrived at the central location of the city. A gigantic jade platform was situated there, engravings of mysterious runes forming a huge array on its surface. In front of the Jade platform, there were more than 10 people waiting, each with an extraordinary aura. Except for a few who seemed to have followed their elders to gain experience, most of them at least had the cultivation of the Golden Core realm. Lu Qing even noticed a middle-aged man among them, whose aura was as formidable as a mountain or a deep abyss, giving him a sense of danger. His heart trembled, knowing the person should also be a primordial spirit great power. Lu Qing's arrival naturally caught the attention of others. At first, seeing he was only a third transition mid-grade Golden Core, they didn't pay much attention. But when they saw little Li being carried by him, and the 5 elements lying on his shoulder, their expressions changed. After all, having Golden Core realm spiritual pets was quite rare, especially considering Lu Qing's cultivation did not seem high, yet he could carry 2 Golden Core realm spiritual pets with him. His identity must be somewhat unusual, but even so, no one said anything. After glancing at Lu Qing a few times, they went back to their own matters. However, on the Jade platform, a youth in treasure armor, also with the Golden Core realm cultivation, spoke up as he saw Lu Qing approaching. "Are you also going to enter the Little Kang realm? We still need to wait for a bit. We can only activate the teleportation array after there are 30 people. After some inquiry, Lu Qing realized. It turned out that the teleportation array of Star Sky City couldn't be activated at any time. It required at least 30 people to start once. Lu Qing understood this. The activation of the teleportation array must incur a considerable cost. Naturally, it cannot be activated rashly for just 1 or 2 people. If that were the case, the middle-grade spirit stone they offered probably wouldn't cover the cost of a single activation. But this was just what Lu Qing wanted, as he was worried about not having an excuse to linger a bit longer here. Therefore, after thanking the treasure armor youth, Lu Qing found a corner, sat cross-legged, silently regulating his breath and waiting. Little Li snuggled into his arms, while the 5 elements burrowed into his robe's hood. With that, after a long while, feeling that no one was noticing him anymore, Lu Qing quietly opened his eyes. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, he looked towards the transmission Jade platform. Of course, what he was looking at was not the Jade platform itself, but the incredibly mysterious rune array inscribed upon it. From the first glance at the runes on the transmission Jade platform, his heart and spirit were already trembling. However, with so many powerful figures around, he couldn't show it. He had been contemplating how to find a reason to carefully study and learn from it. Unexpectedly, the transmission Jade platform needed enough people to be activated, which was a great opportunity for him. Transmission array. Lu Qing felt a fiery passion in his heart, silently activating his superpower, and looked at those mysterious runes. Soon, a dense purple superpower light emerged from the transmission Jade platform, with several pieces of information floating out. Transmission Jade platform, imbued with teleportation array, a magical treasure capable of spatial transmission. The transmission array involves space law it is difficult to master without deep knowledge of the array. This transmission Jade platform is a directional transmission magic treasure and can only transmit to a fixed location. This transmission Jade platform is a short-distance transmission magic treasure with limited transmission distance. Transmission discovery detected, download simulation. Upon seeing the last piece of information, a subtle smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. He then chose to download. Downloading current progress 1239899 Download complete simulate. Lu Qing then chose to simulate. Simulating current progress 1239899 Simulation complete. Learn. Lu Qing glanced around, seeing no one was paying attention to him. He reached out to pat Little Li's head, using Divine Soul Transmission. Little Li, protect me and keep an eye on the surroundings. Little Li's ears twitched lightly. Years of tacit understanding told it that Qing must be preparing to comprehend something again. It didn't move and only softly responded with a hum through Divine Soul Transmission, indicating understanding. Only then did Lu Qing choose to learn and closed his eyes. The next moment, a mass of comprehension information surged to the depths of his mind. Lu Qing skillfully received and understood this information, entering a deep cultivation state. An hour later, Lu Qing opened his eyes, filled with wonder. This transmission array is indeed supremely profound. It can indeed utilize the power of the array to evoke the space laws, achieving spatial transmission. Lu Qing felt an extraordinary shock in his heart. It must be recognized that the space Tao is incredibly mysterious. Even a primordial spirit great power needs to tread far in the primordial spirit realm. Only then can they have the qualification to comprehend the enigmatic space law. But this transmission array does not require such trouble. As long as one can accurately arrange the array, use runes to communicate with the space law, and evoke spatial power, spatial transmission can be achieved. Although the Void Flying Boat possesses the ability to traverse the void, more than half of that is credited to its peculiar material. The array inscribed within it is secondary. However, this transmission array genuinely relies on array power to achieve transmission capabilities. If thoroughly comprehended, my achievement in the rune array path would undoubtedly deepen greatly. Even the divine soul talisman could formally step into the middle realm of the Yang talisman. Lu Qing felt greatly delighted. Originally, he thought he had to enter the heavenly origin great world to seek those profound inheritances. But unexpectedly, even before officially entering the Little Kang realm, he had such a gain. This further strengthened Lu Qing's resolve to enter the heavenly origin great world. With the presence of superpowers, that vast world full of various encounters and opportunities is truly his supreme treasure land. After a while, Lu Qing calmed his emotions and closed his eyes to comprehend again. The transmission array was extraordinarily mysterious. He had only made a cursory understanding of it. He was still some way off from truly mastering it. Since it's unclear how long it would take to gather enough people to activate the transmission array, he might as well take this time to thoroughly comprehend it. What has Ah Qing comprehended to be this happy? Curled up in Lu Qing's arms, little Li was curious when Lu Qing entered meditation again. The emotional fluctuations of Lu Qing were concealed well, but they could not escape the sharp spiritual sense of little Li, who was so close. Given its understanding of Lu Qing clearly comprehended something remarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this pleased. The subsequent time passed quietly in Lu Qing's silent comprehension. During this period, other strong individuals continually arrived at the transmission Jade platform. Some even attempted to make acquaintance, but after being politely declined twice by Lu Qing, others wisely stopped trying. In this way, several days passed, and the area around the Jade platform finally gathered 30 people. 30 people have gathered. The teleportation array can now be activated. Please, everyone, stand in the center of the Jade platform. The treasure armor youth, having waited for another half-day without others arriving, spoke. Upon hearing this, the awaiting strong individuals around stood up and headed to the center of the Jade platform. Throughout this process, the unfamiliar cultivators deliberately kept their distance. Luckily, the transmission Jade platform was large enough to accommodate 30 people, even with maintained distances. Lu Qing also opened his eyes and got up to walk forward, feeling a faint sense of joy. Through these days of understanding, he had comprehended the transmission array to quite a profound level. Once he had enough materials, he should be able to truly arrange an array. Everyone, the spatial power is formidable. Even with the protection of the array power, there may still be discomfort during transmission, so please be mindful. The treasure armor youth warned them, then took out a token. As his mana poured in, the token emitted a burst of peculiar fluctuation. The entire transmission Jade platform radiated waves of light. Immediately, Lu Qing sensed the sudden emergence of powerful spatial power, and a spatial vortex suddenly formed, engulfing them all. Kanglan City is one of the most prosperous cities in the Little Kang realm. Meanwhile, at the center of the city, there is also a transmission Jade platform, linked to the transmission array of Star Sky City. However, due to the high consumption when opening the transmission array, it usually remains inactive for some time before showing any activity. On this day, the transmission Jade platform suddenly emitted a bright light, visible throughout the entire city. Upon seeing this light, many merchants in the city were instantly ecstatic. Are there foreign cultivators coming to Kanglan City? Hurry up, get over there at once, and make sure to bring the guests to our shop. Last time, Treasure Flavor Building rushed ahead. We absolutely can't let them succeed again this time. Quick, take out all the magical treasures from the store. We might have important clients coming. And those elixirs about to expire, quickly retrieve them from the warehouse. Valued guests are arriving. With one order after another, many people hastened towards the transmission Jade platform. After all, those foreign cultivators capable of traveling through the stars. Not only are their cultivation levels powerful, but their wealth is often extremely abundant. They are the most ideal clients. Is this the Little Kang realm? On the transmission Jade platform, Lu Qing was slightly dumbfounded as he felt the incredibly rich spiritual energy around him. It was simply because the spiritual energy in this Little Kang realm was too dense. Though it's also a small world, the richness and purity of spiritual energy here are more than 10 times stronger than his homeland. In this way, even if I can't enter the heavenly origin great world for now, there's hope for further advancement in my cultivation. Lu Qing was very pleased in his heart. Indeed, the world outside is fascinating, full of surprises everywhere. Originally, he was pondering how to quickly enter the heavenly origin great world. Now it seems there's no need to rush. Previously, Lu Qing felt distressed over the 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Now he thinks the stones were well worth spending. Not only did he receive the teleportation array inheritance, but he can also cultivate in such a good environment. Absolutely worth every penny. Such rich spiritual energy. Little Li and Qing were also shocked by the dense spiritual energy around them. The spiritual energy in this city exceeds even the cave mansion they cultivated in on the Holy Mountain. No wonder Ah Qing always wanted to come out in such an environment. It's no wonder the cultivation advances rapidly. Fellow Taoist, are you all right? while Lu Qing and the others were surprised by the surrounding spiritual energy, looking as though they hadn't seen the world. Others had already walked off the transmission Jade platform. A middle-aged man responsible for watching over the Jade platform saw Lu Qing standing there in a daze, assuming he couldn't withstand the pressure of the transmission array, and asked with concern. Lu Qing came back to his senses and immediately thanked the middle-aged man. The aura revealed by the other party was also that of a Golden Core Realm expert. This made Lu Qing secretly sigh. He hadn't even officially entered the Heavenly Origin Great World, and yet Golden Core Realm seems as though it's not worth much, encountered so casually. No wonder the demon cultivator said that though he was in the primordial spirit realm back then, in the Heavenly Origin Great World, he was just a mid-level cultivator. Senior, would you like to stay at our treasure flavor building? Our spirit food is unparalleled, not only visually appealing and delicious, but also has supreme nourishing effects. It can nourish the magic body and warm the divine soul, being greatly beneficial to cultivation. The guest rooms are equipped with high-grade spirit gathering array, making cultivation twice as effective. Senior, are you considering purchasing magical treasures? Every item at our Mystic Device Workshop is a Chinese letter, absolutely satisfying you. This fairy is our Miao Dan Pavilion's Chang Chun pill, which has the effect of preserving youth forever. Just as Lu Qing intended to walk down the Jade platform, suddenly he saw a group of people appear out of nowhere. Pulling the cultivators who had just transmitted alongside him, they kept recommending their goods with ingratiating smiles. The oddly familiar feeling made him pause once more. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivation of this emerging group was at least at the Qi refining realm, he'd really think he had returned to the world of his past life. He turned to ask the middle-aged man, Senior, what's going on here? The middle-aged male glanced below and said indifferently, these are some merchants from the city. If you wish to stay or purchase magical treasure elixirs, you may seek them out. Be careful not to be deceived. Lu Qing's heart trembled. The middle-aged man advised caution against deception, implying these people could very likely deceive customers. Judging by this man's demeanor, it's clear he's habituated to such matters. It seems that Kanglan City isn't exactly peaceful, Lu Qing mused to himself, but he displayed nothing on his face, only respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Having said that, he walked downward. As for little Li and Qing, they had already shrunken themselves and hidden within his clothing. From the outside, one couldn't discern their presence at all. The middle-aged man watched Lu Qing's back for a while, finally said nothing, silently closed his eyes and continued his duties. After descending the Jade platform, Lu Qing naturally received enthusiastic greetings from those merchants. But in his current financial state, though not completely destitute, he was certainly cash-strapped, so he could only politely decline one by one, squeeze through the crowd and walk away. Upon leaving the transmission Jade platform, Lu Qing intended to stroll through the city for a while, familiarize himself with this realm's circumstances first. An hour later. After Lu Qing toured Kanglan City and spent one of his self-crafted magic artifacts to inquire with a street Qi refinement realm cultivator, he found himself in a predicament, worthy of being one of the most prosperous places in the Great Origin Immortal Domain. Indeed, spirit stones are needed everywhere. Lu Qing had just learned that in Kanglan City, the majority of residents are cultivators, so trading among them is almost entirely conducted in spirit stones. Whether it's lodging, buying magical treasure elixirs, or even eating and drinking, spirit stones are expended. To say nothing else, just for lodging, Lu Qing asked in an inn. Staying a day in the most ordinary room costs a lower-grade spirit stone. As for those high-standard superior rooms, they cost 10 times more. Just for one day's stay, 10 lower-grade spirit stones are needed. Didn't expect that in the homeland world, lower-grade spirit stones, regarded by multiple cultivation sects as strategic resources, extremely precious and sparingly used. In this Kanglan City are merely ordinary currency. Eating a more expensive meal might consume an entire sect's full reserves. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Originally, he wanted to inquire about the conditions to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World. Now it seems those are secondary. The urgent task at hand is finding a way to earn some spirit stones quickly. Otherwise, with just the few spirit stones remaining in his possession, in a few days, he and little Lei might have to sleep outdoors and be unable to afford meals. Senior, why are you back again? A young boy looked at Lu Qing, who had left and returned, with a face full of surprise. Previously, he had exchanged some basic knowledge of Kanglan City for a fine magic artifact from Lu Qing and was quite pleased. Seeing Lu Qing return, he was initially stunned and then began to feel uneasy. Could it be that after a round of exploring, this senior discovered that what he shared was common knowledge known to everyone in the city? Thinking he was deceived and now wants to come back for accountability. See, Senior, do you want to take back your magic artifact? The boy stammered. Lu Qing was taken aback. However, seeing the somewhat anxious expression on the boy's face, he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here to retrieve the magic artifact, but to inquire about something else. Hearing that Lu Qing was not here to take the magic artifact back, nor to hold him accountable, the boy heaved a sigh of relief. I don't know what else the senior wishes to ask. I assure you, I will tell everything I know, the boy quickly said. I want to ask in Kanglan City, what kinds of businesses earn spirit stones quickly? When Lu Qing raised his question, the boy was surprised for a moment and then came to a realization. He wasn't surprised by Lu Qing's inquiry. The strong cultivators from the outside who came to the little Kang realm almost all aimed to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World. Yet entering the Heavenly Origin Great World is not easy. The spirit stones required for entry are no small amount. Previously, he had seen some elders who took a long time in Kanglan City to accumulate enough spirit stones to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World. What skills is the senior adept at for earning spirit stones in Kanglan City? The boy pondered and asked. First, tell me how people generally earn spirit stones, Lu Qing said softly without answering directly. Well, there are many ways. Kanglan City is one of the most bustling cities in the Little Kang realm, filled with countless opportunities. Elixirs, magical treasures, talismans, no matter what trade, there's an opportunity to earn spirit stones. The key depends on which 100 skills of cultivation the senior excels in. If you're not skilled in any, there are other ways. As a golden core true man with profound cultivation, you could serve as an honored guest elder at certain trading companies or factions. Or by taking on some escort missions, there are considerable rewards in spirit stones as well. As the boy prattled on, Lu Qing finally gained a clearer understanding of the money-making avenues in Kanglan City. Simply put, if one is skilled in alchemy, crafting magical treasures, or talismans, they can earn spirit stones by selling the treasures they craft. If not skilled in any of the 100 skills of cultivation, one can rely on their strength and join certain factions as an honored guest elder to earn a good income. Even if one doesn't mind the loss of dignity, they could work as guards or escorts and earn this way too. In any case, everything relies on one's own strength. With sufficient strength, one can easily earn spirit stones. However, if one's cultivation is shallow, lacking in strength, then all opportunities are mere illusions. After understanding all this, Lu Qing looked at the boy with a half smile. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The boy shuddered, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and hastily said earlier, Senior did not ask, so I assumed you would directly enter the Heavenly Origin Great World, so didn't mention it. I didn't deliberately withhold information from you. All right, no need to panic, I was just joking with you. Seeing the boy's honest and terrified demeanor, Lu Qing didn't intend to trouble him further. But next, take me on a tour of the city and tell me about the various trading factions here. If you do well, maybe I'll reward you with another magic artifact. I understand, Senior. The boy felt bitter inside but didn't dare defy Lu Qing. After all, the person in front of him was a golden core true man who could easily kill him. Though fighting was prohibited in Kanglan City, he dared not gamble with his life. As for the reward Lu Qing mentioned, he dared not have any expectations, just hoped he could satisfy the senior later. In the time that followed, the boy named Zhang Feng led Lu Qing around the city, explaining the distribution of factions. Senior, this treasure tower specializes in selling various exotic treasures and is one of the largest factions in the city. It is said to be backed by a prominent figure from the Heavenly Origin Great World. While selling exotic treasures, the treasure tower also purchases various treasures. If in the future you obtain any treasure, you can sell it here. The treasure tower has always been reputable, offering fair prices, and no reports of deceitful practices have ever been heard. After wandering for an hour, they passed by a large pavilion, and Zhang Feng introduced it to Lu Qing. Treasure tower, huh? Looking at the tall building, Lu Qing appeared thoughtful. He could sense extremely powerful arrays set up within the tower. If they erupted, not even a primordial spirit great power could escape unscathed. After strolling a while longer, listening to Zhang Feng's explanations, Lu Qing gradually formed a plan in his mind. Saying that, he took out a jade talisman and handed it to Zhang Feng. It was a low-grade magic talisman he had casually crafted back in his home world. Senior, I mustn't. I already received a magic artifact from you before. Zhang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to take the jade talisman. It's no matter, this little thing is useless to me anyway. After flicking the jade talisman to Zhang Feng, Lu Qing departed gracefully. The young boy was left standing there, holding the jade talisman in a daze. Ah Qing, have you thought about what you want to do? Little Li hid in Lu Qing's embrace, secretly transmitting through divine soul to him. It had heard everything Zhang Feng said earlier. I have some clues, but I still need to ponder them. Let's find a place to settle first, Lu Qing replied. Then Lu Qing found an inn and rented a top room. To do this, he spent his last piece of middle-grade spirit stone. By this point, all of Lu Qing's low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones were completely used up. Only a few of the most precious high-grade spirit stones remained. However, high-grade spirit stones are rare and sought after, even for cultivators at the primordial spirit realm. Therefore, they are generally rarely circulated in the Little Kang realm. With such resources, Lu Qing naturally wouldn't easily take them out. Is this the high-class room? Entering the reserved private room with Little Li and the others, Lu Qing felt invigorated as soon as they stepped in. The room was filled with spiritual energy, pristine and untouched by any impurities. In the corner, a stick of sandalwood incense was burning, its refreshing scent calming the heart and spirit, seeming to cause an emergence of spirit light. Moreover, the tea-making tools, cultivation cushion, and other items in the room were all of the highest quality. This upper room is set with an array connected to the underground spirit vein, gathering the earth's spiritual energy for guests to cultivate. This sandalwood incense is also a kind of spirit incense that can calm the heart and spirit, aiding in quicker meditation. Lu Qing examined the room and soon discovered its mysteries. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this top room is so expensive, costing 10 low-grade spirit stones a day. The spiritual charm in this room was several times richer than in the cave mansion on the holy mountain in his homeworld, not to mention the items in the room that were all of magic artifact grade. One could say, this private room in his homeworld would be an unparalleled cave mansion that many Golden Core realm powerhouses would fight to obtain. Furthermore, he could see that those who opened inns and taverns in Kanglan City must have extraordinary backgrounds. Otherwise, without some connections, how could they set arrays to connect to the city's subterranean spirit vein to operate? Ah Ching, the spiritual energy in this upper room is so abundant. If we stay here for a year or half, my cultivation might break through. Little Li jumped down from Lu Qing's arms, feeling the rich spiritual energy around with delight. Stay for a year or half. If we don't find a way to earn more spirit stones soon, we might not even last 10 days, Lu Qing said with a laugh. He couldn't use the high-grade spirit stones he had, and the last remaining middle-grade spirit stone was just used as a security deposit for the room. Even if they neither ate nor drank, they could only stay here for 10 days at most. Oh, so, Ah Ching, have you thought of a way to earn spirit stones? Little Li realized and quickly asked. It in the 5 elements certainly couldn't be counted on. As a spiritual beast in a city full of human clan cultivators, they had to be cautious and hide their tracks. Otherwise, who knew if someone might have bad intentions and target them? After all, the physical body, bloodline, and demon core of a spiritual beast are true treasures to some people. I'm planning to rely on the path of talisman making to see if I can earn some spirit stones. After listening to Zhang Feng's introduction, Lu Qing had already had a plan in mind. He didn't consider being a bodyguard or escort. Such work definitely involved fighting and killing. Being new, he was quite unfamiliar with the external magical arts and powerful figures. If he accidentally provoked someone powerful and suffered a setback, he would have nowhere to cry even if he wanted to. Thus, another approach was more suited for him. That was selling elixirs, magical treasures, and talismans. It happened that he bore the heritage of the Divine Talisman sect and the Li Hu sect, proficient in artifact refining and alchemy, as well as inscribing talismans, among many other cultivation skills, making this path suitable for him. However, alchemy and artifact refining both required a lot of spiritual materials, with too high a preliminary investment, not suitable for the currently impoverished Lu Qing. So he temporarily didn't consider these 2 skills. The only option left was talisman making. In fact, in talisman making, generally speaking, crafting a talisman with formidable power usually required considerable spiritual materials, but Lu Qing's inheritance from the Earth God Talisman sect was somewhat peculiar. It followed the cultivation philosophy of learning from all things in heaven and earth. In talisman crafting, he had his unique insights. That is, when inscribing talismans, there wasn't much demand for the talisman carrier. It emphasized following nature, creating the talisman according to the material. Even the most ordinary leaf or a small grass could be used, as long as its natural patterns were followed, and a rune array was inscribed. It could still evoke the power of heaven and earth, unleashing unimaginable powers. Although Lu Qing's level in the Path of Runes had not yet reached the supreme enlightenment that everything could become a talisman, he didn't demand high-quality materials for his talismans. As long as it was a decent piece of jade stone imbued with spiritual charm, he could inscribe and craft a pretty powerful talisman. Back then, the many talismans he offered in the Merit Hall of the Holy Mountain were all crafted from such jade stones. And it just so happened, this time he came out with plenty of jade stones, even though he had nothing else. After all, jade stones imbued with spiritual charm are not spirit stones. They are relatively easy to come by in his homeworld. With his prestige on the Holy Mountain, collecting them was even easier. So Lu Qing thought, could he sell the jade talismans he made to earn some spirit stones? Selling spirit talismans, that's a good idea. The talismans you make, Ah Qing, are so powerful, they must be worth a lot. Little Li shouted excitedly upon hearing Lu Qing's plan. That's not certain, don't forget where we are. The Little Kang realm, backed by the heavenly origin great world, surely has many outstanding talisman masters too. Lu Qing, however, did not become arrogant. allowing his crafted talismans to possess greater power than ordinary talismans. This is the Heavenly Origin Great World, one of the most prosperous regions of the Great Origin Immortal Domain. Who knows how many powerful divine skills and strong immortal sects are within? He did not believe there would be no more profound and refined talisman path inheritance than the divine talisman sect. So although he planned to sell talismans, he did not believe his made talismans would be stronger than those sold in merchant guilds. His greatest advantage should be the relatively low production cost, allowing him to earn spirit stones more easily. Of course, all of this was just Lu Qing's conjecture. He had to validate it personally to know. Thinking of this, Lu Qing took out a pre-refined spirit jade and began inscribing it. Quarter of an hour later, the spirit jade shimmered with light, and a spirit talisman was successfully inscribed by him. Powerful energy emerged, with traces of electricity flickering momentarily. Even those in the golden core realm with slightly weaker cultivation would be shaken by it. Lu Qing moved his heart and spirit, and the energy on the spirit talisman immediately converged. Additionally, the room was set with an array to conceal the aura, preventing disturbances to others during cultivation. Therefore, despite the strong aura eruption upon completing the spirit talisman, people outside did not notice. "Come on, little Li, 5 elements, let's go for a walk." Stowing away the freshly crafted spirit talisman, Lu Qing called out. After little Li and 5 elements entered his clothes, he activated the protective array in the private room and stepped out. Soon, when Lu Qing was back on the street, he stopped in front of a tall building. Looking at the treasure tower, emanating immense array power, Lu Qing revealed a smile. "Treasure tower, I hope you won't let me down." After little Li and 5 elements entered his clothes, he activated the protective array in the private room and stepped out. Soon, when Lu Qing was back on the street, he stopped in front of a tall building. Looking at the treasure tower, emanating immense array power, Lu Qing revealed a smile. "Treasure tower, I hope you won't let me down." Stepping into the treasure tower, Lu Qing felt a subtle force of array formation sweep over his body. If it wasn't for his keen spiritual sense, he might not have noticed it at all. However, he remained calm, knowing it was the treasure tower's precautionary measure to prevent unscrupulous individuals from entering. He was confident enough in his transformation technique that even a primordial spirit great power would find it difficult to see through his true nature. The array formation of this treasure tower must be the same. Sure enough, that trace of the array formation's power disappeared after sweeping over his body, without causing any further stirrings. A beautiful woman wearing a short purple robe and possessing a somewhat enchanting appearance walked out. "Welcome, Golden Core Master, to our treasure tower. I am the welcoming envoy here. How may I assist you?" Truly, one of the top forces in Kanglan City. Lu Qing sensed that this slightly enchanting beauty had quite a strong aura, possessing cultivation at the great success level of the Foundation establishment realm. He couldn't help but secretly admire the robust strength of the treasure tower, as even a receptionist in a branch tower had such cultivation. "I've heard that your treasure tower not only sells exotic treasures, but also purchases treasures from other cultivators. Is that true?" Though he mused inwardly, Lu Qing's face remained expressionless as he inquired. "Indeed, our tower also acquires various exotic treasures. Do you have any rare treasures you wish to sell, sir?" The enchanting woman was not surprised by Lu Qing's inquiry. After all, quite a number of cultivators often wished to come to the treasure tower to sell their treasures after obtaining them. However, those treasures rarely caught the treasure tower's eye. Lu Qing took out the Thunder Shock talisman he had just inscribed. "I have a talisman here. Would you appraise its value and see if it meets your treasure tower's standards?" "A talisman, huh?" The enchanting woman took the jade talisman from Lu Qing's hand, and then her expression became stern. Although this jade talisman appeared ordinary, the aura vaguely emanating from within it caused her a sense of dread. At least a golden core level talisman. The enchanting woman immediately made a judgment. The talisman aura that even made her feel a sense of dread definitely wouldn't be at the Foundation establishment level. She promptly said, "Please wait a moment, Master. We need to appraise this talisman first." "No worries, do as you please." With the treasure tower's resources and reputation, Lu Qing naturally wasn't concerned they'd covet a mere golden core tier talisman. The enchanting woman returned to the counter, retrieved a magical treasure, and placed the Thunder Shock talisman on it. Soon, a faint golden light emanated from the magical treasure. Indeed, a golden core level talisman and its thunder attributed. The enchanting woman exclaimed with delight as she saw the information detected by the magical treasure. Then she took the talisman and came to Lu Qing. "So if your treasure tower were to purchase it, at what price would that be?" Lu Qing asked directly. "Are you sure you want to sell this talisman to our treasure tower, Master?" "Actually, our treasure tower also offers a consignment service for rare treasures. If you are willing to consign this talisman here, waiting for the right person to purchase it, perhaps it could sell for a higher price. But if you sell it directly to our treasure tower, the price will be slightly lower." At this point, the enchanting woman explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded inwardly. It seems Zhang Feng was right, the treasure tower indeed has good business credibility. At least the honesty shown now made him feel quite comfortable. However, after thinking for a moment, he said, "No need. If possible, I hope to sell it directly to your treasure tower. Indeed, consigning it at the treasure tower might yield higher returns, but it wouldn't be efficient. Right now, Lu Qing was quite poor and urgently needed spirit stones. Selling it slowly on consignment would be too slow for him. Therefore, selling it directly to the treasure tower was most convenient." The enchanting woman nodded, understood. "According to our rules, selling directly to us means the price will be slightly lower. I hope you understand, master." Lu Qing smiled. "I trust the reputation of your treasure tower. Then for your talisman, we at the treasure pavilion are willing to offer 120 lower grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Seemingly worried about any misunderstanding, the enchanting woman explained, "Usually, we purchase initial golden core level talismans for 100 lower grade spirit stones. But your talisman is a rare thunder attribute talisman, so I took the liberty to increase the offer by 20 lower grade spirit stones. Are you satisfied with this price, master?" "That works." Lu Qing nodded. To be honest, this price was already beyond his expectations. After all, crafting the Thunder Shock Talisman wasn't particularly difficult for him. Just like that, he could earn 120 lower grade spirit stones. This way, not only had they covered their rent, but perhaps soon he'd gather enough spirit stones to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World. The next steps were much simpler. Lu Qing sold the Thunder Shock Talisman to the treasure tower and received 120 lower grade spirit stones. However, at his request, 100 lower grade spirit stones were exchanged for 1 middle grade spirit stone. The spiritual charm contained in spirit stones of different grades, both in quality and quantity, varies greatly. It can be said to be a qualitative difference. Therefore, the exchange rate between them is also quite large, which is 100 to 1. That is, 100 lower grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 middle grade spirit stone. After obtaining the spirit stones, Lu Qing left very satisfied. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman walked toward the treasure vault with the Thunder Shock Talisman in hand. The rule of the treasure tower was that any acquired treasures were to be first stored in the treasure vault. After being reappraised by the appraiser within the tower, they would be put up for sale. "Zai Yuan, what treasure did you receive this time? You seem to be in quite a good mood." As the enchanting woman walked toward the treasure vault with the Thunder Shock Talisman, suddenly a teasing voice sounded. The enchanting woman turned and quickly bowed Master Wang. She saw an elderly man walk over from the side. "No need for formalities. I see you're smiling. Did you receive some exotic treasures?" "I just received a talisman, a golden core level 1, and it's a relatively rare thunder attribute talisman," the enchanting woman replied. "Oh, a thunder attribute talisman." Master Wang raised his eyebrows. Seeing his reaction, the enchanting woman was moved. Not only was Master Wang the master of identification at the treasure tower, but he also had deep expertise in talisman making. Many mid to low tier talismans in the treasure tower were made by him. No wonder he reacted this way. Thinking of this, the enchanting woman presented the Thunder Shock Talisman to him. This talisman is called the Thunder Shock Talisman. "Since Master Wang is here, please help appraise it to see if Zai Yuan is mistaken." Master Wang had already taken an interest in the talisman the enchanting woman held. He smiled immediately at this. "Sure, since I have nothing else to do, I'll appraise it for you." With that, he took the Thunder Shock Talisman. Just as he took the Thunder Shock Talisman, he let out a sound of surprise, because he noticed the spirit jade material used for this talisman didn't seem very advanced. "But isn't this a golden core level talisman?" With a hint of doubt, a blue light flowed in Master Wang's eyes as he applied his unique secret technique to appraise the talisman he held. Gradually, his eyes widened more and more. Ah Ching, the talismans you make are so valuable. Just one can earn so many spirit stones. Why don't you make a few more? Then we could earn even more spirit stones all at once." As soon as they left the treasure tower, little Li's voice excitedly rang in Lu Qing's mind. The little guy was amazed, never expecting that the talismans Ah Ching casually made could sell for over 100 low-grade spirit stones. If they continue like this, wouldn't they quickly gather a huge amount of spirit stones by selling a few more times? "No rush," Lu Qing chuckled. "Today, I'm just testing the waters. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." The main purpose of Lu Qing's visit today was to see if the treasure tower really had such a good reputation for doing business as the rumors said. Now, at least temporarily, the impression he got was quite good. "Now we'll just wait and see when the treasure tower will react," Lu Qing mused to himself. While Lu Qing and little Li were chatting, elsewhere in the treasure tower, Master Wang was looking at the Thunder Shock Talisman in his hand, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible that such an ordinary low-grade spirit jade could refine a golden core level talisman? And yet it's a thunder attribute talisman known for its attack power. How can it bear that powerful talisman power? "Master Wang, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with this talisman?" The enchanting woman, seeing Master Wang's loss of composure, was suddenly alarmed and quickly asked, could it be that she misjudged this time and there's a problem with this thunder shock talisman? It's a major issue. Master Wang's words first caused the enchanting woman's heart to tremble, but what followed left her stunned. The material used to refine this talisman is extremely basic, just the most basic low-grade spirit jade. Yet it can bear this golden core level talisman power and such potent thunder attribute talisman power. This is simply against reason. How is it accomplished? Master Wang's hand, holding the thunder shock talisman, trembled slightly. He felt a tremendous challenge to his understanding of talismans. The enchanting woman was dumbfounded after a while. She cautiously asked, so according to you, Master Wang, this thunder shock talisman is not fake. It really is a golden core level thunder attribute talisman. Of course, it's not fake, but its refining method defies common sense. I can't figure out how it's done. Low-grade spirit jade should, in theory, not be able to bear such formidable talisman power. Master Wang, staring at the thunder shock talisman, murmured his doubts incessantly, but the enchanting woman sighed heavily in relief. As long as the thunder shock talisman wasn't fake, that was good. Otherwise, buying a fake for 120 low-grade spirit stones. Even if she wouldn't lose her job, she would at least suffer some punishment, perhaps even have her salary docked, working for free for years. As for Master Wang's shock, she didn't care too much. She didn't understand talisman refining, so it was better for Master Wang to worry about these professional issues. Zai Yuan, this talisman is very unique. Don't store it in the treasure vault for now. I will study it first. Master Wang fervently stared at the thunder shock talisman, muttering to himself for a while before suddenly snapping his head up. I have no objections, as long as Master Wang records it properly. As a specially employed master of identification and talisman-making expert, Master Wang held a rather high status in the treasure tower, with certain privileges. He naturally had no issues wanting to study this thunder shock talisman. Moreover, whenever the treasure tower acquired treasures, identification by appraisers was needed anyway. All right, then you record it, Master Wang said, and then hurriedly left with the thunder shock talisman. He was eager to know how this talisman accomplished bearing the golden core level talisman power on such a low-grade spirit jade. Back in his room, Master Wang couldn't wait to take out a disc-shaped magical treasure. This was his exclusive magical treasure, which, when combined with his secret technique, could identify and analyze other treasures. It was one of the significant reasons he was revered as a master of identification in the treasure tower. With mana activated in the magical treasure, a beam of light emerged as Master Wang began studying the thunder shock talisman. This time, with the help of the magical treasure, he was finally able to see the rune arrangement within the thunder shock talisman without damaging it. However, what he saw made his eyes widen further. How is it possible that someone managed to arrange the talisman array so intricately, perfectly integrating it into this low-grade spirit jade, allowing it not only to bear talisman power far exceeding its material limits, but also maintain such stability? The more Master Wang studied, the more shocked he became. Having significant accomplishments in talismanry himself, he deeply understood how difficult achieving all this was. The individual who refined this talisman must be at least a master-level talisman maker, perhaps even a grandmaster-level talisman maker. A thought occurred in Master Wang's mind, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. No, I must report this matter to the higher-ups. Master Wang, what urgent matter do you have to seek us out so desperately? An hour later, in a spacious, quiet room, a bright and alluring middle-aged woman with an obscure aura warmly asked. Besides her, there were several others in the quiet room, each with powerful auras, undoubtedly strong individuals with profound cultivation. In the quiet room center, Master Wang and the enchanting woman who had received Lu Qing stood respectfully. Especially the enchanting woman, she was still in a daze. She didn't understand what was going on, why the tower master had suddenly summoned her. Seeing several high-level officials from the treasure tower present only made her more anxious. Indeed, Master Wang, I am in the midst of crafting an important talisman treasure, and suddenly you say there's something urgent that requires me to come out of seclusion. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, it won't make sense. At this moment, a thin, middle-aged man also spoke. In his tone, there seemed to be a slight conflict with Master Wang. Of course it's something urgent, otherwise why would I trouble the tower master? As for you, Master Q, I called you here, hoping that later you can join Master Zhao and others to witness and prove I'm not talking nonsense. Master Wang said indifferently, have me bear witness. Master Q was stunned. He and the old man were both appraisers in the treasure tower, and because they both knew the art of talisman making, there was competition between them, so there always was a bit of tension between them. Now hearing that he wants him to bear witness, he couldn't help but be very surprised. However, after the surprise, a look of interest appeared on his face. Interesting. Then let me see what exactly it is that has made you gather so many people. Indeed, the old man here also has a lot of things to do, Master Wang. If you have something, just say it quickly. An old man in a gray robe said, "What I want to report is about this talisman." Seeing everyone urging him, Master Wang went straight to the point, directly taking out the Thunder Shock Talisman. Talisman. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the item in Master Wang's hand. This talisman looks plain and unremarkable. Is it really worth all this fuss? Master Q was the first to question. The others were also puzzled. There's no help for it, as the jade talisman in Master Wang's hand looked very plain, not like something extraordinary. Only the enchanting woman was shocked in her heart, because she recognized that it was the Thunder Shock Talisman she had acquired not long ago. Why doesn't Master Q personally verify what's mysterious about this talisman? Master Wang did not directly explain the mysterious aspects of the Thunder Shock Talisman, but handed it to the thin, middle-aged man. Master Q hesitated for a moment, but considering that the Tower Master and Vice Tower Master were there, he figured the old man Wang wouldn't dare to plot against him. He finally took over the jade talisman. "I really want to see what remarkable talisman this is, making you so mysterious." Master Q took the talisman and slightly sensed its aura, then burst into laughter. "Master Wang, have you perhaps been making too many talismans recently, muddling your head? This is just a beginner-level golden core talisman, albeit a relatively rare thunder attribute, but we haven't missed seeing thunder attribute talismans. Even golden core high-grade purple thunder talismans are in our treasure tower collection. Did you gather us all here for such a trivial matter? Are you senile? Beginner-level golden core talisman." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Master Wang. If that's the case, then Master Wang's actions would indeed be rude. Everyone is very busy, and wasting everyone's time over something so ordinary is indeed unreasonable. Even the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows slightly. Yet facing everyone's gaze, Master Wang remained composed. He said in a deep voice, "Indeed, this is merely a beginner-level golden core talisman, but its interior is not simple. Master Q, why don't you take a closer look? Interior, fine, let me see what makes this so mysterious." Master Q snorted lightly, then used a secret technique with indescribable energy flowing in his eyes. His pupils emitted a faint red light, observing the jade talisman in his hand. As he looked, he muttered to himself, "There's nothing special. This is just an ordinary beginner-level golden core talisman, and the materials used are the lowest grade inferior spirit jade, coarse and unremarkable. Wait, inferior spirit jade." As he spoke, Master Q suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes widened. Master Wang was waiting for this moment. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. What, did Master Q finally discover it? However, at this moment, Master Q was too shocked to care about his rival's jabs. He stared intensely at the talisman in his hand, full of astonishment. How is this possible? How can mere inferior spirit jade bear golden core realm-level talisman power, especially thunder attribute talismanic power known for its destructiveness? Master Q, the others, seeing the shock on the thin middle-aged man's face, became serious. They collectively realized that the talisman Master Wang presented might indeed hold some mystery. "Master Q, may I have a look?" Master Zhao, who was also skilled in the rune path, was shaken by Master Q's words and couldn't help but ask. Master Q instinctively passed the talisman in his hand over, his face still reflecting shock. Master Zhao, after receiving the Thunder Shock Talisman, immediately deployed his exclusive secret technique to investigate and observe it. With Master Q's prior assessment, he focused his examination, swiftly showing a similar expression of surprise. Actually using only the lowest grade inferior spirit jade to craft a golden core level talisman, how was this achieved? The mystery lies in the array runes within the jade talisman. At this moment, Master Wang spoke, drawing everyone's attention back to him. In this talisman, the design of the array runes is extremely ingenious, practically tailor-made for this piece of inferior spirit jade. Each rune not only fits perfectly into the crystalline texture of the spirit jade, even seamlessly integrates with the spirit jade itself. This makes the two merge completely, forming a unique cycle. The array runes not only unleash powerful energy, but also protect the talisman itself. Thus, even the lowest grade spirit jade can bear the power of a golden core level talisman array. Master Wang spoke eloquently, sharing his findings from earlier research. However, after hearing his explanation, both Master Q and Master Zhao's expressions became even more surprised. "Master Wang, are you saying someone specifically designed a set of runes for this piece of inferior spirit jade, with the purpose of enabling it to carry golden core level talismanic power?" "Yes, it took me a long time to discern this. If Master Zhao examines it more deeply, he should also perceive this." Master Wang nodded. "Of course, I trust you, Master Wang, but this is still hard to believe." To accomplish this, the person who crafted this talisman must have exceptionally high attainment in the art of talisman making, far beyond us. At least a talisman maker above master level. Master Zhao replied incredulously. A talisman maker above master level. Upon hearing this, even the few middle-aged women who had maintained calm expressions were moved. If the previous dialogues among Master Wang and others were unclear in meaning to them, they fully understood this last sentence. There's no way around it. The name of a master-level talisman maker carries great weight. Just a handful in the entire Little Kang realm can claim this title. Each holds a high position, being befriended by numerous Golden Core realm experts. Even Primordial Spirit Great Power treats them with great respect, offering them an honorable seat. And now, Master Wang suggests that this talisman he presents was crafted by a master-level talisman maker. Master Wang, where did you acquire this jade talisman, and where is the expert who crafted this talisman? The middle-aged woman, the tower master of the treasure tower, urgently asked. This question I don't know. Only Zai Yuan can answer it. At this moment, Master Wang pointed to the now bewildered enchanting woman beside him. When Master Wang pointed at the enchanting woman, her mind was still in a daze. The conversation between Master Wang and the others just now was as clear as day to her, especially upon hearing that the thunder-shock talisman was likely the work of a master talisman maker. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. She had never imagined that the talisman she had inadvertently acquired had such a significant background. Zai Yuan, did you bring back this jade talisman? The treasure tower master's gaze fell upon the enchanting woman. The others also turned to look at her. Feeling the tower master's gaze, the enchanting woman shivered slightly and immediately came to her senses. She replied somewhat uneasily, reporting to the tower master, "This thunder-shock talisman is indeed something I acquired today, sold by a Golden Core true man." A Golden Core true man. The treasure tower master, upon hearing this, had a slight change in expression. She closed her eyes gently, her heart and spirit seeping into the array within the treasure tower, seemingly sensing something. After a while she opened her eyes and waved lightly, and an apparition appeared before everyone. It displayed the scene of the enchanting woman conversing with Lu Qing. Is this the Golden Core true man? Indeed. The enchanting woman responded respectfully. This Golden Core true man came with the intention of selling a talisman. After using a magical treasure for inspection, I saw it was a somewhat rare Golden Core level Thunder attribute talisman, so I took the liberty of buying it for 120 low-grade spirit stones. Later, while sending it to the treasure vault, I encountered Master Wang, who recognized the extraordinary nature of this talisman and took it for further research and appraisal. Only 120 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this price, everyone was taken aback. Not because the price was high, but because it was too low. It's known that Master Wang and others have deemed this talisman to be at least the work of a master talisman maker. Such a talisman carries significant meaning. Apart from its collectible value, it holds immense value for comprehension. Especially for other talisman makers, it's even more so. After all, if they could comprehend a hint of a master's talisman making insights from it, that would be a tremendous gain. If such a masterfully made talisman were to appear in an auction, the starting price would at least be 1,000 spirit stones, and now, Zai Yuan says she bought it back for 120 spirit stones. Tower Master, I did not intentionally underprice it. The enchanting woman said somewhat nervously, I did not know it was the work of a master talisman maker, so the price offered was according to the tower's regulations. After asking that Golden Core true man, he also agreed. I even asked him whether he wanted to choose the consignment option, and he refused. The enchanting woman knew that the tower master always placed great importance on the treasure tower's reputation and would not allow those under her to deceive customers. It doesn't matter, even Master Q and the others didn't initially see the talisman's mysteriousness, so it's normal for you not to see it. Moreover, since the other party agreed to the price, there's no issue. The treasure tower master waved her hand, not blaming Zai Yuan. While she valued the reputation of the treasure tower, business is ultimately about profit. Since the other party had no objections to the price, it couldn't be considered deceitful. However, this Golden Core true man was willing to sell this talisman at such a low price. Could it be that he doesn't know its true value? The treasure tower master couldn't help but say, it's very possible, otherwise how could a master talisman maker's work be sold so easily? Master Q nodded in agreement. Everyone, that's not the main point. At this moment, Master Wang spoke somewhat anxiously. The main point is the crafting technique of this talisman is very unique, different from the exclusive techniques of the several master talisman makers we are familiar with. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then all their bodies shook. The treasure tower master's eyes lit up. She eagerly said, Master Wang, are you saying that the existence who crafted this talisman might possibly be a newly emerged master talisman maker? Even if not a newly emerged master talisman maker, then it must certainly be a master we haven't heard of. This talisman's crafting method is very novel, as if it's a school of its own, different from the schools we are familiar with. So I suspect he is likely a talisman master from another world. Tower Master, this could be an opportunity for our treasure tower. Master Wang nodded. He had spent the longest time studying the Thunder Shock Talisman, giving him the most authority on the matter. Hearing this, the treasure tower master fell into contemplation, her fingers tapping lightly as if considering something. She naturally understood the implication of Master Wang's words. If it really is a talisman master from another world, then it is indeed good news for their treasure tower. Although their treasure tower is strong in the Little Kang realm, being one of the top commercial guilds, they have always lagged behind other top guilds in the sale of talisman treasures. The reason being, they do not have a resident master talisman maker within their treasure tower. In terms of high-end talisman treasures, they have a much weaker foundation compared to other guilds. If they could win over this suddenly emerged mysterious talisman master, then the weakness of the treasure tower could be compensated for. In the future, they might even surpass other guilds. Seeing the tower master in thought, the others also fell silent, waiting quietly for her decision. Even Master Qi, who usually disagreed with Master Wang, didn't dare to speak randomly and disturb her thoughts. Don't be fooled by the Tower Master being only at the Golden Core 6th turn cultivation. Her background is quite mysterious. It is said that she is the concubine of some big figure in the heavenly origin great world, so even if her cultivation is not the strongest in the treasure tower, no one dares to defy her orders. After pondering for a while, the treasure tower master suddenly spoke. These are still just speculations. It's not yet clear if the creator of this talisman is truly a talisman master. And even if it was made by a master, it's hard to say whether that talisman master is currently in the Little Kang realm. It's more likely that this talisman was brought in from outside, or perhaps someone obtained it from some ancient ruined cave mansion. Did that Golden Core true man not know the value of this talisman and sold it for only 120 low-grade spirit stones? Obtained from an ancient ruined cave mansion, that's unlikely. When I researched this talisman earlier, I found it lacks the ancient and rustic aura that old talisman treasures possess. The lightning rune within this talisman is quite lively, indicating it was recently crafted, and it was crafted less than a month ago. Master Wang provided another piece of information. Crafted less than a month ago. Indeed, upon hearing this, the treasure tower master's body trembled. If this is true, it suggests that the entity who crafted this talisman, even if not in the Little Kang realm, is likely in a nearby small world. Having thought this through, the treasure tower master finally made up her mind. A new talisman master is indeed an opportunity for our treasure tower and should not be missed. Master Wang, in your opinion, how can we find this mysterious talisman master? The Golden Core true man who came to sell the talisman should be the key. We can find out the origin of this talisman from him. Things should be much easier. Master Wang suggested. Very well, in that case, you, Master Wang, are responsible for this matter. Remember to treat people with respect and not to tarnish the reputation of our treasure tower. If you can find out where the talisman master is, I will personally visit them. The treasure tower master finally decided. I will comply with the tower master's instructions. Master Wang delightedly and respectfully bowed. The others looked on with envy. Master Q felt a surge of jealousy. They all knew that if this matter succeeded, Master Wang would surely be credited greatly by the tower master. At that time, the rewards would likely be substantial. How did that old man get so lucky with this matter? Master Q thought begrudgingly. Originally, he was in a competitive relationship with the old man, and now it seems he would fall behind. However, despite his jealousy, Master Q did not let it show, nor did he dare to secretly obstruct. He knew the tower master's temper. Although the tower master usually treated them with respect and was gentle, she even didn't interfere with their competition, instead watching with approval. But that was on the condition that they did not break the rules. If anyone dared to violate her rules, she would be ruthless. There was once someone who breached the rules and did something harmful to the reputation of the treasure tower. It's said that person is still suppressed in the treasure tower's dungeon, suffering day and night. So even if Master Q had some clandestine thoughts, he didn't dare to show them now. Moreover, he was also very curious about the existence that could craft a thunder shock talisman. What kind of person could create such an exquisitely crafted talisman? In the morning, Lu Qing, who was meditating on a straw mat to cultivate, opened his eyes. There was a clear brightness in his eyes. Beside him, little Li and 5 elements were also lying there, cultivating. No wonder this upper room costs 10 low-grade spirit stones a day. If I could cultivate here for 1 or 2 months, I might directly step into the 4th transition realm. Feeling the room's spiritual energy, still rich and showing no signs of diminishing after a night's cultivation, Lu Qing sighed. He had been stuck at the Golden Core 3rd transition perfect realm for a long time. The spiritual energy quality of his home world couldn't help him break through the bottleneck, leaving his cultivation stagnant for over 10 years. but in this inn's upper room after just one night of cultivation. He faintly felt the bottleneck that had trapped him for over a decade showing signs of loosening. If he could continue staying in this upper room, it might not take long to break through and formally step into the fourth transition realm. This demonstrated the gap between his small, still reviving home world and the Little Kang realm. Moreover, Lu Qing had already learned. Worlds like the Little Kang realm, supported by the heavenly origin Great World, would not suffer the calamity of spiritual energy depletion that his home world faced every few millennia. Unless there's an issue with the heavenly origin Great World, it will always remain in peak condition. Cultivating in this upper room may lead to a breakthrough, but the cost-effectiveness is too low, merely an alternative option. Lu Qing pondered and eventually shook his head. Staying in this upper room costs 10 low-grade spirit stones a day, which is quite expensive. If he stayed for 1 to 2 months, the spirit stones he had wouldn't be enough. I heard there are real cultivation caves available for rent in Kanglan City, but I wonder how exorbitant those prices are. However, Lu Qing was just pondering because he couldn't even afford an ordinary inn's upper room, let alone a cultivation cave. Still too poor. There's no news from the treasure tower. Could it be that the Thunder Shock Talisman did not catch their attention? That makes no sense. Merchants pursue profit, and the treasure tower should recognize the value of the Thunder Shock Talisman. Lu Qing mused silently. After selling the Thunder Shock Talisman yesterday and returning to the inn, he had been waiting for the treasure tower's move. Unexpectedly, he waited almost an entire day without any response from the treasure tower. This made him question whether his plan was flawed. It seems I was overconfident after all. This is a small world close to the heavenly origin Great World, and this Little Kang realm shares countless ties with the heavenly origin Great World. With many heritages passed down from the heavenly origin Great World, its talisman arts must be quite profound, so it's not surprising if they aren't impressed by my Thunder Shock Talisman. Realizing this, Lu Qing felt somewhat discouraged. The Thunder Shock Talisman he sold to the treasure tower was meant to test the waters and see if he could collaborate with them. After all, the cost of crafting the Thunder Shock Talisman is low, but mass production for sale would inevitably encroach on some interests. Being new and alone here, Lu Qing didn't want to stand out too much. He came to the Little Kang realm with the ultimate goal of entering the heavenly origin Great World. Offending certain forces might pose a threat to his objective. The best strategy would be to associate with a power to mitigate the risks. That's why he thought of testing with the Thunder Shock Talisman, to see if he could attract the attention of the treasure tower and cooperate with them. Now it seemed he was naive. The advantage he thought he had was probably insignificant in the eyes of the treasure tower. Perhaps they were simply uninterested in such paltry profits. It looks like I'll have to try my luck with some other shops. Lu Qing sighed. In fact, there were 2 other trade establishments in Kanglan City with power comparable to the treasure tower. However, those 2 had worse reputations than the treasure tower and were not Lu Qing's first choice. But since the treasure tower did not respond, he had to consider other options. If these shops also had no interest in cooperation, he would have to go solo. Of course, if several shops were uninterested in the Thunder Shock Talisman. That would indicate low risk in solo operations, which would also be a positive sign. After these thoughts, Lu Qing took out 2 pieces of spirit jade to prepare to craft 2 more Thunder Shock Talismans. It wasn't long before Lu Qing crafted and inscribed 2 new Thunder Shock Talismans, intending to go out with Little Li and the others. A ripple of array formations came from outside the door. Someone was knocking. The upper room of the inn was protected by a formation, preventing disturbances from outsiders. After all, those who could afford to stay here were likely people with considerable cultivation. If there were no array isolation, casual divine soul sensing could reveal the activities in nearby rooms. With the formation activated, the innkeeper could only alert guests by the formation ripples outside the door. Lu Qing dismissed the defensive array and opened the door. He saw the inn's attendant standing outside with a fawning expression. "Honored guest, there are several seniors outside who wish to meet you." "Someone wants to see me." Lu Qing was initially startled but quickly caught on. Could it be that someone from the treasure tower has finally come? "Hold on a moment, I'll be right there." Lu Qing returned to his room, brought Little Li and the 5 elements with him, and headed to the front of the inn. Upon reaching the inn's front hall, he saw several people sitting there waiting. Among them, one was a familiar enchantress from the treasure tower, wearing a short purple robe. He understood in his heart it seemed the treasure tower had finally responded. He just didn't know whether they came with good intentions or bad. Lu Qing guarded himself silently. Though he wished to cooperate with the treasure tower, it didn't necessarily mean they felt the same. What if they came to confront him? So the necessary caution was still needed. Lu Qing stealthily activated his superpower to examine the few people. "Master." Seeing Lu Qing approaching, the enchantress immediately stood up, her expression slightly excited as she called out, "Zai Yuan, is this the golden core true man who sold you the Thunder Shock Talisman?" Master Wang understood immediately upon seeing this, and he too stood up. So it's the esteemed guest of Treasure Tower. May I ask why you are seeking me? Could it be there's an issue with the Thunder Shock talisman I sold? Lu Qing straightforwardly inquired. His gaze fell upon Master Wang, with several pieces of information appearing in his field of view. A master of identification from the Treasure Tower, only a few came, and the highest cultivation is just at the Golden Core realm. In other words, they likely came with good intentions. Lu Qing pondered, feeling a bit more at ease. Although he didn't know their exact purpose, it seemed they weren't here to accuse him. Friend, don't misunderstand. That Thunder Shock talisman has no issues, it's a genuine Golden Core level talisman. Master Wang quickly said, we've come for another matter. Oh, what is it that I can assist you with? Lu Qing asked. We want to know about the origin of the master who crafted the Thunder Shock talisman. Moreover, do you know his current whereabouts? We have urgent matters to discuss with him. Of course, we won't put you in a difficult position. Here's a small gift we've prepared from the Treasure Tower, please accept it. After speaking, Master Wang gestured, and a man looking like an attendant stepped forward with a square brocade box, offering it respectfully to Lu Qing. Master. Lu Qing keenly noticed Master Wang's respectful tone and address. He was moved but did not extend his hand to take the brocade box. Instead, with an indescribable expression, he asked, May I know the purpose for seeking the elder who crafted the Thunder Shock talisman? That elder has been kind to me, and it would be inappropriate for me to disclose his whereabouts without thought. Master Wang hesitated slightly, pondering before deciding to speak honestly. After all, the person before him is a Golden Core realm expert, and almost everyone who reaches this realm is a talent, not easily deceived. If he were to deceive deliberately, it might lead to unexpected problems. To be honest, our tower master saw the Thunder Shock talisman you sold. He was amazed by the talisman crafting method demonstrated. Thus, he wishes to visit the elder personally and seek guidance on talisman making. Seek guidance on talisman making. Lu Qing was even clearer now, and after probing information from those present, he felt more assured. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing suddenly waved his hand, creating an aura that could shield from spying around them. Master, you, the enchantress was startled. While several attendants behind felt a surge in their aura, immediately becoming vigilant. Yet Master Wang remained calm, signaling for everyone to stay calm with a gentle hand gesture. Apologies, given your high regard for the Thunder Shock talisman, it makes me cautious. Lu Qing said with a smile, That's understandable, it was our oversight. But does this mean you are willing to lead us to visit the elder, Master? Not yet, I need to meet with the Tower Master of Treasure Tower to decide whether to take you to see the elder. Lu Qing did not immediately admit that he crafted the Thunder Shock talisman, but rather posed a request. Master Wang's brows furrowed. He noticed that the person before him was aware of their importance to the talisman master. He wants to negotiate conditions with the Tower Master face to face for benefits. No wonder he didn't accept my gift earlier, he was plotting something greater. Feeling Lu Qing's greed, Master Wang harbored a slight displeasure. He wanted to refuse, but recalled the Tower Master's instructions and suppressed his impatience. With a smile, he said, That's fine, our Tower Master has always been eager to find talents. Meeting a talent like you will surely make him happy. Although cultivators cannot judge age by appearance, many ancient beings may prefer to appear as teenagers or even children, but Master Wang could sense the lively aura from Lu Qing's divine soul, indicating his cultivation hasn't been very long, certainly not exceeding 200 years. Among Golden Core realm experts, he's considered part of the younger generation. This kind of expert, even if having condensed a mid-grade Golden Core, can be deemed a true cultivation genius. Such a young talent, perhaps the Tower Master would even want to recruit him. Moreover, according to the information they gathered yesterday, this young Golden Core cultivator before them also carries 2 Golden Core realm spiritual beasts with him. Surely, in the outside world, he must have quite the identity and background. Additionally, it's still unclear what his relationship is with the Talisman Master who crafted the Thunder Shock talisman. For a moment, Master Wang was also reluctant to have a conflict with him. Next, Lu Qing followed Master Wang and others to the Treasure Tower once more. Naturally, he noticed that after he requested to see the Treasure Tower Master, Master Wang's attitude had slightly changed. However, he had no choice. Earlier at the inn, there were too many people, and it was inconvenient to talk about many things. He did not wish for his secrets to be overheard by others. Mr. Lu, please, our Tower Master is waiting inside. At the entrance of the Treasure Tower, Master Wang gestured for him to enter. On the way here, he had already learned Lu Qing's name. Lu Qing stepped into the Treasure Tower, while the Treasure Tower Master, having received prior notice, was already leading Master Q and others waiting in the front hall on the first floor. However, there was a hint of impatience on Master Q's face. For a mere mid-grade Golden Core third-turn cultivator, having us welcome him is simply absurd. Yet, seeing the Tower Master standing in front, Master Q dared not voice his dissatisfaction openly. Just as Master Q was feeling disgruntled, he saw the light in front dim as a young man in a gray robe with a calm demeanor walked in from outside. This gentleman must be Mr. Lu Qing indeed, a young talent with exceptional flair. The Treasure Tower Master was the first to greet him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "You flatter me." Lu Qing greets the Tower Master. To his surprise, the Treasure Tower Master was a beautiful woman, and in his perception she was only at the mid-grade Golden Core 6 transition realm. This truly surprised Lu Qing. After all, the Treasure Tower was a formidable business in Kanglan City, with staggering wealth contained within. That its controller was merely a woman not yet in the late-stage Golden Core realm was utterly beyond his expectations. It seems the rumors that the Treasure Tower is backed by a notable figure from the heavenly origin great world are likely true. Otherwise, how could a mere Golden Core 6 transition control such vast wealth? Mr. Lu, I hold great admiration for the senior who crafted the Thunder Shock Talisman. I wonder if you could introduce me. As for the compensation, you need not worry, you won't be mistreated. After some pleasantries, the Treasure Tower Master inquired directly. Lu Qing looked to his sides. Tower Master, is this a suitable place for conversation? The Treasure Tower Master paused, remembering what Master Wang had mentioned before returning. She smiled slightly, rest assured. Everyone here is from our Treasure Tower, and there will be no leaks. Lu Qing, recalling the faintly powerful array within the Treasure Tower, understood. Without further ado, he spoke directly. Tower Master, there's something I have somewhat deceived you about, and I hope you won't mind. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Only the Treasure Tower Master remained calm. Oh, what do you mean by that? Previously, I mentioned that upon meeting you, I could take you to find the senior who crafted the Thunder Shock Talisman, but there is no such senior. These words changed everyone's expressions, even causing the Treasure Tower Master's gaze to become more intense. Master Q couldn't help but scold. You don't know the senior who crafted the Thunder Shock Talisman. Boy, how dare you toy with us. Calm down. The Treasure Tower Master waved a hand to stop Master Q's words. She looked at Lu Qing, her expression now composed once more. Mr. Lu, you seem to have something more to say. If there is no such senior, then where did you get that Thunder Shock Talisman? I crafted it myself, Lu Qing said blandly. What? This truly astonished everyone. Even the Treasure Tower Master slightly parted her lips in surprise. Mr. Lu, are you saying the Thunder Shock Talisman was crafted by you? Indeed, I crafted it myself and brought it to your treasure tower to sell, intending to exchange it for some spirit stones to use. I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding with you. Lu Qing explained. How boastful. Before the Treasure Tower Master could say anything about Lu Qing's explanation, Master Q couldn't hold back any longer and loudly rebuked. You, a mere average Golden Core 3rd turn, could craft a talisman as exquisite as the Thunder Shock Talisman. Boy, is this the level to which you're blowing your horn. Do you perhaps think we know nothing about talismans and can be easily deceived by you? Exactly. Master Zhao also spoke up. Since you're claiming the Thunder Shock Talisman as your work, do you have any proof? It was then that the Treasure Tower Master snapped back to reality. With a wry smile, she said, Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is indeed too unbelievable. Exquisite, a master-level work. This left Lu Qing stunned in turn. He hadn't imagined such praise would be directed at the Thunder Shock Talisman. After all, it was just a talisman he had crafted casually, taking hardly any time or effort from engraving to completion. But Lu Qing's momentary daze only made Master Q more certain he was a fraud. He sneered immediately. See, I told you it's not possible. If he actually crafted the talisman, how come he can't produce proof? This kid is clearly here to scam our treasure tower. No, a mere Golden Core cultivator wouldn't have the gall for this. There must be someone behind him orchestrating, working in collusion to deceive the Tower Master. Q, wrong. What are you suggesting? Implying that I'm in cahoots with Mr. Lu to deceive the Tower Master. Master Wang, standing to the side, could not stand by and immediately questioned. I didn't say that. Master Q continued to sneer, however. You're the one who brought the Thunder Shock Talisman to us, extolling it as the work of a talisman master. Now, although this talisman is indeed special, its true origins are rather questionable. Nonsense, why would I fabricate such an easily debunked lie with others? Master Wang replied angrily. I don't know, perhaps you're old and muddled. You, Master Wang, red-faced with rage, felt anger surge in his heart after being insulted and called senile publicly. Silence, all of you. Seeing them arguing so disgracefully in front of outsiders, the Treasure Tower Master's gaze turned cold, exuding a chilling aura. Both Master Q and Master Wang shivered involuntarily, not daring to squabble further. At this point, Lu Qing finally pieced things together. It appeared his Thunder Shock Talisman had indeed stirred up quite a commotion within the treasure tower, and judging by everyone's reactions, he seemed to have underestimated the value of the Thunder Shock Talisman. He initially thought the treasure tower sought him out due to the low cost of the Thunder Shock Talisman, hoping for cooperation. Now it seemed the situation differed somewhat from his expectations. Mr. Liu, as you've observed, your claim is too difficult to believe. Even our treasure tower's masters of identification are debating over it. Is there any way you can prove that the Thunder Shock Talisman is indeed your creation? After reprimanding Masters Qiu and Wang, the treasure tower master turned to continue speaking kindly to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, upon seeing this, couldn't help but admire her exceptional composure. Under such circumstances, she retained her grace and poise completely. Certainly, Lu Qing nodded slightly. To prove that the Thunder Shock Talisman is my creation is straightforward. I'll craft one in front of you all. With that, Lu Qing's hand produced a glistening spirit jade. Seeing the spirit jade appear in Lu Qing's hand, everyone quieted down. Indeed, just as Lu Qing said, if he could craft a Thunder Shock Talisman right before everyone's eyes, there would be no stronger proof than that. Master Qiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Qing to dare to craft a Thunder Shock Talisman in public. It's common knowledge that talisman makers are highly averse to anyone disturbing them while crafting talismans. That's why they usually do it in a quiet room. Apart from fearing their unique techniques being stolen, it's also because each simple talisman carries numerous runes and array symbols, and a slight mistake in the inscribing could cause a rune explosion, wasting all efforts. Unless someone is truly confident in their talisman-making skills, having reached a state of complete control, rarely would anyone craft talismans in front of others. For Lu Qing to dare such a feat demonstrated his confidence. Could it be that this Thunder Shock Talisman was really crafted by this young man? Master Qiu was feeling unsettled, but he had no choice. He could only pray in his heart for Lu Qing to fail in his crafting. That way he would still have a chance to make trouble. Master Qiu's mind was racing, but the next moment he was stunned, mouth agape, incredulously watching the scene before him. Lu Qing had tossed the spirit jade lightly after taking it out. Then both his hands moved swiftly, drawing runes in the air as if birds flying into a forest, embedding them into the spirit jade. This is void talisman drawing, and with such ease, Master Wang watched this scene, murmuring in shock. Another Master Zhao was equally astonished. The treasure tower master's heart stirred slightly. Although she wasn't well versed in talisman Dao, seeing her master appraisers all being astonished by Lu Qing's actions, she had a strange feeling in her heart. Perhaps this young golden core realm really hadn't lied. Lu Qing's efficiency in crafting talismans was always high. Having long mastered his own power perfectly, he made no errors when crafting talismans. Not to mention, he had crafted the Thunder Shock Talisman many times before. Thus, in less than half a quarter of an hour, with the last rune embedded into the spirit jade, a wisp of electric light flickered from the spirit jade. The formidable thunder power surged for a moment before vanishing. Lu Qing gently caught the Thunder Shock Talisman. Looking at the treasure tower master and others, he smiled and said, "I have finished crafting. May I ask which of you would like to examine if this is a genuine Thunder Shock Talisman?" Already finished so quickly, everyone was astonished again. They remembered correctly, the Thunder Shock Talisman was a golden core level talisman. From the time Lu Qing started crafting until now, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. He actually completed it. In the silence, Master Wang stepped forward. "Let me do it." Taking the talisman from Lu Qing, Master Wang's hands slightly trembled. Just upon contact, he could already feel the astonishing talisman power contained within this Thunder Shock Talisman. Based on his understanding of the Thunder Shock Talisman, there was no doubt the one in his hand was a genuine golden core level Thunder Shock Talisman. However, adhering to his professionalism as an appraiser, he carefully examined and appraised the Thunder Shock Talisman in his hand thoroughly. Only then did he nod to the treasure tower master. "It is indeed a perfect and flawless golden core level Thunder Shock Talisman." Treasure Tower Master's heart was shaken, but her face remained stoic. She turned to Master Qiu. "Master Qiu, would you also like to appraise it?" Master Qiu was taken aback, but before he could speak, Master Wang had already tossed the Thunder Shock Talisman over. "Master Qiu should also appraise it. Lest later you say this old man conspires with outsiders to deceive the master." Seeing the Thunder Shock Talisman fly towards him, Master Qiu had no choice but to accept it reluctantly and appraised it. Then his expression became increasingly grim, because even with his appraisal skills, he couldn't find any fault in the Thunder Shock Talisman in his hand. The arrangement of array runes within was even more perfect than the one Lu Qing had previously sold to the treasure tower. It seems Master Qiu is convinced. Seeing Master Qiu's expression, the treasure tower master understood completely. She turned around, elegantly bowing to Lu Qing. "I didn't expect that Mr. Liu is the master who crafted such exquisite Thunder Shock Talismans. I apologize for any offense earlier. The master is too kind, and I should apologize for not explaining beforehand, causing a misunderstanding. As for the title of master, I'm far from deserving it." Lu Qing smiled. "Mr. Liu is modest. Based on just your demonstration of effortless rune drawing in the void, crafting a golden core level talisman at will." You undoubtedly deserve the title of master, exceeding even a couple of talisman masters I've been fortunate enough to meet once or twice. Master Wang said respectfully. His inner shock still hadn't subsided. The crafting skills of a talisman maker are often linked to their cultivation realm. Ordinarily, to reach the level of a talisman master, one must be at least in the late stage Golden Core, at Golden Core 7th turn or above. Because many powerful and profound talismans require strong cultivation and divine soul power to craft. Yet Lu Qing, now only at the Golden Core 3rd turn, already displayed crafting skills on par with an ordinary talisman master. So when he further refines his Golden Core and his cultivation reaches an even higher realm, what heights will his talisman crafting skills reach? Master Wang could hardly imagine it. Mr. Lu, I have an impertinent request. Would you be willing to consider it? At this moment, the Treasure Tower Master suddenly spoke. Lu Qing's heart was stirred, knowing the main event was approaching. From Master Wang and the others coming to find him, to the Treasure Tower Master's displayed attitude, he had a bit of awareness that the reason the Treasure Tower sought him seemed different from what he had expected. However, his face still remained calm. I'm merely at the Golden Core realm. What could I possibly do to assist the Master? I wish to invite Mr. Lu to assume the position of Chief Talisman Maker of our Treasure Tower. May I ask if Mr. Lu would be interested? The Treasure Tower Master said solemnly. What? Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. He had guessed several requests from the Treasure Tower Master, but this hadn't crossed his mind. After being stunned for several breaths, Lu Qing came back to his senses. The Master must be joking. The Treasure Tower has deep foundations and numerous capable individuals. What qualification do I have to serve as the Chief Talisman Maker? Mr. Lu, could it be you think I'm joking? The Treasure Tower Master said, I'm serious, hoping Mr. Lu would consider coming to our Treasure Tower. Seeing the seriousness on the Treasure Tower Master's face, Lu Qing also gradually fell silent. In the Treasure Tower there was silence. Seeing Lu Qing silent, the Treasure Tower Master also waited quietly without urging, although she was eager to recruit talent, hoping very much for Lu Qing to join the Treasure Tower. But she also knew that this matter could not be forced, and it depended on Lu Qing's own will. Lu Qing's background was mysterious, clearly bearing powerful inheritance, probably with a significant background. Although their treasure tower had deep foundations, they didn't want to offend anyone because of this. Lu Qing was indeed deliberating. Originally, his purpose in selling the Thunder Shock Talisman was to draw the attention of the treasure tower, to see if he could cooperate with them, earning and accumulating spirit stones by selling such cost-effective talismans as the Thunder Shock Talisman. Unexpectedly, the treasure tower did notice him, but its reaction was much stronger than he had anticipated. They actually wanted to invite him to take the position of the chief talisman maker. No wonder that thin, small, middle-aged man called Master Q held animosity towards him earlier. It seems that the so-called chief talisman maker should have been the opponent's goal as well. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing finally looked up at the treasure tower master. Master, if I agree to your invitation, what benefits can I receive? The treasure tower master smiled. Lu Qing asking like this indicated that he was tempted. All right, Lu Qing readily agreed. He also wanted to know what kind of offer the treasure tower could make. Seeing Lu Qing follow the master into the quiet room, Master Q's mood turned gloomy. He knew that the matter of that kid taking the position of chief talisman maker was likely set. The master has always been generous and never stingy with rewards for true talents. He believed there were few who could refuse the master's offer. However, thinking that the position he had schemed for so long was now taken by a young lad, it was no wonder Master Q's mood was sour. Not to mention that his actions today had already seriously offended that kid. In the future, he might undoubtedly face reprisal. Thinking of this, Master Q's expression became even more sullen. Just then, Master Wang's voice sounded again. It seems we're going to have another chief talisman maker at our treasure tower. I better prepare a gift to properly consult Mr. Lu on the art of talismans. Unlike someone who didn't understand anything and barked around like a mad dog, now he probably has no chance to apologize, let alone ask for advice. HMPH. Master Q's expression became uglier, and he had to sweep his sleeves and leave directly. Master Wang, on the other hand, felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Q Rong has been increasingly excessive lately since they've broken ties. There's no need to hold back in the future. However, his previous words weren't just random talk. He did plan to prepare a gift and seek Lu Qing's advice on the art of talismans. I just don't know what kind of treasure Mr. Lu would like. The monthly stipend is 30 middle-grade spirit stones. The materials for Mr. Lu to craft magical treasures and talismans are provided by our treasure tower. The spirit stones obtained from sales are split 50-50. Additionally, you get a 50% discount on all purchases of materials and treasures at our treasure tower. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with these terms? On the other side, in the quiet room, the treasure tower master said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face remained calm, though inwardly he was quite impressed. one must admit, the Treasure Tower Master's conditions were quite generous. The 30 middle-grade spirit stones per month alone were a huge sum. Converted into lower-grade spirit stones, it would be as much as 3,000 pieces. Back when he was in his home world, he got the entire legacy of 2 outer visitors at the Golden Core realm. Even after digging everywhere and accumulating, the spirit stones couldn't match this amount. And now, it was merely a month's stipend from the Treasure Tower. Not to mention that he would have additional income if he crafted talismans. However, Lu Qing still did not immediately agree. Instead, he smiled and said, "Such generous terms really make me flattered. Master, I'd like to know what I need to give in return." The Treasure Tower Master saw Lu Qing's calm expression and nodded internally. The terms offered, even for a primordial spirit initial realm mighty figure, were considerable. Lu Qing, however, did not waver, showing his extraordinary resilience of mind. This further confirmed her belief that Lu Qing's background was definitely not simple. If it were an ordinary Golden Core realm person, they would have already consented to such generous terms. "Mr. Lu doesn't need to give anything. Our Treasure Tower has always been eager to recruit and highly appreciates immortal Dao talents. With your expertise in talismans, just being willing to serve as our Treasure Tower's chief talisman maker is enough." Lu Qing's heart was shaken, and he looked at the woman in front of him with newfound respect. His inner decision had been made, but he still said solemnly, "Master, you are indeed generous. I admire you. However, there's one thing I hope the Master understands. My purpose in coming to the Little Kang realm is to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World for training. When I've accumulated enough spirit stones one day, I may not stay in the Little Kang realm for long. So that's the case." Mr. Lu need not worry, the Treasure Tower Master smiled. How many Golden Core realm who come to the Little Kang realm don't wish to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World? This is only natural, Mr. Lu. You need not mind. If you ever want to leave someday, my Treasure Tower will not stop you at all. Moreover, if Mr. Lu wishes to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World, perhaps in the future, I might be able to provide you with another path. Oh, what kind of path might that be? Lu Qing was immediately interested. He planned to pave his way with spirit stones to buy entry into the Heavenly Origin Great World. Besides himself, Little Lei and the 5 elements needed to spend a large amount of spirit stones too. If there were other ways, he would be very interested. Let's keep it a secret for now. When the time is right, you will naturally know, Mr. Lu. The Treasure Tower Master did not directly inform Lu Qing. Lu Qing understood. Though the Treasure Tower Master did not require any offering from him, in reality, it still depends on his future performance. But this is reasonable. After all, they offered extremely generous terms. Lu Qing said seriously, "Honored by the attention of the Tower Master, I shall humbly accept. Then I welcome you, Mr. Lu, to join our Treasure Tower." The Treasure Tower Master smiled. Of course, the prestigious position of the chief talisman maker at the Treasure Tower is naturally not something trivial. Eventually, Lu Qing signed the contract, and they each made a divine soul oath. Only then did he officially join the Treasure Tower, taking the position of chief talisman maker. "Mr. Lu, I have already instructed the people below to prepare a banquet to welcome you. Why not join us later?" After signing the contract, the Treasure Tower Master's mood improved greatly. She asked with a smile, "Could you wait a moment? I have some belongings at the inn that I need to retrieve. Once I return, we can proceed to the banquet." The chief talisman maker of the Treasure Tower naturally has a personal cave mansion, so Lu Qing intended to return and check out from the inn. After all, he had placed a middle-grade spirit stone as deposit there, and after today, 10 additional lower-grade spirit stones would be deducted. That's fine. Once Mr. Lu has settled, we won't be too late to celebrate with drinks. The Treasure Tower Master did not insist and agreed readily instead. When Lu Qing left, a figure with an obscure aura suddenly appeared behind the Treasure Tower Master. "Miss, why did you offer him such generous terms?" This person, though skilled in talisman refining, has limited cultivation and probably cannot create truly powerful amulets. Compared to true talisman masters, he pales in comparison. The figure with the obscure aura asked, puzzled. The terms offered by the Miss earlier could have attracted genuine talisman masters. He truly did not understand why they were so generous to a mere mid-grade Golden Core 3rd transition. "Because he's worth it," the Treasure Tower Master said calmly. The obscure aura figure was taken aback. "Uncle Fu, you have followed me for so many years. Have you ever seen me make a wrong judgment?" Uncle Fu shook his head. "No, Miss has always been farsighted and never made a wrong judgment." Speaking of this, Uncle Fu also felt immense admiration. In the past, he followed the Miss out of the Heavenly Origin Great World. Originally with the mindset of being exiled, he intended to accompany the Miss through the rest of her life quietly. Unexpectedly, with her own prowess, the Miss carved out a realm in this Little Kang realm. Outsiders all believed that as a woman, the Miss could manage such a large commercial association as the Treasure Tower because of connections from the Heavenly Origin Great World. Only he knew that except at the beginning, when the Miss leveraged a certain individual's name, most of the subsequent achievements were due to her initiative and extraordinary insight built from her own efforts. Uncle Fu, you should know, the cultivation technique I practice is quite unique. As long as the cultivation gap isn't too wide, I can almost see through a person's destiny and background. But earlier, when facing Mr. Liu, I used a secret technique to observe and discovered that his destiny appeared extremely clear. In my eyes, it seemed entirely visible without any secrets. Yet vaguely, I felt he was shrouded in mist. The destiny presented to me seemed like something he deliberately showed. In the past, only supreme cultivators who had traveled far in the primordial spirit realm could give me such a feeling. A mere mid-grade golden core cultivator could also give me this sense. In short, Mr. Liu's identity is absolutely not simple. I can sense that maintaining a good relationship with him, in the near future, he might bring me great assistance. The Treasure Tower Master spoke slowly, her eyes flickering with unusual light. Truly unbelievable. Uncle Fu's heart shook. He knew that the cultivation technique mispracticed was exceptionally mysterious, and that year it was the reason someone wanted her as a concubine. Yet he didn't expect even the Mrs. Secret technique couldn't fully discern that young golden core's background. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, Miss Uncle Fu immediately bowed. Uncle Fu cares about me, that's all. All right, go down and make sure the banquet is arranged splendidly. Don't let our treasure tower lose its decorum, the treasure tower master said. Yes. After Uncle Fu left, the treasure tower master remained silent for a long time. She softly spoke, in those years I consumed 100 years of lifespan, urging a secret technique, finally glimpsing a hint of destiny vitality. Following destiny's guidance, I came to this little Kang realm, but after all these years, I still haven't found a way past the tribulation. Until today, it was the first time I sensed a disturbance in my own destiny. Could he really be the one to dissolve my life's calamity? Ah Ching, that treasure tower master, seems not simple. Meanwhile, as he left the treasure tower, little Li's voice rang in Lu Qing's mind. Oh, you felt it too? Lu Qing was a bit surprised. However, thinking of little Li's miraculous sensing ability, he wasn't puzzled. Yes, I can sense a very unusual power lurking within her. If it erupts, it would be terrifying. Little Li's tone carried a heaviness. Indeed, the treasure tower master is not simple. Her true power is not what it seems on the surface. However, it has nothing to do with us as long as she isn't harmful to us. Lu Qing appeared unconcerned. These days, who doesn't have a few secrets? Especially as the head of such a large commercial association, having a few life-saving trump cards is more than normal. His purpose in joining the treasure tower was to make talismans, accumulate enough spirit stones quickly, and enter the heavenly origin great world. He wasn't interested in involving himself in anything else. However, the innate dual soul, life prediction, divine power secrets hidden on the treasure tower master are indeed intriguing. Lu Qing thought of the information he recently detected with his superpower, revealing a hint of a peculiar look in his eyes. Back at the inn, Lu Qing checked out of the top suite he rented. After retrieving the remaining deposit, he returned once again to the treasure tower. Master Wang was already waiting in the front hall. Following Master Wang, Lu Qing arrived at a sumptuously decorated grand hall. A long jade table was set, laden with splendid delicacies. The treasure tower master, Master Zhao, and others were present in the hall. Flanking both sides stood 2 rows of beautiful maids, standing respectfully. Mr. Liu has arrived, please take your seat. Seeing Lu Qing and Master Wang enter, the treasure tower master approached immediately. Others also rose from their seats, though among the people present, some ranks were not lower than Lu Qing as the chief talisman maker. Yet it was clear that the tower master put much importance on this young golden core cultivator, so everyone was happy to give face. Especially when they saw the tower master guiding Lu Qing to the honored guest seat. Many exchanged glances, realizing once again how much the tower master valued Lu Qing. Everyone, today's banquet is held specifically in honor of Mr. Lu Qing. Mr. Lu Qing's talisman crafting skills are extraordinary, leaving everyone amazed. From today, all affairs related to talismans in the tower will be under his charge. Please remember this. Once everyone was seated, the treasure tower master announced. After the treasure tower master made his announcement, his position was officially established in front of the senior members of the treasure tower. Things from here on out became much simpler. Even if anyone had other thoughts in their hearts, they wouldn't show them in front of the tower master. Thus, the banquet proceeded harmoniously, with many of the higher-ups congratulating Lu Qing and seeking to associate with him. Even Master Qiu, after making some adjustments, calmed down. On the surface, it was as if nothing had happened, and he too congratulated Lu Qing. Not long after, the banquet ended in this harmonious atmosphere. Lu Qing, led by a maid, arrived at his own cave mansion. Senior Lu, this is your cave mansion. If you find anything lacking, you can instruct us to prepare it for you, the maid said respectfully. Lu Qing nodded. You may go now. After the maid left, Lu Qing activated the array of the cave mansion and began to examine his new residence. Little Li in the 5 elements emerged from his clothes. At the earlier banquet, with so many eyes around, Lu Qing hadn't let them come out. After all, the two little ones had the concealing talismans he had crafted, coupled with his aura concealing them. Even an ordinary primordial spirit great power, if not deliberately searching, might not be able to detect their presence. Of course, Lu Qing also knew that having two Golden Core Realm spiritual pets by his side was likely hard to hide from those with intentional scrutiny. After all, during his initial journey via the transmission array, little Li and the others had appeared. "Ah Qing, is this the cave mansion prepared by the treasure tower for you? The spiritual energy here is much denser than in the inn's upper rooms." Upon emerging, little Li sensed the environment inside the cave mansion and was immediately shocked. The five elements felt the same and started eagerly wandering around the cave mansion. It's indeed good. Lu Qing was also very satisfied. The top rooms in the inn were already enough to loosen his bottleneck slightly. This cave mansion's cultivation environment was several times better. As a result, the time it would take for him to enter the fourth transition of the Golden Core Realm was likely to shorten significantly. Just for this reason alone, he felt that choosing to join the treasure tower was very worthwhile. After all, what he currently lacked the most was a good cultivation environment. However, after taking so many benefits, it's time to show my worth. Lu Qing was not someone who only took advantages without giving back. Since the treasure tower master was so generous, he also felt the need to repay, at least in part. Leaving little Lei and the others to cultivate in the cave mansion, Lu Qing left the cave mansion to visit the treasure tower master. "Mr. Lu, you said you want to prepare to refine talismans." The treasure tower master was taken aback. When she saw Lu Qing coming, she initially thought he had some requests. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing directly expressed his desire to start preparing to refine talismans. "Mr. Lu, isn't it a bit too hasty? You're new here, taking a few days to adapt is also fine." Lu Qing, however, shook his head. "No need. I never like to procrastinate in what I do. Since the Tower Master treats Lu Qing so well, I'd also like to quickly help alleviate the Tower Master's concerns. By the way, Tower Master, could you tell me which talismans our treasure tower mainly sells nowadays? Please wait a moment, I'll have someone come and tell you." The treasure tower master's mind moved slightly, and shortly after, a woman in a purple short robe entered from outside. She was the enchanting woman who had previously received Lu Qing. "Zai Yuan is well versed in the sales situation of our treasure tower's talismans. Let her talk to you," the treasure tower master said. Zai Yuan quickly replied, "I dare not assume. May I ask which specific aspects you wish to know? I would like to understand which talismans we at the treasure tower sell well, which level of talisman is the most popular, and how the profit margins are." Zai Yuan gathered her thoughts for a moment. "Our treasure tower's best-selling talismans are the healing and defense types. Among them, foundation establishment level talismans are the most popular. This is not only because foundation establishment cultivators have the greatest demand for talismans, but also because Master Wang and others are better at crafting this level of talismans. As for talismans above the Golden Core level, we have very few talisman makers capable of crafting them in our treasure tower, and the costs are very high, with low production rates. As a result, our tower's advanced talismans are priced relatively higher. So for these high-level talismans, most cultivators choose to buy from places like Wangxiang Building and Kainji Workshop. Zai Yuan slowly explained the situation. Such a situation exists because Wangxiang Building and Kainji Workshop are both staffed by talisman masters. The high-level talismans they craft are not only of good quality but also lower in cost, allowing them to set lower prices. At this point, the treasure tower master added, "This is one of the reasons why she places significant importance on Lu Qing. In the Little Kang realm, high-level talisman makers are rare, with talisman masters being even more exceptional." "Is that so?" Lu Qing mused. "Mr. Lu, do you have any ideas?" the treasure tower master asked. Lu Qing pondered for a while and then said, "Tower master, to be frank, the talisman legacy I practice is quite unique. The refinement of talismans focuses more on the engraving of the rune array, and the requirements for the talisman carrier are not particularly high. Therefore, the talismans I refine have a lower cost. Perhaps we can work on this aspect. Mr. Lu, are you serious?" The treasure tower master stood up abruptly. Lu Qing nodded. "Naturally, it is not a frivolous claim. I never expected Mr. Lu's talisman crafting skills to reach such a realm." The treasure tower master was genuinely surprised. Initially, she thought Lu Qing only had such skills in the Thunder Shock talisman. After all, each has their own specialty. It's normal for a talisman maker to have a talisman they're best at. But now it seems he can do this with all talismans. If that's the case, it's truly great news for our treasure tower. This way, there are many more things we can do. We must plan well. The treasure tower master excitedly paced back and forth, with many plans already emerging in her mind. After walking for a while, she remembered something and asked Lu Qing, "By the way, Mr. Lu, which type of talismans are you best at refining? I've delved into quite a lot. I can refine most types of talismans. It's just that due to my cultivation limits, the highest level of talisman I can currently refine is only golden core level, Lu Qing answered thoughtfully. Most types of talismans can be refined. The treasure tower master was once again shocked. Her heart then became even more excited. The surprises Lu Qing brought her were getting bigger and bigger. This matter must be planned carefully. Mr. Lu, could you please prepare in advance and start refining some talismans to accumulate? Of course, but if I need to refine a large number of talismans, I might not have enough spirit jade in my hands. That's simple. I'll have Zai Yuan send a batch of spirit jade to the cave mansion soon. If there are any other materials needed, just instruct Zai Yuan. Oh, Zai Yuan, from now on, you're responsible for obeying Mr. Lu's orders. No need to be in the front hall anymore. Yes, Tower Master. Zai Yuan was overjoyed. It's obvious to everyone that Lu Qing is now the most favored by the Tower Master. Being by his side is much more promising than greeting guests in the front hall. Miss Zai Yuan, please take care of me from now on, Lu Qing said politely. I don't dare, Master Lu. If you have any requests in future, just instruct Zai Yuan. Zai Yuan quickly replied. Then I won't disturb the Tower Master. I'll take my leave first. Seeing the excited look on the Treasure Tower Master's face, Lu Qing knew she probably had more arrangements to make, so he wisely took his leave and exited. Zai Yuan followed him out. Senior Lu, I'll go to the treasure vault right now to get spirit jade for you. Lu Qing nodded, but then added, there's no need to fetch spirit jade that's too advanced, just get some lower and middle grade ones. Yes, Zai Yuan agreed. In her heart, she thought that Senior Lu is truly different from others. The other talisman makers in the building, when refining talismans, wished they could just request all the high-grade materials from the treasure vault. Some would inevitably pocket some for themselves. If the Tower Master hadn't set many rules, the abundance of stored materials would not be enough for their wasteful greed. Yet with Lu Qing, it's obvious that with the Tower Master's favor, requesting even more precious materials wouldn't be a problem. But Lu Qing had no such intention and only requested middle and lower grade spirit jade. Thinking of this, Zai Yuan's gaze towards Lu Qing became one of admiration. It left Lu Qing a bit puzzled. He naturally wasn't aware of the petty intrigues inside the treasure tower. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With his temperament, he wouldn't engage in taking advantage while accepting offerings from others. Senior Lu, I've brought the spirit jade for you. Please check if it's suitable. Shortly after returning to the cave mansion from the treasure tower, Zai Yuan came back from the treasure vault with the spirit jade Lu Qing needed. So many. Taking the storage bag Zai Yuan brought, Lu Qing checked it using his divine soul power and was a bit surprised. There were at least a dozen fine spirit jades in the storage bag. All were top-grade refined spirit jades. Even though they were lower grades, they were of much higher quality than what he was used to using. But the spirit jade in this storage bag was already quite valuable. The middle and lower grade spirit jades are not often used by the talisman makers in the building. Like Master Q and others, they need at least high-grade spirit jade to refine talismans. It's only their disciples or apprentices who use some low-grade spirit jade for practice. So there's a large quantity of middle and lower-grade spirit jades accumulated in the treasure vault, and I brought them all over. Zai Yuan explained. Those guys sure are extravagant. Lu Qing couldn't help but comment. At the same time, he once again marveled at the foundation of the treasure tower. He knew that the spirit jade he used in his home world was already considered of high quality, but here, lower-grade spirit jade is only something apprentices use for practice. The gap is quite evident. No wonder Master Wang and the others were so surprised to see the Thunder Shock talisman made from lower-grade spirit jade, but perhaps it's because this world has ample resources to squander. This causes them to rely more on material carriers when crafting talismans, instead of studying how the rune array can be better integrated into talismans for maximum effect. In the end, poverty breeds progress. Lu Qing couldn't help but sarcastically think to himself, Senior Lu, is there anything else you need me to do? At this moment, Zai Yuan asked. Not for now. If there's anything, I'll find you. By the way, take these 2 jade talismans. Lu Qing took out 2 jade talismans and handed them over. Zai Yuan accepted them and found that one was a communication talisman, and the other was surprisingly a golden core level talisman. It was the Thunder Shock talisman she was quite familiar with. Senior Lu, this is. Zai Yuan held the 2 jade talismans, a bit at a loss. Take them. The communication talisman is for me to call you in the future, and as for this Thunder Shock talisman, it's for your protection, Lu Qing said. But Senior Lu, this is too valuable. Zai Yuan's hand trembled slightly. The value of one Thunder Shock talisman is significant, worth more than many months of her salary. After working in the treasure tower for so long, she was reluctant to even buy a golden core level talisman treasure for self-defense. It's all right, making these little things is no trouble for me, just take them. Lu Qing waved his hand indifferently. After Zai Yuan left in a daze, Lu Qing returned to the cave mansion, activated all the defensive arrays to prevent interruptions. Using his heart and spirit, he reached into the storage bag and took out several pieces of lower-grade spirit jade. Let's first refine a batch of talismans to test the waters. It's a good opportunity to test that technique. Feeling the spiritual charm emitted from the spirit jade in his hand, Lu Qing's eyes held a trace of excitement. Then he tossed the spirit jades into the air, and 3 pieces of lower-grade spirit jade floated in front of him. He then drove his heart and spirit, and his 10 fingers moved in tandem. Numerous runes emerged out of thin air, like birds returning to the forest, embedding themselves into the 3 pieces of lower-grade spirit jade in front of him. If Master Wang and the others saw this scene, it would definitely shock them, because Lu Qing was simultaneously refining 3 talismans. Moreover, from the runes he was outlining, he was refining none other than the Golden Core level Thunder Shock Talisman. Simultaneously refining 3 talismans didn't slow down Lu Qing's crafting speed by much. In less than 15 minutes, 3 Thunder Shock Talismans were already refined by him. Sure enough, the soul-splitting technique is mysterious, allowing me to multitask, even for such detailed work as talisman crafting, enabling me to maintain my efficiency. Indeed, the reason why Lu Qing could simultaneously work on 3 talismans. This technique allowed him to split his heart and spirit to use them for multiple tasks without interference. However, this was Lu Qing's first time applying it to the art of talismans. Now he found that the effect was quite satisfactory. With this, he could greatly increase the effectiveness of his talisman crafting. He then calmly reached into the storage bag and took out several pieces of lower-grade spirit jade. Let's try making a batch of talismans first. He threw down the spirit jades, and 9 pieces floated before him. In rapid succession, symbols appeared out of nowhere and entered the 9 pieces of lower-grade spirit jade like birds returning to their nests. Crash, another 9 pieces of spirit jade were successfully crafted into talismans and fell into Lu Qing's hands. However, this time he crafted not the Thunder Shock Talisman, but a Wood Attribute Foundation Establishment level talisman. Named the Vitality Talisman, it can replenish a cultivator's vitality, making it a rather excellent healing talisman. After all, Ziyuan also mentioned that in the talisman market, the demand for Qi refinement level and foundation establishment level talismans is the largest. Crafting Qi refinement level talismans, to Lu Qing, is too extravagant for his skills. Therefore, besides Golden Core level talismans, he also crafted a batch of foundation establishment level talismans. Upon inspection, he found that the newly crafted talismans in his hand were flawless, so he casually put them aside. The talismans fell with a few crisp sounds. At Lu Qing's side, there was already a small pile of talismans. At a glance, there were at least several hundred. If the Treasure Tower Master saw this scene, he would definitely be greatly shocked again. After all, Lu Qing's crafting efficiency is astonishingly high in such a short time. He had already crafted so many talismans. It was fortunate that the spiritual energy in the cave mansion was sufficient. Otherwise, it would not be easy to sustain Lu Qing's high-intensity continuous crafting. Looking at the pile of talismans beside him, Lu Qing also began to ponder. The Treasure Tower Master asked him to craft a batch of talismans first. This should be enough for now. After all, they still don't know how these talismans will sell. If they don't sell, it would be a waste of materials. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing decided to temporarily stop. Anyway, crafting foundation establishment level and initial Golden Core level talismans was easy for him. If there wasn't enough later, he could just craft more. Having decided, Lu Qing collected all the talismans. He closed his eyes, preparing to regulate his breath and cultivate. Crafting talismans was merely a means for him to accumulate spirit stones. The ultimate goal was still to enhance his own cultivation. So Lu Qing planned to spend only 2 or 3 hours daily on crafting talismans. The rest of the time would be spent in seclusion cultivating. After all, he was already close to a breakthrough. As Lu Qing cultivated, the spiritual energy within the cave mansion was massively absorbed by him, and refined by the 5 elements gourd, it turned into his own pure mana. Fortunately, the cave mansion prepared by the treasure tower for him was indeed formidable. Even with 2 top-grade demon core spiritual beasts and Lu Qing's anomaly, the perfect golden core absorbing spiritual energy together, it could still supply them adequately. However, Lu Qing wasn't surprised. According to the treasure tower, the cave mansion of the chief talisman maker was originally prepared for primordial spirit great power. Even if it could supply the cultivation of primordial spirit great power, the spiritual energy absorbed by the 3 of them couldn't yet be compared to the primordial spirit great power, so naturally there was no issue. The time spent cultivating always passed quickly. Before he knew it, Lu Qing was suddenly awakened by a ripple in the array. He slowly gathered his power and found that there was someone calling him outside the cave mansion. However, he didn't respond immediately but checked the condition inside his body first. Upon sensing, he felt a burst of joy. This deep level of cultivation had significantly advanced his cultivation. The distance to a breakthrough was getting closer. At this pace, at most 10 days, he should be able to officially break through to the Golden Core 4th turn realm. By then, his strength would once again surge. One must know, advancing from Golden Core 3rd turn to 4th turn is a hurdle. It's the transition from the initial stage of Golden Core to the middle stage. For the Golden Core realm, as long as one crosses it, it is a form of metamorphosis. With Lu Qing's perfect Golden Core foundation, such a transformation would bring a terrifying improvement. He was already starting to look forward to the day of the breakthrough. At this moment, the ripple in the array outside the cave mansion appeared again. Lu Qing calmed his mind, opened the defensive array, and stepped out. "Senior Lu, did I disturb your cultivation?" The one calling Lu Qing outside the cave mansion was Zai Yuan. "It's fine. Does the Tower Master have something to summon me for?" Lu Qing asked. "The Tower Master invites Senior Lu to the quiet room for important discussions. I'll go now." Lu Qing nodded, closed the cave mansion, and followed Zai Yuan to the quiet room where the Treasure Tower Master was. On the way, Lu Qing realized that this seclusion for crafting talismans and cultivation had only taken a day. "Mr. Lu, please have a seat." In the quiet room, when the Treasure Tower Master saw Lu Qing coming, he immediately smiled. "I'm not sure why the Tower Master summoned Lu Qing. What's the matter?" Lu Qing asked. "It's like this. Yesterday I pondered for a while and already have a rough plan, so I want to discuss it with you, Mr. Lu." The Tower Master has a plan so quickly. "Actually, it's very simple. I plan to engage in a talisman price war with the other major firms." "A talisman price war?" Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. Our biggest advantage now lies in the talismans that Mr. Lu crafts, which are low cost but still powerful. Even if we set the talisman prices a bit lower, there is still considerable profit. So we should maximize this advantage and comprehensively roll out low-priced talismans to seize the talisman market." The Tower Master is insightful. This plan from the Treasure Tower Master didn't surprise Lu Qing. In fact, the reason he initially approached the Treasure Tower was hoping to collaborate and sell talismans in large quantities. With the cost advantage, rapidly accumulating spirit stones, he just hadn't expected that the trend of developments would be much better than he had initially foreseen. However, this method requires a large number of talismans as a foundation to even be possible. For you, Mr. Lu, it's an immense pressure. How long do you think it will take to prepare these talismans? A large number of talismans. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and took out a storage bag from his bosom. "Tower Master, I went back yesterday and attempted to make some talismans. Please have a look and see if they are sufficient for now." "Oh, you've already made some talismans. Mr. Lu, you're indeed diligent. How many talismans have you made?" The Treasure Tower Master was somewhat surprised. She took the storage bag and probed it with her mind. The next moment, she was completely stunned. At this time, Lu Qing's words also reached her ears. "It's not a lot, about 100 Golden Core level talismans, and over 300 Foundation Establishment stage talismans. Each talisman can be used at least 10 times or more, so there's no need to worry about their power. 100 Golden Core level talismans, and over 300 Foundation Establishment level talismans." The Treasure Tower Master's heart was filled with disbelief. Logic told her that this was impossible. However, her mind sensing, and the state of the storage bag in her hand told her that it was absolutely true, because those hundreds of talismans were right there in her hands. "Mr. Lu, are these hundreds of talismans made only after you returned yesterday?" The Treasure Tower Master widened her eyes as she looked at Lu Qing. "Indeed, Tower Master asked me to go back and prepare early yesterday, so I first made a batch of talismans." "In just one day, you made hundreds of talismans, including 100 Golden Core level talismans." The Treasure Tower Master was utterly shocked, looking at Lu Qing as if he were a monster. Beside her, Zai Yuan also dropped her jaw in astonishment. Did she hear correctly? Senior Lu made hundreds of talismans in just one day. You should know that in the past, Master Q and others took at least several days to make a single talisman. By comparison, the gap between the two was unimaginably vast. No wonder when Senior Lu gave her the Thunder Shock talisman yesterday, he said it was just something he made casually. At the time, Zai Yuan thought it was just a way for Senior Lu to make her feel at ease. Now it seems, Senior Lu was speaking the plain truth. A Golden Core level talisman really was something he could make in passing. The Treasure Tower Master stared blankly at Lu Qing for a while, and when she regained her senses, a surge of joy overwhelmed her heart. "Good, excellent. I never expected Mr. Lu's efficiency in making talismans to be so high. Even a real talisman master might not match your efficiency." This was no compliment from the Treasure Tower Master. In their treasure tower, although there was no talisman master in residence, it didn't mean she hadn't seen a real talisman master before. Back in the Heavenly Origin Great World, there used to be a talisman master serving at her family's mansion. So she knew very well that even a real talisman master could not match Lu Qing's efficiency in making talismans. The reason for his rapid talisman making was that he had condensed a perfect golden core. His divine soul was far stronger than an ordinary golden core realm. Even a top-grade golden core with an innate Dao seed was far inferior to him. The perfect golden core allowed Lu Qing to perfectly control all his strength, making almost no mistakes during the process of making talismans. Moreover, having practiced the puppet sex divine separation technique to the highest level, he could now split his focus in 9 directions simultaneously. With these factors combined, his efficiency in making talismans was astonishing. Tower Master, are the talismans enough, or should I continue making more? Lu Qing asked. Enough, enough, this is already more than sufficient for the first phase of our plan, the Treasure Tower Master replied hastily. Originally, she asked Lu Qing to prepare a batch of talismans in advance, and she only estimated the number to be a few dozen at most. Even then, she was planning to give Lu Qing half a month for preparation. After all, making talismans is mentally exhausting. Even if Lu Qing's speed was surprisingly fast, logically speaking, the amount he could make in a day wouldn't be too many. Who would have thought that the chief talisman maker she invited would be so extraordinary, making hundreds of high-quality talismans in just one day? She couldn't understand how his heart and spirit managed to endure it. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Qing didn't have the distinct aura of a primordial spirit great power, and her own secret techniques and divine skills raised no warning, the Treasure Tower Master might have suspected that Lu Qing was an experienced primordial spirit elder in disguise. However, the Treasure Tower Master tightened her grip on the storage bag. This time, Lu Qing had indeed given her a great surprise. With these hundreds of talismans, her plan could not only be perfectly executed, but also without prolonging the time. Indeed, the fluctuation in her life prediction divine power had a reason. This young golden core before her was truly someone who could change her fate. That is good to hear. If the talismans run short, just let me know, and I can continue making more anytime. I am not skilled at business, and only have the craft of talisman making to offer. You mustn't say that, Mr. Lu. Our treasure tower this time is entirely dependent on you. After handing over the refined talismans to the Treasure Tower Master, Lu Qing took his leave. Although he valued spirit stones greatly, professional tasks were best left to the professionals. In terms of selling talismans, the Treasure Tower was far more skilled than he was. He just needed to ensure a sufficient supply, and he didn't want to involve himself too much in the other aspects. Moreover, after cultivating in the cave mansion for a night and feeling his cultivation improve, Lu Qing now wanted to continue his closed-door training even more. He aimed to break through the bottleneck soon and enter the Golden Core 4th Transition Realm. After returning to the cave mansion, Lu Qing put up a sign refusing visitors. Immediately after, he activated the defensive array within the mansion and entered a closed-door state. This time, he planned not to emerge unless something extremely important came up. Otherwise, he would remain in closed-door training until he broke through. While Lu Qing was in closed-door training, the Treasure Tower was also taking action. First, they removed all the talismans previously on sale from the shelves, replacing them with talismans refined by Lu Qing. Additionally, they sent some talismans to branch towers in other districts for trial sales. Next, they just had to wait for customers to arrive. However, there was a minor incident when they removed the talismans previously on sale. The talisman makers whose talismans were taken down all came forward to ask what was happening. Among them, Master Q reacted most intensely. Zai Yuan, what's the matter here? Why were all the talismans I refined removed from the front hall? Master Q immediately approached Zai Yuan, who had recently been promoted by the Treasure Tower Master to manage the front hall affairs, and asked aggressively, Master Q, please calm down. This is the Tower Master's intention. Our tower is introducing a batch of new talismans. The talismans currently on sale will be temporarily paused. Once the new talismans become popular and the sales stabilize, the original talismans will gradually be put back on sale. Zai Yuan explained patiently with a smile. Introducing a batch of new talismans. Are these talismans refined by the chief talisman maker? Master Q's expression changed. Indeed, it's the talismans refined by Senior Lu. Zai Yuan nodded. Master Q fell silent immediately, but soon his momentum picked up again. Even if you're introducing Mr. Lu's talismans, there's no reason to remove ours from sale. You do know that the talismans I refined are among the highest quality and best-selling talismans in the tower. This is a command directly from the Tower Master, and Zai Yuan is just following orders. Despite Master Q's overbearing demeanor, Zai Yuan still patiently responded with a smile. But in her heart she couldn't help but feel disdain. This old fellow dares to speak. Every time he refines talismans, he demands the most and rarest materials. As a result, the talismans he produces are naturally of decent quality, but with such high costs, even if the tower sells them, it hardly makes any profit. Instead, this old fellow with his share gets to feast comfortably. What's worse is that not only does he act this way himself, but his disciples and apprentices do as well. They like to use good materials and often waste them, even pocketing some for themselves. Previously, the Tower Master tolerated this because the tower indeed lacked excellent talisman makers. Now that they have Senior Lu, this old fellow's good days are numbered. Zai Yuan was well aware of the inside story, but she certainly had no intention of kindly reminding Master Q. She just perfunctorily attributed all the reasons to the Tower Master's orders. In short, Master Q and his group's talismans were inevitably being put off the shelves temporarily. As for when they would be restocked for sale, the date was yet to be determined. Then, after being perfunctorily dealt with by Zai Yuan and having failed to achieve his demands, Master Q indeed grew impatient. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, "I can't reason with you. I'm going to find the Tower Master now." Watching Master Q leaving in a huff, Zai Yuan was unconcerned. She had long received instructions from the Tower Master to remove all the old talismans. If anyone was displeased by this, she would take the blame and let them come to her. It seems the Tower Master has been dissatisfied with certain situations in the tower for a long time and wants to take this opportunity to clear out some parasites. Having followed the Tower Master for quite some time, Zai Yuan could guess at some of her intentions. Zai Yuan was delighted by this, as she had always disliked people from Master Q's faction. If the Tower Master could truly be ruthless and kick them out of the treasure tower, she might celebrate with joy. However, Zai Yuan also knew that this was unlikely. The Tower Master has always valued old ties. People like Master Q are considered veterans and have contributed significantly to the rise of the treasure tower. Unless they committed a fundamental mistake, the Tower Master would at most scold them and not expel them from the treasure tower. As expected, things went just as Zai Yuan had anticipated. Master Q went to the Tower Master to argue but was told he was in seclusion. In his desperation, he lost his mind and tried to force his way into the Tower Master's quiet room. He was eventually subdued by two Vice Tower Masters, alarming the Tower Master to exit seclusion. Yet even so, the Tower Master did not severely punish Master Q, only scolded him and ordered him to reflect behind closed doors, with no other punishment. The Tower Master also reiterated that the old talismans must be removed first. Her decision was final, and no one could change it. This commotion made other talisman makers realize that the matter was settled beyond their influence. They had no choice but to settle down and wait and see. Of course, where there was dissatisfaction, there was also schadenfreude. This was especially true for Master Wang, and others who already had issues with Master Q. Seeing him humiliated and punished delighted them greatly. "Damn it, that bitch dared to treat me like this." In a certain cave mansion, Master Q, with a flushed face, cursed angrily. Thinking about how he was now suppressed in front of so many people by two Vice Tower Masters ignited his fury. In all his years, he had never suffered such humiliation. "Master, what should we do now? The tower removed all the talismans we refined, and in the coming days our income will be significantly reduced." A disciple was very anxious. He was a disciple under the master focusing on the art of talisman making, relying mainly on a share of the talismans he created for spirit stone income. Now that the old talismans were removed, he suffered great losses. However, the disciple's anxiety further irritated Master Q, who berated, "Why panic? This is only a temporary removal. It doesn't mean they won't be put back on the shelves later. If you guys had shown some spirit, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Several disciples, seeing their master angry, shrunk their heads and dared not speak further, yet in their hearts they were somewhat dismissive. Thinking he was a dignified Golden Core fifth turn, easily suppressed, what could they at best foundation establishment stage do? After venting his anger, Master Q finally calmed down gradually. He began to ponder the current situation. His offense against the Tower Master was indeed rash, seemingly losing his mind to many. In truth, it was deliberate, a way to probe the Tower Master's attitude. Since that Lu Kid came, he vaguely sensed a change in the Tower Master's attitude towards them, the old veterans. Moreover, he had previously offended that Lu Kid. All this invisibly contributed to Master Q's crisis sense. The sudden removal of their talismans heightened this crisis sense to the peak. His earlier loss of composure was, apart from true anger, mostly an act. It was meant to test the Tower Master's stance. He hadn't expected the bitch to really give him no face, humiliating him so publicly. "Bitch, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. My contributions to the treasure tower over the years can't be overlooked. Now you want rid of me like a donkey at the mill, treating me like this. Don't blame me for disregarding sentiment." Master Q's face was filled with gloom. He took out a delicate communication jade token from his storage bag and gently caressed it. While Master Q was scheming, the treasure tower's actions were unaffected. Soon, the talismans refined by Lu Qing were all placed on the shelves of the treasure tower. Some were also placed on shelves at branches within Kanglan City. At the same time, a very eye-catching notice was posted at the entrance, announcing the launch of brand new talismans. As one of the largest trading houses in Kanglan City, the treasure tower attracted many visitors daily. Seeing the notice at the entrance, cultivators were immediately intrigued. New high-cost performance talismans launched, with a 90 discount for the first 5 customers purchasing new talismans today. Upon clearly seeing the notice content, a cultivator was surprised. Your treasure tower is launching new talismans with a 90 discount for the first 5 customers. Yes, esteemed senior, our treasure tower has recently employed a talisman master. The talismans refined by this talisman master are of excellent quality and price, significantly cheaper than ordinary talismans by more than a third. The power is also stronger than ordinary talismans. If the senior is interested, feel free to check it out yourself. The beautiful female cultivator responsible for receiving guests smiled and explained patiently. Oh, the treasure tower has a new talisman master who has crafted brand new talismans, and the price is even cheaper than ordinary talismans. The cultivator, at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, upon hearing this, immediately became interested. He recently wanted to explore a certain secret land to see if he could find some immortal luck. He came here this time to prepare some treasures as a necessity for survival. Originally, he thought of buying a couple of suitable magic artifacts at the treasure tower and then going over to Wangxiang Pavilion to purchase a few useful talismans. After all, the magical treasures from the treasure tower have always been quality assured, but the talismans are relatively average and notoriously expensive. The talismans of the same level are always a bit pricier than those from Wangxiang Pavilion and Kainji Workshop. Now, upon hearing that the treasure tower launched a new talisman that is even cheaper than Wangxiang Pavilion's, he was instantly tempted. If this lady from the treasure tower wasn't exaggerating, he might not have to make another trip. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. He thought this and spoke as a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Senior, please come this way. The beautiful female cultivator quickly said, we have set up a dedicated area where you can experience the power of the talismans. At the same time, she was delighted inside. The tower master had mentioned that whoever first successfully promoted the new talismans would receive a reward. If this senior was willing to buy, then her spirit stone income this month would significantly increase. The treasure tower has launched new talismans, and the price is much lower than general talismans. Many customers in the front hall became curious upon hearing their conversation. Seeing the foundation establishment realm cultivator going to test the new talismans, they all followed. Regarding this, the treasure tower naturally did not intervene. This was exactly the effect they wanted. If these guests became curious, they had a chance to promote the new talismans. Moreover, they believed that once people experienced the power of the new talismans, coupled with the low price, there should be few who could refuse. Under the guidance of the beautiful female cultivator, the foundation establishment realm cultivator was quickly led to a very spacious courtyard with numerous thick wooden stakes and stone pillars erected. Behind him also followed many cultivators who came to watch the excitement. As for that foundation establishment realm cultivator, he didn't mind this. On the contrary, having so many fellow cultivators around made him a lot more reassured. At least there was no need to worry that the treasure tower might harbor any ill intentions against him. Senior, these are all the new talismans we have launched this time. Among them, there are 2 golden core level talismans and 5 foundation establishment level talismans. I wonder which one the senior would like to test first. The beautiful female cultivator came over holding a tray on which lay a row of jade talismans. They looked plain and ordinary, but in fact they emanated a subtle yet heart-palpitating aura. Even the golden core level talismans can be tested. The foundation establishment realm cultivator was surprised, then hesitated. Is there a fee for testing these talismans? There's no need to worry, senior. Every talisman here can be tested free of charge. Please feel free to try them out. Hearing this, the foundation establishment realm cultivator eased his mind. He believed that with so many fellow cultivators present, the treasure tower would not go back on their word. However, he did not dare immediately pick up the 2 golden core level talismans for testing, but instead first picked up a talisman with a faint yellow hue. Senior, this is the Gravity Talisman, an Earth-type foundation establishment level talisman. Once activated, it can form a huge Earth vein magnetic field within a radius of dozens of feet around oneself. Not only can it use gravitational force to suppress and kill enemies, but with the augmentation of the Earth vein primordial magnetism, one could move as freely and swiftly as the wind. It's an excellent talisman to countergroup attacks at the initial realm. The beautiful female cultivator had already learned all the capabilities of the talismans beforehand. Seeing the earthy yellow talisman the foundation establishment realm cultivator picked up, she immediately explained. Gravity talisman can countergroup attacks. The foundation establishment realm cultivator was shaken upon hearing this. The secret land he intended to explore this time was most dreaded for a small type of demon beast called flame fire ant. These demon beasts were not difficult to deal with individually. Even cultivators in the chi refinement realm could handle them with ease. However, their terrifying aspect lay in being gregarious demon beasts. Once alarmed, thousands of flame fire ants would swarm, causing even Golden Core Realm experts to flee embarrassingly. If this gravity talisman was as effective as claimed by the treasure tower, it would be immensely helpful for his secret land exploration. Thinking of this, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could hardly wait to test the talisman in his hand. He activated his heart and spirit, infusing the spiritual chi from within into the spirit talisman in his hand. In the next moment, yellow light flashed, and an ochre light shield appeared around him. Furthermore, this ochre light shield could be adjusted in size by his will. The maximum range, as said by the beautiful female cultivator, was a radius of dozens of feet. Under the enhancement of the magnetic force of the spirit talisman, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator felt. Inside the ochre light shield, he felt as light as a swallow, and his movements became even more agile and fluid instead of being hindered in the slightest. He reached out and gently pressed downward on a massive wooden stake, as thick as two people could embrace, inside the ochre light shield in front of him. Under the burst of powerful force, the huge wooden stake, more than a zhang high, was instantly driven halfway into the ground. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's spiritual power surged, pressing down once more. With a boom, the entire stake was immediately embedded completely into the soil, the stake's head becoming level with the ground. So potent, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was greatly astonished. The power of this gravity talisman exceeded his imagination. Just now, the effect was almost equivalent to a full-strength blow without using any treasure. And he felt this was not the limit of the gravity talisman in his hand. That is to say, the power contained in this gravity talisman was already more potent than him, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Wow! In the courtyard, the other cultivators standing not too far also were equally stunned at this sight. The thick wooden stakes standing in the courtyard, they all recognized them. They were made of a type of exotic wood called iron wood, not only as hard as steel, but also extraordinarily heavy, and the power actuated by the gravity talisman could forcefully press the improbably heavy iron wood into the ground. Such terrifying power, if it fell upon a person, would be disastrous. Without the protection of a magic artifact, even a Foundation Establishment Realm expert would find it hard to withstand, perhaps. Thinking of that scene, some of the watching cultivators couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill. However, as the chill subsided, excitement began to rise again among everyone. The first talisman tested was so outstanding, and there were many more kinds of talismans in the jade plate. If they were all this powerful, it would indeed be terrifying. Insightful cultivators realized that the treasure tower probably had big plans this time. The gathered cultivators were all getting excited. As the main character in the venue, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator didn't need to say more. The personal experience just now told him that this gravity talisman was definitely the best protective talisman for his upcoming secret land exploration. Senior, what do you think of the gravity talisman's effect? At this time, the beautiful female cultivator smiled and asked, "A very powerful talisman, much stronger than any talismans I've used before." The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator responded sincerely. He then placed the gravity talisman back onto the jade plate and picked up another talisman with a light blue hue. This talisman is called the Vitality Talisman, a wood-type Foundation Establishment level talisman. This is a healing-type talisman that can quickly restore one's vitality. Even if gravely injured, as long as there's a breath of vitality remaining, this talisman can replenish the vitality chi, pulling one back from the brink of death. The beautiful female cultivator explained once more.